and gentlemen, welcome to day number 2 here at CWL Anaheim 2017, presented by PS4. I am Dirk, joined alongside Landon, and we have a pretty good matchup coming for you guys. A lot on the line here. The winner of this match between Era and Allegiance will find their spot in pool play.
Oh, yeah, and of course we know as far as CWL Anaheim, I mean, this has been a very tasking open bracket, to say the least, so I'm sure both these teams are very excited. But also, there's a lot of pressure coming on, because if you win this, you're good to go, you're in pools. But if not, it's not like all your progress was for nothing. It's just, a massive decline, I guess you could say, as far as how you're feeling.
It's a different path that you're going on. It's going to be a longer, more tougher path there going down as well. I mean, a lot on the line here, like we just said. I think the biggest thing, too, is you have the Era. I call this sort of like the Era B team. It's called Era Gaming in a sense. I mean, you have the first team with Fastball and Profizi, and those guys struggling a lot in here. I believe they are actually down in the losers in that open bracket side as well. So, I mean, they have a lot to prove here, because as soon as that second team gets picked up, everybody's initial thought is like, this is the better team. What are these guys going to do? But anyway, here's going to be the maps here for this best of 5 to see who does go through to get that pool play spot. Map number 1 is going to be Breakout Hardpoint. Map number 2, it's going to be a Throwback, Search and Destroy. And then game number 3 will be Precinct, Uplink. And if we need to go the distance for map 4 and 5, it's going to be a Scorch, Hardpoint, as well as a Crusher SMD.
Indeed it will. Of course, players loading in. We should be just about good to start things off. Breakout Hardpoint, personally one of my favorite hardpoints to watch. Pretty consistent throughout. You got to making sure all players are good to go throughout the entire thing. Not really a specific hill to kind of point out, maybe except for the second hill, actually cell block. But either way, it should be a pretty consistent game. Both these squads, very, very talented, even though you might not know a whole lot of the names throughout the match. I'll definitely be kind of breaking things down and letting you guys know a little bit of the backgrounds as far as which players we'll be looking at. I believe we actually have one player playing under a different gamer tag. We'll obviously get that sorted. So that's actually going to be Believe, for those who don't know.
Yeah, so no roster change coming here. General is not on the side of Allegiance, so don't get that twisted. That is Believe, but just playing under a different name here. But we are underway. Map 1 is in full swing. First Blood going to be going to the side of Allegiance. Going to be Mayhem. Picks up another 2-piece inside of that shower area as well. Holler has himself positioned up in top laundry, trying to get something happening with that MV4 in hand. But immediately that's going to be 3 dead for the side of Era. And now you see finally somebody jumps into the hill. It's still only 30 seconds, so it could have just completely had 30 seconds, maybe a full 60 going in favor of ALG, but they decide to just slay out around the hill. Now they finally get inside, but it looks like they're getting these early rotations in to get set up for cell block.
Now, you're going to see Air kind of playing a little bit odd at this point. You're kind of seeing them not really contest the hill. Why are they trying to do that? There's a lot of strategy going on. And the reason why there's a whole lot of strategy going on is that a lot of these guys have played with each other before. I mean, Holler and Beezy have played together in the past. Beezy's played with Spoos back on Lethal back in the day. This entire Allegiance roster was previously under STDX. Like, there's been a number of different combinations of these guys who have played together, so they know their styles. They know exactly what to expect coming into this match. And in some cases, it's kind of like a permanent scrim where you see in the AM scene where a lot of players kind of switch things up. And thankfully, these players have found each other here. A lot of rivalries. You want to kind of beat your old teammates in some cases and prove that you are and have improved more than they have. So with that, definitely be looking for a lot of strategies, maybe even a lot of smack talk to potentially be coming out in this matchup. But as we load in here toward cell block, the rotation is in an Era currently with control right now.
They definitely are. Like you said, there's so much here to prove, but the 3-man hit destroyed the setup from the back, and now it's going to be control of this hill in favor of Allegiance. You see the MV4 inside the hill. This is where they're going to get the most kills and basically make the most impact on this hill, is watching that wall run side. Now Nova's going to be the final player to just pick up all this time. You see the rotations coming in early from the side of Era, trying to get this graveyard hill locked down. No big lead at all necessarily, and now we're looking over to the bottom of the map. You see Spooth coming around on the flank, so look for a pinch here to come from the side of ALG.
Indeed it is, and Holler not really having the best start you could ask for, currently sitting at 0-4. And if I know anything about Holler, I've actually been commentating over him for quite a bit of time, actually even since the beginning of Advanced Warfare, and he's always been kind of a guy who I've really looked up to as far as like a young kind of amateur player now, kind of obviously proving himself to be a top semi-pro in the Call of Duty scene, but obviously not having the greatest of games at the moment. He is a very talented AR and is going to constantly have the MV4 and K-Bar combination, so once he starts to go up, that's when I feel like we're going to see Era have quite a bit of success, but a 1-5 start, a 1-4, one for Beezy, who is an incredibly talented slayer in his own regard as he's starting to kind of light things up. I think once Era can kind of get those guys going, whether hopefully it's soon, I think that's when we can start to see them rebound.
We definitely can. Holler's going to now be the lone player inside of the hill. He's going to be joined by Bound there, sitting over by Bulldozer. Going to see the 3-man hit. It looks like player 3, which is going to be Mayhem, running through that middle of the map. Might try to get something going down here, but the push is going to come in, and it is going to be halted by the side of Era. But for now, Spoof jumps in. They're going to be able to clean up those kills, and the rest of the time in Graveyard is going to be going towards the side of ALG. Rotations are coming in, and it looks like they have a pretty good setup for this one, but so far from what we've seen from ALG, they're constantly doing 3-man hits to try to take out those anchors, and you see the arrows right there, 4, 3, and 2, pushing directly back in that helipad to get control.
Yeah, and point number 2 is definitely going to be a little bit of a problem. A little bit of an awkward spot there in some cases, but Era has made the rotation yet again, and thankfully, due to the fact that they've been rotating early, they've been at least getting a few seconds here and there, and it looks like they might actually even get close to tying this game up. A little bit of a pinch coming in from the side of ALG, and they are going to break the hard point, at least for right now. Allegiance starting to pile on a few more points. The side of Era is now going to be left on the back foot to try and retake this.
And the Scarab is going to try to come in just to try to spot check, see where these players are. He's going to spot Bound over in that back helipad side. The nice kill trade coming in there. Spoof does take out Stamino. One more player to worry about by security, and he does fall as well. So excellent hold coming from the side of ALG as they start to pull away just a little bit in this one. But still lots of game time left to try to make something happen for that comeback for Era to come into play here. 8 seconds left at Commissary before we begin the fresh set of rotations over in Top Hut.
And you see a General, a.k.a. Believe, actually doing pretty well up to this point. Currently on his 7th spree, doing a fantastic job right now for his squad. Currently sitting at 11-4, but just below him is actually Spoof, who's sitting at 10-4. And now one thing to be kind of looking out throughout this match is that I know I've talked about players being our previous teammates and somewhat, excuse me, but actually 2 players to be looking at are Spoof from Allegiance and BZ from Era. These guys actually used the team under Lethal Gaming toward the end of Black Ops 3 and also toward the start of Infinite Warfare, played alongside of both Juju and Hate for a time. And I think Mayhem was actually one who ended up filling in later for that roster. But there was actually a major reason when BZ ended up leaving, because he was the most talented Slayer for this roster, and it was always believed that Spoof was kind of the factor who kind of didn't really progress them any further. So it's obviously been interesting to see how these players, you know, in different ways have kind of progressed themselves. And BZ obviously having not the greatest of games, but it seems that over time, Spoof has really been improving. I've seen him at a number of different MLG events so far and throughout the Infinite Warfare season where he's absolutely started to go off, and you can obviously see he's continuing that performance here.
And Holler, I don't know, just from kind of looking at him, he's setting at 1-13, he has that MV4, but he's finding himself in positions where you usually set your ERAD or your K-Bar player. He's sitting inside of that shower area majority of the time with the MV4. It's not going to work out. You're going to lose every single engagement from that close. You need to play your range like where he is at now, but it's too late to do that. I mean, the hill's already rotated over to cell block, and first players there are going to be from the side of Allegiance. He spots one, so now he finally takes out, I believe that is going to be Believe. And just like we said, just to keep you guys in the loop, General is actually Believe, just under a different name just for this one. So Holler pushing towards the back garage, he's going to be taken out as well. But so far, really what it's just been, there's been no sort of a real strategy, right? It's just been Allegiance outslaying, and you can just kind of thank Holler and BZ for not having the greatest performances so far.
And these are the 2 guys who I was expecting to probably go off for this roster, and that's very surprising to see Holler currently sitting at 2-14. I mean, at this point, if you're the guys in Era, it's just like, Holler, just get some confidence kills, man. You got to get something going because we're down by well over 70 seconds, and it's starting to grow even more as they're going to have to nail down a rotation. But when you got someone going 2-14 and BZ, who's currently going double negative, which I don't think I've ever seen out of BZ unless he's playing maybe like an Opti Gaming or something like that, I mean, there's just something that's not working out for them, and I hope that they can rebound when it comes into the search and destroy, because this is looking to end pretty quick if Allegiance has any way with it.
Stamino and crew are going to be inside. 2 of the players are going to be positioned over by middle map, and you're seeing the strategic pushes coming in from Allegiance. Either a 3 hit or they try to go for a pinch here on this cave side as well. Now Bound and BZ are going to pick up kills, and then now it's going to be a clean force sweep of the players from Allegiance. So now they're going to get a very good hold on this. They have the read on the spawns of where the players from Allegiance are going to be coming. Look for them to try to claw back into this one. The 30 seconds should be going to them unless Allegiance can try to get a quick break here. The Scarab is going to be going out as the leading charge. He's going to be able to find Mayhem there. But now you're starting to see Era come to life as the kill feed is just lining up, and Holler is starting to pick it up. The guy who started off 1-11 is now 7-14 on a 5-kill streak.
Yeah, nice job there from Holler to definitely kind of pick things up. Now what his goal is to do is to try to go and back up actually toward this back helipad, because this is exactly the issue that they had last time, was not holding down that back helipad control for this next hill. And of course, those spawns are going to play very, very important. He ends up getting dropped 2 fall in that particular case, and here come a few of the streaks. That's going to end potentially that rotation pretty quick, but it looks like a few Era players just trying to stay up for as long as possible. But it's actually going to be Believe coming from above, ending that one pretty quick. So what seemed like a good hold from Era has been a rotation 1 there for the side of ALG.
You see right now, Allegiance has everything they want. They have that set up. They're forcing the players to try to push in showers, but now you're going to see the play call for the players from Era to start pushing through the middle map. The opening break is going to come in from Holler. He takes out Believe, but Mayhem is going to be able to get the kill trade there. Now Spoof and Mayhem trying to work side by side to get the break on this one, but it is going to be Allegiance coming out on top in that gunfights, and just like that, they have surpassed the 200-point mark with 20 seconds left here on Commissary. They're going to get the rest of this time, but if you're on the side of Era, this is where you start panicking. You do not want to give them that much time when they've been dominating this first hill throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah, and you've really got to kind of question in some cases how close they would be had, you said Holler and Beasy had better starts. I mean, Beasy still hasn't really improved too much. I mean, currently sitting at -4, Holler sitting at -7. Only player who's actually at least semi-positive is going to be Bound, who's just sitting even at 15 and 15 right now. So, I mean, with that, you can't really expect too much out of the side from Era, but maybe just a slow start.
See, it's going to come down to this. They could win off this hill. Allegiance, they could. But the question is, are they going to? Stamino is going to be able to get a nice break there, picking up the 2-piece on the bottom, but it's not going to do much. Now his teammates are in position. That's where you need Holler to really go off with the MV4. He's in that power position. Now they need to make sure to not get too aggressive and to try to overextend. That's where you see player 8, Stamino. He's going to be in the back blocking off those spawns, but Spoof is trying to come around for the pinch. This is going to be crucial to break this up if he takes out that player who's going to be positioned up in top laundry, has the active camo, gets away with his life, and with 20 seconds, it looks like he's focusing on getting the spawns for his team, but this is going to be a huge gunfight going down right here. The Flechette come in, and it's going to be Stamino coming out on top of that one.
Yeah, big win there from Stamino. Of course, previous player for, I believe, Extrovert back in Infinite Warfare a few months ago. Actually played alongside guys like Invader as well. So this has been a guy who I've been actually watching quite a bit throughout online scrims and just kind of hearing his name be brought up through the competitive scene. And he's obviously showing why his name deserves to be brought up in those conversations. Cell block, in some cases, what could be considered the money hill for this particular hardpoint. And Era is going to be in control of this one. They are going to need really just about a full hold if they want to at least try and bring this one back, but ALG starting to rush forward. Stamino still toward the back, currently sitting on a 2-spree. That one will end pretty quick as it looks like ALG might have taken this one over. Player number 7, Bound, has got to get in here fast before Allegiance gets that remaining 30 seconds. Kills starting to happen. Now Beasy realizing that he has got to get forward, but he has no teammate support. He has nobody with him. Looks like a few team kills coming in there, unfortunately, if you are the side of Era, but ALG getting closer and closer. Era starting to feel the pressure as they've got to get in here quick, Dirk, because this one is looking to be out of hand already.
Yep, final 10 seconds are going to be coming around the corner. Now this is the point where you just need to flood. Stamino burns that FTL. He's going to use it to go into lower wall run, and all you need to do right now is contest if you're on the side of Era. But Stamino goes in, gets a nice 2-piece. The remaining scrap time is going to be going to them, but all that the side of Allegiance needs is just that final 10 seconds here, and it's so hard to break this hill as well. Mayhem's going to do his job, slaying out inside of that medical bay. There's going to be another 3 players pushing him. They're going to be able to pick up that one, and the camo is going to come into, no, the reactive armor, I apologize, is going to come into play, and just like that, 250 to 165 is going to be the final score. Allegiant taking map 1.
I gotta say, I'm not necessarily surprised that we've seen Allegiance victory, but by that margin, I would not expect that by any means. I mean, like I said, we ended up seeing a pretty slow start from both Holler and Beasy in some cases, so I would consider those guys to be major slayers, when it comes down to the opposition side. So, I don't know, maybe it's just a slow start for Era, but I mean, if you're Allegiance, you got to be feeling confident. And at least I've seen some Twitter videos of Spoof so far at this tournament. He's getting hype. I know he's letting Beasy know that, hey, maybe you shouldn't have left my team. I'm pretty good, man. I'm pretty good.
It would have been, I think 100% if we saw the slaying from Holler and Beasy coming into that one, it would have been a completely different game. I mean, it was close as it was. I mean, it wasn't a complete blowout. But if you just had them picking up those little extra kills, I mean, like you said, we saw Beasy very, very slow starting to pick it up. Holler improved greatly. Like we said, he started off the game 1 and 11. He was able to pick it up there as well. So what you guys are going to see on your screen now is the maps that we're going to be playing in this best of 5. We just saw Breakout Hardpoint, which was won by Allegiance, 250 to 165. I mean, it's all credit towards Allegiance as well. They were able to make Holler just pay for, what do you want to call it, getting himself into those bad positions with that MV4. I mean, if we go back and look at that, a majority of his deaths to start off that game came from when he was in loading as well as in showers. You can't be doing that if you're the MV4 player. You need to be either in top hut or you need to be playing up in security or in laundry as well. You can't just go in there and slay with him. It's not going to happen when the team has K-bars and E-Reds.
And, well, we do have to give credit to, have to kind of point out the guys from Era having a little bit of issues. I mean, the reason for those issues was the guys on Allegiance. I mean, I think it was Believe who ends up going 28 and 15 in that first map. I mean, nearly double positive in some cases. So, I mean, while we also have to give credit and say, you know what, I mean, we have to kind of point out the guys on Era and say, you know what, you guys struggled, but there was a reason for those struggles, and that was due to the fact of the just immediate slaying out from the side of Allegiance. And like we said, a lot of guys have played in the past. I mean, this Allegiance roster has been under STBX as well, so there's a lot of constant chemistry, communication that's definitely going into a lot of these matches, and I'm curious to see how that works out when it comes down to this next Search and Destroy.
Throwback Search and Destroy, like we said, these are teams that come for the open bracket. We don't see much of them unless we're really watching them at home, watching the scrims as well. Players who we'd say classify them as like semi-pros in a sense. They're guys who have been around, especially last year as well. Beasy is a player who kind of gets highlighted for me on Lethal.
Oh, absolutely.
Who kind of made a name for himself with the whole ban and protect and everything that Lethal game used to do to throw that kind of the cog into the machine there to shut it down.
Yeah, but man, Juju, I don't know, man. He had some interesting strategies. I mean, it kind of worked out, I guess.
It worked out very well. Every time you can, let's ban out quick draw or stock or something like that. But anyway, in this one, Search and Destroy is such a toss-up between these two teams as well. We know a lot of the teams that started from the amateur level and started to rise up, they all started in Search and Destroy in some way, shape, or form, whether it's playing tournaments, anything like that, just playing ladder matches as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one does play. Judging from that first game, it looked like Allegiance was the more aggressive team, and Throwback, we know that can benefit you greatly with that middle map control and sending those players out for that initial push. I don't think we're going to see a slow Search and Destroy. I think this is going to be sort of like a run and gun, not really slow pace. Those players sending 2 up mid-map with E-Rads or K-Bars, whatever you do choose. And it's going to be interesting to see the Sniper too. I believe I've seen BZ pull it out last year. I'm not sure as much this year. Like we said, sniping isn't the greatest in this. Not many people like to go to the snipers and like to the formal, the Claysters, Arcities, or something like that as well. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see how the Search and Destroy plays out. Yeah, for sure. And like we said, since a lot of these guys have teamed in the past, you got to imagine they probably have some similar strategies. So maybe we might see in the first few runs maybe some slower gameplay, then see kind of things elevate, or maybe we see pretty aggressive plays at the start, then we see players kind of start to digress. But I expect to see a pretty consistent Search and Destroy when it comes into this map number 2. Like I said, due to teaming in the past, I mean, like I said, these guys, like I think every combination of this roster has in some cases been on a team in some cases. So, I mean, with that, you got to expect a lot of previous knowledge, maybe even some plays where someone kind of hangs back and you were curious as to why he's hanging back, and just he knows that the opposition player likes to push this angle or vice versa. So, yeah, it's just, I think one of the biggest things after that, it just kind of set the tone, is just going to be how is BZ and Holler going to play. Yeah. Because you cannot have them starting slow, especially in a Search and Destroy. Oh, no, not at all. With a map like this where A is the heavily hit site, you're going to need Holler to be on point with that MV4. That's going to be one of my biggest highlights for that, is how is that battle going to go down? Is there going to be a sniper brought up from either side to try to shut down the MV4 players going to be playing in the Lemon or on that Diner side as well? And then as well as BZ, we need to see him step it up. These guys, this is for a pull play spot. I don't know if they know it, but everybody needs to be playing at that consistent level. You can't have anybody slacking. Everything needs to be clicking on all cylinders. And I've never been good enough to play Call of Duty or even get in the open bracket, but I'd imagine if you're getting to this point in the open bracket, I mean, you're literally at the point where there's one match and you're in pools, that you do not want to have a slow performance when it comes down to that. So map number 2, loading up. Allegiance taking map number 1, Era. You need to fire back before things start to get out of hand. We're going to look through the eyes of Holler off the start, the man who definitely needs to show up for the side of Era. Him and BZ having slow performances in that map number 1. We'll see how things start to turn around for them. We're seeing the middle pushes come in now. 3 players going to be positioned there. That's 1, 2, and 3. Number 4 is going to be playing in the back. That's going to be Nova. Now you see the push coming from Mayhem. He's going to be able to spot one. The sniper was in the hands of BZ, and he's going to be able to pick up a 2-piece there. So just like that, 3 players fall for the side of Era. Now Stamino going to be left last alive. And just like that, a quick, clean sweep from the side of Allegiance. Yeah, and like you said, I mean, I know we always talk about constantly how these players know a general idea as to where they're going to be most of the time, but you see Nova at the very end cleaning things up with the EMC. Not normally going to see too many kills with that particular weapon, but either way, he's able to pistol whip and give us a nice little final kill cam there. So with that, Allegiance taking round number 1, and Nova going to be having that longbow out. We'll see what he can potentially try and do with that. He'll be making his way over toward that bike street to try and find that first peak. Looking on top, Lemon spots one player but can't find it. As BZ currently sitting up top, looking through middle map. That should be the first blood granted toward him, and it's exactly what's going to happen. 3 go down immediately. Now Believe wondering what just happened to my teammates. All 4 dropping a great responding round there for the side of Era. We saw the aggressiveness coming from this side from the time of Era. BZ is going to be the player there in your final kill. Something to bring up too, Nova is actually using an attachment on that pistol. He's using the particle amp, which is something you don't really see if people have a pistol. They decide to load up their attachments onto their sniper to make that better, as well as put it on the perks too. But now he's going to be using that pistol with the particle amp, and it's going to increase the damage by quite a bit as well. So that's just something to keep in mind when he gets into those close range engagements. On board with Nova once more to start off this one, see if he can get anything going here with the sniper. He's going to be able to spot one player jumping over Lemon. That is going to be BZ. He's not going to be able to connect, but Mayhem is going to be there to draw that first blood in middle map. A good aggressiveness there out of Mayhem. Of course, NV4 in hand. Not going to see players get too aggressive when it comes down to that weapon, but of course, he's feeling pretty confident. He wants to rush again. He's going to spot 2 players toward that back haze side. Fortunately for him, he will drop, but he's going to obviously give that communication over toward his teammates. I believe that Spoof getting the bomb down there for the side of ALG. It's now left up to Air to try to get this 3 versus 2 retake. Now making it a 2 versus 2. BZ is going to be there to shut down Nova. Spoof, after getting that bomb down, is now going to be left in a position to clutch. Finds one. Previous teammates now in a 1 versus 1. Spoof versus BZ. It's a lethal reunion. We'll see you can obviously walk away with this one. Lethal tries to back around, but no, BZ is going to be there for the clutch kill. He's going to salute him and say, "What's up, pal? Nice to see you again." But here comes the defuse as Era going to get another round on the board. And BZ off to a hot start there, sitting at 4-1 on a 2-kill spree as well. Has that scare when he's now going to be 225 off that Trinity Rock, and I believe he's making very good progress towards that Centurion as well as we head into round number 4. Nice little 1v1 action there. And if you guys are just now tuning in, this is a match to see which team from the open bracket does make it into pool play. We currently have Era Gaming going up against Allegiance. Right now, 1-0 series lead in favor of Allegiance. Not looking too hot in the Search and Destroy, but it's still early. They're only down by 1 round as well, but the big gunfight's going down straight through mid. Believe takes out Stamino, and Bound takes out Believe, and Holler picks up a kill of his own as well. So now man advantage going in favor of Era. Now Nova is going to be left last alive in a 1 versus 3.
This is not going to be an easy spot for Nova to be in, but we've also seen him do some damage with that sniper rifle early on the MV4. Definitely kind of act as a long-range weapon, of course. Unfortunately, take some fall damage from that, and he should be taken out there. Yes, he will. So back-to-back rounds there for the side of Era. Pretty solid overall, and I think ever since we've seen BZ, and obviously you can see Holler here, the guys who struggled in that first map start to pick things up. That's when Era starts to see success. So I think if we can start to see them have better performances, getting those final kills, and even see BZ constantly getting involved in that kill feed, that's when we start to see the Era. That's when we start to see the guys on Era that we expect to turn up do, and that's when they start to see success.
On the offensive is going to be Allegiance now. Let's see if they can turn things around. Spoof is going to be your bomb carrier, currently sitting at 1-4, 1 plant to his name. Going to see a 4-man split, 2 going over towards his left side, 1 looking at the underpass, and then 1 over by blue. That is going to be Believe. The flechette grenade is going to go towards that middle map, but so far they're not going to be able to get anything. You see the arrows from the side of Era just slowly starting to back up, going to that back barn area. Currently 3 of them stacked. Can see through the x-rays, see where the players' positionings are through those walls as well. But now gunfights are going to be going down on that A site, and a first blood is going to go to Nova, but he's immediately traded out. Now Mayhem takes out the Scarab there. It's going to be a couple players pushing him from behind too. You see everybody kind of split across the map. The 2 over here by A for the side of Era. Let's see how they're going to play this one. Did he spot Holler?
I don't think he does, because he's just right behind that picket fence, and actually going to see his teammate drop just right there. Mayhem thinks he's actually still behind this fence, but little does he know he's actually down in the corner by the stairs. Can he spot him is the question to be asking right now. Stamino doing everything he can to try and stay alive, waiting for some teammate support, and Mayhem, you just need to get inside a bowling, my friend. Spoof was actually able to sneak through mid-map during a few of those engagements and is actually able to find at least 1 kill. As Mayhem falls, it's now going to be left all up to Spoof in a 1 versus 2 situation. And BZ drops. Not a whole lot of time for Spoof. You're actually going to see him find a kill and immediately try to switch over to the opposite side. He has no idea that the other player is going to be there. And Era yet again win another round. I like that play from Spoof to try and find that kill and immediately go over to the opposite side to make the to try and bait Stamino over, most likely. But just overall good communication there from Stamino to kind of separate themselves throughout the map. And Era continuing in this search and destroy now at 4-1.
And that bridge is such a good spot to be in Search and Destroy. You're going to have views of the middle map as well as the left and right side through green and ticket. So nice little play there, winning that 1 versus 1. Now it's currently 4-1 in favor of Era. Now they are on the attacking side. It looks like we're going to be seeing a B hit here. All 3 players going to be over towards that A site while 1 is sitting through that mid-tunnel, and Mayhem might have spotted the cross, but I don't believe he did. You see some players making some noise over towards that A site to take the aggro over, but now you're going to see 3 arrows from the side of Allegiance start to push towards his back barn area.
They do. The rush comes in. We'll see how ALG tries to retake this one, especially with the man count advantage. Now 2-man count advantage as BZ and Bound are going to be left all by themselves. Of course, Bomb is down. Some time to work with. Nice kill coming in there from Bound through Silo. Tosses a nade out. Trying to work on that wall run. Tries to find another one, but no. BZ's now going to be left all by himself. 1 versus 3, and he's all alone inside of blue. If you can try to pick these players off 1 by 1, this could actually work out very well for him. He's maybe going to find another, but no, it's not going to happen. Allegiance will be there yet again for the defuse. And one thing that I want to point out at the beginning of that round really quick, Dirk, was that Holler was actually sitting in that top train area. And I feel like the angle that he was watching wasn't really great for his team because they make an offside hit. Had he been watching underpass to call that one out, they definitely could have got the bomb down a little bit quicker. And had he found that kill, he could have at least traded to make it a 3 versus 3. So in my opinion, whenever they do make an offside hit like that where Holler's position is, he needs to make sure that he's watching a potential flank angle that could have definitely granted his team the round. So
see Allegiance get another round on the board there. BZ found himself in a very, very sticky situation there where the bomb was planted for him, but they still had 2 players alive. So now it's going to be Allegiance going on the offensive. We're on board with Spoof. Getting right and down and dirty inside this middle map area. Is going to be joined by Mayhem as well in that middle map. 3 players going to be positioned on that backside of A. It's going to be 6, 5, and 7. And then you're going to have player number 8. That's going to be Stamino sitting right at A, but Holler is going to be able to draw first blood there. So a guy that we said started off very slow in that hard point, picking up here in Search and Destroy.
That's exactly what you want if you're an Era fan. Spoof already dropping a player who was very influential when it came to the first Hardpoint. Another kill there coming in from Holler. Nice jump up there with the NV4. 2 versus 4 is now ALG are going to be on the back foot. Mayhem spots one inside a barn, decides to go and back up and regroup with his teammate. This is not going to be an easy round for them to clutch, but if so, they can definitely grant them a lot of momentum right now, Dirk. But Bound finds one. He'll find 2 as well, and that's going to be the side of Era up 5 rounds to 2.
See, I like the idea there. It was sort of on the side of Allegiance. They just kind of said, hey, let's push over to Allegiance. Yeah, Allegiance. It was just, hey, we have 2 guys. Let's try to play for those trades. They went around the backside trying to isolate the one player over by B because they saw him at Barn. But it was just Bound with the nice shots there. There's no other really way to put it. Winning that 1 versus 2 as well. They weren't successfully able to get that trade. So an excellent round played. Now just 1 round away from tying up this series. We're staying on board with Bound, the man who's hot off that 1 versus 2. See what he's going to do here. Bomb immediately going down, but you see the 3-man hit straight through middle from the side of Allegiance. It's going to be Spoof and Believe working back-to-back. Spoof does get taken out. First blood going towards Era.
Indeed, looks like a lot of headshots going down in the kill feed at the moment. A few players starting to drop. Bound actually trying to hold the angle before I can even utter the words. Era is going to close out this map number 2 in pretty dominant fashion. A complete turnaround from map number 1, but they do respond in a great way, as you're going to see Bound in the final kill cam picking up the final one. As now Era respond back exactly the way that I think that they need to if they're going to try to win this next uplink.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, tied up 1-1 now. And like we said, there's a lot to play for here. This is for a spot in pool play. So if you do lose your head down to that loser's bracket where things are going to get a little tough for you,
yeah,
just to say the least. I mean, I think there was like an interesting statistic that there's teams that were in the relegation who there's only a couple still left in like the winners, but the rest are down in the losers already.
Yeah.
I know the Era Eternity team is down there too, which is a team I thought was going to do very, very well this weekend, but it's something they've been struggling with. But guys, when we come back, we are going to have game number 3 between Era and Allegiance. This is all on the line for a pool play spot. Don't go anywhere.
Or 2 minutes. Is it 62? Is it 62? Jeff. Hello, welcome back to the CWL Anaheim Open presented by the PlayStation 4. Bring brought to you by Dirk and London Mondo Santa Monica City. Jimmy Brooke Diaz Ruiz. Is it Jimmy Diaz Brooke Ruiz or is it Ben? Let's say Jimmy Brooke Ruiz. Jimmy. Welcome back, everyone, to the CWL Anaheim Open presented by the PlayStation 4. Myself, Lando, as well as Dirk, bringing you guys the action. We're currently in the midst of an open bracket winners round 5 matchup between Era as well as the side of Allegiance. Winner of this game is guaranteed a spot in pool play. And Dirk, we are level at 1-1. I'm not going to point this out already, but I think we potentially do have a Game 5 in our midst. Not just because of the typical caster Game 5 thing, but I actually think that these two teams match up very well when it comes down to Uplink, which is actually going to be on Precinct. I've actually seen a few of these rosters play different combinations in the past on this map, and they seem to play pretty well. So I don't know about you, but I'm thinking that as time does go on, I obviously want to see how this Uplink plays out, but that we could see a potential map 5 to guarantee a pool play.
Should I make the Benson prediction?
What's that?
Game 5, round 11.
There you go.
That's what I'm like. Game 5, round 11.
As commentators, we always love to see a Game 5, round 11 just because of how exciting and how hype it gets. But realistically, I think this actually does potentially have a Game 5.
We love our job. We
do.
want to cast. We want to sit here, and it would just make it a lot more intense as well. But I mean, if you're an Era Allegiance fan, you want your team to just close this out as quick as possible. But we still have the Uplink, and then we're going to have to go to a map number 4. That is where it can be decided as well. It is going to be a Precinct Uplink, like Landon did just say. So you said you've seen these two teams play. Who are you favoring here in this matchup?
I mean, to be honest, I'm definitely looking at the side of Allegiance. That's for sure. I mean, based on that first Hardpoint, we ended up seeing them take that one pretty convincingly. We saw Spoofs have a great performance, and I think we ended up seeing Believe nearly go, like 28 and 15 or something along those lines. So definitely be looking for the side of Allegiance to provide quite a bit of that team chemistry, just previously playing with each other in the past back on STDX and whatnot. But to the side of Era, major players be looking out for Holler and Beezy. Be looking at those guys to go off, and based on their performance is how I expect to see Era do.
Yeah, definitely. So we're here to start this one up. Map number 3 in this best of 5 to see who does go into pool play. Drone is immediately going to be in control on the side of Era. Bound is going to be the player with that in hand. There's going to be one player to try to contest over here by Gas. The beatdown trying to come in, but that player is still staying alive. Jumping through the Cherry Blossom, but now he's going to throw that drone down. It's going to bounce off the map and be reset there as well. But look at Era. They've just been lining up the kill feed to start off this one, making sure that none of the players from Allegiance have been in any sort of position to try to get a stop going. So let's see here, they're favoring this Gas rotation. It's something that I've really liked over the course of Infinite Warfare, right? Usually teams never push that Gas side and try to run it up street. They always try to take it and take it. But as the game has progressed, all you see teams now is just start to wrap through in that middle street, try to at least get a 1-point toss off.
Yeah, that middle street, of course, in that corner near statues, we're going to see quite a bit of the gunfights do go down at the side of Allegiance. Definitely going to be trying to push out this current angle where Bound is sitting at. We'll see how, obviously, things do progress. Pretty aggressive gameplay toward the start of this first minute of our first half of some Uplink. Drone currently going to be sitting in Believe's hands. Quickly tosses that one out, and Bound is ready to actually pick that one up potentially right around the corner. But no, he'll end up dropping. Nice 2 combination there from both Nova and Believe. Kind of a duo ship. These guys have been playing with each other for quite a bit of time. On past rosters, been kind of sticking together, and you can obviously see they've seen quite a bit of success here with this ALG lineup. But 3 start to come through for the side of Air, making their way through Statue. Bound's got it through the back. This could be a potential first scoring opportunity for this game.
Yeah, and you see he's trying to get the little juke out there with how, like, the little, what do I call it? When it tells you where the drone is, that little reset of where it shows the positioning, he tries to wrap through to that middle part to try to throw a curveball at the other team to make them go that way. So it's starting like a little juke play there. Obviously, it didn't work out. It was a nice defensive hold coming from the side of ALG, and you can thank Believe for picking up that 2-piece. But if you do see players maybe try to make that play running one way and then going back the other, it's all just to try to juke out the enemy team. You see sometimes they actually go through with it and it throws off the other team, or they do something like you just saw Era do right there, but still scoreless here as we did just pass the 3-minute mark in this game. We see no team has been in any real position to try to get a score off here, but now it's going to be Era on the attack, and Holler has the drone.
And not normally going to see Holler with the objective quite a bit unless he's obviously switched up his role on this Era lineup. Quickly passes that one over toward Beezy. Can he get the 1-point toss off? I believe that one was just short, was receiving some team fire, so not the easiest shot to get off, but the first opportunity that a player has really had from the side of Era, and it's not going to be able to make much of it. ALG now on the offensive end, trying to make a defensive play turn into an offensive one. Spoof making some progress forward with that E-Rad. Beezy trying to delay that process from going down. He'll make that one happen. Nice job there from Spoof to continue to at least delay that process, that defensive hold that side of Era had for the time. But like we said, 2-minute warning of this first half, and No points have been on the board. Both these teams playing defense very, very well up to this point, Dirk.
And the last respawn, that Hardpoint, we saw Bound and Stamino playing very well, but now it's Bound sort of slacking back a little bit. I mean, it's still early in the game, so you can't take anything from him, but Beezy and Holler have been stepping up, and that's one of the things that you have to look for as this game does progress. You guys need those two players to go off consistently. Now, Stamino has that drone in his hand as well, trying to go for that 1-point toss. The follow cam is in, and he's going to be able to get that one, so it's going to be Era getting the first points on the board, but Believe is going to be able to get a nice clean sweep of his base, picking up the big 3-piece. That completely opens things up, but they need to worry about this player playing over by statue. That is going to be Beezy.
A nice shot there coming in from Stamino. I mean, that's not the easiest shot to hit by any means, and he makes it look pretty easy. So nice job there to at least get 1 point on the board. Consistent shots there coming in from Beezy toward statue toward mid. Player just going to be on his corner. That is going to be Believe, who shuts him down. So with that, Beezy ends up dropping, and now Bound is left to try and readjust his positioning. Might not be a bad idea, just trying to toss that drone down and try to make some progress elsewhere with his teammate support. Nice kill through middle. That's actually going to delay Allegiance quite a bit. Now, Pinch could actually come into play here, but now Spoof is going to hold strong as we play kind of back and forth in some cases, kind of playing tag at some cases, but still, the side of Era and side of Allegiance playing so consistently. And there's only been 1 point on the board. I mean, this is a map where once you start to get scoring opportunities going, I mean, we could see a 10-plus scoring matchup, and they've been holding pretty consistent. But here comes the toss from Mayhem to try and even things up over the buildings, and he'll be able to make that one go through as well. These are some difficult tosses these guys are hitting, but regardless, we're now level at 1 apiece.
And with the 1-point plays coming in, it just shows how good the defense has been from both sides and how equally they're slaying out each other, right? Stamino going to try to go for that 1-point toss over the building, but he's not going to be able to connect. Now Bound is going to try to come in to get that drone and rally it through. He's going to toss it up for the 1, and it is going to drop. It looked like it might have just been a little short, but with the final 13 seconds here left in the game, it looks like Era should have the 1-point lead going into the second half. But like we said, nobody's been in any sort of position to try to get a 2. I think the closest that we've seen was actually from Spoof there, but now the pass is going to come in. He's going to go for the 1-point toss there, and is it going to drop? No, that one is going to fall short.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate misplay there from ALG at the end. Tries to get that pass, but it ends up hitting that wall, so after that player rounding the corner there. So kind of a misplay there from the side of ALG, but nearly is able to get the scoring opportunity off. Regardless, it will be Arrow with a 1-point advantage after the first 5 minutes. Of course, we're going to reset sides, reset spawns, and reset portals. As we'll see how the next 5 minutes does play out. We talked about Arrow coming with that 1-point lead, and Holler and Beezy doing some big things right now. We also seen Bound do quite a bit of damage as well. While he isn't leading in kills for his team, he's definitely been clearing out the drone and doing a lot for his squad. It doesn't always pop up on the scoreboard, but speaking of scoreboard, ALG might be adding on to that one. Mayhem coming from the skies, tries to toss that 1 point in, and nice passive play there. Of course, realizes he can maybe get the dunk, but wants to guarantee the scoring opportunity. That's exactly what happens. ALG and Era now level at 2.
We're on board with Believe right now, getting behind the enemy lines, but the drone is going to be pulled. Stamino is going to have that in hand. It's going to be 2 players left to try to contest. The 1-point toss is going up, and it is going to drop up the nice bank shot off the top of the buildings to make that 3-2. Just a neck-and-neck game so far. Nobody been in any such position to try to get the 2-point plays off. We've been saying it the entire game, but you have to give credit to both teams. Look at the slaying department. Everything's just basically equal. You have 3 players who aren't absolutely going off, but you have the 1 player falling behind. That's going to be Mayhem on Allegiance, but he's not even slaying that bad. But now 4 down are going to be for Era. Now Spoof and crew are trying to get through, and we're going to see our first dunk of the game. And just like that, it gives Allegiance the 1-point lead.
A nice job there from ALG. Good communication as well to get that drone tossed forward through that middle street. And of course, it does work out for them. I know I've talked about it constantly throughout this match, but in respawns and even really in Uplink as well, it's a kind of a combination of both Hardpoint and Search and Destroy as far as the slaying and the communication that you do need. And due to the fact of a lot of these players previously teaming together, the entire Allegiance team being under the name of STDX in the past, you've got to imagine they have quite a bit of communication. But Era trying to disrupt that communication right now as they're going to fire in a 2-point play. Nice pass there from Beezy over toward Bound. I'm actually curious to see as the match does go on and how the progression of those payloads are going. Your active camo, your overdrive player is going to be very, very influential. They need to make sure to keep up this line because if not, not actually having those payloads would play huge into who is going to win in this map number 3.
You're seeing Bound. He's getting closer, about a quarter of a way towards the active camo. Beezy is going to have that overdrive ready to go. So maybe look for the side of Era to get that drone into his hands and pop that overdrive to try to at least just get a 1-point play off. I mean, such a neck-and-neck game like this, you just kind of want to settle for 1 unless the 2 is open. But now Bound is going to go for the dunk. This is surely going to put him so close to the active camo. Gets him the plus 200, making more progress towards that. So expect him to get maybe like 3 or 4 more kills before the active camo finally comes in, but now BZ has that drone in hand. He tosses it out to Statue, gets a nice read of the player that's pushing through construction, and the nice shots are going to be coming in there from Mayhem. But now the fight's going to be going down here at Statue. 3-point game separating these two teams.
A lot of major 1v1s going down at the moment. As you said, we do load in some of our payloads throughout the match. Spoof, big player to be watching out for the side of Allegiance. So they want to bring this one back. Can almost be guaranteed a 2-point play if the active camo is used correctly. I believe on the other side, on the same side, Overdrive in his hand. Does he tend to try to use this one once he has some teammate support? Once they can maybe round this quarter, maybe if they can at least find 2 or 3 kills. Let's see the Overdrive beat pop, spotting one to the corner. That's going to be Holler. Actually rocks the Overdrive now. He wants to run past all these players and nearly is able to get the 1-point toss off, but no, it's not going to be there. The Overdrive, in some cases, gets wasted from the side of ALG, and now Era have an opportunity to make a play on that misplay.
That was a desperation play, 100%. He popped the Overdrive, went straight through Tarp, had no teammate support that were behind him at Statue, but the players from Statue aren't going to be able to look on the other side of Tarp. So a wasted Overdrive there for Allegiance. I mean, I don't get why. They still have 1:25 to go, but now it's going to be Era in complete control here. The drone is going to be in the hands of Steamo before he does drop, but now BZ is going to rock that Overdrive. Should be able to get around the corner in time, but no, the nice shots come in there from Mayhem, and he shuts him down once more. But now the defensive hold comes in from the side of Allegiance. They have 1 minute and 10 seconds left to try to make something happen. It's going to be Mayhem. He has that FTL jump. We've seen the nifty plays that have been able to come out with that, but he's going to toss that one over to Nova.
And Bound really should have found that kill in some cases. He ends up turning around thinking he already killed the player, and now that's going to leave the side of Allegiance with a potential scoring opportunity in their mid. Spoof coming from behind. Can he shut down these players? Kills Holler, but it's not going to be there. BZ needing to make a play. He's going to pass that one off to his teammate Stamino. What payload do you have, my friend? You have FTL jump. Let's give that one over to Bound. He has the active camo. But they've got to get the drone forward. They're still in their base right now. They've got to get forward. They need to have the slaying get done, but Mayhem finds Stamino. Spoof finds BZ. And now Bound is left all in his spawn by himself, and Nova is here. The active camo gets rocked just to try and stay alive. And somehow Bound is still up at this time. He has to get the drone down. Bound, you have to get a scoring opportunity forward, my friend. Nobody is going to be there for the pass, and Air due to staying in their base, that could have just sealed the game.
Yeah, and there's still 14 seconds to work with. Spoof does have the active camo, but by the time this play does finally go in, it's probably going to be too little, too late. The jump is going to come in. You see the body block try to come, but 5 seconds left. This one is all but over. In a nail biter, it's going to be Era coming out on top just by 1 point.
Wow. That is absolutely incredible plays there at the end from Bound, just being able to stay alive and just trying to stay with that drone. I was calling out that he needs to try to move the drone forward, but just because he can't get that close to his portal whenever he has enemies coming at him in that particular rate. So still, massive plays are coming in at the end from Era. They're able to narrowly hold on, but we talk about major players, both BZ and Holler doing well for their squad in that respawn, and I think definitely doing a lot to kind of guarantee and solidify that victory.
I think it would have been a complete game changer too with the Overdrive from the side of Allegiance, that just kind of like premature Overdrive going straight through the Tarp area. Realistically, what are you going to get off there? If you know a player's probably going to be around there holding that choke point as well. Not a smart Overdrive player, and as we know, that can be a complete game changer. But also the active camo play there at the very end by Bound, not using it offensively but defensively, that was so nice. He popped at the perfect time and somehow stayed alive as well. But you're going to see how we got to this point right here. Starting at the very beginning, it's going to be Breakout Hardpoint. That was 250 to 165 in favor of Allegiance. And Throwback Search and Destroy, which was going to be 6-2 in favor of Era. And then map number 3, the one you guys just saw, went in favor of Era, and the final score was 7-6, an all-around close game. But now we are heading over to Scorch.
Now, Scorch is going to be a hard one to predict, I feel like. Like I said, I was favoring ALG when it came down to the uplink. Of course, kind of comes down to the end. We obviously see the first hardpoint, how that one kind of went. How does this next hardpoint go? The last respawn was close. The earlier hardpoint wasn't. This Scorch hardpoint plays a little bit different. You're going to see quite a bit of ERADs, very fast play. Those rotations over toward Turbine are going to be very, very important, as well as over toward Hangar, so be looking at those to kind of play big. And we didn't see Holler have the greatest performance when it came down to Breakout. An MV4 on Breakout, there isn't usually a problem that you're going to have with that. An MV4 on Scorch, not going to be the best weapon to have. So if he doesn't transfer over that K-Bar well, this could definitely be an opportunity where we see LG force in map 5.
Yeah, I definitely think, like you just brought up, the MV4 on this map, if Holler is going to get himself into those weird positions like he did on Breakout, it's not going to go very good for them. So that's going to be something that we have to look out for. How's it going to go? Are they going to decide to pull out the K-bars? You maybe even pull out an E-Rad as well. I mean, we've seen the versatility of players in Infinite Warfare who have been able to go from that MV4 to the K-bar to the E-Rad. They just pull out wherever they really need to. And on Scorch, I definitely think it's a map that's very, very E-Rad heavy.
Oh, absolutely.
MV4s really have no place unless you're Octane. I think he's like one of the only players that we've seen use it. Even
That's fair to
Formo on
say
that
for
map,
sure, yeah.
he uses that K-bar on that as well. So maybe look for the switch from Holler to come in. I definitely think the MV4 needs to be gone just for this one. Bring out a K-bar or the E-Rad like we've just been talking about as well. But I feel like if Holler and BZ, we saw they were getting hurt so bad in that first Hardpoint because they weren't playing well. If they get off to a good start here and just continue that momentum, I have no reason why they shouldn't be able to win this one.
So you're going with Era?
Yep.
Going with Era?
Yeah, but this is only.
No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, man.
If they make those changes like we just brought up, and there's no MV4 play, I take Era 100%.
See, I'm kind of favoring Allegiance. I don't know why. Like, I'm not just trying to be different. I don't know. I just feel like Allegiance, the way that they looked in that first Hardpoint, they kind of outclassed the side of Era. And not that I don't have confidence in Holler. Like I said, I've been watching Holler for a very long time. Over the last few years, even since Advanced Warfare, with the number of different rosters and whatnot, even toward Vanquish, to the end of Advanced Warfare as well. So, like I said, I have a lot of confidence in him. It's just, I don't know, like something about this team or something about this series just isn't, he hasn't really convinced me yet that he can kind of go off when it comes down to a map like Scorch. It plays different. It's very fast-paced. And I've seen, I think, just about every single player on the side of Allegiance rock an E-Rad and do pretty well with it. So, I gotta say, I think I'm going with ALG for this one.
It's like my heart wants Game 5, but my mind sits there and says, Era just needs to close it out here. But anything can happen. Like we said, these are two teams that we haven't really seen them play in these maps before. The only glimpse of what we saw from Hardpoint was going to be on Breakout. And Breakout and Scorch play 100% completely different.
Oh, yeah,
Scorch is one of those closer, tight, contested maps where you're going to have a lot of those close range games where Breakout, you're going to have a little bit more range to go as well. You guys are getting a little map fly overview. You're going to see Turbine there. Yep. That's going to be one of the hills that's going to be very hard to break if you get those early rotations. And you're going to see Skybridge, a position you do not want to rush by any means, because if you have somebody inside of that hangar Hardpoint right there, they're going to be able to hold that one down. But this is win, and if Era takes this one, they will move on to go into pool play. It'll be Allegiance dropping down to the losers bracket. The first initial hill time going to be going to the side of Allegiance.
Now, can we actually switch aboard with Holler really quick? I'm actually curious to see what kind of weapon he has rocking. So he is going to have the MV4 out for at least right now. Not a bad opportunity at least to have it when it comes in the middle map, but we just need to make sure if you are an Era fan or if we're just kind of analyzing throughout the entire map, based on Holler's performance with that MV4, it can definitely play major dividend to how this result does end itself out with. So Allegiance, like you said, on the back foot, definitely are trying to force a Game 5 in Era, trying to close it out here. No more Game 5 search and destroys is what they want to have when it comes down to a map, or to a match, a series of this regard. But of course, rotation on everyone's mind as the last few seconds of bridge start to tick down over toward Turbine. Who currently has the control of that? It is going to be Era, and BZ doesn't really want to force this one out too much. Need to make sure they are watching their right side over toward Medbay. And if they do that, it should be a pretty easy rotation back, and it looks like it is going to be the side of Era. While they are down, they're going to have control over Turbine.
Yeah, BZ started rotating to this hill, I think, at around 35 seconds as well. It just shows the importance of this one, but now they're giving up that whole bottom side. One player is actually watching from that chest-high cover. That's going to be Stamino. He has the E-Rad in hand, just crouching up and down to try to get himself to bait out the opponent. But you're going to see players number 3 and 2. That's going to be Believe and Spoof pushing up at the top factory. They get right by BZ, who's playing inside of a corner. Now this is where everything can fall apart for the side of Era. Let's see if they're going to be able to get the break. Believe gets the first kill. Spoof is now inside of the hill, just trying to stay alive. But the nice two-man push comes in from the side of Era, and they keep control of this hill here. An excellent defensive hold, but now Mayhem has something to say about the setup. He takes out one, but immediately going to be traded out. But Era doing an excellent job of holding this hill, and you already see Bound at the top side of the map already rotating.
Yeah, you see the side of ALG kind of having some issues when it comes down to trying to break that hill overall and kind of rushing one versus one. And actually, this is a great play from Bound right now. Kind of, like I said, hanging in the back, not trying to make his presence known too much. Nice trigger discipline coming in from him, and if he can stay in this power position, he actually grant his team the spawns. Unfortunately, he'll end up dropping, kind of revealing his position, but due to doing that, he's actually going to leave the front wide open, and BZ is going to walk through the door and immediately shut down one. That's going to be on Spoof. Believe in the boys from ALG trying to hold on to this hardpoint right now inside the hangar, and it looks like they are going to do that for the time. But Bound making some very smart plays throughout this map. While it doesn't really grant his team a whole lot of time, at least is a nice distraction process that nearly could have worked out.
And hangar is going to be another one of these hills, sort of like Turbine. It's going to be very, very hard to break, and it's been basically just Allegiance from the start of this hill as well. But now you're going to see BZ sneak in. The pinch is going to come in from the side of Era as well, and they take control for the time being. But Believe is going to get the big opening two-piece, puts himself at a 3-kill streak, but Stamino is going to be able to shut that one down. But still in control of the hill is Allegiance. Look for the rotation start to come over towards Drill now as we approach 15 seconds left in this hangar hill.
It looks like ALG still wants to fight for this time. Kills starting to go down. It looks like it is going to be the side of Era who do walk away with the last few of those seconds, but Stamino and it looks like Bound making their way here over toward that side drill. Stamino currently sitting inside of computers, just waiting for that push to come out, playing pretty passively, waiting for their teammates to come out. Holler, the last one off of that rotation. Nade coming out to try and delay as Allegiance getting some free seconds at the moment, having a whole lot of time to breathe and kind of deal with an idea as Mayhem finds two. Stamino is at least able to find one, but quickly drops, so the three-man push will drop from the side of Era, and Allegiance will continue to have a lot of free seconds. Question being, are they able to watch their flank? They know where the side of Era is coming from, and it looks like they do.
Yeah, it's going to be Bound and Stamino getting those first initial kills to try to get this pinch going forward. It's going to be BZ joined by him. Going to be one player left over towards observation, but an excellent break coming in there. Well, strategic break as well from the side of Era. Score sitting at 91-86. Very close contested game, but you saw it was Allegiance. They got off that slow start. They had the lead in the first hill, but they completely lost it when it came around to Turbine. But they've done an excellent job of holding Hangar and Drill, and if they continue to do this, there's no reason why they shouldn't take this game. But we still have a lot of game time left. We're about to go back to the Bridge Hill to start our fresh rotation of hardpoints, and it is going to be Allegiance with the lead.
Yeah, 104-91 after our first set of rotations. We'll see how things kind of start to iron themselves out. I believe going toward the back, just trying to clear out the base for the side of ALG, but clearly residing inside of the hill is going to be Stamino and Bound for the side of Era. Watching both their angles and actually have a nice cross range kind of being watched, cross angles being held, but Mayhem finds two yet again. Great E-Red play with him up to this point, currently sitting at 12 and 11 on a 3 spree at the time. Has earned a Scarab and also has the FTL jump, and Mayhem doing a fantastic job though with that E-Red so far throughout this entire map, and definitely see him make some future plays that can grant ALG a lot of more time.
Yeah, and something about Mayhem, too. It seems like he's been catching Era off guard with how aggressive he's been playing. He's been getting right up into the enemy face, so sort of like a scump class, if you will, getting right up in the enemy face with that E-Rad in hand, and that's why he's having so much success. Currently sitting at 12 and 12. Did have the Scarab ready to go. He actually popped that, but has the FTL jump as well. So great plays for what we're seeing from Mayhem thus far. But there's always been, it's sort of like a trend in Hardpoint. Now Allegiance Spoof is the player that's slacking in the slaying department. And then you look on the side of Era, they're actually leading in the slaying department, but it has nothing to show for it. They just have not been able to break the setup that Allegiance has been throwing at them. You see Mayhem getting himself on another 3 kill streak. Definitely a player we're going to have to watch throughout the entirety of this match.
Absolutely. Holler starting to line it up a little bit here. Currently sitting at 15-11. We talked about him being a major influence when it comes down to the side of Era, and if they can try to take this map, would you talk about the level of importance when it comes down to this match? Winner of this series is granted a spot inside of Pool Play. Currently sitting at winners round 5. Allegiance trying to at least force that map number 5. Era trying to close it out here. Nice E-Rad play, or excuse me, E-Rad play along with the FTL jump combination there from Stamino. Unfortunately for him, he'll quickly drop, but it was a nice play, nice idea in the end, but it will be Mayhem who wins a big 1v1 gunfight and guarantees his team at least the last 11 seconds.
And now we've seen Holler switch over towards that K-bar as well. So like we said, that's something that you want to see from the side of Era. The MV4 not going to have much of an impact here on Scorch, but now the pinch is ready to come in. It's going to be Spoof and crew trying to work their way from the back. He is joined by Believe. The cluster grenade is going to come in. It's going to get him an assist, and Believe picks up the 2-piece before dropping. Bound is going to be the last player left alive for Era to make any sort of contest here in the Hangar Hill, and just like that, they are going to clean it up. Now Allegiance is going to take full control.
Now Era needs to try and get everyone together, trying to group up and make this push happen, but it looks like those aren't starting to fall. Inside of ALG, doing a great job at kind of setting up camp and delaying every process possible. Players start to come in. It's such a difficult angle to try and come in with those narrow corridors. As Nova finds 2 quickly, and 3 go down for for the side of Era. Holler the last up, and it looks like he's not going to make much progression either. Sides going back out of the hard point. He'll find one through middle. It looks like he's going to try and contest for these last few seconds. It looks like it's not going to work out for him. So in some cases, a nice idea from the side of Era, but kind of 1v1 on gun engagements. And once you don't really have control over Hangar, it's so difficult to get inside because there's only so many angles, and there's such narrow angles as well. If you have a K-bar or even an E-Rat up range, it's very difficult to try to get players off of those head glitches.
And you're going to see the Scarab play coming now to lead the charge. You have 2 players from the side of Allegiance to try to push in. Now it's 4 players down for the side of Era, and just like that, they take control of Drill. The setup is there. They have 2 players pushed out by middle map, and then 1 over by security as well. Things are looking good for Allegiance to try to pull away with this one. They're going to be able to pick up 1 kill. They find another on Holler as well. Bound gets taken out in the middle of the map. BZ, the last player to try to contest to get a pinch in here, but I'm wondering if he was spotted there by Believe, because if he can just play patient here, they should be able to take over this one. Now the pinch is coming into play. Spots the player flying high up in the sky, and just like that, Era takes control.
They do. We'll see what Era can try and produce. This is some much-needed seconds that have to go in their way. If anything, just a contest would do. But ALG now starting to try and make their way forward. But BZ picks up to believe the last person alive in the back, and it looks like Era will be able to shut him down right after that as well. Some big momentum plays coming in from the side of Era, holding down Drill nearly perfect. As we're going to reset back toward middle, Era have got to play better if they want to try and try to close this margin, really. BZ currently sitting inside a hangar, tries to find that one on Mayhem, not going to go his way. Mayhem continuing to go on sprees. When it comes down to that E-Rad and that K-Bar combination, firing some extra shots to make sure that his team has some easy control, as Legions are only about 30 seconds away from at least forcing that game number 5.
And the biggest issue right now, Era has no counter towards Mayhem. They're letting the guy get away with anything that he wants. We've seen him go on multiple 3-6 as well as 2 streaks, and that's huge because those 2 streaks are coming just from 2 pieces coming straight into the hill on those entries as well, but they have not had an answer from him. Stamino's the lone E-Rad player for the side of Era, but he has not been able to compete to what Mayhem has been doing. But Holler, you're seeing pick up a nice 3-piece there to push the enemy line back, but somebody needs to get inside of the hill for the side of Era to pick up the scrap time. 10 seconds away is Allegiance from taking this one. It needs to be a picture-perfect hardpoint played for Era throughout the entirety of this match.
This is going to be very difficult for the side of Era to try and hold on to Turbine, but if you want a hill to do it on, this is the one to do it. We'll see if actually the side of LG can start to rush their way forward. They find 2 of those picks. Bound now trying to rock the active cam. We're just trying to stay alive and delay as long as possible, waiting for his teammates' support. He'll end up dropping, and on the side of Allegiance, only 4 seconds left away from closing this one out, and Era is not going to be there. We are heading to a game number 5.
This is where things start to get very, very interesting. All of this leading up for that pull play spot. That is what the winner will be taking. You see Spoof there in the final kill cam taking out BZ. It just seems like they can't get a whole lot going. BZ slacked in the slaying department. Slacked in the slaying department in that game there. Holler actually picked it up. We saw him brought up the MV4, got off to a very slow start, immediately switched to that K-Bar. But the big reason Allegiance was able to take that one was all because of Mayhem and his E-Rad play.
Yeah, man, Mayhem was constantly getting 2 and 3 pieces in the kill feed. It seemed like it was constantly being a nuisance, for the opposition side of Era. So really couldn't shut him down for the most part. I believe he ends up rocking around 23, 24 kills throughout that hard point. So major credit to him, kind of granting his team a lot of free seconds. Yeah,
they just really had no answer for him. Like we brought up in the broadcast as well, the amount of times we saw him on a 3-kill streak or just those entry kills when players were starting to push inside of the hill, the most kills that he got that I saw from that was going to be your drill, getting him set up in that front window area as well as on that turbine hill. So guys, when we come back, it is going to be a game 5 to decide who goes into pool play between Era and Allegiance. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
I want to know what's going on. Fuck off.
I'm just...
it all comes down to this. Game 5. It is going to be around 11 between Era and Allegiance for a pole play spot. I am Dirk. I'm joined alongside the ever so lovely Landon Lando Sanders, and we're going to be bringing you guys the action here for the last map. This one's going to be great. It's Crusher Search and Destroy 2, one of the better Search and Destroy maps that we're going to see. And wow, it's just been a neck-and-neck series all around. It looked like Era was going to start to pull away a little bit there, but they were able to get the turnaround on Allegiance in that last hardpoint, all thanks to Mayhem and his ever so stellar ERAD play. But now it's going to come down to Search and Destroy. And you can look how the first Search and Destroy went, was a complete blowout in favor of Era.
Yeah, we want to take a look through the maps really quick just to update you guys in case you did miss it. Breakout Hardpoint ended up going Allegiance's way in a pretty dominant fashion. They won that one 250 to 1 at 65. Throwback Search and Destroy ended up going Era's way 6-2. Later, that Precinct Uplink, which came down to a final play. Era ended up winning that one at 7-6. And of course, our last map, which we just witnessed, another Allegiance victory when it comes into Hardpoint. They won that one at 250 to 197. So we do talk about the previous Search and Destroy. Pretty dominant victory for the side of Era. When it comes into Crusher Search and Destroy, of course, plays a lot different. This is personally one of my favorite Search and Destroy maps just because of the level of difference between the two bomb sites. A, going to play a lot faster. B, it's a lot easier for defensive teams, but you're obviously going to see a lot more patient play. So if there was ever a match, I think, or even a map to kind of grant us a Game 5, especially when it comes into how important this one is, I got to say, I'm pretty glad it's Crusher.
I mean, the thing is, Crusher is one of those maps, like you said, it favors more of that slow pace going to that B site. Now, if you're a slow-paced team and you try to play A, you're going to lose that every single time.
I also think as well that it does a great job, like that map overall. It does a great job because basically every weapon is great in that particular map because you have ERADs that can be great when it comes into A side, especially over inside of U. You have MV4s, you have K-bars that can hold different angles throughout the entire map as well. Plus, you can also have some sniper rifles that obviously hold toward that mid-map. And I think we ended up seeing Clayster a few times rock the sniper rifle inside of A on this map as well, which is very surprising that you see someone kind of rush over toward A. You usually see them kind of stay over toward B or even toward middle. But I mean, if you know the angles to watch, he ended up making it work pretty well. So I'm just pretty excited because I feel like every weapon, every single thing that you want to be into a game or even into a map is going to be in this one.
Yeah, definitely. And like we said, just the big highlight from that hardpoint was Mayhem's slaying power with that ERAD. So that's something we need to look out for. You know, the guy probably has a boatload of confidence now. He was able to get them the win there in that one. Obviously, it was a team performance, but he was the player that we highlighted majority because he was getting so many great defensive stops. But now going into this Search and Destroy, we know the ERADs heavily favor inside of the A site. You gotta try to walk in there with even a K-bar at times at MV4. It's not going to go well for you. You're going to see lots of 4 hits there. But there's so much variety on what teams do on defense. They just decide a 4-man push straight through A and try to wrap around to B. I'd say B is the more common bomb site on this one. A is just sort of like, we're going to throw a curveball at you, send everybody in there guns blazing with the ERADs. But B is definitely the one where it takes a little bit more strategy, setting up those MV4 in the crates and maybe sending an ERAD on that wall run as well. And we know that jammer grenades are going to be a big thing to try to get that spot check behind that back rock area as well. It's definitely going to be interesting. Like I said, in my prediction, I just said I'm going to throw a Benson one out there, Game 5, round 11. I think this could have the potential for that, but if it goes exactly like that first Search and Destroy went, it's going to be over quick.
So who you going with? I got to know your prediction. You said Game 5, round 11. I don't know what your prediction is right now, but I got to know who you going with. Who you got for Game 5, Dirk?
Let's go with Allegiance.
Allegiance?
Allegiance is going to be, it's going to go to around 11, but it's going to be Allegiance taking this one. I feel like that just from that, they won the first hard point very convincingly. They lost the next 2, but they bounced back in this one. So now they have the momentum, in a sense, in their favor going into that as well. So I'm taking Allegiance in this one, the round 11.
I'm going with you, too. I'm going to say Allegiance. I'm not going to say it all the way around to round 11. I'm going to say 6-3. I think Allegiance closes one out 6-3. I think it'll be a pretty close game, obviously, due to the fact of 3 rounds being gifted toward the side of Era. But I don't know. I just feel like ALG has been looking a lot more consistent. I've also seen this team in past actually do some interesting S&D strategies when it comes down to this. And when it comes down to a map like Crusher, what we've been seeing from a lot of competitive teams as well when it comes down to this map, playing on offense, is that sometimes you'll see kind of a 1-3 bait over toward an opposite bomb site, so you'll see kind of one player kind of A check really quick, maybe even fire some shots, throw some nades in there to make the other team bait and make them think they're going over toward A, when in reality the other 3 players are actually making their way over toward B. So I fully expect to see that at least from Allegiance because I've seen them do it in the past, actually under STDX at the time, and we've also seen quite a bit of teams do it when it comes down to this map as well. But it is time to load in here toward map number 5, Crusher Search and Destroy as well. We will find our resting place for this series. Era, Allegiance, who walks away, who gets their spot in pool play? That is the question. A lot of pressure on both of these squads. The open bracket has not been easy, to say the least. Dirk, who are we going to be looking through the eyes of in this round number 1?
I feel like Nova's going to be a key player for the side of Allegiance, so I'm going to stay on board with him. He's going to be rocking that MV4 as we know and love. it's always going to be in the hands of Nova there. He's going to go ahead, go to the middle of the map, try to get that spot check to see if he can find anybody. If you look at the defensive strategy coming in from the side of Era, 3 positioned over by A and 1 in that back rock. The player back there is going to be BZ. He's going to go ahead and back up, but does have the MV4. But now being in this garage, he puts himself at a disadvantage if anybody does push.
And he does hear these nades, so obviously calling that one out to his teammates as well to kind of make their rotation over. They obviously realize the bomb site check, and Spoof has already got the bomb down, actually jumping over one player. That's going to be Stamino. He will drop Bounders there to respond and believe, currently holding a back angle. 2 versus 3 in favor of the side of Era, but only 4 at time. Shots coming from above, and now Believe left all by himself. 1 versus 2. Shots being exchanged over the boxes, but can he stay alive? Nearly finds the one on bound, but the shots will not be there. Round number 1 being tossed over in Era's way, as you're going to see Bound getting the final defuse there.
Players just deciding who needs to take that defuse, and why not give it to Bound. He's 3-0. Now it's going to put him just an assist away from getting that Scarab already here in round number 2 is what we're going to be heading into. You're going to see in the final kill cam, it looked like he could have almost got that 1 versus 2 if he just had a little bit extra in his clip, but I feel like even if he was to take out that player, the trade would have immediately came in there as well. So first round on the board from the side of Era. Bound is going to be the bomb carrier now. Like I said, just look for him to maybe just get a cluster grenade thrown and have his teammates come out for that support as well. You see him just kind of fire some shots over there on the cross. I believe he did spot Nova, so now they're going to go ahead and get the wraparound. This is a very, very smart play coming in from Era.
And they're firing some shots that might make the players on Allegiance think, oh, wow, he actually spotted me. Like, they might have actually saw me kind of rush through that angle. So that kind of makes them think of a push is not going to happen. But little do they know that Mayhem is actually all by himself for the time being. He gets shut down pretty quick. Nice shots there coming in from Holler. Canadian battle will be given over toward Holler, the more veteran player. It looks like they might actually make the rotation back. So rush inside of A, decide to back up, and you see player number 4 and player number 2, both Nova and Spoof, realizing that site change might have just come into play. And once they check over toward A, player number 8 is going to play very big. Stamino having to watch the flank because it's getting ready to come in. Stamino getting into a gunfight, able to find that one over on Spoof. More players starting to come his way. Believe in Nova. Combination of the two need to make something happen, but now it's all up to Nova. 1 versus 3, but it's not going to be home. And just like we saw in that map number 2 search and destroy, Era off to a hot start, 2 rounds.
You'll definitely see Holler here in your final kill cam, and it was just a great patient play coming in from the side of Era there as well. We saw them get the cross. Nova just randomly just started shooting. And then once they got that call out, they went around to A to try to do anything there. They picked up that first pick, and then they're like, we still have time. Let's go ahead and wrap all the way around to B as well. So it worked out for the side of Era. Now they're on defense, and on the offensive side is going to be Allegiance. You're going to see a 4-man hit here from the side of Allegiance. Spoof is going to be the bomb carrier once more. Has a trophy as well as the cluster grenade. And same setup coming in from the side of Era. BZ going to go ahead and back up into this garage, but now the 3-man hit on the flank is coming in.
We'll see what side of ALG wins to do. Do they try to rush out toward B, or do they try to back up? Looks like they might even try to rush forward toward this site. Potentially getting that bomb down right now. Everyone currently looking around. Shots being exchanged. Holler yet again finding the first blood. That time Believe ends up dropping. That immediate 2 versus 4. Bomb is not down. More shots start to be exchanged as Holler, resigning over toward that bomb, decides to go and try to engage up. And he'll find 1. Give me 2, says Holler. And that's now going to be the side of Era, up 3 rounds to 0. Allegiance not having a whole lot to respond with. And this is the guy we talked about who needs to go off in this series. That's exactly what he's doing. He's answering the call as he'll find 2.
And this is one of the maps that's going to favor those MV4s heavy, and that's why Holler is shining so bright right now. Currently sitting at 6-1. Our predictions looking absolutely garbage. I'm just going to throw that out there as well. 3-0 lead to the side of Era. Let's see if they can keep this train rolling. It's all led by Holler here. He is your captain. 6-1 for him. Has the Scarab ready to go, and 100 off of a Trinity rocket as well.
It's definitely the main priority that side of ALG needs to shut down. They have to win this round, or it's definitely not looking good for you. Player starting to back up. Believe ends up dropping yet again for the first blood. They'll find 2. They're just running right at the Mayhem. Left all by himself. Granted, you've done some great things in this map so far, but can he do it again? No. He'll find at least 2 in that near 1 versus 3, but there's just too many players coming at him at once. An Era completely overwhelming the side of Team Allegiance right now. And Holler yet again being involved in that final kill cam as he'll shut down Mayhem. As Era are now going to be up 4 rounds to 0. ALG yet to respond in this map number 5.
Those were huge entry kills there by BZ and the team. You heard the play call come in. Hey, let's hit 3 wall run. BZ got a huge 3-piece to open that one completely wide. And now Holler has that Trinity Rocket as well. Things are looking so good for Era here in the Search and Destroy. But you're going to see a 3-man hit coming in towards this A site. The first blood is now going to finally go in favor of Allegiance. It's going to be Nova taking out Stamino. And I see the rotation of those red arrows come in. Holler's going to be the first to engage, throws the cluster out, just 50 off of that bombardment. That would be absolutely huge if they could get that as well. But that Scarab is also coming into play, and it's on the hunt for the players.
Yeah, maybe if they can combine that Scarab with a nice assist, that can actually work out for them. Beezy ends up finding one thanks to Bao, but nearly a very close-up kill there found. But unfortunately, Nova's able to find that one in some cases. Nova continuing to try and go on a little bit of a spree, but that one quickly ends. 2 versus 2. Allegiance, you cannot afford to give this round away. Time is starting to dwindle. The likelihood of them winning this map 5 and progressing on a pool play is looking even less and less likely as time does go on. They are on offense. The question is, which side do they pick to choose to rotate to, and how does Era Vendor respond once that bomb does go down, if it can even go down?
Now, if you're on the side of Era, you want Holler to stay alive. You need to have Bound push in first and then try to play for those trades. Just try to get those streaks. And now you see them. They get the spot check on the player. The player peeks in once more. But that bomb is down. Time is going against Holler. Gets the kill. So now he has reactive. He has the bombardment fully streaked out. He could burn this reactive here to win this 1 versus 1 and go up 5-0. He goes ahead, to pops it. He jumps down. He's trying to hunt down the player. Is he going to win the gunfight? And he does. Now it is going to be Era up 5-0. Allegiance is going to have to win 6 rounds in a row if they want to take this one.
Great play there from Holler, and also great trigger discipline coming out of him and his teammate in that 2 versus 2 situation. Granted, his teammate ends up dropping, but great overall play to let them know, or to actually have them not even know where you're coming from. And Holler, right place at the right time, earns the reactive armor. That is the perfect position to do it in, to solidify that round and to make Allegiance feel even more and more farther back. As like you said, Dirk, they're going to have to be absolutely perfect if they want to move on the pool play. We've seen 5-0 comebacks happen, but they are not by any means likely. We'll see how this next round does line out. ALG wants to run right at them. We'll see how Eric can potentially respond. Man disadvantage early on, but it looks like ALG now trying to fire back. 2 versus 2 now. Spoof and Believe, potentially the last players alive. And now Stamino left in a 1 versus 2, a position to clutch. As ALG finally put on some aggression, but it's almost too little too late at this point, Dirk.
It was just at the point where they probably looked at the scoreboard. They saw, hey, Holler is 9-2. He's got to be fully streaked out. They know that he had the reactive, and that kind of gives them that hint. They decide to get super aggressive, push straight up the middle of the map to try to get that aggression on to the point where he can't call in those streaks. Because I think it takes around 10 seconds before you can finally call that in as well. And then Stamino is going to drop. That's going to be 1 round on the board there for Allegiance, but they have a huge mountain to climb here.
They definitely do. So 5-1. Some much needed round, a round that you can't obviously give away if you are the side of Team Allegiance. Good overall play. Like I said, constant aggression, 2 versus 1. They kind of put themselves toward the backside of the spawn and are able to make that one happen. Like we said, this is going to be a difficult mountain to climb, and one that most likely is not even going to be climbable.
And you have to think on the side of Era, you know that Allegiance has to push in here. They're very aware that they had the streaks. They really have no option. They can't go to B. The wraparound is going to be coming around here. Let's see what's going to happen. Spoof just playing in the back. The streaks are coming at any moment, but Nova is going to draw first blood.
I believe Bound ends up using his payload at the beginning of this round as well. So active camo burns. That's no longer going to be on the side of Era. So if you do lose this round, that is a huge overall play for the side of ALG to have that one burned for the opposition.
It's even greater, too, because Holler was taken out for that first blood, so that completely eliminates the player with the streaks and that utility. If they can keep trying to get Holler in those first bloods, which I know is hard to do, you don't know exactly where he's going to be, but that's now 2 rounds in a row where Holler has dropped, and he's the player who needs to stay alive. But now gunfights are going to be going down. It's going to be Bound trying to get inside. Now Stamino is going to be left last alive, and he will be taken out. Add another round on the board for the side of Allegiance.
ALG are starting to show some signs of life, and honestly, it's very impressive. They're doing exactly what they need to, finding the right players at the right time. Like we said, shutting down Holler, making sure in some cases that active camo does get wasted. So I don't know if they know 100% that active camo was used in that particular play, but at least one of the major things that could solidify a guaranteed round for the side of Era is no longer going to be in play right now. I'm curious to see what Holler does this particular spot, to see what he does with these streaks. Of course, he has just about everything to roll with, so you think that this would be maybe a round to use it, or maybe in their next defensive round to try and use it if it comes down to that particular instance. But still, ALG with an all to do. This is not going to be easy, to say the least. But here come the streaks. We'll see how this does come into play. How does ALG react? And thankfully, they are going to be inside in some cases, so they are going to hear that ping coming. Bombardment coming through. We'll see how this does affect the side of ALG. Going to be inside, so that doesn't affect them too much, and they're immediately going to come on the rush. They want to try and get all up in their face, but Stamino finds 2 big kills. Holler on the outside, and 3 do fall, so just like that, Mayhem with an all to do a 1 versus 4. You've got to stay alive. If he doesn't, this is going to guarantee Era a victory.
40 seconds to work with here. Mayhem does get taken out, and just like that, it is going to be Era booking their ticket to pool play. Era, guys, I am so sorry. Our prediction was way off there. It was another big search and destroy blowout for the side of Era. It's all thanks to that man there, Beezy at the end, but Holler had those streaks. He pinged it. The thing that I did like about Legion's play, though, was that they knew the streaks were coming. They backed up into the garage, but that's where the streaks can be so great for your team, right? When you have those, it forces the enemy, you know they're going to be in a building somewhere. And if you get the ping, you know they're all going to be back there in that garage. That completely opens up that bomb site. The first 2-piece came in. Ever since then, it was just all downhill for the side of Allegiance.
Yeah, I mean, they start off, losing 5 rounds in a row. It's never easy to do that, but they started to make, nice comebacks here and there. So major credit to, obviously, the side of ALG for starting to make a little bit here and there. Unfortunately, the map number 5 scoreboard is incorrect. It's actually 6-2, but either way, you can obviously see how things did line up. ALG taking map number 1, Arrow winning the next 2. ALG finding both of the hard points, but in the end, it was the S&Ds that reigned true. S&D wins championships, and they also guarantee you spots in pool play, Dirk.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you see Era there. They took those S&Ds very convincingly. Both of them going to be 6-2. So if we're on the side of Allegiance, I don't know if Era is maybe just a godlike S&D team, and Allegiance just isn't that great. That's one of the things that we kind of have to go look for as we go forward as well. But Era's S&D play looked very, very stellar, very dominant as well.
Yeah, and this is honestly, it was a great series to watch. It was a very close match. Like we said, we talked about the side of the side of Era. They narrowly are able to close this one out, but they do it by a 1-point advantage in Uplink and a dominant victories in the search and destroy. So that just goes to show, man. I think we all talk about in Call of Duty how slaying reigns true a major majority of the time, and while it did in the Uplink, you don't have to be a good hardpoint team to win some series. So
yeah,
I think the side of Era definitely kind of proved that.
Yeah, you definitely don't. Like you said, they did just prove it. The search and destroy play was Stella from Era. So as we head into pool play, we have to see how well they're going to match up against those professional teams when it does come down into the search and destroy. But guys, that is going to do it all for us for now here on the Bravo stream. We're going to be back at 1 p.m. We're going to have Splyce going against, we don't really know yet. We're still waiting to get those results.
Yeah.
Splyce is going to be playing somebody at 1, so make sure you guys tune back here at Bravo around that time, but we'll see you then. Not saying anything.
Knuckle.
Hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty World League Anaheim Open. I am Fox. Today, I'm joined by Dirk, and we're hopping into our second match today on the Bravo stream. Dirk, can you tell us a little bit about this matchup, please? Because we have a group play team facing off against the open bracket team.
And you have an open bracket team going up against a fairly better team, to say the least.
Yeah.
They're going up against the playoff champions in Splyce. Now you come through that open bracket, you sort of sit there like, wow, let's hope we get put into one of the more easier pools. But no, you're facing Splyce directly out of open bracket. It makes you kind of just want to be like, I want to go back to open bracket. I'm scared.
Yeah, these guys are fresh off of a tournament win.
Yeah.
They got to be feeling pretty good right now, especially when you have Mad Cat and Zero playing the way they do. It's scary.
Just this Splyce team has been something where we start to see, we know how great Zero can be, especially against the NA competition, how good he is. He solidified himself as like a top 3 AR with the MB4. I put him up in the levels with Octane, Formal, and Arcides, those guys. But you guys are going to see the maps that we are going to be playing here. Number 1 is going to be Throwback Hardpoint. I think that one's going to be very interesting, especially with the aggressive play style of the likes of Splyce. Then Breakout, Search and Destroy will be map number 2. Precinct Uplink is map number 3, and if we have to go to distance 4 and 5, will be a Breakout, Hardpoint, and Retaliation, Search and Destroy.
A lot of people looking at this matchup, though, expect Splyce to come through here with a pretty swift 3-0. But that's always the challenge with these open bracket teams, is that they are the underdog, and they are going against the toughest competition that the Call of Duty World League has to offer. We've already seen the likes of Bittersweet coming from the Call of Duty World League relegation and taking down teams like FaZe, going the distance with Evil Geniuses. So I'm looking forward to see just how things turn out here, although the odds are stacked very heavily onto the side of Splyce.
Oh, they
Dirk,
most definitely.
let's take it away. Let's go.
They most definitely are. We're going to jump on board with Zero, the guy that we highlighted during the game before in the pregame. He's going to be the man to watch with that MV4 in his hand. You see him tagging up the player back there by Lemon. That is actually going to be Hate, and just like that, it's going to be a quick, clean sweep of the players from Lethal Gaming, and right away, Splyce is going to push through to try to get control, get set up for maybe that Barn Hill already. See Zero up here in a sticky situation. Does have the MV4 from close quarters combat. He's going to get tagged up, tagging some shots back. Is he going to be able to finish this off?
Ooh,
and that
nice.
is what Zero makes Zero such a good player, utilizing that movement, getting behind cover as well. Excellent kill there from Zero.
Oh, Zero's not stopping, though. Still punching it, turning the corner, tagging up Juju. As he sits in the corner just on the objective, Hate can get some too, and they're all pouring in from Grandma's, but Zero has it all lined up in red, tagged up by the flechette. Can he still finish the kill? No, just one bullet away. He was actually close to winning that gunfight, but the grenade from Clink is going to be the difference maker.
And off to a hot start is Splyce, score sitting at 26-4 and rising for the side of Lethal Gaming. But now the rotations are going to be coming in. They have one player to worry about here from Lethal. That is going to be Clink. This is a big gunfight. He's able to take out Bance, but one more player challenging from behind. That is going to be Zero, and he's going to be able to take him out there. 2 swift, clean headshots.
Ooh.
Gets the third as well on a 4-kill streak as Clink making his way towards that Trinity Rocket.
Yeah, those are some really clean shots out of Clink. He's just snapping on the opposition that quickly, and he's working himself up into these score streaks. He's going to call the Scarab and nearly kill himself. The enemy finishes him off and gets the points for it. And now we have one final player alive. Actually, no, Juju and Human Jesus stay alive a lot longer than I expected. Splyce is cleared out of the hard point.
Lethal Gaming gets a nice big break coming in there, and it's all thanks to Human Jesus and his team breaking through. He should have a good 2-piece here. He's able to find one. He finds the second there as well. That is going to be Jared and Bance falling down by the hands of Human Jesus. One more player left outside is going to be Juju. He flies in to try to get the player contesting from the side of Splyce. He takes out Bance. Pre-firing around the corner is what he does best. He finds another as well. Juju finds himself 2, trying to go for the third, but got caught in the reload. Now the rotations are coming down here to Train Platt.
He was moments away from being fully streaked out. You know, he was hoping someone could finish that kill before he had to reload. But still, on the side of Lethal Gaming, they actually have a bombardment as well. That's going to be interesting for this hill specifically, and also for the statue hardpoint coming up next. So keep an eye on the side of Lethal Gaming for that. Let's get back into the action on Bike Path right now, though.
Neck and neck is the game so far. Honestly, I'm surprised that Lethal is this close. I mean, they have the lead too, 51-42. It's a small one, but you see Splyce bouncing right back. It's going to be Jerd, the main slayer of the team, inside of the hill. Has that K-bar just laying down prone while he has the teammate support. But you're going to see the Trinity Rocket come into play. This one's going to be from Human Jesus. He decides to fire one down and hover it, and his teammates are going to pick up a nice 2 kills there as well, getting some pretty good time off of that bike path. They have the rotations ready for baseball, but the good thing is too, Human Jesus has that bombardment ready to go if they do lose control of this, but Lethal is in such a great spot right now.
Yeah, Lethal has one player on the next hardpoint, but they're getting very split spawns. You can see just how separated they are from throughout the map. Until just this very moment, both players ran through Underpass and Blue. Now it's going to be up to Splyce to try and push through Underpass and Bowling if they want any hopes of taking over and getting the better spawns for Baseball Field hardpoint.
Hate's going to be pushing forward that MV4 and Hammer. Going to see more Trinity Rockets coming, but this time it's going to be coming from Zero. Currently sitting at 14-5.
That's 3.
Gets a nice 3-piece. He is fully streaked out there as well. So this is a Zero that we know and love. And if anybody's been paying attention to Twitter, you saw the little injury that Zero accidentally ended up with in his right eye. It's not looking good. So if you want to say he's playing with an injury, he's doing a hell of a good job in doing so. Trying to get this final kill here. This will put him at a 4-kill spree as well. Just going to go ahead and decide to back up for Ticket, wait for his teammate to come in support. But we're glorifying Zero and being 16-5 on that 4-kill streak. But Lethal is still doing such an excellent job of holding these past 2 hard points.
You know, for Zero to be going triple positive right now, this score is a lot closer than you would expect from an open bracket team. They're putting up a great fight. Despite the fact that Zero is he should be taking over with a stat line like that, they still have access to the bombardment, and they opted not to use it on this hard point. So that will still be a factor in the coming rotations.
Yep, and Clink did actually get rid of his as well, so that's something to keep in mind. But they got lots of time off that hill, and that's really the big benefit of having it. But Splyce is going to be the first team inside of the hill for the new rotation as we do get going. Hate's going to be able to come in and draw that first blood, but gunfight's going around. Nobody in any position to try to hop inside the hill, but Clink is slowly approaching, just waiting to get a few more kills before he does decide to push forward. And now Splyce is going to be inside. Clink going to be able to take out Jurg, just on the hunt for more. One player pushes, and Bance is going to come out on top of that gunfight.
Both teams trying to position themselves around middle map. This is a very scrappy hard point, so you're going to see both teams having team fight after team fight surrounding the middle trains here. Looks like a lot of the players of Lethal Gaming are going to be covering the bike path here. Bance gets a great kill from behind onto, I think that's Hate there. That should be good for him and to get in that power position and support his team on the objective.
And now if you're Bance, you're sitting here, you're trying to play for your streaks. You know how big they can be too, so just imagine having actually Zero use his bombardment too. But if Bance is going to be able to get these points, now it's 75 off the Trinity Rocket. Just needs to pick up a few kills here. Has a teammate focusing on that side, so he just needs to pay attention to that back barn area. He's going to get the first shot on Clink, but Clink is going to be able to finish him off. And just like that, Splyce takes control, and Juju was the last player left for Lethal. He will be taken out. Splyce in complete control of barn.
So if you take a look, I feel like Splyce coming into complete control here has a lot to do with Jurg's performance. He was double negative up until moments ago, where we now find him on a 4 streak in control of the hard point and calling in his Scarab as he works towards that Trinity Rocket. This is the exact position you want Jurg to be in, because this is where he shines. However, being outnumbered in a spot like that is pretty difficult for any player to win.
Yeah, you see the FTL jump come into play there as well as Lethal tries to take back this hill. Mad Cat gets a big 2-piece to try to open things up here. He's going to be in that back barn area looking through the window. Shots are going to be traded back and forth from both those players, but on top of that gunfight, it is going to be Zero. Jurg hops inside the hill as well. It is just a bloodbath here on barn. Nobody even in any position to rotate, but the spawns now both split on each side of the map, so look for more warfare going down here on the bike path area. Jurg is going to be the first player inside the hill for Splyce.
Yeah, Jurg knows he can't peek around this corner. We have 3 Lethal Gaming players just waiting for him to make that mistake, as you can see. So he has to wait for the rest of Splyce to form up and take over this part of the map with him. Juju being just around this corner alongside another Lethal Gaming player is the biggest threat that they have. He calls on the Scarab for a little bit of support as Clink dies right next to him, but Hate with the NV4, solid positioning and great shots from him to contribute to this play.
Most definitely, both sides split. Getting nice little Scarab action in there to kind of give the signal for your team to push forward and get the enemies outside of the hill. But Lethal does have control right now. Clink doing everything he can to try to stay alive while Juju is sitting inside of the hill doing that dirty work. But the spawns have split. 2 Splyce players are coming from behind. That is going to be Zero and Jurg to try to get the last few seconds on this one. But one player is going to be positioned over in back baseball. That is going to be Bance, and Splyce looks to be set up for this. We'll do a quick rotation through. There's still a bombardment on the side of Lethal that is going to be used to break this hill 100%, and it's going to be Human Jesus calling this one in. But everything is in Splyce's control, and that bombardment is basically their ticket to get back to baseball.
So Mad Cat and Jurg have definitely stepped it up in the kill column here. They were both double negative at the same time, while Zero was triple positive. And as their KD approaches just that even mark, you can see Splyce finding a lead. So I feel like just the early stages of this map was a very slow start for Splyce, and the players are starting to come online now. That still doesn't help the fact that Lethal Gaming has these score streaks to work with. That's the advantage that Lethal Gaming was able to build for themselves in the beginning, and now Splyce has to fight through it.
They used the bombardment there. They didn't get the cleanest of breaks. They had Bance being a nuisance over in blue, and Jurg is still back here in concessions as well, just trying to wait for his teammate support. He takes out one. Can he find a second? He takes out Human Jesus as well. So make that a 2-piece. Trying to make it a 3-piece. He's not going to be able to take out Clink. He comes out on top of that gunfight, but now we are going to be heading into our 3rd set of hill rotations. Back to train will go in 5 seconds, and the score right neck and neck. Fox, I don't think anybody expected this.
Yeah, Lethal Gaming is putting up an intense fight. Even against the threat that is Zero, they're actually able to maintain this game and keep a decent lead up until this point, where Splyce finally finds himself 10 seconds ahead. But Jerd responds with 2 kills, and that gives his team some decent map positioning and map pressure around middle, and they can just kind of read these spawns from Lethal Gaming.
Yeah, this is where we need to see Zero get into these positions like he did at the very beginning of the game. That is where he's going to be most powerful on that bottom side of the map. But Clink is going to come out on top of that gunfight. He has that reactive armor ready to go, and you see the whole kill feed light up red, signaling that all the players from Splyce have dropped. Now you see the 2-man push starting to come in from this bridge side. Let's see if Splyce is going to be able to break here. Bance is going to be coming through that train tunnel side. He has that active camo ready to go, but look for these payloads to be utilized on that barn hill in case things get ugly for either side.
Yeah, you're not going to want to use it on the middle hardpoint because it's such a fickle position to be in. It can easily be taken over, especially with how sort of unpredictable the spawns can be at times depending on your positioning. So now once you get over to barn, we do see the Scarab come out. That's going to buy him a little bit of information, some more time for his team to get into position and set up for this.
And you see Bance, he's backtracking with that Scarab. Did push out towards the lemon, realized that nobody's going to be there, but now it did explode. One player going to be pushing towards the barn, and this is where the push from Lethal Game is going to come. And Mad Cat has his hands full here. There's going to be 2 more players. That's 1 and 3, Hate and Clink, working side by side. Mad Cat gets the view on one player in that back market. Going to decide to back up here, but now does have the teammate support of Zero.
So Lethal Gaming's pushing in 3 versus 4 here. The gunfight coming in from underpass is the one that's delayed, and of course just going to lose it and die by himself. Lethal Gaming is not in a position to take over this hard point. And once they get here, there's going to be about, 15 seconds left maybe, and they're going to have to fight it outnumbered.
Yep, Mad Cat puts a Centurion down as well, but that was just a nice clean break. You see what Lethal was trying to do there, just trying to overwhelm the player in the back, but they didn't know that Zero was there for the support, and it's paying off for Splyce. They should get the last closing seconds of this hill before we do rotate over to the bike path, and they're in a good position to try to close this one out. Streaks have been burned from everybody on Lethal, but still, they have the utility, the Centurion, the active camo, and the reactive armor in the hands of Clink, but Bance has his active camo ready to go as well, and Zero has his reactive, so this is where it's going to be payload warfare.
Take a look at the fight taking place on the bike path right now. Zero is in a great position with that NV4. He has access to the reactive armor if there's a gunfight that he can't win. But being in his power position, the odds are already in his favor. So if he can hold this down for just 16 seconds for Splyce, they will win the game. The Juju camo play comes in. He finds a double kill from it. The rest of Lethal Gaming collapses and capitalizes on that play. And now Splyce is coming up from Grandma's Hill for the next engagement. How will Lethal Gaming respond?
We'll have to see here. Splyce is back in control, not just 14 seconds away, but it is being contested from both sides. It's going to be Human Jesus and Jerd inside of the hill, just each on the opposite of the wall, as you can see through the X-ray there. Jerd has the FTL jump ready to go as well. He gets some shot on Hake, who slides in. He's going to be able to take out Hake, goes for that, and Bance is actually going to get the team kill, but he gets the kill to make up for it as well. It's going to go to baseball, where it could end here for Lethal Gaming. Splyce just 3 points away from taking this one, and they need to watch out for Zero, the man who's has a 36 bomb. Pops reactive armor. He's going to be able to take out Hate there, and this should be game over. Splyce should be able to take this. 1 second, and that is going to be it. No other contestant comes in, and just like that, Splyce takes it 250 to 186.
The closing moment right there on the rotation. As soon as I saw Zero get that kill onto the player in Bowling Alley without having to use his reactive armor, I just knew it was over. He was not going to lose the rest of the engagements to get into that anchor position and help his team. And right then and there, Splyce knew that. They capitalized on it. They won the remaining gunfights by popping that reactive armor, and that was just the end of it. Great pick up towards the middle of that game from Splyce.
See, it's almost at a point where you need to get in a situation where you know Zero is going to be in those power positions on bridge and stuff like that. You need to make your main focus him, and you need to have your NV4 player sitting there watching him. Make it your main goal to take him out. He's dropping 36 kills in a game. When he's like that, Splyce will not lose.
Yeah, I think the main thing we want to talk about, though, is the fact that Mad Cat and Jerd really picked it up. You got to wonder what was going on through their minds, but I feel like it was just a very slow start. They're just waking up, you know, one of their first couple of engagements throughout the day in Call of Duty. So you got to give them a little bit of a break. I don't think that that's telling of any sort of a weakness on the side of Splyce. And I think that from here on out throughout the series, we should expect consistent quality gameplay from these players.
Next, the map is going to be a Breakout Search and Destroy. Now, with a lot of these amateur teams, we always feel like as casters and people just watching, Search and Destroy is always the game that they could take from these professional teams. The reason why, you ask, is because a lot of these players who come up from the open bracket or are competing for the first time started with Search and Destroy. I mean, a lot like any pro player. They all started with the S&D community and built up from that way as well. And Lethal, we saw last year, I think Juju is the player I want to highlight. The guy who always threw the curveballs when it came to like the ban and protect, which is really how he got his name and stuff like like that as well, but their search and destroy play was always stellar.
Yeah, the main thing as well is that the players on Splyce, they don't play against, they get automatic seeding, like good seeding in these 2K tournaments, so they don't have to play against a lot of these amateur players. Aside from the fact that these two teams are from totally different regions, even if they were, they don't encounter gameplay like this. So there are going to be different strategies, different habits they might not be used to. And also, if Lethal Gaming did their homework, maybe they might know some of Splyce's strategies.
See, that's
right?
the thing still, we bring it up all weekend, Breakout, Search, and Destroy is still one of those maps that people really haven't mastered yet. No one really has these big set strategies that they're going to use to completely knock the other team off. That's the good thing about this. This is like a level playing field for both teams. Obviously, Splyce probably has more experience playing on this map than Lethal does as well. I still think this is going to be a hot 3-0 in favor of Splyce. Like I said, if anything, Lethal, this is a map that they can take. Yeah. But that middle map presence with Zero, we're going to keep highlighting him over and over again just because he's the main AR. He's the guy who's going to be putting up these big numbers, holding down those line of sights with that MV4. He's the player to highlight for me. Middle map control is absolutely huge on Breakout, Search, and Destroy.
And you know, the problem is that they have to worry about is taking care of Zero, right? Just handling it. It sounds so simple. Oh, just focusing with your MV4 player. It's not that easy, and that's why Zero is such a threat and such a great talent to the European Call of Duty region. He's such a difficult player to take care of.
Yeah, I mean, he has a great support system around him as well.
Oh,
I mean, let's not count that.
The supporting cast
is
amazing.
The strongest European team that we've probably seen in Call of Duty history. I mean, if you go back and you backtrack to, I mean, Black Ops 2 with how good those guys were, like Jared, Mad Cat, and all them, it'd be an absolute dream team. I mean, they're great now, one of the top teams in the world. Obviously, that playoff finish, getting first place, solidified them. They said that they called out European teams saying, you guys need to practice more. You can do it. We got it, and we did this. It's the same thing, right? They're going toe-to-toe with NA teams here. They haven't had a rough event, but from what our standard, we thought maybe, hey, they should easily probably just go 3-0 in this group and continue dominating. They lost one game, but that's nothing to really write them off for.
And you mentioned the speech from Mad Cat at the end of their victory. That Mad Cat's such a character. We got to watch him throughout this series here. He started to pick it up in that Hardpoint, but I want to start things off with him and see what he does in this Search and Destroy. He's got to be one of my favorite personalities to keep track of in the European scene. He's such an entertaining guy, very vocal, very blunt, and just straightforward with what he's saying. But the action's picking up here on middle map as Bance opens up against Clink.
See, now you're going to see why it's so easy if you just go straight to A, how hard it's going to be to get out of there. If this player 8, Jerd, comes and gets his kill on Human Jesus, they're going to be completely pinned in because you have Bance in the middle map area too. That's why it's so hard to give out that middle map control. You're going to see Bance go in there and get the entry kill on Juju. Still 2 players left alive, actually, Human Jesus and Hate. Human Jesus falls. Now Hate is going to be left last alive here with a bomb in hand. You're going to see the collapse of the yellow arrows, but the timing might be perfect if he tries to go over towards B. He's going to find 1 kill there on Jerd. He's going to find it on Zero. No way he's going to win that gunfight, and first round goes to Splyce.
Yeah, right there. Bance catching, I believe it was Juju, off guard in the showers there. Just as he turned the corner to check the other doorway, Bance slips by with the ERAD, tags him up, and slips right out, just taking a few shots in the back, but nothing major. So just great aggressive play by Bance, just thinking very quickly and thinking on his feet to get in and get out.
Like we said, that's a defensive strategy you're going to see a lot from these teams. They're going to send at least 1 player straight to that middle hut area with an ERAT to try to get those first kills, and it completely opened everything up for Bance. He was able to pick up 3 kills in that round, puts in 150 off of that Scarab, and he's making great progress towards that active camo as well. So you see the push coming now. There's going to be 3 players over towards his loading dock side, and Bance is going to be in the middle map, but Jerd is going to draw first blood on Juju, and the team support is going to be in there. Zero takes out Clink.
Ooh, they are getting whitewashed so far in this Search and Destroy. Both of these rounds open up with kills going in favor of Splyce with no one responding or being ready to trade. So you got to wonder, is that going to change? Hate in a power position finds an awesome double kill, but it's not going to be enough with how outnumbered he is. Lethal Gaming needs to start responding with trades earlier on in these rounds if they want any hope of beating Splyce.
You see Hate, he had himself in a sticky situation there. He had 2 Splyce players pushing him. It's Mad Cat and Jerd. 2 people you don't want to see when you're in a 1 versus 2. Now they are down 0-2 here in Search and Destroy. Breakout. See everybody 0-2 on the side of Lethal, but Hate doing everything he can to keep his team in the game early on. It's going to be the bomb carrier as well. So let's stay on board here for the offensive round. Let's see what they're going to do. They flow the flechette out towards that middle map area, playing the middle of the map. See, now we're going to keep on saying it throughout the Search and Destroy. It's one of the main things to hold. The A site is completely wide open, so this bomb can go down. But now you see on the minimap, the pinch is starting to come in from Splyce.
This is a gift to Lethal Gaming right now, as this bomb plant that Splyce just let them have. So now they're going to be wrapping around from helipad and also from mid-map for a pinch here. They lose 1 player in the process. So Mad Cat knows he can't continue on that path. They're going to see that play coming, and they're going to take him down and be a waste of a life. He instead goes towards middle map with Bance to try and make the play onto this site.
And they get the call that Hate was one shot, but now his health has regen, but the double push is coming in from Splyce. He flies around the corner of the K-bar. He finds one. That one's going to be on Bance. Spots another player in showers, but Zero's going to come up from the lower one to take him out, and Mad Cat gets the final kill there as well. Diffuse is going to be going to Mad Cat, making no scarab for this one, just trying to make his way towards that Trinity rocket as well. And Fox, you want to remind the people, the most recent patch, why that Diffuse does not go to that payload.
So right there, you guys might have noticed, well, in the first day of the tournament, you might have noticed some players jumping off of the map at the end. If it were a 2 versus 0 situation, someone had to get the Diffuse. There was a little issue where some players were getting points towards their payloads as well as that bonus point towards a score streak. So that was actually patched out. So there's no reason to now jump off of the map and let your teammate get that last man standing Diffuse. I believe it's called Hero is the medal that you're given when you do that.
So now it's 3-0 in favor of Splyce, looking ever so dominant. But let's see what Lethal Gaming is going to be able to do on defense here. We're seeing a 4-man stack on the B site, something very unorthodox. You don't see it very much unless they go for a complete overextend, which is what they are going to be doing. But that A site is completely wide open. One player is going to be watching a flank. That's going to be Zero. He's in a nice position there with the MV4. He's able to tag a player up, but no kills to show for it. Now he might get caught with his back turned, but the nice slide movement coming in there through the hallway gets out with his life as well, but now has teammate support there, and that is going to be Bance watching over top.
And see right there, just the movement from Zero. It doesn't seem like much, but just he knew just how much time he had to get away from that play, and now he's able to stay alive and fight on the site with his team, rather than getting caught out alone. Big team kill coming in from Clink onto Hate. That's really going to upset this retake, as Splyce is going to maintain their dominant control of the wall run area. Juju looks to make the difference, but being outnumbered and outpositioned by the Splyce players, you're not beating them in that situation.
And you saw the play call there, what they were trying to do. Like we said, you never see a 4-man snack on B unless they plan on overextending and trying to go for a pinch. They almost got Zero, but thanks to his great movement, he was able to slide right through, make sure he has Bance watching over top of him, and that's basically where the entire setup for Lethal on that defensive side kind of just collapsed and went right into Splyce's favor. Now they find themselves up 4 rounds to 0. Let's see how this one does go. Bomb is going to be in the hands of Hate again. And if you're on the side of Lethal, it goes without saying you need Human Jesus to get out of the donut shop and pick up a kill.
Several players from Lethal Gaming trying to set up around middle. You got to wonder if he's going to check this corner to his left here. Just as he puts his gun down, both players not really seeing too much of that action. Bance finds the kill, though. Moving over towards Showers. Someone's got to account for this player. There's the trade, finally. But one man took down 2, and now Clink's position has been given away. So it's Clink and Hate versus 3 of Splyce's players on middle map. They're trapped.
They definitely are. It looks like Hate might drop. A nice movement to get around that corner. Clink gets some shots on a player. Hate jumps around the corner. He's able to take out Jerb, but immediately the trades are going to be there. But just from watching this game, it's Splyce. You can see the confidence they're playing with. They get shot in the back. You see Bance. He goes right back to challenge that gunfight. You can see the different level of confidence. It's like Lethal's playing a little scared, not sure what they should do. But Splyce, like, we don't care. We're just going to challenge no matter what you do. We're one shot. We're still going to peek out and try to get you.
These first bloods are just going unpunished, too, Dirk. I mean, Lethal Gaming just isn't trading out in the early stages of these rounds, and it's happening during their opening execution. So you got to wonder who is watching what, who's not communicating what, and why are they just falling apart right now in this search and destroy. Splyce, though, definitely coming to life, showing us what a championship caliber team looks like against teams coming from the open bracket.
So first blood is going to be split. The trades are there, but now another player drops on the side of Lethal. That is going to be Juju, but now it's going to be Zero left last alive. They can finally get around on the board in Lethal Gaming, and they do just that. We're going to see a full sale. We're going to see 6 rounds in a row to take this one from Lethal. It's going to be a
not quite the same prestige as full sale.
Very, very, very tall task to do against the champion Splyce. But let's see. It all starts with just 1 round, and you can try to build off of that to try to climb Mount Everest. Let's see what they're going to be able to do here.
This Splyce roster, any matchup against them is definitely a tall mountain to climb, especially when you shove yourself into this this deficit of 1 to 5 in a search and destroy when you already lost first map. You know, it looks like their series life is close to an end here, as Splyce should definitely have the tools behind them to put this series away. Payload should be coming online for them here soon, but when you're spending all game dying, like Human Jesus, like Juju, you're not going to be even close, and they're about to end this game. Camo play coming in. Bance knows that he can jump out in the open, and he's just behind 3 Lethal Gaming players. They have no idea. Free kill right there. He bobs and weaves and dives back because he knows he's going to lose that engagement.
Another player does drop as well, so now it's a 2 versus 2. Juju and Hate going up against Bance and Zero. Players from Splyce still have Bance just right around the area here in the medical bay. See what he's going to be able to do. That bomb looks like it is going down now from Hate. So the bomb is down. Now time is working against the players from Splyce. They get the call. They're going to that back garage area, and you see Zero and Bance. They're in an awkward position because the bomb is planted towards that back garage side. So you have no option but to get aggressive, and this is where Bance is at his best. He gets up forward. Zero is watching right over top, and with that MV4, now one player left alive. That is going to be Juju. Let's see how he plays this one out. Has the K-bar in his back pocket. Saw one player push in towards that garage, and Zero is going to get the cleanup kill here, and Splyce is going to go up 2-0.
Yeah, Splyce just making it look easy here. It was really nothing crazy tactically that was going on. It was just them getting first bloods, not allowing Lethal Gaming to trade. Either that or Lethal Gaming just wasn't looking to trade as well as they should have, and they just outclassed them. Easy 6-1 victory, and we move on to map 3 with this matchup.
A very rough road for Lethal Gaming in that search and destroy. But now the question is, how are they going to bounce back into Uplink? One game that we always talk about where chemistry needs to be at an all-time high.
Yeah.
As well as your slaying. It all starts with getting those initial kills and then throwing that drone out and then making progress like that. I mean, if the slaying goes anything like we've seen from Splyce in that hardpoint especially, which was it was actually pretty close. I mean, we give credit to Lethal Gaming. It wasn't like a complete blowout from what we thought it was. It was neck and neck the entirety of the game as well. But guys, when we come back, we're going to have map number 3. This could be it for the series if Splyce does win, but Lethal doing everything they can to get to a good start off here in pool play. But we'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty World League Anaheim Open. I'm Fox, I'm joined here by Dirk, and we're hopping into Game 3 between Splyce and Lethal Gaming. Splyce is coming off of that hot 6-1 victory that looked like probably their easiest S&D so far this tournament, that kind of ran straight through Lethal Gaming, and there wasn't a whole lot of competition there. But Dirk, in the hardpoint, we did see a little bit of shine from the side of Clink and Human Jesus from time to time, so maybe in this respawn they could put up a bit more of a fight.
Yeah, it just came down to they had a tough tough time breaking the Splyce setups. That was one of the biggest things. I think they successfully got those breaks in when they started to get those three-man pushes coming in. I'm just going to highlight back barn.
Yeah.
That's where they got a majority of their breaks from. But once Splyce adapted to that, okay, we can't leave Mad Cat here by himself. Let's bring Zero from the back.
Right.
That's when Lethal was like, okay, now what do? We have to deal with one of the best MV4s in the game, and we have to deal with a Slayer like Mad Cat as well.
And so in that hard point, I think a lot of the stuff that we saw as well was a little bit of a mess up of coordination between the teams. Sometimes they would push and be a little staggered. Someone would come a little bit late, and I think that that's just something that's very telling of a lot of open bracket teams that just don't have that experience and that, I'm trying to find the word, not patience, but it's the obedience that professional players do, especially a championship caliber team like Splyce. They're coming off of their victory of Stage 1 playoffs, so this is a big challenge in the face of Lethal Gaming. And if you're a Lethal fan at home, you got to be rooting for the guys to try and come back for a reverse sweep, but it's going to be one of the most difficult things you could ask of them to do in this tournament.
It's one of the things, too, is it shows how valuable streaks can be because we saw Lethal a lot of the times. They were able to get those clean breaks when they had those streaks to utilize with the Trinity Rocket and the Bombardment. The Scarabs didn't really do much for them. I mean, they're going to be that big of a game changer. If anything, it's going to help you lead a push and weak the player so you can just go in there and get the player that's one shot as well. But that's where they started struggling. Once they utilized all those streaks and they were gone, that's when you start to see Splyce really start to pull away with it. And then once Splyce got those original setups and there was no streaks or anything, it was game over.
And we got to talk about Zero, who was just taking over. Even when Splyce was losing, this man was triple positive. When you're going against someone that can put up those kind of numbers in any kind of situation, that's terrifying. And that's also just the great thing about Zero. He matches up so well internationally. He's such a scary player to be paired up against, and he's just a monster.
It was just a picture-perfect game. I mean, when you have a caliber team like Splyce playing a team like Lethal coming fresh out of the open bracket, all those players are going to shine too. But it was just the kill comm just being stacked with Zero. That's why we keep talking about him so much. But just in general, it was a great all-around team performance. They were just able to, like we said, that's the thing with these veteran teams. They're able to make these on-the-fly just changes once they start realizing, okay, the only reason they're breaking us right now is because 3 of them are pushing us. Let's add another man in the back to try to slow it down. Once they started doing that every single time down the road, the only thing they really struggled with was on that bike path hill. There was a lot of contestation time between both teams. I don't feel like anybody really dominated that. You mostly saw, I think it was like Human Jesus and Jerd just side by side there.
Okay.
That's when the Scarab plays can come in and really start to benefit your team, but you have to worry about the players who are watching the line of sight from far away as well, too. So it was just a picture-perfect game from Splyce. I mean, from Lethal was as well, but once that utility started going and then Splyce made those changes, Lethal sort of like got scared and like, okay, now what do we do? Where do we attack from? Because there was a time where they left Bant sitting over in blue by himself for quite some time when they could have had a nice clean break there, but they just couldn't get him out of there. And that's a big reason that Splyce ended up taking that game over on that baseball field as well. But now we are heading into Precinct Uplink.
I just gotta wonder, like, what's going through Lethal Gaming's mind right now? First off, when you sit down across from Zero and across from all of the Splyce players, I keep highlighting Zero just because of that hardpoint performance, but all these Splyce guys, your confidence is out of the window. I don't care how well you did in the open bracket. I don't care how great your practice was coming into this tournament. You gotta understand that everything you worked on is about to be challenged by these 4 European players. So, getting into this uplink, the first 30 seconds, a lot of the kills go in favor of Lethal Gaming. However, not much progress has been made with the drone here, as Splyce is now trying to respond.
Yep, the drone was thrown out from the side of Lethal Gaming, but they weren't able to make any sort of progress with it. Now Zero is going to throw that drone down just to try to get some kills before they do make this final push over towards this ticket side, and Zero is going to be able to find one, and Mad Cat finds one of his own as well. So now this is where Zero is great. Get him pushed up into the enemy base and get him to slay out with that K-bar in hand. You see 2 players going straight towards that orange cart. He's going to be able to find one. He finds the second. There should be a score coming in here, at least a 1. We'll see what Jerd decides to go with. Just running back and forth, just trying to kill some time, and his teammate is going to be there. Bance goes in for it. The bounce pass off the wall goes right into Bance's hands, and the 2-point play goes in.
All right, and Jerd moving down middle map to try and kill these players up off spawn. They can't even get out of the gas station. They just put their money in. They can't even get their gas, and Jerd's just running straight down the street to take them out. They're going to try and score again here. Mad Cat finds a kill on the Human Jesus. The drone is in the portal. That's another 2 points on the board. And Lethal Gaming has just been playing off their back foot. Up until this point, though, we see 3 kills go in favor of them, and they're moving the drone. It's all depending on how how they respond to Splyce coming off the spawn.
And they're finally able to get a 1-point toss off, and you can thank Clink for that entire thing. Starting, he was able to pick up a big entry 2-piece, and that completely opened everything up for the side of Lethal. But now the 3-man hit is coming in from Splyce and Elbow. They spot one in top ticket. Bance is going to be able to take both players out there. Still one more challenging over towards Statue, but his teammate support is going to come in there from Mad Cat. Now Zero trying to run that drone through once more. It's crucial to get these powerful payloads in the drone in hand to try to get these dunks in as well. And another dunk goes in for Splyce, and we just passed the 3-minute mark, but now 4 are going to be down. So now this gives Lethal a little bit more time to breathe, trying to get set up and get these opening kills before getting the drone.
Guys, we are watching one of the best Uplink teams in the European Call of Duty World League, as well as just being one of the best teams in the Call of Duty World League internationally, going up against an open bracket team. They are one map away from closing out this series. Do not expect them to let up on the gas. This is going to be the toughest fight Lethal Gaming has had this tournament, and of course you can expect Splyce to produce that consistently. We do see 2 points go on the board though. Mad Cat follows it up with a 2-piece. He still has to clear Clink out of his base, but it looks like the play call is actually just going to be to wrap towards mid and protect that drone. So Clink is pretty free to do what he wants right here.
It was Juju being a nuisance there. That's why Lethal was able to get the dunk, and you're seeing the pass feature utilized a lot more here at this event more than others, and that's exactly what you want to see. But now Human Jesus is wrapping that drone back, trying to get the teammate support, but it looks like he's just going to go ahead and try for the toss on the 1, but he's not going to get that. He will be shut down by Jerd, and now it is time for Splyce's counterattack, pushing through this gas station side. They have Mad Cat in the base ready to slay out. He's going to go to spot 1. That's going to be Hate. One more player going to be right there. Some shaky shots coming in, which is going to lead to him falling there in that 1 versus 2. Now Zero is going to be left last alive. He tosses that drone down just to get his gun out, but Clink, he's on a rampage. He takes out his own teammate as well as 2 Splyce players, and just like that, they are on the attack.
Drone moving up through middle map into the face of some yellow. Not exactly the situation you want to be in. As you can see, Bance and Mad Cat, thank you very much. You're going to take those free, easy kills. And Bance finds a second one. So this drone's going to have a pretty free path through glass here as long as he stays near his escort players just inside of it. The interception, though, that's a big play right there to try and keep this deficit a little lower. Doesn't matter, though. Still results in a 1-point play. Splyce still leading this game and now by 4 points.
Yep, and Bance has been the player who's been doing so much here for Splyce. He's had so many big entry 2-pieces, and he's continuing his dominance. This is the thing about Splyce that's scary. Any of these players can go off at any given time, and right now it's Bance doing everything he can. The drone is tossed, and he's able to get the 1-point shot off well, sitting at 13 and 10. 3 scores to his name as well. More players trying to flood in through this hallway, and that is going to be Human Jesus coming out on top of that gunfight, but now they are attacking through construction, which is like their go-to. They've been doing it almost every single time. The 1-point toss is going to come in. The follow drone is in effect, but it is just going to be overthrown, bounces off that back wall, and the reset is going to come in from Splyce.
Kills coming in from Lethal Gaming, though. So now they just have to fight Splyce off of their spawn. They do have the opportunity to move this drone, but it's not going to get very far depending on how Splyce plays this. They all wrap back to their base, trying to get some control of this portal and set up for an interception, but with so many Lethal Gaming players being just around the corner, that's a tough fight to win. As you can see, Jerd is not able to get those kills until after they score. So Lethal Gaming, they're still in this game. 10 seconds remain here. Splyce is hoping to answer back and score before the half ends.
Yep, just down by 3. Another 1-point toss comes in, so both these teams just trading scores back and forth. As soon as one team scores, the attack is right back on from the base. But the final score at halftime here is going to be a high-scoring one, 9-5 in favor of Splyce.
All right, so let me paint the picture here for Lethal Gaming. If they don't step it up right now and all of a sudden become a better uplink team than Splyce, at least for the next 5 minutes, then this series is over. They absolutely have to just somehow shut down these players. And I can't imagine a scenario where that happens. It's going to be a really tough fight. And if they can do it, they're going to prove a lot to the people that are watching.
Yeah, we have to give credit to Juju. He's that player being the nuisance in the enemy base, and he's been the reason they've been able to get at least 2 of the dunks that they do have in. He's going to be the drone carrier. He's the guy that we are watching. He has it right now in elbow, has 1 player there for support. That is going to be Human Jesus, but he's about to be flooded by players from Splyce. The FTL jump comes in from Mad Cat. He's going to be able to pick up 1 there as well. Actually, sorry, he just got the nice boost off the wall there, but Mad Cat was able to pick up the kill. Jerd tosses that drone, and it is going to be in for another 1-point play. So now Lethal Gaming is down by 5.
Yikes. Yeah, that's a scary scoreline to be looking at if you're trying to stay alive in the series. And now we see Splyce setting up to make another offensive play. They know where Lethal's coming from. 3 players pouring in, make it 4 just around the corner into pre-aimed guns. Another team kill. How many team kills have we seen in these respawn game modes from Lethal Gaming?
It's been mostly Clink been doing a lot of the work of slaying out his own team. Needs to try to focus up and take out the players from Splyce. Clink is going to be able to find there to just halt that Splyce push. Now he does have that drone in hand as well. He's going going to toss it forward for yardage, but it bounces off the statue and comes right back towards them. Bance is going to be able to pick up one, not going to be able to find a two-piece there. It's going to be Juju shutting that one down, but now Lethal needs to try to string something together. We saw the spawn trap that Splyce got going, pushing towards this ticket side and then slaying them out, and they couldn't get them out of gas station. This is where Lethal, they need to try in some way to replicate exactly that, and now they have the teammate support. Clint goes ahead and throws that one up. Should he be able to get it? Somebody should be there to throw this one in, and it's going to be that human Jesus gets a nice two-point play.
And Jared, again, clearing out the base after the score. Splyce only has 3 points of a lead to work with. So Lethal Gaming definitely put themselves right back into this game compared to how it started out. They have 3 minutes to score at least 3 points and try and keep Splyce from scoring and force the overtime or, score 4 and win. But with Splyce having another possession here, finding 2 kills and the drone carrier being this close to the portal and what looks like a free dunk, that's going to be really difficult to stop.
You saw him try to go for the body block feature there, getting inside of the goal, but Jared is now heating up. I mean, been heating up on a 7-kill spree, 25 off that bombardment. Does have that Trinity Rocket and Scarab ready to go as well. He slides inside. Is he going to be able to pick up the kill? No. So he just falls short of that bombardment, but does have the Trinity Rockets to go as well. Clink now going to toss that drone all the way out towards Statue. Has one teammate coming around. This is going to be Human Jesus with the MV4 in hand. He's in the position that you really want Human Jesus to be in. Watching over in this top ticket, playing his range and line of sight with the MV4. But now the Trinity Rocket's going to come in, and it's going to be able to take him out. A clean sweep of the players from Lethal, 4 dead. And now Splyce just taking their time picking up this drone. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left here in the second half.
Fans behind enemy lines, making a difference here with that kill onto Juju. And another one onto Human Jesus. The rest of the team is cleared out as well. Splyce is not stopping. Only 1 player remains, but they should be able to make short work of him and put another dunk on the board. This is why this team is so dangerous. They just don't waste opportunities in this game mode.
And this is where you can see the experience coming into play, right? You see the spawn traps that Splyce has been able to get on that first half as well as the second half now. You see Mad Cat utilizing that cover there, has that overdrive ready to go, but the drone is thrown back inside. All players from Lethal spawning exactly onto their base, and Jared is going to be the drone carrier once more. He's been a big reason they've been able to just pass that drone around, and look at this. He's been doing it all. He's been getting the beatdowns. He's been getting the slays as well, and Jared continues to go off currently 30 and 17 and throws it in just for the 1-point play there to be safe. Score is 15-7. This one is all but over for the side of Lethal Gaming.
This is not a series you want to wake up to. These guys got done playing in the open bracket, playing against mostly North American teams that are coming all the way out here to Anaheim, California to compete, and then all of a sudden they're seated across 2 UK players, and I believe Jared is from Ireland, that just won a tournament. It's like, oh, this is a very noticeable increase in difficulty. That's great. And you can see it in the score here. 1 minute remaining, a 7-point differential. Lethal Gaming has to hit 2 gas pedals if they really want to come back in this game.
Yeah, it's just one of the biggest things. Against a team like Splyce, you have to make sure that you just outslay them. It's sort of like when you play a team like Optic Game. If you're not winning in the slaying, you're most likely not going to win that game. And that's exactly what Lethal is going to do. But like we said, we say it like it's so easy to do, but it's so hard to really try to outslay everybody on Splyce. Like we said, everybody in this team capable of dropping big numbers. And this time, Jared's time around, 31 kills for him in this, and he's not stopping with 35 seconds left to go. Bance is going to go ahead and rock that active camo. He's going to get the dunk in, plus the beatdown, and that's just adding a cherry on top of the Splyce Sunday to go into this one. They will be taking the win over Lethal Gaming, and it's going to be Lethal Gaming falling 0-1 to start off pool play. But I mean, if you're Lethal, you really can't hang your heads against this. You're going against one of the top Call of Duty teams in the world, and you lose this one, where relatively close in the hardpoint, Search and Destroy was ugly. This was close for a while, but once Splyce started getting into the groove of getting everything set up, that's where it started going down south.
And for the fans at home that might be newer to the professional Call of Duty scene, this is sort of like a good glimpse as to what the difference can be between the top teams and teams that are trying to, break into that pro scene. You can really see that there's still a lot of work to be done, and that there is a large skill gap between these guys. I mean, nearly doubling their score, punishing them in that Search and Destroy for every single mistake. Splyce was just not letting up.
They definitely were. And like we said, once that foot is on the gas pedal, it doesn't let off. They just keep going no matter what. But it was such a close game, but you just can't. It shows how punishing it can be when players get that spawn trap set. The game's just completely over. Once that, you just find yourself, usually teams give up maybe 1 or 2 scores in that, but if they're dunks every single time, that's going to be 4 points added on to what their score was already. We saw it on that first side where they were attacking from the gas station. They were able to pin Lethal in there for at least 2 scores. Then going around on this side, they were pushed straight up to where they were spawning over by gas, and they were able to shut them down every single time as well. Picture-perfect uplink play by Splyce. Lethal looked like they might have a chance to stay in the game, but once they started getting, like I said, those spawn traps going, they didn't really need to even utilize the payloads.
Yeah, so let's review a little bit more to that series. It was very quick. Splyce definitely made short work of Lethal Gaming, but in the Hardpoint, I think that this is where they put up a decent fight up until you see that massive difference in the Barnhill. That mainly came towards the middle to later stages of the game, where we started to see Jerd and Mad Cat come online, and you can look at the player matchup comparison here at the bottom, and it is Zero, who was nearly triple positive that entire game. It only had 29 seconds in the hill, but that's because he was too busy killing the entirety of Lethal Gaming single-handedly.
Yeah, and we look at bike path. We brought it up too. That hill was contested so much. I mean, separating them was 55 to 46. That was such a big separation there. We brought up there was just so much time contested. Now, here's the barn one. I feel like a Lethal Gaming on that first rotation, that's where they got a majority of their time on this hill. But ever since then, when Splyce made those adjustments, 109 seconds in the money hill, that's going to be hard to overcome that. But like I said, it's those on-the-fly adjustments from a team like Splyce that they will make middle game, and it won't phase them at all.
Yeah, that's also good for them to have someone like Zero who can at least keep them into the game until those players really come online. Definitely a big asset to have, and shout out to Jordan Mad Cat for really stepping it up and not dropping the map in this series. Splyce is, of course, one of the better teams when it comes to having that 3-0 potential, and you're seeing it right here, especially when they outclass a team so heavily.
Yeah, I mean, we highlighted Human Jesus in there well, dropped 30 kills. I mean, he was one of the only players on the team that was really up there, slaying head-to-head with guys on Splyce as well. But that was also another thing that we brought up, who was challenging Zero with the MV4. There was really nobody going head-to-head with him. He was finding himself in those power positions where when he's on that bridge, you're not going to get him off of it.
Yeah, and Hate had these moments with the MV4 where he was killing everybody but Zero, but Zero's still the main threat, so what are you going to do in that situation, right? So getting into the Search and Destroy is a very swift defeat, 6-1. There wasn't a whole lot that Lethal Gaming could do. They weren't getting their trades. Splyce continued to get the first bloods. Bance was a big threat, and Bance really is always a huge threat in Search and Destroy for this team.
Yeah, and we brought up one of the biggest things, too, is Splyce probably has a lot more experience playing Breakout, Search and Destroy, so the way that match went, we're not really surprised, right? Like we said, the only time that Lethal is ever going to be able to play that is going to be at home, maybe in tournaments if they're all playing together as well. But the only time you ever really see Breakout come in and tournament sites is just going to be when it's in 2Ks. And if you get there, a lot of the time it's set as a game 5. That's one of the only things we never really get to see it played. But Splyce, they've been in the Pro League, they've been playing in the 2Ks as well. They have a lot more experience than Lethal, so it completely makes sense as to why it went that way.
Yeah, they have the best practice in Breakout, Search and Destroy, and you can kind of see it very clearly right here. I mean, Zero, 8-2, the best KD on Splyce, as you can see, and that's in stark contrast to what we saw from Hate, who did the best he could for Lethal, but it only amounted to 1 round win. And even once we got into I think the 3rd round win, where Splyce pretty much gave them a plant because they all hit the opposite site, Lethal Gaming still couldn't hold down Showers, right? Splyce came wrapping through all the way around, and on the rotation, they lost 1 player, and Lethal Gaming still couldn't make much of it, as Mad Cat and I believe Bance came through middle, and they still won that round and failed the retake. So Splyce really just kind of shutting them out there. They had the payload advantage, and that was pretty much a curtain call as we see it. So, again, it was just Splyce outclassing Lethal Gaming.
4.0 KD as well. I mean, Zero, he's been good at Search and Destroy, but I feel like the last couple events, this guy's been absolutely dominant. I feel like at Dallas is where we saw him really erupt. I think in the first couple Search and Destroys that we saw him play, he had a total of like 24 kills just in the span of those 3 games as well. So he's a man who's not to be messed with in Search and Destroy. He's a guy that you need to try to shut down in any way, shape, or form, but it's hard to shut him down. There's the only thing I can think of, he doesn't run tack resist. I think from what we saw was just a blast shield and a dead silence as well. But that's the thing, we don't see teams make those on-the-fly adjustments. Okay, we get this call, this player's not using tack resist, let's bomb him with jammers. It can really start to phase them and then have them like switch their class, drop that extra attachment on the gun as well too. But it's not something that we really see on the fly. You maybe get a call out, this player doesn't have tack, but they're like, we're not going to change, we're just going to keep it going as well.
So if it weren't already clear how dominant Splyce was, let's take a look at their scores again here in Uplink. Nearly doubling the score of Lethal Gaming, scoring a similar amount of points in both halves. So they were doing very well on both sides, and we're seeing Jerd here, 32 kills for his team, and the highest kill player on the side of Lethal Gaming was Human Jesus at 25. He was also contributing to the score. As you can see, he's got 3 points put on the board in Uplink, and I think someone else on his team had 7 towards the end. I want to say I want to say that it was Bance that had 7, but I could be mistaken. But either way, a lot of points are being scored, and they were being scored very quickly with very little response from Lethal Gaming and its representative in the box score here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And you look at just a big differential of 9 to 8. If they didn't get those spawn traps going, if Lethal didn't allow themselves to get into that situation, it would have been such a much more closer game, because you take 4 points off of the 9 that they had, that's going to even it up at 5 apiece. And then with the relay that they had there, I believe they were able to get at least 1 dunk off it. So it would have been such a close game. It would have been very, very interesting. But with a team like Splyce and how they play and trying to get Mad Cat out of your base being a nuisance, as well as Jerd, there was just so much team communication going down. It was either Jerd has the drone and taking it out towards the construction, he passed it off and he starts slaying out as well. I mean, the kill column showed for it. It was just, you cannot get yourself an uplink into those sticky situations where you're going to be trying to fight from your spawn. You can't even overextend or wrap back to your base because they have every single line of sight covered.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot to say here. It was just Splyce being the better team, and especially in this series, it showed very clearly. So, guys, we're going to cut to a quick commercial break. We have eUnited facing off against the open bracket team, and we're going to see you after this commercial break. Hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty World League Anaheim Open. I'm Fox, and I'm joined by Landon for this cast. We're hopping right into eUnited versus Fury Gaming. Fury Gaming is a team that has just come from the Open bracket, and they're facing off against eUnited, one of the more storied North American Call of Duty World League Pro teams. Landon, what are you thinking about this matchup so far?
I mean, to be honest with you, it's kind of hard to call in some cases if you are a Fury fan. I mean, it's looking definitely to go in eUnited's way. I do have some updates I can kind of give.
So it's easy to call.
I mean, it's easy to call, but it's hard to call if you're a Fury fan, is what I'm basically trying to say. I mean, it's not going to be a fun matchup. I think for the Fury guys, they're definitely going to have to grind this one out. But I think much like how you're feeling, I'm definitely calling eUnited to
right. So we can take a look at the series here with the maps on screen. First off is Scorch Hardpoint. If you're Fury, you're already terrified of what's going to happen in the next 10 or so minutes, if it even lasts that long. Crusher, Search and Destroy coming up. Frost, Uplink, Retaliation, Hardpoint, Breakout, Search and Destroy. We've seen a lot of Breakout, Search and Destroy in Game 5. So I don't know if that's just confirmation bias or what, but I'd love to see someone pull some statistics as to where Breakout, Search and Destroy ends up lying in our series count here. But Landon,
I'm not sure if we're ever going to see Breakout, Search and Destroy, to be honest with you. Not that I'm hating on Fury or anything like that, but it's just.
Oh no,
I mean,
come on, be honest.
It's so hard to call. I mean, it's hard to not want to give eUnited the victory in this, especially like they have been playing pretty consistently. Of course, we do talk about the transition of losing Gunless, adding Swirly to the lineup. You know, Swirly hasn't been playing the best this weekend, but I mean, when it comes into playing against this Fury roster, I think they're going to be on all cylinders.
And still, we have to give respect to Fury Gaming. As far as we're concerned, they have a blank slate up until this point, right?
Well,
they're coming from the Open bracket.
They did beat Fnatic 3-1, so they have been playing pretty decently.
Yeah, so they have a lot. They still have a story to tell, right? The main thing is we just got to give credit to eUnited right off the bat, is that we know they're good. We know that they can win tournaments. Even with this fill-in of Swirly in place of Gunless, they still pose a decent threat in the North American Call of Duty World League. So here we go. Opening engagements on Scorch Hardpoint.
It's always difficult to actually run an MV4 when it comes down to Scorch, but if there is one play that you definitely would be watching out for, it's going to be Arstees. Man's going to have the MV4 out, at least for the first beginning hills. That's exactly what he can do. Long-range gun engagements toward that mid-map, as he'll find 3 off the break and giving eUnited some early seconds.
Yeah, now Arceus is going to be in position. He knows that his job is to watch those long lines of sight. And you can see the Fury Gaming players don't even bother going that way because they know he's going to be there protecting it. They all swarm towards middle map, and it's still not going to be an easy feat because they have to run into the face of Silly, Swarly. But the team kill comes in, lightening the load just a little bit as Heck comes through and takes down 2 on his own.
I like the gamer tag there from Heck. What the heck? I like that. That's pretty clever, I'm not going to lie. But either way, we'll see how the transition over toward the next hard point will be made. Silly holding down the last remaining seconds before we head over toward Turbine. Seems it is going to be the side of Fury, who currently does have possession of those spawns, but we'll see how much longer they can hold those for.
Right, so taking a look at this Fury Gaming roster, they are on the setup. You got to imagine they're being led by someone like Remy, who does have experience on that Team Revenge roster of Advanced Warfare, who seems to have fallen from that form pretty hard over the past couple of years. See what you can do with this roster of amateur players. It looks like they're holding down Turbine pretty well, trying to find some time on this muddy hill that could put them right back into this game. As you see on the mini-map, eUnited spawning out so far. It's going to take them like 20 seconds to even get in range of a meaningful engagement here. Pristini finding one onto Remy. You want to see the rest of eUnited attack and follow up on that.
And here comes the push. 3 players ready to go. Side of Fury just trying to hold the line, trying to stay behind those head glitches for as long as possible, hold down some remaining time inside of Turbine. That's the reason why they're back in this game, for that exact reason. But the duo of Pristini and Arstees, the twin brothers, lighting it up in the kill feed to try and shut down this push. Coming into our Turbine, as Pristini will win that engagement and grant himself the last 9 seconds. But of course, the rotation coming in over toward Hangar. This is also a hard point where you can stack up quite a bit of time, so these gunfights mean very, very much.
Seaball trying to stay alive, and what he knows is a crucial position for his team to hold. He's going to be met by some eUnited players here shortly as they come up off the spawn. A little staggered, so it's going to give some free uncontested time towards Fury. The dive comes in. The Scarab opens things up with some damage and a little bit of disruption on the front line. And it doesn't look like anyone from eUnited is really able to follow up any of that, as more time is just going to Fury, and eUnited is still dancing around the hard point.
And Shipping doing a great job at watching the bottom side. Like you said, Fury holding strong, at least 4 right now, watching each other's cuts and making sure every angle is clear, essentially. Arstees currently being a little bit of a nuisance in the back. If he can, of course, hold this angle, maybe try to a little bit of a pinch start to come into play. Misses the melee, and unfortunately, he'll pay for that one. Remy shutting down Arstees in that engagement, and Swarly has made it inside. Kind of one of the guys you're going to see hop in the hard point quite a bit for the eUnited lineup, and is also doing a great job at making sure his teammate Pristini has an easy time in it for right now, as it is going to be the side of eUnited who gets closer toward tying this game up as the rotation will come in.
3 players on middle map for eUnited, but if you take a look at the red arrows of Fury Gaming, they're already set up on drill, and they're set up pretty aggressively for this push. Still, though, 2 kills go in favor of eUnited. That spells trouble for the setup. They were just getting a decent lead, too, and eUnited has already broken it in seconds. This forces Fury Gaming out. Split spawns all across the map. This is not going to be an easy push. They are staggered all over the place right now, Landon.
Indeed, they are. When we talk about eUnited, I mean, this is a very aggressive team, and we've talked about it in the past, guys like Precinct and even guys like Swarley as well, who are on opposite rosters. I mean, this is a very aggressive roster. I mean, there's been times where I think in interviews that Precinct has been in, he's like, if I'm one shot and there's 2 guys in front of me, I'm going to challenge, believe it or not, just because I feel that confident in my gun skills. So be aware, if you are the side, if you're a fan of Fury Gaming, they have got to be able to withstand this aggressive rush that we're going to see coming up eUnited time and time again.
Yeah, and the question is, for a lot of these open bracket teams, is how do you keep up with that sort of pressure, that sort of confidence and ability from these professional players to realize they have such a great supporting cast around them and that they have the ability to run straight through a tournament and at least make it to Championship Sunday. And that's just a difficult thing that Fury Gaming is going to have to do here. But as we get into our second rotation of hills, you got to notice, Fury Gaming had the lead at some point, and they're still only trailing by about 20 seconds. This is still anyone's game. They could put up a good fight here in map 1.
Yeah, they absolutely could. And like I said, we talked about Turbine, how important that is. I mean, we obviously see Fury Gaming hold down quite a few seconds inside of Turbine. eUnited really wasn't able to kind of force the issue quite a bit, not be as aggressive as they'd like to. And that's when we saw Fury Gaming start to kind of take a lead in some cases. So as the time does,
RCDs, please.
Starts to make something happen. It looks like the rotation over toward Turbine will be on everyone's minds already, as you're going to see Fury Gaming trying to get toward the back lines. Persini obviously aware of such. Decides to go invest some time inside of the middle. Hardpoint wins the gunfight, but will quickly drop right after that. Looks like it's going to be C-Ball currently locking down the remaining seconds in Bridge.
RC's here is allergic to the objective, but he's too busy feasting on the enemy team. Just bloodthirsty this game, was nearly double positive until just moments ago. And his team seems to be capitalizing on that as they extend their lead from what was about 20 seconds to close to 40 here. So now we move over to Turbine Hardpoint, where we saw last time Fury Gaming was able to hold a highly impactful amount of time here. eUnited beats him to it and has score streaks to press the issue.
And I feel like as well, this is kind of like eUnited in some cases beating up on the side of Fury, because I feel like coming into this tournament, they obviously have, in some cases, a little bit of a niche, kind of in some ways, I think it's fair to say, just obviously losing Gunless and adding in a player like Swarley, people asking, is eUnited going to be good anymore? And I think the guys on eUnited kind of took offense to that because they feel like that they are still a top team in this game, and RCD's is obviously trying to prove that. But I wonder if this is them kind of just getting their anger out in some ways, as RCD's 22-11, make it 23-12 now, absolutely exploding and showing that not one player makes a team, it's the whole roster and the communication, the chemistry that they've built over a long time that has granted this team to still be a talented team.
You know what's really fun to me here as well, talking about this eUnited roster and just some of the changes going on with them and their roles and their identity as a team, is that Pristini keeps highlighting that he wants to get back to Black Ops 3 Pristini.
Days, yeah.
His time of playing on a Pantheon Esports and what they were able to do at tournaments like MLG Anaheim, MLG Orlando last year. And it seems like RCDs has almost taken that from him this year. It seems like, and it's not even that Pristini is playing poorly now, it's just that obviously RCD's filled those shoes for him. So I'm just really curious to see how this team grows after their problems with Gunless and if they can remain a top squad.
I think it's also going to pay a lot toward their chemistry as well. I mean, losing a major player like Gunless is obviously going to factor into your chemistry, having to result to that because you don't necessarily have as much gun skill as you used to. So I think it's going to be, like you said, an interesting transition to see how they kind of move forward throughout future tournaments and how they move, especially throughout Anaheim.
Right. And let's also follow the story of Fury Gaming, as Remy is on a 5-kill streak at the moment. He's working on that camo payload that's going to be so big for these next coming moments in the hardpoint, as eUnited is about a minute away from closing out this game. Remy has fallen from his graces that he was on that Team Revenge roster, and since then has just fallen in lower quality teams. So this is sort of his answer to that, trying to come back and still putting his all into this game as he works through the open bracket into the pool play matches. Getting into the drill hardpoint, though, we see it in control of eUnited, and Fury is on the offense.
They are. Swarley and the boys from eUnited trying to lock things down. Swarley ends up dropping Pristini now, trying to get his way back inside of drill. Not having a whole lot of people to contest him at the moment. C-Ball, the closest up front, able to win a nice gunfight, actually. They're over on Silly, and his teammates coming through middle. We could see a little bit of a potential pinch coming in, but C-Ball drops, and now it looks like Heck ends up falling. Shipping does as well, and now Remy's left all by himself to try and contest, and eUnited, great defense to hold down this drill hardpoint, and now they're getting closer toward the 250 mark.
All right, so he's got to have mercy, man. These guys just got out of the open bracket, and he's dropping 30 kills on them right now, about to make it double positive. That he does. And he's just a monster right now. I mean, we're seeing some light from players such as Remy. We're seeing some decent kills coming from Heck, but it's really just not enough when you consider the talent and the well-formed ability on the side of eUnited just taking over.
Oh, yeah, and I think it's been an interesting thing to kind of talk about the side of eUnited throughout most of the Infinite Warfare season. And every time that we'd go into, like, listen-ins or hear the communication, it just didn't sound like as stellar. Like, it wasn't, constant communication. It wasn't, like, having players kind of in some ways go back and forth at each other. It was kind of like a relaxing conversation is what their communication is like. And it's just something about these players that just works. And I mean, obviously, once you find that combination, it's great. But ever since you've got, Arcity, Silly, and Pristini together, something about this lineup just works in some cases. And obviously, they're showing it here as they're going to be up 232 to 148. And unfortunately, for the side of Fury, they just haven't had a whole lot of response.
And it is crazy to think about that this United roster was the Ghostly crew back in Vegas, where they were able to get into pool play, take a series up a phase, and they lost all their others. Who knew that they were one roster change away from being able to win an event, right? Picking up Silly in place of Drama, that put this team on the just at the top of their game and at the top of the game in the North American Call of Duty World League. And it seems like they're trying to stay in that realm. They're trying to stay a Tier 1 team here. And Fury Gaming has a really tough opponent to face right now with a chip on their shoulder, too.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see how the rotation does heading into Turbine. Only 10 more seconds needed for the side of eUnited to lock things down. It seems that there's going to be one player last alive. That's actually going to be Arcity. He's kind of making his way around the hard point, firing some extra shots, and actually maybe finding two there. Unfortunately for him, he'll end up dropping. Shipping will walk away with that particular gun engagement before dropping right after that. However, Remy locking down some time, doing what he does best, a support player back in the day for a number of different rosters, specifically for the old TR roster like we mentioned earlier, but the push coming in and the eUnited Slaying presence just too strong. Swarly, nice turn on there onto What the Heck, and that's going to do it. 250 to 185 will be our ending score for map number 1, Scorch Hardpoint. United takes it. Yeah,
Fury was definitely in the game up until the end of that first rotation. They put up a great fight. They just couldn't keep that consistency throughout the rest of the game. eUnited finally beat them on that initial rotation. The Turbine was able to mount up a bit of time there as well, and just increasing that deficit farther and farther every time. So eUnited is just going to take map number 1 pretty easily.
Yeah, I think that's what we would expect, too. I mean, it's not like we were coming into this being really high on Fury by any means. Of course, a win versus Fnatic is a win versus Fnatic, and that's a very impressive thing to have. But, I mean, coming against an eUnited roster like this, I mean, I think we both knew kind of coming into Anaheim. I mean, granted, you use Gunless. You lose him, but you still have a number of different talented slayers. I think this also kind of, in some ways, frees up Pristini to do a lot more slaying that he's been waiting to do for a while as well.
Right, unless Arcity takes it all for himself.
Exactly,
here. Yeah. But getting into this Crush and Search and Destroy, that's going to be map number 2. Remember, guys, this is a best-of-5 series, the first team to 3 wins. For any of our newer viewers that might not be aware, eUnited is definitely the favorites in this series to possibly take it 3-0. This is a team with very high 3-0 potential. They've been able to take down your favorite player's favorite team, Optic Gaming and FaZe. They've been able to take both of those teams out on numerous different occasions. So, going up against the team Fury here, they have a juggernaut in North American Call of Duty to play against.
Yeah, and of course, when we do talk about that, they do end up losing Gunless, so in some cases it's not as the same roster that we'd expect in the past, but it's still a very talented roster nonetheless. I want to talk about the addition of Swarly in place of Gunless. Of course, we would all take Gunless in that particular regard. No offense to Swarly, of course, but what did Gunless really do to this roster that really elevated to that level, and maybe how can they get back to that same level?
Well, he's just able to put out these MVP-like performances consistently, right? If it's not him, it's Arcity's, and then he's, of course, going to follow it up in that same map at some point, right? If he starts slow for some reason, but he's just, he plays like a superstar. I wouldn't call him a superstar, but he puts up these performances that can obviously bring them to the end of a tournament. So speaking of the performances of these eUnited players, let's actually take a look at the box score for map number 1 while we get the players settled for Search and Destroy here. You can see Arcity's 33 kills, trying to fill those shoes from Gunless, and this is even something he did when Gunless was on the team, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Dropping that 1.65 KD, you could see there was the best person on the side of Fury was Remy, who just wasn't even close in KD.
Fortunately not, but he did try to do his best. Of course, most kills on the team. Ended up getting a 1 KD, which is good, and also nearly a minute of hill time as well. But of course, as we look at the top, you see 78 points to 48 over on Bridge. Turbine actually ended up going in Fury Gaming's way, so we do kind of talk about in past how important certain hills are. Money Hill not really being too much of a factor when it comes down to this matchup, but we do talk about Bridge. We also talk about Drill, 77 to 16 points. United. held that down nearly perfect.
Yeah, it seems like whenever they wanted to break a Fury Gaming setup, they could just do it on a whim. They could just decide to, and it's very easy for them. And they would just hold it down, force their spawns out. It was a pretty easy, fundamental game of Hardpoint for them, and they took over. So moving on into the Search and Destroy, I think we should expect a lot of the same, Landon. eUnited, with the replacement of Swarly in place of Gunless, should still be a force in that game mode.
Yeah, I might be expecting when it comes down to some Crusher Search and Destroy as well that we probably do see potentially some sniper rifles come out from Arcties. We've seen him make a number of different highlight plays with that in the past. I think we're going to see Swarly maybe transition to more as that objective player, of course, just being past roles and whatnot. Probably going to be having the bomb throughout most of this game as well. So I'm thinking the same. Not that I don't think that Fury has a potential to close this one out. I believe they ended up losing the Search and Destroy to Fnatic, if I did hear that correctly. So that was a game that they aren't feeling the most confident in, at least in past series. So this could be a map where we see eUnited yet again start to kind of rival forward.
Right, and even Fnatic in a bit of a decline was able to, in their bit of a decline at the moment in their form, were able to take the Search and Destroy off Fury according to you. So I gotta say that eUnited should be able to do the same here. Yeah. So we're loading right into the map. As you can see, Crusher Search and Destroy. For any of our new viewers that might be tuning in, because Call of Duty World League has a pretty big reach. This is Search and Destroy. You plant the bomb, hope that the other team doesn't defuse it, and if you can, kill them before they even get the opportunity to do so. Both teams get the opportunity on offense and defense. As you can see, there's Site A and Site B. Those are the spots you want to attack. Typically, though, we see teams pick one designated bomb carrier to put that bomb down, and that's the objective that these guys will be focusing on.
Indeed, United will be on the offensive, like you just mentioned there. Fox for round number one. Arcties, like I mentioned in the pregame, pulling out the longbow. He's going to be guiding the way for the bomb carrier. Of course, like I said, that's going to be Swarly, the main objective man now for this roster. Other guys left up to kind of free and slay a little bit, just as that happens. Silly finding the first blood, shipping already dropping. Just like that, another one falls, and what the heck? Is able to at least find one gun engagement to go his way, but 2 versus 3 are retake and have to come in here.
Oh, heck falls to Arcties there.
Oh, heck, man.
Oh, heck.
Darn it. That's a clever gamer tag, I'm not going to lie, though.
Arcties takes him down. Pretty swift round there. As soon as we saw the objective get planted, United was just able to close it out. Nothing too crazy going on here, just both executes going on, and United getting the better of Fury. So now that the sides switch, it's going to be Fury's turn.
Indeed it will. We'll see what Arcties can do with that sniper rifle this time around. I don't think he ended up finding a sniper kill with it. We'll see what he can potentially do when it comes into this next round. Of course, choosing B, and he will choose right. Spots one that's actually going to be Remy, nearly staying alive. Immediately focuses his attention toward that wall run and letting his teammates know that a push is coming. Get back on the map, Arcties. This isn't looking good for you, pal. But either way, it is going to be this side of Team Fury who's going to get that bomb down.
Yeah, they gave Arcties coming out of the map right there, gave Fury a lot of time to move up here. So that's why you see him not getting too close until his teammates come to support him. He pushes out with a pistol with no follow-up. I'm not sure if that was just him being overzealous.
I respect the confidence, though. I'm not going to lie.
He's just boiling over with confidence for that engagement. But there's the flank coming in from Prestini. Heck and Remy push in to find themselves some kills. Swarly wins a really shaky gunfight there against Heck, and Remy tries to reset the situation, find some distance between himself and Swarly, who still has to kill him and defuse the bomb. But Remy is, of course, not going to make that very easy on him. Oh, catches him off guard. That's a bomb defuse.
Nice play there from Swarly. Of course, he's been the main objective man to plant a defuse to his name, and also 3 kills in that round. Great play there from him as he's going to earn that Scarab. Now only 175 points away from that next streak. So 2-0 is eUnited, winning both an offense and a defensive one. Like I said, nice clutch there from Swarly. Nice to see that he's also playing pretty well this tournament. And Search and Destroy at the very least.
So that is 2 rounds straight. At least in this round, Fury was able to put up more kills. So not falling behind too far in the payload war. Still need to get some rounds on the board, though, because if they can't, it's obviously not going to matter.
Who do you want to see from the side of Fury? You want to see anybody in specific?
I mean, we got a sniper, right? Let's see if the sniper can sort of make a difference and lighten the load that they're going to have to deal with once they get to the site here.
C-Ball, show me something, C-Ball. Show me something, C-Ball. There you go, C-Ball. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
they would have pined Arcties down. Sniper battle, 1 versus 1 on
another one.
The other. Silly has a sniper rifle too.
Hold that. Silly puts him down. He
just when C-Ball gets some confidence, he's like, "Let's go, man." I should have done sniper. Silly's like, "Nah, man. I'll pick that up and I'll just destroy."
I'm gonna just take that right back. Thank you.
Exactly. On the opposite side, though, it's going to be Swarly making his way with the objective. Looks like Team Fury most likely not aware that bomb is going to be going down.
There's a free bomb plant, Landon. You see that right there?
Indeed, I do. And Silly is actually might have a free snipe if potential. It's not the best location to have it. Player right behind Silly at the moment. Needs to find the kill. Not able to make that one happen. And now Swarly, after getting that bomb down, thank you for the free kill on shipping. That's a little bit of an awkward engagement. Either way, 2 versus 2. We'll see what Fury can finally get around to the board.
It's 75 points away there. I think that's Swarley that's about to get a bombardment here. That would be pretty big for the team. So hopefully Pristini can set him up for success here. You definitely want to see the two eUnited players work together in these last 15 seconds to just keep him alive. That bombardment and the Trinity rocket would definitely win them a lot more rounds than even risking it for this. You can see they're going to stay outside of the site here.
They don't have time. This is it. Doesn't matter if Herbie gets these 2 kills.
Gotta kill him.
Nope. It looks great, and he'll obviously say peace, but man, that's not a round that's going to go in your favor. That's 3 rounds now in favor of the side of eUnited. It's kind of an awkward way to play it, but honestly, there was some confidence out of eUnited. They're like, you know what, we're in a 2 versus 2. I don't think they're going to want to go for the defuse.
Yeah, they just knew.
Yeah, good overall confidence, I guess. And when you played and been at the same stage that they have, constant grand finals, you start to earn some of that that veteranship over time and start to make some reads. I think that's what we saw there.
3-0 lead for eUnited. It's looking pretty scary if you're on the side of Fury Gaming. They do have their opportunity at an offensive round here now, but as you've seen, it hasn't worked out so far for them. Something's got to change here, and it's got to change soon because eUnited looks like they're going to walk away with this map as well. This is, of course, the 1st to 6. So we can only go to an extensive round of 11 rounds in the Search and Destroy. Seaball here hesitating a bit to put the bomb down because we do see some Scorch shoots coming in from the sky. Those are going to be the Trinity rockets that Swarley earned. They're not going to connect, but they will give eUnited valuable information, Landon.
They do 1 player lingering through the back. That is going to be Pristini. Looks like getting some information from his teammates about plays going down on the bomb. Seaball weak, decides to back up. Silly finding the first blood of this round number 4. Kills start to come down. Seaball trying to find a few, but no, he'll end up dropping. Remy's the last alive. He's nearly able to stay alive. Actually shuts down Swarley on the wall run. 1v2 engagement now, and he's not able to walk away with that one either. Things not looking good for Fury yet again, as they're going to be now down 0 rounds to 4. eUnited continuing to go on a spree, as you're going to see Pristini there in the round-ending kill cam.
Yeah, it's just all of eUnited's play calls are working and seemingly going uncontested. They want to execute something, they do it, and it works out perfectly for them. And that reflects in the score here, 4-0. Lots of clean victories other than what? The very first, the second round, maybe?
Yeah. And a whole lot of positives for the side of this Team Fury lineup. At least you can point out that Remy, close to the active camo, unfortunately not going to earn it in this round because he ends up dropping, and now Seaball left all by himself. 1 versus 3, tags up 1, can't even find him. Please don't tell me RC's killed him.
I mean, he hit him in the back shield.
I know, but please don't tell me that RC's killed him.
Looked like a team shot. I think there were 2 players here.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
see.
I know, shot. But still. It's hard to see. That's hard to watch.
Sucks that he couldn't finish the kill. I think he just thought he finished it off.
Yeah.
1 shot away.
It happens.
Couldn't finish the job.
It happens. Well, Fury, it's going to be difficult, to say the least. You need 6 rounds in a row to be perfect and to walk away with this game number 2. Definitely
good luck.
Not looking likely, but we'll obviously see what they can try and produce here. Crazier things have happened before. But
yeah, there are teams at eUnited's level that can't even pull this off, so it's going to be a difficult challenge for Fury here as they push aggressively through the A site. We do have Remy watching you. He's going to read a flank coming in from there, but that's going to be Silly around the corner, playing patiently alongside Swarley. If you take a look at your mini-map, you can see the action unfold. eUnited is trying to come in here from all angles and just sort of trap them.
Everyone playing passive, no players dropping as of yet. That's about to change, says Pristini, trying to fire some shots away over toward that A site. Finds at least 1 or 2. Pristini and RC's combining for a few. Pristini will rock that FTL jump, and now 1 player last alive. Shipping, it's all up to you, my friend, and you end up falling as well. A hot 6-0 coming out in the Search and Destroy from eUnited, as they will now be up 2-0.
Yeah, that's a demoralizing Search and Destroy. Typically, when you see a lot of upcoming teams facing these more established rosters, that's the game modes they at least think they have a chance in, right? They think that they're more even-footed, but right here we're seeing eUnited come out the gates at that 6-0, and I just don't expect it being too much different in this uplink here. But hey, maybe Fury Gaming can surprise us. I mean, the Gosu crew, this original eUnited roster back in CWL Las Vegas, were able to take uplink off of FaZe Clan, and that was one of their big moments in the series. So, maybe Fury Gaming can upset them a little bit here, but it's going to be a really difficult task, and that's assuming a whole lot of things go wrong for eUnited.
Absolutely. And there's 1 player that I'm looking at for Fury. He's been Remy. He's been playing pretty well throughout the most of this game, and honestly, I would imagine he'd be in the captain role for this particular roster. So maybe if he can kind of get under the guys, maybe say, you know what, let me take over. Let me kind of control this uplink and kind of let you guys work around me. Maybe we could see Fury steal a map. It's just not looking likely.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult, but guys, we will find out after this commercial break how everything turns out. So everyone at home, make sure you stay tuned. Tweet out the stream tweeting with the hashtag CWL Anaheim. We'll be back in just a moment.
Welcome back, everyone, to the CWL Anaheim Open, presented by the PlayStation 4. Lando, Fox on hand, currently guiding you guys through a pretty interesting series going on right now between eUnited and Fury Gaming. eUnited pretty much destroying, to say the least, currently up 2-0, and there's been a major factor as to why that's been happening. Some major players we're looking at from eUnited. One of them in specific has got to be Arcides. Talk to me a little bit about Arcides, Fox. What does he do exactly when it comes down to being around the map, and what really kind of provides that extra slaying power that United needs?
Well, he's just so dangerous with his shot, right? That NV4, he's obviously shown himself as one of the better NV4s in the pro scene. He's someone that's difficult to challenge at really any range. He's someone that's just a factor you always have to keep into account because of how devastating his lock-on aim is, right? If he snaps to you and you don't get that first shot off, it's over. It's going to be really difficult to beat someone like him. His twin brother, Prestini, always there to play the supportive role. He's just got a great cast around him as well. So when you have skill like this and three teammates to back it up, you're tough to beat.
Oh, absolutely. You kind of see the consistency there. 1.05 overall, Uplink 1.07, Hardpoint 1.05. Of course, we talk about the Uplink one, 1.07. Kind of bringing up as we head in here toward Uplink on Frost. I got to ask, I guess, a prediction. I know what you're going to say exactly, but I feel like it's only right that we do ask at least for a prediction. I'm going to get an exact score. I'm going to get an exact score of a prediction. I know you're going to say United, but I'm going to get an exact score. What you think?
United is pretty good. Yeah. Right? I think that would be safe to say that.
I think it's fair to say that, yeah.
Fury Gaming, at least in this series, is not good. So, I think that it's pretty safe to say that eUnited can close out this 3-0 here. I think that they're working off of the 6-0 victory. They're working off of their obvious confidence as being a Tier 1 team. And Fury Gaming has to be feeling pretty demoralized at this stage in the series. So I find it very hard to believe.
I want an exact score. Give me an exact score.
You want an
I want an exact score.
Let's say 10-2 eUnited.
Okay, I respect that. I can go on board with that.
They're winning by double digits, actually, so anything above that.
Okay. All right, I'll let you kind of take on board with that one as we're going to hop in here toward some round number 1, or half number 1, I guess you could say, of some Frost Uplink shots already being exchanged. Shipping now going to have that drone in his hands. Kind of a little bit curious to actually have that one in his hands. He's going to kind of run back toward this ice side and try to make a play happen. But like we said, we already talked about a player to be watching out for. It's going to be Arshtis, starting off 4-0, 50 points away from that Scarab. And we talked about how important active camo is to an Uplink game. Just so happens that he has one of the most important payloads when it comes down to this Uplink. He's definitely going to be earning that one.
Yeah, and you have to remember my stellar analysis of eUnited here is that they're pretty good. So let's see how they play on this base defense here. C-Ball frontlining with the drone, but no, he actually has the help of Remy. The 1-point play goes in. Arshtis clears out the base, but that was a great supporting play from Remy there to help his drone carrier, and they put some points on the board. The first point on the board in this Uplink.
Nice play there from Remy. Also a very decent shot there coming in out of C-Ball, having a number of different players right in his face, and was able to make that one happen regardless. Shots being exchanged. Looks like Swirly might have escaped there with the drone. 1-point toss off and an immediate response there coming in out of eUnited as we're now level up at 1 apiece.
2 players alive for both teams. Only one of the 2 players from eUnited is actually going towards this middle map engagement. He finds himself outnumbered, and Shipping is actually able to take him down anyway. So now the rest of eUnited is going to have to play this middle map engagement pretty heavily outnumbered. What the heck opens up with a kill onto Prestini. RCDs and Silly are responding, and somehow they actually came out on top in the numbers game here.
They do. Big engagement going over towards Shipping, but he doesn't realize there's a few eUnited players right behind him. This Prestini will shut him down. That drone immediately comes back into his hands. A bit of a drone swipe just for good measure. And they'll be making their way up here toward that ship side. Be going a little bit of a wall, running out a whole lot of teammate support. He's actually kind of leading the way right now. Player right behind him might go and take up the drone for himself. That's going to be Arshtis. They want him because he's got the active camo. The dunk will come into play. Maybe even a kill on top of that. Arshtis needs to reload. He's one shot, but his teammate, Prestini, his twin brother, will be there for the assistance. And it looks like the scoring opportunities are going to continue. Silly passes it over to Arshtis, and here comes another 2-point play. Arshtis just teasing with us a little bit. The overextension coming in from Fury. Possibly the reason for the delay, but obviously, like we said,
here it goes.
This is just a no intention of a Fury, but this is just getting out of hand early on.
Oh no, it's happening. This is where it happens. This is where it all begins. eUnited's pouring it on with a bunch of free, uncontested dunks. The score streaks are coming in. Arshtis is working on even more of his own. Fury Gaming has to stay in cover, meaning they can't stop it, and it's just gonna continue pouring in as Arshtis puts another 2 points on the board and finds himself with a bombardment.
And they cannot stop this right now. Like this, I mean, just as I say that, they're able to get at least some sort of defensive plays going. But regardless, I mean, that's exactly what eUnited can do. This roster is still scary, my friends. I mean, this is not a team to take lightly by any means. As the kills start to come in, Arshtis wants yet again another 2-point play. He's already got the bombardment. He's even closer to his active camo. And we're only a few minutes into this game. Make it now 11 points overall. 8 of those coming from Arshtis himself. And now it's going to be a 5-possession game already, Fox.
Let's make the new competition as to who on the side of eUnited can get the most kills here. We're 4 minutes into the game, and they're already leading by 10. I think that even when the sides switch, the advantage they've built up from these payloads and these score streaks is going to just be such a huge mountain for Fury Gaming to climb that I just don't see eUnited even slipping to make it any easier. But on the side of eUnited, we did mention just how strong RCDs could be. So far in the game, he's double positive, working on that payload as you mentioned. And here we have Shipping trying to defend his base. This is probably the best base defense they've had in the past 4 minutes. So that's really good for him to find those 2 kills.
Absolutely. Remy tossing that drone over toward his teammates. Prestini doing a great job of just trying to delay that offensive push for as long as possible. C-Ball tossing that drone over toward his teammate Shipping, who's ready to try and do some of that early lead engaging. Firing some more shots. Remy now with the drone in his hands. Can he make a play happen? He's got no teammate support. He's going to have to go for the fade 1-point toss, and unfortunately, that one actually ends up going through. I didn't think that was even possible to make happen, so major props to Remy, but unfortunately, his team is still down by 9 points, and we still got another minute, or still 5 more minutes left in this next half coming up.
Yeah, we're gonna need about 9 more of those, Fury Gaming, if you want to get yourself back into this game, but you're gonna have to do it into the face of bombardments, Trinity rockets, and payloads. There's just so many things they're gonna have to fight through if they want to win this game. game, and they only have 5 minutes to do it. It's not going to be easy. Swirly, surrounded by 2 players. This offensive drive from eUnited is shut down. 5 seconds remaining, though, and eUnited's coming up off spawn. We're not going to see another score happen. This is the score we're going into the second half with.
Ugh, man, that was not fun.
Oh, this can't feel good.
Yeah.
This can't feel good.
I really don't know what to say at this point. I mean, just to be completely honest with you. Like, so we thought maybe there was some potential for Fury Gaming to kind of bring this one back in some ways. Like, it wasn't obviously a major momentum swing, but you got to always give credit to the underdog at times. But
I mean, they made it this far, so that's impressive in and of itself, right?
Absolutely. And, you know what, obviously we did hear the result about them 3-1-ing Fnatic. By no means is Fnatic a bad team by any means. So they obviously have something. It's just eUnited is something better. There's something stronger, and there's something that's absolutely terrifying when it comes down to this Uplink map on Frost. As kills already starting to begin as we load into our next 5 minutes. I think the highest Uplink score that I've seen so far this weekend came from Splyce. It was around 23 points.
Oh, no.
I wonder if they have, we can
Who
see
are they going
Breakout.
against? I didn't get to see that match.
I'm not 100% sure, but I just know that they scored 23 points.
Yeah, that's a pretty great Uplink team there, so no surprises at all. RC still holding on to these score streaks because he doesn't need them.
He doesn't need them.
I think that his team and their contribution to this map so far is equal to that of the Bombardment. So they're just kind of playing around the drone here. All of Fury Gaming spawning up in their base. The camo here should be able to be the difference maker for the dunk. Finds the beatdown. 2 more points on the board.
That's what we call a poster. Dunking on somebody and putting it in the hole.
I'm sorry, I don't. Sports.
That's what I'm talking about.
I follow real sports. They use controllers and mice and keyboards.
That's the esports, actually.
No, this is. Just kidding.
That'd be esports. Nice try.
This triggered so many people out there.
You triggered me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, but still, some time is left in this game, and it's really just eUnited's time to shine, I guess. Some highlights potentially that could come up. We've been highlighting Arcees quite a bit. Precinct, though, 23 and 14, definitely playing his game, the E-Red in hand, definitely being as aggressive as he wants to be, and you know, he's obviously playing pretty well. 2 drone scores as well, pretty impressive.
Yeah, 2 drone
Arcees
scores.
has 10, but you know, still. He's got more kills.
I didn't even realize
that brother rivalry, I'm sure, is definitely kind of coming into play right now.
Oh, man. They got to stop Pristini at some point, right? I mean, he can't just sit back here for, all right, I guess he can. Okay. Heck is able to come back and stop him. The rest of eUnited making moves with the drone while that's going on, so no one's really here to answer it, so another 2 points on the board. Why not, right? You've already been doing it for about 8 minutes. Might as well continue it. Arcees turns and is able to take down Shipping just as he comes out of the tunnel. Now we see the Bombardment coming because he knows they're all outside. This is going to disrupt their push, and it's going to force them inside blue, and it's going to be another free drone run.
Swarley, you got this, man? He does got this, and the player just absolutely gets destroyed on the other side. That was C-Ball. 17-2, eUnited still looking strong. Swarley on the outside, still trying to make some plays happen, trying to get involved. He's currently in 3rd place as far as the kill column is considered. He's the objective guy, at least should be the objective guy for most of the time, but Arcees is kind of taking that one over in most regards.
Snowball still rolling here.
Very clever, very clever.
Oh, that was completely unintentional, actually.
I just thought about this being
Frost.
I think you did it on purpose.
I don't know, man. It just comes to me. These things just come to me.
Yeah, this is definitely not a snowball fight, let's just say that.
I mean, what is there to say here, really?
I don't know, I kind of want to sit down the controller. I just kind of want to sit down the controller.
What can they do here to come back?
Oh, let's talk about it. Okay,
points
if we're Fury Gaming right now, we obviously beat Fnatic, we lose to eUnited. In some cases, and just, I mean, obviously trying to take some positives from a match like this, I feel like as professional players, as semi-pros, as top semi-pros as well, you gotta kind of have, in some ways, that short-term memory. Like, kind of wipe this away. Like, in some cases, you're acting as if you're just kind of practicing for the next match. This is us shooting bots in some cases. That's exactly how eUnited probably feels right now. But
eUnited's gonna forget about this series as soon as it ends.
Yeah,
I feel
but
like
I feel like if you're Fury, though, you kind of have to wipe this away from your memory and try to move forward. And while that is going to be very difficult, it's just such a hard thing to do. But I don't know, man. It's just something about eUnited that just makes them so strong. And Fury Gaming is just, like I said, they've got to have that short-term memory when it comes to the next few series.
Yeah, and I mean, that is the obstacle of these teams coming from open bracket. They have to be able, this is like the rite of passage, right? They have to be able to fight through things like this if they want their chance to get into that top pro scene. So Fury Gaming, if they can bounce back from this and just try and find a victory in their upcoming matches, then that'll be really good for them. But you can't expect, that would be taking a lot away from eUnited if they really came in here expecting to just stomp them.
Ooh, Arcees, nice ball run, my friend. Oh, nice job, Arcees. How does he not
alive?
get the melee? Arcees.
No, he's still alive.
Oh my goodness, Arcees, please don't. Please, thank you for not getting that. 12 drone scores to his name, 27 kills. Precinct, 31 kills in his own regard. I don't know where we're at right now, at the bottom of the map. Either way, 15-point disadvantage for the side of Fury Gaming. Only 40 seconds left before this series is in the books. Heck has the drone in hand. Seaball might try to get the drone score off, and he's at least able to get the 1-point toss there. Some positives there from the Team Fury guys.
Connecting with it. I can't imagine their comms are too positive aside from what might have happened there when he threw that 1-point play in. This is a tough loss to take.
Tough pill to swallow.
For sure. But eUnited definitely forced the issue here. Shipping, finding a two-piece here. We see another drone opportunity here, though, Landon.
They do. Oh, there it went. There it goes.
It's gone.
I just thought about as well other teams that Fury had to look forward to play against. Optic Gaming is one of those teams.
Oh no!
So
it's only going to get harder from here.
It is, but either way, that is going to do it for this series. eUnited do complete the 3-0 sweep, winning this uplink in pretty dominant fashion, 17-3. Of course, we'll recap all the maps in our post-game scoreboards, but either way, not exactly what we weren't going to expect. I mean, eUnited definitely coming up with a 3-0. Thought we might maybe see at least one map go to Fury in coming into this match, but eUnited quick to kind of throw those predictions to the wayside.
There's always that question, right? You don't really know too much about these players. Of course, we have lots of history on a player like Remy in the Call of Duty scene, but his teammates definitely have much less of a history. So speaking of history, let's go ahead and review this series very quickly in the box scores and just have a little bit of a laugh at the RCD show here in the Hardpoint. As you can see, we talked about this a little earlier on, that 1.65 KD. No one was able to shoot back. RCD was doing as he pleased, roaming around the map, allergic to the hill. He has 57 seconds here, but his teammates were definitely far above him for most of that map.
Yeah, we also did talk about the hills as well when it comes into eUnited. We talk about Turbine, Hangar, definitely ones you can lock down quite a few seconds in, but it really wasn't the case for the side of eUnited. Holding down a lot of time when it came down to that first hill and bridge, and then obviously that last hill over on Drill. Just goes to show the complexities of eUnited, what they can do, and really in every hard point.
So now our question was, are we going to see Fury Gaming do something that we can kind of expect or at least predict from teams coming from the open bracket, is take a search and destroy off of these pro players. That's where they can be the most vulnerable. That's their least practiced game mode, and when they do practice it and sort of theory craft their strategies, it's based on what other pro teams do. So let's take a look at the box score and see how Fury Gaming did.
As far as search and destroy, wasn't exactly something that you'd like to replicate again. Of course, you see Swarley down there, 7-2. Of course, the objective man as well. Got a few bomb plants in there, but 7-2 overall. 3.5 KD. Played pretty well, and of course, you see eUnited 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I mean, how do you win against that, man? It was just eUnited stacking it up with their payloads and their score streaks. Fury wasn't able to respond. It was a tough loss from there. And then getting into the uplink, it just doesn't get any easier. The uplink, as you just saw, ending 17-2 to close out this series 3-0. There wasn't at any point in time, other than the first maybe 2 minutes, where Fury scored that 1 point where it looked like it was going to go their way.
Here comes Fury, and then it was just like an absolute monstrosity of amount of points. So it was just like play after play after play, tossing the drone into dark and whatnot. But let's go and take a quick look at the scorecard there for that uplink. Of course, you can kind of see the differential in scores there from that first half, 11-2, and of course 6-1 in that second one. And of course, we do see the players at the bottom, RCDs, of course, being mentioned yet again, Fox.
Yeah, that's got to hurt. I can't feel good. Very one-sided affair here in this series, of course. With a team like eUnited, they have the best practice in the world, and that's what sets them apart from so many teams and so many players in Call of Duty. We've got like a couple million people playing Call of Duty. These 4 players in eUnited are some of the best. So that's why you see situations and scoreboards like these. You know, when you put them against a lot of competition that doesn't have the same practice partners, the same tournament experience, that's just kind of the result you should predict.
Indeed it is. Well, guys, that's going to conclude it for this series. When we come back, we're going to have Luminosity coming up against Rogue. Hopefully that's a closer series. We'll see what happens. But, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be back here live from Anaheim.
noise, to say the least, giving Team Envious the 3-0, but Team Envious not looking like themselves at all.
Yeah, it's obviously kind of unfortunate to see the boys in blue not really performing up to what kind of be standards in some cases. There have, of course, been some roster rumors kind of coming into this event, but unfortunately for them, they have just really not been on par, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely. I think John's a big part of that, too. But anyway, we're not jumping in towards this. We're focusing on this one. Luminosity, another team who finds themselves second in this pool so far, right behind Epsilon. So this is a big game for them to win. I'm not sure how it works out if they win this game, if they end up taking first over Epsilon, or if the whole map count ordeal comes into play as well.
I believe they're currently sitting in third right now, as far as, because they haven't played as many maps as both LG and Epsilon. But if they beat LG in this particular situation, that's going to leave, I believe, Luminosity then at 2-2, and then Rogue at 2-1. If they advance and beat Red Reserve, they could potentially be in a second spot.
So this is a very big game for Rogue, like we said, especially being an open bracket team coming in. You want to make some noise. It's basically just been them, and Bittersweet has been, well, Bittersweet's been in it already, but I mean, they're not a team that came through the open bracket. A lot of open bracket teams have been struggling. I think Arrow's been one of the ones that has probably the second to them. But here's going to be your guys' maps for this series in this best of 5. Keep in mind, we still are in pool play as well. So right now, these guys are just fighting to see where they're going to be placed in these brackets. First map is going to be Throwback, Hardpoint, then moving on to Breakout, Search and Destroy. Then third is going to be Precinct, Uplink, and if we need to go the distance for map 4 and 5, it's going to be Breakout, Hardpoint, and Retaliation S&D.
Indeed it will. For those who don't know many about the Rogue players, kind of a recent addition of some players going back and forth. Johnny, Nelson, previous teammates on some rosters known as 100 Thieves back in Black Ops 3 during some of the seasons we had back during those days. Of course, Godorex joining this lineup, coming from a number of different rosters. And, of course, Pander, kind of an up-and-comer. And, of course, you've seen Pander and LG in the discussion before. Why? Because he actually played and filled in for Saints at ESWC, where they had a pretty decent run at that tournament as well. So if there's one player who's going to be pretty familiar with this Luminosity lineup, it would be Pander, and I'm probably going to be getting some of that information over to his teammates right now, I'd imagine.
Yeah, and this is going to be a true test for Rogue to see how well they really do suit up in this pool. Like we said, face the weaker Envy team, but beat them 3-0-2, which that's always impressive when you're going up against a team like Team Envious. So now they have the true test in the Juggernauts in Luminosity Gaming here. We're on board with Saints right now. Initial control of this one going to back and forth between these two teams, but Rogue is going to take that control, and they're already getting those early rotations moving over towards Barn as well. But you're going to start to see the 3 hit here coming from the players from Luminosity Gaming. It's going to be Saints and Classic working together.
Yeah, this is a big route that both Saints and Slat are working on at the moment, because they can actually get this one through. That would be big, but unfortunately for them, they end up dropping Johnny, Pander, Nelson, combining for a few. Classic, the last one alive over here for the side of LG, and the reason why I bring up why it's such an important push that they were making was that's Barn. Barn is a massive hill when it comes down to this map, kind of in some cases the money hill when it comes down to Throwbacks. So the fact that Rogue was able to shut down that push from LG early is obviously granting them some early seconds at the moment.
Yeah, most certainly is. You see the push coming in from the Luminosity players. One goes in through front Barn, and then 2 hit the backside. They're on board with Godorex. He's going to be able to find himself 2 kills before he does finally drop. But now Johnny is going to find himself with that MV4 outside of the barn, but 3 Luminosity players hitting that wall run to try to distract the players from Rogue, and now the break is coming in. Godorex is the last player standing for Rogue, and Classic gets the nice break in there. He's starting to heat up here on a 3-kill spree.
And Classic is one of those guys who actually was casting over whenever they ended up playing against Epsilon. I think it was one of the first matches that we ended up having on Bravo for yesterday during day 1. And this is a guy who kind of goes unnoticed quite a bit as Classic. I mean, he's going to be getting in the objective quite a bit. He's obviously a guy who can do quite a bit when it comes down to the streaks. Currently on a 4 spree, sitting at 7-5, most kills in his entire team. Actually, as Arcane just goes in and joins alongside him. But he's a guy that isn't going to go quite noticed in the scoreboard a lot. He's going to be helping out in the objective, but doing a lot of stuff that doesn't really show up in his stats.
Definitely does the dirty work, especially in a game like Uplink, where he's going to be that nuisance inside of the base. But now he finds himself with the MV4 in the power position. He gets a Trinity Rocket. He gets the bombardment there, gets a nice snap going on towards Nelson. Now he is going to be fully streaked out, so that's something to keep in mind as this entire game does progress. Saints is going to be inside of the hill. He has Octane watching from this power position, and this is so scary when you get your MV4 player up here. It is the best spot to be in for this hill, and just in general, when it comes down to holding this side of the map, you're going to see Octane. He spots one player. That's going to be Johnny, and he gets a nice shots there. But now the quick trade is going to come in, and Nelson is going to take him out.
And Nelson, a very fast, aggressive player, normally going to have that SMG, ERAD, or K-bar as well. Entries coming in. Saints is able to win that prior gun engagement. So it looks like the last few seconds, a bike path going to go in Luminosity's way. But of course, the rotation getting ready to come back over toward that back baseball field, aka statue, where Nelson is going to be ready and waiting here for that hill to spawn up. Rogue, yet again, have rotated early, and we'll see if they can lock down some early time in baseball field to bring this one back to a level heading.
They're going to go ahead and utilize the Trinity Rocket here. This is coming from Classic. He's going to be able to find one, gets into one of the players' arm, picks up two, so that's 3 dead. Nelson is going to be left alive here for Rogue. He should be taken out quickly, and just like that, Luminosity gets the clean break, and they should get some decent time off of this one. Classic is going to be the lone player inside the hill, but it looks like 3 players from Rogue are going to be pushing towards that blue side, and there's one coming from Bowling, and it looks like the pinch is going to be imminent.
It is. Johnny's trying to make some way happen with that MV4, but Saints just absolutely turns on him. Pander trying to make some kind of type of impact, but he's quickly dropped. And now Elgato Rex trying to make some sort of initial input as well, but it seems a lot of the Rogue players are kind of hitting this one by one. They need to get a team push going. That's exactly what they're trying to do right now. 3 get met in the kill feed. Saints does as well, so the hill gets re-broken back this time by Rogue, but not a whole lot of time to be fighting for as Classic finds 2, so he'll be granted the last 3 or 4 seconds. So these teams playing very, very aggressive, wanting to get every single second possible. So after our first shot of rotation, it's going to be Luminosity with about a 40-point advantage.
And this is what you love when you see Classic going off for the side of Luminosity. I mean, you see Octane dropping those big numbers, but Classic is one of those players behind him who's capable of dropping these huge numbers. You saw him get close to streaks once more. Still has that bombardment, and he's getting very close to that active camo as well. Initial hill time now still going up in the air. Contested players just waiting to get these final kills. Now it's going to be Pander placed up in top green, and he will finally be taken out. Octane has that FTL jump ready to go, but he is going to be taken out from the hill, and it's going to be Johnny picking up a nice 2-piece here. Let's see if he's going to get things rolling now, more than halfway towards that active camo as well, but Luminosity just keeps firing back and taking control.
Yeah, Pander does a nice job of getting involved in the kill feed there in the end. And when we talk about this Rogue lineup, I mean, this is not a team to be sleeping on by any means. Of course, coming from the open bracket, you do in some cases, if you are a professional team, you kind of look at them, you kind of count them out in some cases, but these guys have been in the Call of Duty World League seasons before. Like we said, we already talked about Johnny and Nelson already being involved in that. Elgato Rex, a very, very big up-and-coming player over the last few years, even heading into Advanced Warfare days back with Vanquish. And you also have a guy like Pander, kind of a new guy throughout Infinite Warfare as well as through Black Ops 3. I've heard a lot of pros and even quite a few people talk in the green room about him so far this event with some of the commentators. They say he's a very good search and destroy player, but for Rogue, he's actually been doing quite a bit in the kill feed as Saints actually starts to light up a few. But going back to the Rogue players, Pander, this is a guy to be watching out for and could definitely be someone that we kind of see ourselves talking about in future tournaments.
The former substitute for Luminosity Gaming at ESWC knows how these guys are, knows the potential that they do have, and Luminosity showing it here on Barn. They're finally able to get the break in thanks to Elgato Rex and Nelson making that double push, but now they need to try to fight for the spawns. That is one of the biggest things Rogue has failed to do, is get those spawns and hold them. Now Johnny's going to be left inside the hill, has Classic one shot, but not enough bullets in the chamber to finish that one off. Now the scrap time is going to be going to Rogue, and the rotations are going to be coming in for Bike Path, and Luminosity looks to be set up great to try to pin this one in, but it's all going to come down to how was Slate's going to be able to slay out these players pushing Lemon.
That was a big kill that Elgato Rex actually got over toward that field side, because had he not, that would have been in some cases a potential pinch that LG could have delayed for quite a few seconds, but either way, the slang will come in regardless, and Octane continuing with that MV4, kind of holding all the angles that he needs to. It's scary to have an MV4 in a power position like that. When you have a guy like Octane, I mean, it demands MV4, rarely moves, and if it does move, it's usually going on to multiple enemies. So with that, Rogue is going to have to be aware of such as the streaks start to come down yet again. It's definitely been a major problem for them so far throughout the match. You've got Saints doing it, you've got Classic doing it as well. And this game starting to go in LG's way. We'll see what Rogue can potentially try and do to bring this one back. They need to get some remaining time in Bike Path, and also need to make sure that the rotation over toward Baseball Field is one that they can do quick.
Yeah, definitely, and Saints is starting to heat up here once more. 5 kill streak for him, so when you have Saints and Classic going off, it's very scary for the opposing team. They both have bombardments in their back pocket ready to go as well. Things are looking good for Luminosity to try to get close to closing this one out come time the baseball field does rotate over. Johnny is going to be positioned in ticket. He's going to be able to find a kill, but now he's on the hunt for out of the Luminosity players. He gets up, gets aggressive. He's going to be able to take out Classic, but that's going to be traded out. But now you see the bombardment come into play, but nothing happens with it. Elgato Rex, though, will be taken out at blue, so it was enough to get that call out, and Octane is going to be the first player inside of the hill for the side of Luminosity. Burns that FTL jump as well, just kind of jumping back and forth, but Classic is there for the support.
And Rogue really isn't playing anything wrong at this point. It's just the rich are getting richer in some cases for the side of LG. They obviously have a fantastic start. I know we talked about countless times how Classic's been doing well, actually on a 5 spree, just as we start to bring up his name as he just ends up dropping Saints as well. But it's not that Rogue has been rotating incorrectly or doing anything wrong. It's just the streaks are coming in and just absolutely disrupting any setup that Rogue tries to make. It happened toward Bike Path. It also just happened here instead of Baseball Field. So while Rogue is getting some time here and there, and while it's been spotty, they haven't really been doing anything wrong. It's just LG using those streaks very effectively.
Yeah, it definitely is, and a player that we have to highlight as well. He stays quiet. His name's not brought up very much. It's going to be Slacked. He does a lot of the dirty work outside of the hills when it comes to slaying, as well as getting those important rotational kills, and that's exactly what he's been doing, and that's why Luminosity has so much success as well. But you also have to give credit to Classic and Saints. When they're both clicking, Luminosity is getting the win no matter what. 29 kills for Saints, 28 for Classic. They both have their payloads ready to go as well, and Saints is working his way up towards that Trinity Rocket once more. He has that ready to go. I don't believe he has the bombardment, so that was used, and I don't know if Classic has his. He still might. Classic still does have that bombardment ready to go as well.
This is not looking good if you're a Rogue fan, but crazier things have happened in the past. 212 to 124, 25 seconds remaining on that train platform before the rotation comes over into Barn. Rogue currently with the preferred spawns. When it comes, actually, no, excuse me, Luminosity currently in possession of those spawns. Rogue trying to force the issue and try to get those away from the side of LG. Kills being traded, but no player of Rogue is actually going to be in a position to try and grab those. So with that, this is not looking good if you're a Rogue fan. They need to try and get some pushes to happen soon. And it looks like Johnny and GodRx both with their payloads. Nelson as well. So I think maybe establish some control. Nelson can put that Centurion down. Maybe they use an active camo or such to try and break the hill. We could potentially see them get some time here, but it's not going to be easy. Nelson forces the issue in. Classic immediately is going to be there with the fist to the face, and now Johnny's left all by himself in the back. The active camo gets rocked, but nothing comes of it. And now only about 30 seconds remaining for Luminosity to close out this map number 1.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things that's been kind of a story for Rogue throughout the entirety of this game, they're not pushing anything as a team. You saw Nelson just sort of run in there with his pants down, just completely running forward, and then he ends up getting taken out. He had teammates in there for support. Wait for your teammates and then try to hit that back behind, get the spawns first, and then push inside of the hill. That's been one of the biggest takeaways as to why Rogue is failing in this match, but it also helps that you're completely outslaying the enemy team by so much. Panda is going to jump inside the hill, but Slack is going to take him out. It's going to be 250 to 129 in favor of Luminosity.
Can we pull up the scorecard really quick? I want to see how many kills Saints had at the end of that game. I mean, he absolutely went off this match. I'm just curious to see. He ended up having, I believe, 34 and 20. So massive plays that are coming in from Saints. He, at times, especially as of recently, people have kind of questioned his overall slaying ability. But in this match, he's ready, man. He's lighting it up early on.
Like we said, it's when you get great games coming from Saints and you get the great games coming from Classic too. This is where this team looks good. Most of the time you see Octane with the MV4 dropping that huge KD, dropping those big numbers there. Unorthodox game from him. I mean, he didn't do bad by any means, but from the standards...
It is kind of hard to get kills, though, when you got Saints. I mean, just absolutely destroying everything.
The standard that Octane has set for himself, but then when you have the teammates slaying out like that, you're not going to get as many kills. Same thing with Slack, but they still were all doing their roles, and they played it perfectly as well. So on the side of Rogue, you look at them, one of the biggest things, they just struggled taking the setups away from Luminosity. That was one of the biggest things, just constantly single-pushing things. But then again, it came down to where they were team-hitting stuff, but it was just Luminosity coming out in the one-on-one gunfights as well. Anytime they had control of the hill, Luminosity was able to get a quick break in, too. So it's just a very rough game all around for Rogue.
And I'm also curious to see what the box score looks after that match, just because of a number of different plays that we end up seeing throughout the entire match. You see on Train, though, at least for the first Hardpoint, Rogue ended up reigning true, but I see a few hills that are kind of outliers. Bike paths just to be won, 86 seconds to Rogues' 3. Definitely not something that they like to replicate anytime soon, as well as baseball field. That can also kind of act as a money hill in some instances. 54 to 27, and also we talk about Barn as well, 86 to 45. So only major hill where we saw Rogue get quite a few times was on that middle hill, but nothing really came of it too much. Of course, we look at the top players from this match. We see Saints 1.70 KD, 34 kills overall, along with quite a few seconds inside of the hill, 128 to be exact. And GodRx did as much as he could, 23 kills for the man, 56 seconds inside of the hill, most time for the Rogue squad. And also, I believe it's GodRx's birthday, so massive shout out to GodRx. Hope he's having a good birthday. He's beat some pretty talented teams today, and he's also a very talented player at that. So massive shout out to GodRx. Make sure to wish him happy birthday on Twitter if you'd like. He's a good guy, good dude, but his team's kind of in a little bit of a pinch right now. We'll see what they can try to produce, Dirk.
Yeah, I mean, that bike path was not good for Rogue by any means.
When you only get 3 seconds on the hill, it's like,
yeah, that's one of the biggest things that when that comes up, it's so hard to especially when the streaks, I think that played a big part in it too as well. So you definitely want to see them try to step it up on there, but we're not going to be seeing Throwback. We're going to be seeing Breakout, Search and Destroy next.
Yeah, and one thing that I want to talk about really quick before we head into this next Breakout, Search and Destroy is that what I've been seeing for some really talented respawn teams like eUnited, teams like FaZe, and even teams like Luminosity Gaming as well, is that I've seen them do really well on everything but money hills, which just goes to show the level of kind of complication that comes with their overall gameplay is that they can win on just about any hill in the game. It doesn't have to be on money hills. It can be on any hill in the game. And that just goes to show in that bike path field, for example, that Luminosity can win when it doesn't come to Barn. They can win when it comes into different things. And it just goes to show how complex some of these rosters are and how deep a lot of their gameplay goes, is that they can beat you at just any moment in the game.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to find success on that one so many times, too, when you have Octane with the MV4 watching over you. The amount of times you saw him get into that position on, like, the bridge area. And then, like we said, when you have Saints, the player soaking up inside of the hill and going on 5 kill streaks in Classic, going on Slack, doing his part, too. Getting those streaks is so valuable, especially on a map like Throwback, where I think, 3 of the hills out of the 4 that are on there are going to be outside. I think the only one that isn't is Barn, so they're going to benefit you greatly, even if it's just hovering a Trinity Rocket down. It's going to buy you enough time to try to get a clean break in there. So they completely dominated that one. And this is one of our biggest key matchups coming into this. How are the players from Rogue going to match up with Octane? That's one of the biggest things. It's a tall task. You're going up against one of the top ARs in the game. I would say top 2 in the game with Octane.
It's fair to say, yeah.
And you have to try to win that matchup with the MV4. It's just, we saw the shots that Johnny was trying to put into him when he had a nice positioning in bowling, and Octane had none of it. He was able to take him out within like 3 seconds.
Yeah, the ARs for the side of Rogue are definitely going to be Johnny and alongside God Rex. I mean, they're very talented ARs in their own regard, but when it comes down to a freakish man like Samuel, a.k.a. Octane, it's never going to be an easy task. I mean, the man has definitely lit things up, and I believe when it came down to playoffs, he had a 1.20 KD, leading his team to being runners-up at playoffs for Stage 1 as well. So, I mean, this guy's gone off in the past, and I think that his run of being one of the top ARs in the game is not going to end anytime soon.
Yep, next is going to be Search and Destroy, though. This is where we've seen Luminosity in the past. They've looked atrocious. Let's just throw it out there. They've looked bad. But now, over the past couple events, they've started to really, really improve. I think at playoffs, we saw a very big improvement from them as well. Off the top of my head, I'm just spitballing here. I'm pretty sure we did. I know at Dallas we did for sure. That was one of the ones that we sat there and we were like, wow, they have this win percentage in Search and Destroy. Is this the right Luminosity? But, I mean, they've taken the time to go back and look at everything that's been done. But this is going to be Breakout, Search and Destroy. We keep on bringing it up every time it's brought up into the map series. Hasn't been played very much by many people. It's going to be played more by Luminosity than it is Rogue, though.
Yeah, most likely that's for sure. So, of course, for those who don't know, one of the newer maps added to the CWL rotation when it comes down to Search and Destroy maps definitely plays pretty interesting. Of course, you have Site A located over toward that wall run side, and of course, the other bomb site located near that front cave, aka side 2 med bay. So of course, as we load in here toward round number 1, Luminosity hot off a game number 1 victory. Can they make it 2-0? Or will Rogue respond when it comes down to the Search and Destroy? As Luminosity definitely have improved when it comes into the Search and Destroy gameplay as of recent, just like Dirk mentioned. And we'll see if they can stick together as a team, which is apparently the strategies that they have been putting into play.
Yeah, and something big to mention too, Classic is actually giving up the camo here in Search and Destroy, and it's going over towards Octane. Now that could be for a sense that you don't get, when you get the bomb down, when you get the plants now, this is going to be harder for him to get it. I mean, it's not going to give you any points towards it at all. We know Octane is more capable in Search and Destroy of putting up those big numbers as well, so maybe that's the reason they decide to go over to camo towards Octane, but kills have been going down while we've been talking, and just like that, Slack is going to be left alive. He takes out Johnny, but the trade is immediately going to be there, and it's going to be Rogue taking round 1.
It was a good decision there from Rogue to kind of just play things pretty statically. I think they ended up getting a spot on one player who ended up going through the skies thanks to the sniper rifle that God Rex had out. So with that, they were able to choose the bomb pretty effectively, kind of made their way back, and no need for a retake because they ended up killing the LG players before the bomb could go down. So overall, a good defensive play there out of the side from Rogue in round number 1.
Round number 1 going in favor of Rogue. God Rex puts the sniper rifle away. He's going to have the MV4 in hand as well. It's going to be led by Nelson, has that RPR in hand. It's going to be pushing over towards his wall run side. Let's see what he's going to be able to do. He is going to be met by Saints, but Saints is going to be playing his corner. Nelson is clear to get the bomb down, and it'd be perfect timing if Saints were to run out and try to get the check, but he's going to spot one player. He's going to be able to take out that. Classic is going to be able to take him out, but Octane is immediately going to get the trade. He takes out God RX as well. One more player around the corner. Is Octane going to be able to get it? No, Johnny comes out on top of that one with the K-bar in hand, but now a 2 versus 2 situation.
Yeah, Johnny winning the AR battle in that particular exchange. Well, Johnny, it's not going to be easy, my friend. You got 2 more players. You got Slack and Saints in your way. Well, you just picked off one of them. One more just to his left. Can he clutch this one as well? What a beautiful play there coming in from Johnny, as he'll pick up at least 3 toward the end of that round. A 1 versus 2. Clutch finds one, immediately knows the call out for the second. No shots missing, everything on target. And the nice salute to say so long to round number 2, as Rogue now going to be up with LG no longer having any response.
That was great awareness there by Johnny, kind of realizing, okay, after I just killed Saints, nobody came to contest me real quick. Let's go check the middle of the map, and he did exactly that. Got the perfect read on them. Off to a hot start is Johnny, sitting at 5-1, and they have a 2-round lead. So now you see 2 players hitting the wall run. There's going to be 2 players from Luminosity doing the exact same. Classic is going to slide in. He's going to be able to find one. Immediately traded out by Nelson. Now Nelson is being chased, and Saints takes him out as well. So now 1 player going to be left last alive. That is going to be Godorex of Rogue.
Before that, we can't even say much after, but Panda, you really cannot lose a gunfight when you have the head glitch on the bomb like that. Kind of unfortunate misfights going down, but of course you see Slack being pretty active. All the LG players just completely rushing upon the final player, which is Godorex. And one thing that I want to point out that I ended up seeing in that matchup that Rogue ended up playing versus Epsilon is that they actually went up 3-0. Of course, a little bit of a different story in this one, 2-1 for Rogue. But they started to get a little bit lackadaisical in some cases. They started to feel a little bit confident. I ended up seeing them rush things that they really shouldn't have. And they kind of gave away the search and destroy versus Epsilon. So as this match does go on, if Rogue starts to get a little bit of a lead, I don't want them to start to get overconfident, which I feel like is definitely a factor that can happen. Obviously, you want to have confidence, but you can't get too overconfident where you start to doubt the other team. So with that, I just want to see Rogue have a consistent search and destroy, keep playing things out the way that they need to, and don't start forcing the issue when you don't need to.
Yeah, nice kill there for Saints, and that lowers their man count just by 1. It's going to be a 3 versus 2. Octane and Saints working together here. Both pushing over towards the mid-map. Spots 1 more player. That is going to be Johnny. Shots are going to be tagged up, but Saints isn't going to be able to clean it up. Octane spots 1. That is going to be Johnny, so he cleans up that kill. But 1 player left in showers is going to be Nelson. And just like that, Pander is going to be left last alive. And now it's in a 1 versus 1 situation. The battle of the MV4, Pander and Octane.
And Octane is actually going to be on that bomb right now. Does Pander realize that a potential 1 versus 2 clutch checks the bomb, and that should be good to go. And yes, the 1v2 comes into play for Pander, as that's now going to be Rogue, who take a 3-round-to-1 advantage. And good overall play from Pander. We also talk about him playing with the side of LG, at least at 1 tournament for ESWC so far throughout the Infinite Warfare season. So with that good overall knowledge for Pander to realize the play that Octane was making, maybe even heard a call out from a teammate. But overall, good intuition there from the young gun, Pander, as it's now going to put Rogue up 2 rounds.
Let's see how Luminosity is going to bounce back here. Classic is always going to be your bomb carrier for the side of Luminosity Gaming. It's going to be 1 player over towards that B site contesting. That is going to be Godorex. I think he got the call out, so now he's rotating back. You see the arrows in the middle map area, maybe trying to lean in for a pinch. The flechette grenade is going to go out, but 1 player right in the face of the action is going to be player number 1. That's going to be Classic. He peeks out for a split second. Trophy system is going to go down. He's going to slide onto that bomb site. Bomb should be good to go down, but he's utilizing that chest high cover. He's able to find Johnny. Now looking for 1 more, but Saints is going to be able to clean up Godorex with the flechette.
Nice play there from Classic to kind of elevate himself over toward that bomb site that now leaves Rogue in a 2 versus 4 retaking situation. Pander and Nelson with an all to do. This is not going to be easy for them, to say the least, and now it's left up to Pander in a 1 versus 4. Let's see what we can try and do at this point. Of course, 125 points off a scare. Wouldn't be a bad idea to maybe try and find a kill and maybe try to hide, but looks like he's not even be able to get that. So nice play overall from the side of LG. They get the bomb down. They retake, kind of hold on to that site. I think it was a good play from Classic whenever he had that angled once he was able to get over to the bomb site and shut down Godorex. So just overall a good play there from the side of LG. We ended up seeing that duplicate play back in round number 1 on the offensive, and this time they're able to improve on their mistakes.
Nice shots coming in there from Octane to close out that round. Now just down 1 round to the side of Rogue. And let's see what they do. Constant A hits is what we're really seeing, and Nelson doing the same thing with that RPR in hand, always hitting the wall and getting onto that A site. And similar setup on defense for what we're seeing, but Saints is now getting very aggressive inside shower. So a little bit of mind games going on here with Nelson, but Slack is going to be able to pick up the first blood there, working side by side with Saints. But now that bomb is going to be down as well. So now Rogue needs to rotate around to try to get that, but I wonder if Luminosity knows that that bomb is down there on Circle.
Pander looking to try and engage. Slacked at least somewhat of a good line set at the moment. LG playing pretty consistent as they're going to be making their way as a unit. See them checking every angle needed. This is the search and destroy strategy they said that they've improved on. Working together as a team is what they needed to improve on their search and destroy gameplay. And you definitely see them doing it right now. If you take a look at your mini-map, you also see them all following suit right around to one another, just kind of remaining in the same place. That's going to make it more difficult for the side of Rogue, but only 25 seconds left for Painter to get this bomb down. It looks like a kill going to come in from Johnny. That's going to level things up at a 3 versus 3. Bomb getting ready to go down. Johnny actually watching through showers. This is the big kill that he needs to get. He's able to make it happen, but he's quickly responded. So now 2 versus 2, make it a 1 versus 1. Pander versus Octane. MB4 versus MB4. Who will clutch this one out? This is a massive round. It looks like Pander might have spotted Octane. Couldn't clutch the 1 versus 1 yet again, but no, Octane will be there for the win. Back-to-back 1v1 engagements for these two, and this time Octane comes out on top.
Excellent shots there coming in from Octane. Has that active camo to go as well. So tied up 3-3 as we are heading into round number 7. See a nice little one-on-one gunfight coming here. Octane utilizing that movement. Both players flying high in the sky. But coming out on top of that is going to be Samuel.
Samuel LaRue, the one and only.
The World of Warcraft wizard.
Absolutely. I'm curious what Nelson's been doing with this evo. I don't know if we can go over with him. I'm just curious to see what his strategy is when it comes down to defense. Not that it's a bad weapon by any means. Of course, we've definitely seen him do pretty well with it in that series versus Epsilon earlier today. But just want to see his aggression with this. How well does he play it? Looks like he ends up getting met pretty quick. Magada Rex is there with some shots from the NV4, at least making it now with a man-count advantage in Rogue's way. 3 versus 2. Player toward that back cave is going to be Slack. Slack kind of toying with him at the moment right now.
Yeah, he's just peeking in and out right there. See, Godorex, he just starts to tap his right trigger to get the shots going single. See if he's going to be able to find anything here. He was 0-6 coming into this round, but he found 2 kills. Looking to try to find the 3rd here. Does have the MV4, so he's going to be at that disadvantage in med bay. Slack and Saints inside, so you know one of them is probably carrying the E-Red. And that is going to be slacked right there. He's going to come out on top. Johnny now needs to go big once more. He's done it already in this game, but he, for some reason, shoots the back tank. I'm not exactly sure why, but that gives up his position as well. That bomb is going to go down. He does have slacked weak, but does he know that Saints is behind the bomb?
Don't think he does, and unfortunately, Johnny kind of gives away his position. Poor trigger discipline coming in there from Johnny, but we'll see what he can try to do. He's done very well, obviously, in this map and in this series so far. Johnny looking to try and engage, but doesn't realize that one player is right behind that bomb, and great play there coming in from LG. The call-out coming in there from Slack to let his teammate know just to kind of hide out. Wait as long as you need to. See Saints pop up. Johnny having no idea that he's there and cleans up that kill. So in some cases, Johnny kind of gives away his position, and LG is there to respond with some great teamwork.
And it's always hard to play for that retake, too, coming from that back garage area. It's so hard to do in a 1 versus 2 unless there's a complete collapse from the opposing team as well. But now it's going to be Luminosity getting another round on the board, and they do officially take the lead here in this search and destroy. Looks like we're going to be seeing another A hit coming from the side of Rogue. So doing the same thing, I think, almost every offensive round that they've had. But now Nelson is going to draw the kill, and Panda is actually going to get the first blood there with a sniper, and Slack is going to be there to take out Nelson. But now it's up to him to clutch up in a 1 versus 3. Let's see how good his movement is here. Utilizing that lower wall run, spots one, and Johnny is going to get the snapper on him. 4-4 is going to be the score.
And this is exactly what Nelson has kind of made his career on in the last few years of Call of Duty, is that constant aggression. We talked about him with a number of different guns last year in Black Ops 3 with his constant aggression that he liked to make. And of course, it doesn't really favor the E-Red, but the RPR Evo is the weapon of choice for him, and he's definitely making use of it. When it comes down to Nelson's gameplay, he's constantly going to be in the face of the opposition and finds 2 quick kills to solidify that round there for Rogue. So with this level here coming into round number 9, this is a big swing round for either side. Wouldn't be surprising if we maybe see a payload to be used. And speaking of payloads, Johnny actually ends up using his pretty early. Octane still holding onto his active cam. It looks like Johnny might have put that Centurion down over toward that B site, it seems. So kills starting to go down. It's now going to be a 2 versus 4. LG left to respond.
Panda and Nelson are going to draw those kills, and Saints is going to be able to fire back with 1, make that 2 now, but Godorex is able to trade out Saints. Now Octane is going to be left alive in a 1 versus 2, spots one player over to the right. The timing going in Panda's favor right there, and now they are just 1 round away from taking this breakout search and destroy.
I'm curious to see the utility from either side, if we have any streaks that we might have missed or some payloads as well. I think Octane's still holding on to the active camo. We end up seeing Johnny use that Centurion as we load into this next round. Octane has active camo. We'll see what Saints has as well. Looks like Saints has reactive armor, and Panda and Nelson have FTL jump and active camo. So both teams working with a little bit of utility for the moment. These should be the last payloads that we do see at all. So definitely want to make them worth it, as it will be Rogue on the offensive at the moment. Nelson with the bomb in hand. Players scattered around near that B site. Shots being exchanged early on as Johnny decides to go and back up and reevaluate the situation, maybe going back to the drawing board, letting his teammates know that communication. Nelson still with the active camo in hand, might actually defend to get this bomb down right now.
And you see the Luminosity players backing up through Spiral. They're all going to be going into Med Bay, flooding in. There's going to be one player to watch that cross. That is going to be Pander. Uses the FTL jump. He's able to get one beat down there on Octane, but immediately it's going to be traded out. So now a 3 versus 3 situation. No players from Luminosity in any sort of position to try to get anything going here in the middle map is where they're going to try to attack from. Johnny's going to be able to come out on top of that gunfight, and Johnny still stays alive, but Saints takes out God RX, and now it's going to be Saints left alive in a 1 versus 2 to clutch up.
Nelson's active camo. There's no reason not to try and use it in this particular spot. Active camo on the bomb site. Saints isn't there, and Rogue, just like that, they're going to take map number 2, 6 rounds to 4. As you're going to see Nelson in the final kill cam using the active camo to absolute perfection. Active camo versus reactive armor. Nelson, as well as I, take active camo every day.
The reactive armor there from Saints did look a bit premature. I think he might have spotted somebody crossing through that middle map area, and that's when he sort of sat there and was like, oh, okay, maybe I should pop it. And then when he did, he ran inside, and by that time it was too late. The reactive armor was basically empty.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. Of course, you only had about maybe 20 seconds roughly to kind of do much. So, I mean, with that, kind of unfortunate for the guys on LG, but they definitely put up quite a fight when it comes into search and destroy. And I think, to be honest with you, throughout most of this series, this was the map that I expected to see, if any, that Rogue would take.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these teams that we talk about that come through the open bracket, we always say, if any game mode that they will be able to take, it's going to be search and destroy. Going with these guys toe-to-toe and respawn is going to be a very hard task to do, but in search and destroy is the one mode that a lot of the teams can't really take. But guys, you just saw map number 2 and you saw Rogue take that one, sorry. You saw them take that search and destroy map. But when we do come back, we'll have map number 3 ready for you. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here to continue this series between Rogue and Luminosity Gaming. We're going to be heading into map number 3, which is going to be a Precinct Uplink. I'm Dirk, joined alongside Landon. Landon, series has been pretty good so far. Tied up 1-1 right now is what the score is going to be. We saw Luminosity doing what they do best in a respawn game type, but there in that search and destroy wasn't necessarily struggling, but it came down right to the wire.
It did, yeah. We ended up seeing some pretty consistent plays overall from the guys on Rogue. Some pretty consistent plays from from guys like Nelson as well as Johnny. But I think when it comes into this next Precinct on Uplink, there's one player that I definitely want to look at, and that's going to be Octane. Actually, from the side of Luminosity Gaming, of course, you can see his current stats so far here at CWL Anaheim. His overall KD currently sitting at a 1.22, Hardpoint at a 1.03. But of course, Uplink coming up next is what we need to focus on the most, a 1.24. That is a very, very impressive KD so far throughout the tournament, Dirk.
Sam LaRue, you guys see it. Octane, as we all know and love him, he's definitely the guy. He's a big factor when it comes down to Luminosity's success. But from what we've been seeing so far, Saints and Classic have been holding their own a lot more than they usually do. Typically, it's usually Classic, the one putting up the bigger slaying numbers compared to Saints. Like I said, lots of speculation coming into this as Saints might even be on this roster with the whole gunless talk. That was one of the biggest rumors that were going around as well. But they've both been holding their own as well as Slacks. The Luminosity have been playing good, but the Search and Destroy Nightmares might be slowly starting to creep back up to them against that one. But as we said, Breakout sort of fluky, and I shouldn't say fluky in terms, but it can kind of be a little bit random because they don't know exactly what the strategies for the teams are going to be. From Rogue there, they looked pretty good. Every single offensive round, though, they did the exact same thing, but Luminosity never caught on to it. It was always send Nelson to A, send 3 over towards the B site as well. And that was typically it. I think there was one time where Luminosity was able to shut it down.
Yeah, now, of course, we do talk about Search and Destroy. That's kind of Rogue's playground. However, this next game mode is not. If we know anything about the history with Johnny, or anything about the history with Nelson when it came down to Call of World League last year, back in Uplink for Black Ops 3 under a team name known as 100 Thieves,
100 L's.
They struggled a little bit when it came down to the game mode of Uplink. So I'm a little bit worried when it comes down to seeing them play. They struggled massively in their series that I was able to witness versus the side of Epsilon. So to me, this is not looking good for them. I'm definitely going to be giving my my attention and my overall prediction over to the side of Luminosity, especially with the fact that we are seeing a Precinct Uplink. This is a map where you're going to see a lot of K-bars, a lot of MV4s. You're going to see any weapon, but this is a map where the MV4 can definitely reign true. And if we know anything, this is Octane's probably one of his best maps when it comes in Uplink, and he's already having a fantastic performance. I feel like there's no reason for me not to choose Luminosity when it comes down to this map.
When you look at it, you see the core 3 from here from Luminosity, Classic, Slacked, and Octane. They're on Rise Nation back in Black Ops 3, where they were one of the best Uplink teams in the league as well. So you have the best going up against 2 of the worst last year in the game mode of Uplink. I don't think 100 Thieves, I think they won 1 by forfeit. I think that was the only one, the stat. I was keeping up with all those stats. I think they won 1, it was by a forfeit. Yeah. So I sat there and I was like, oh, they were able to gain some momentum, but and then after losing the next 5 in the league.
It's a new game, though. It's a new game. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know.
You could say it's a new game, but Uplink stays true.
It's the same game mode.
That's one of the things going to come down to that teamwork as well, but it's just going to come down to can you slow down Slacked and Classic and Saints, really? That's what it seems right here.
It's hard to say because it's like, it's not just we have to shut down 1 player. It's that we have to shut down at least 3 if we want to try to take a map off. It comes down to a respawn.
Yeah, it'd be completely different if we saw like the usual just Octane completely going off and then each and every player putting their individual work, but so far it's just been, all of them have been doing their equal job, so how are they going to be able to slow that down? We know how aggressive of a player Saints is, we know how aggressive Slack is as well, but from the side of Rogue, you're going to need Nelson to try to go toe-to-toe with them, and that's going to be one of the big things. So hopping into this game number 3, it's going to be on Precinct Uplink, and we're starting off with GodRx.
Fortunate teammate there, but one guy that I'm definitely be looking at for the side of Rogue is going to be Johnny, but it's also going to be GodRx. GodRx had a pretty low performance when it came down to the last 2 game modes. He's definitely kind of held the zone, but not really playing the best. And apparently, from what I've heard, he's had a fantastic tournament up to this point. Definitely a major factor as to why Rogue has had success in the open bracket, making it even into pools. And for those who know, it is GodRx's birthday, so I'm looking for the birthday boy to definitely put up a big performance, and a performance that's definitely going to need to be a strong one if they want to try to take a Uplink versus the side of LG.
Classic finds himself into a gunfight, but he's going to be able to get the beat down there on Pander. Now look at the Rogue team. They're getting set up there. Nelson's going to decide to retreat. Still has that RPR in hand as well. Just playing in this back orange chart. One player immediately just pre-aiming there. That is going to be Classic. He's finding himself on a little bit of a streak to start off this, but Pander finds 2, and that halts the push from Luminosity. Saints now goes out with the drone, but it is going to be reset back there. So now it's going to be Johnny and crew trying to attack from construction.
You're actually going to see Johnny pulling out a little bit of an E-rat in some cases, switching that MV4 play over toward Pander. So I like the strategy. Pander, a very talented player when it comes down to slaying, and we'll see if he's actually good at the objective as well. But unfortunately, that toss not going to be at the right angle. That is a very difficult toss to make. So I think we've ended up seeing pretty consistent play when it comes into Precinct, but that's a very difficult toss to make, and I can't blame him for missing that one.
But now you see they got the players down, but now it's just time for the lead blockers to do what they do best. Saints is going to be leading the charge, looking for the players that are coming off the gas station. The 1-point toss is going to come in, but that is going to be intercepted by GodRx, and the reset is going to go off the map. Now look for the side of Rogue to start slaying out to try to open up this drone base, but Slack is going to be there to shut down anybody pushing towards Ticket.
Great defensive play there coming in from the side of Rogue. You're actually going to see Nelson trying to make some offensive plays happen in the base of the side of LG, trying to be as much of a nuisance as possible, but that drone has made it out at least for now. Classic making his way here over toward that AC, toward gas station side, tags up one player, but Pander is there to finish him off, and Pander going to light up a few more, taking out half the side of LG single-handedly, as GodRx completely melts one player as well. Pander picking up 3 out of the 4. Classic is here to try and make the defensive play, but Rogue is holding strong, trying to wait as long as possible. They want the 2-point play in. It looks like Pander might actually get that. One player standing in their way. Johnny trying to hold this one forward, but no, Slack and Saints are both going to be there. However, Johnny is going to win that team fight and get the 2-point play in, the first play of the game, the first points of this round, and it's going to be a dunk in favor of Rogue.
That was great from Rogue. It was just picture perfect how patient they played, just picking up the kills one by one before they actually make the push onto the goal there, and they were able to get a dunk from it. But now it's time for Luminosity to answer back. The drone is going to be in the hands of Octane. He's utilizing that wall run. He has Slack and Saints in front. This should be a dunk right here, and Slack gets it up and in. Now just like that, tie game as we approach the 2-minute warning.
Solid plays from the guys on Luminosity Gaming. We talked about the CWL playoffs, actually, for stage 1 that just happened not too long ago. One interesting stat, actually, from the side of LG was that they were over 50%. They had an over 50% win rate in every single game mode. So that's the issue when it comes into this LG squad. They're good at Hardpoint. They're good at Search and Destroy. And they're also very talented when it comes into Uplink, and have been for the last few years. Of course, this main core 3 sticking together since Black Ops 3 have proven that. So that's going to be a continuing issue for the side of Rogue. If they can even take this Uplink map or even take a Search and Destroy here or there, the issue is that Luminosity doesn't slow down.
And that's one of the biggest things, one of the most aggressive teams that we do have in the Global Pro League. See if they're going to be able to get it here. The drone site is going to be completely wide open. Classic just waiting for the call to pick it up and just begin to move it. Slack is going to be able to take out one coming through hallway. Can he find the second? Here he is being pushed. The jammer grenade does come in, but he's utilizing that high wall run there. One more play going to be outside. It's going to be Nelson coming out on top in that engagement. Now Classic and Octane trying to work together. Octane does drop. The drone goes down as well. Classic trying to do everything he can to stay alive, but it is going to be another great defensive stop coming in from the side of Rogue. And look at Panda right now, 15-6 is his current kill to death ratio, trying to get things heated up here, but does have that scare to work with.
Pander's absolutely lighting it up. In some cases, LG curious as to why we shouldn't have kept this guy. Pander finds 3, GodRx finds the 4th, and now Rogue have an opportunity to move the drone forward. We talk about Pander's play, how much of an up-and-comer he is, and he is showing us why. He's continuing to go off 19-7. The drone score ends up getting stopped from the side of LG, but Rogue definitely making an impact when it comes down to it, finding 3 to 4 players, it seems, every life.
I think on defense, I think Luminosity is one of the best teams at intercepting that drone. I feel like these guys have Octane and Slack are the people I'm going to highlight. Whenever that drone is thrown, they are the ones who are always going to be there to try to get that interception. It's a very, very underrated skill, and you see the 1-point toss go in there, but it helps out so much on defense. But now it's going to be Luminosity with the 1-point lead as we head here into the second half. Pretty equal game, though. We have to say Rogue is definitely holding their own, but the big reason is because of Pander and the positions he's getting himself in. He was hugging that top ticket window, and he was just picking Luminosity players off one by one as soon as they came around statue.
Pander is really starting to impress him. He's currently sitting at triple positive versus one of the best uplink teams we have in the entire game. Definitely proving himself to be an up-and-coming rising star. Potentially could see and have him in future matches to come, as looks like early scores starting to happen. Pander ends up fighting Slacked and finding yet again a few more kills. 23-7 hit for him right now. Tries to making another 24-7 right now for Pander. Absolutely exploding. This is also find the nade. Nothing can go wrong for this man. Starting off on a 4 spree. Players can't even hold on. And it looks like Nelson's going to be able to get this drone score forward, but it looks like he's just able to do that as Pander is continuing to go on a spree. 27-7. 6 spree, single-handedly being the main front for the side of Rogue to get this drone forward. Another score is able to happen, and that has all been made toward the sides of Pander. This man is going off and granting Rogue another opportunity to get back in this game versus LG.
Outslaying is everybody right now is Pander. He calls in that bombardment. Actually, he's just going to use it to ping to get the player positioning, but he is fully streaked out, has the FTL jump ready to go, sitting at 28-8. Trying to continue his menacing spree going through here. He's going to be taking out Octane. And we said one of the biggest keys is who is going to match up with Octane, who is going to be able to slow him down, and Pander is doing just that. Octane sitting at 13-17 here in this uplink. That drone is going to be reset, and Rogue does have the 1-point lead, but Pander is going to be rushing onto the site. He's going to be able to find one. No, he's not. Classic comes out on top there. He's finding himself on a streak of his own as well. Luminosity pushing over towards Statue side. The pinch is coming in at elbow. The 1-point toss comes in, and that is going to connect. Tie game.
Nice play there from the side of LG to get that team score forward. Shots coming in from Octane as he'll find at least 2 through that middle map with the NV4. NV4 battle, though, has definitely been given over to Panders. He finds yet again more and more kills, double kill. They're coming in with the K-Bar currently sitting at 31-10. Another 2 spree for him as LG looks to try and toss that drone out. Trying to maybe even ice Pander a little bit just because he's been the main bane as the reason why these guys have absolutely been going off as he's continuing to be in the kill feed right now. I mean, he's finding kills left, right, and center. We have to go on board with him. Unfortunately, he just does drop. That's going to set his team up yet again for another scoring opportunity. And yes, Nelson is nearly going to be there. Octane will meet him with a fist to the face, but it doesn't matter. The drone score goes in regardless, and now Rogue have a 1-point advantage.
That's 2 times now where Rogue has gone up for the dunk. The player's been killed in the air, and the drone drops in. So 2 1-point plays. So thankfully for Luminosity, they've been able to kill him as soon as they're about to go in there. The timing fully going in their favor. Now you're going to start to see the gold rings light up in this stage of the game. Octane has that overdrive ready to go, and on the side of Rogue, all you have is Pander with that FTL jump, but they do have drone control. Pander is going to be pushing forward. He could make the big break here. See the follow cam come in. He's going to use the FTL jump to go get that drone. Guys to go up with it. Classic is now going to be left last alive. He needs to get this out and reset it, and he does just that. Perfect timing coming in from Classic to get the reset, but now 2 minutes have passed. Luminosity needs to string something together here and look for Octane to get that drone into his hands and utilize that overdrive.
Solid defensive stop for LG, but can they do it again? The 1-point toss goes forward, and yes, just underneath the legs of Octane is the 1-point toss come. Nice shot there coming in from Nelson. But if we have to highlight anyone, I know we've talked about it constantly, but Pander, the reason why Rogue is still in this game is because of this man. But just as I say, that 3 go down, one of them not actually being Pander, so he's the last alive. He has to be the defensive front, but Octane is quick to shut him down. Here comes the overdrive. Octane trying to go through the skies as he'll even the game out at 6-6. Minute and 20 remaining, as we'll see who's going to take the advantage in this series.
We definitely will. The drone gets tossed out as we're about to approach the 1-minute mark here in the second half of this uplink between Rogue and Luminosity Gaming. Let's see if Slack is going to be able to pick up this kill on elbow. He's able to get some shots down, takes out Godorex, hops out of bounds just to save his life for a split second. But now they need to worry about Pander because he is on the front lines here for the side of Rogue. He's going to be able to spot one player flying in the sky. Gets the call there on elbow as well, but on top of the gunfight is going to be Slack. Now Octane has control of that. 50 seconds to go here in the second half.
LG with the potential to fire in the last few points. You might even see a buzzer beater potentially, but Octane has the drone in hand, tosses that one off to his teammate. That's going to be Classic. He tosses the drone down as well. All the Rogue players currently sitting on the portal. They're waiting for the 1-point toss to happen. Octane shuts down Pander, and here comes the 1-point play, but no, here comes the 2-point play. In fact, and there's Classic to fire it through. 8-6, a 1-possession advantage with just 20 seconds remaining. Nelson rocks the overdrive quick. 1 player in front of him, but Saints is there. 1 player to respond is Godorex, but he quickly falls as well. Only a few more seconds needed. Slack just needs to hold the drone in his own base and delay as long as possible. As this game looks to be more and more less likely, Rogue is not going to have a chance to respond, it seems. Nelson with no time, and just like that, that's going to be it. Rogue do fall 6-8. LG now have the advantage in this series as they now lead 2-1.
A lot of people sitting at home, I know myself included, did not think that that uplink would come down to that close, but the biggest highlight we said, who's going to match up with Octane? Pander answered that call right there, and he absolutely went off. He was in the perfect positions to really get those pushes started for the side of Rogue as well. So all credit to Pander right there, keeping everything in the game for Rogue. But Luminosity came out on top there. You saw the little teamwork, staying cool and composed there in the final minute of that game. They were able to get the nice 2-point play in as well. It almost looked like he wasn't going going to be able to get the jump up there because he ran out of his thruster. But you guys are going to see the maps on screen right now of how we got to this point. And now Landon, take him through it.
Yeah, so the first throwback, or first hardpoint, excuse me, that was on Throwback. LG took that one in a pretty dominant fashion. They won that one 250 to 129. Breakout Search and Destroy went in Rogue's way, nearly went to a round 11, but due to some nice payload plays that we ended up seeing from the side of Rogue, they ended up winning that one in 6 rounds to 4. And of course, in our very last uplink, which we just witnessed, that went in LG's way, nearly 8 to 6, despite an all-star performance there from the young man of Pander. Saw some great plays coming in from the side of LG, some great defensive stops that we ended up seeing actually from Classic. There was one moment in the game that I think is definitely one to highlight. It was actually when the side of Rogue was actually getting ready to score an offensive play. Classic immediately escapes in, sacrifices his life, but it gets the 1-point toss, or excuse me, it gets that drone off the map to delay that 1-point toss off or even the 2-point play. And that, to me, definitely could have been a play that could have tied the game or even made it even more in Rogue's favor. So massive credit to Classic in that particular play, and massive credit to LG for closing it out despite an all-star performance from Pander. If there's anything to replicate when it comes down to this next hardpoint, I'm definitely looking at Pander to go off yet again when it comes down to the respawns. But that just goes to show one player can't make a team successful. It's the entire roster. I think that's what we're going to see from LG.
Yeah, and something to keep in mind, too, when we saw that throwback hardpoint, at the start of the game, it was very close. But then once you had the players from Luminosity start to heat up and get those streaks and start to work really quickly towards those payloads, that's where things started falling apart. But even then, the setups were never there for Rogue. They could get control, get those early rotations, but once they get set up, Luminosity braked it so quickly.
Right.
So that's going to be my biggest thing about this. Breakout plays a lot different from how Throwback does as well. This is another one of those maps where the MV4s can start to reign supreme. You see Octane start to go off on this map a lot, so he's going to be like a key player to watch, and I think we have to highlight Pander as well. After that series, he's definitely, we have to keep an eye on him. He basically had that performance, and that's how we have to keep an eye on him to go head-to-head with Octane once more. But can he do it? That's going to be the question. It's going to be so hard to replicate a performance like that.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to see a performance like that throughout the rest of Infinite Warfare. I mean, it was constantly looking at the kill feed and just saying 2 or 3 kills going his way every single time. The man was constantly going on streaks, and unfortunately slowed down a little bit toward the end, but what more could you ask from him at this point? And if you guys are just joining us, of course, Luminosity Gaming currently up 2-1 in this pool play matchup. If LG wins this, they're in a prime spot to most likely take one of the first 2 out of the group. And obviously, we ended up talking about the side of Rogue coming from the open bracket. Have had a pretty decent performance up to this point. Fell to Epsilon, but I believe they ended up taking out Envious in a 3-0 fashion. So having a pretty decent tournament up to this point. But when it comes down to this next hardpoint, it's not going to be easy. We obviously talk about the side of LG, how consistently they've been as a roster overall, not just as far as game modes are considered, but as far as the team in unison. And that's the thing that kind of separates the teams who are kind of trying to get up in the scene compared to the top teams, is that your Opti Gamings, your FaZe Clans, your even Splyces as well from Europe, and also your LGs, is that every player has the ability to go off. And that's the issue that I think a lot of these younger teams have, is that you're seeing guys from Rogue go off at times. Johnny having good moments. Of course, Pander having an all-star performance. But it's about consistency, and I think that's what we're going to see from LG yet again.
And we have to bring up the performances of that game of Classic and Slacked. Were not good by any means. I believe both of them ended up going in the game negative, which is not what you want to see. And it was basically Octane and as well as Saints, the ones carrying in that slaying department. So those are 2 players to watch from Luminosity as well, to make sure to try to get up to that same level that they were in that hardpoint. But right now, Luminosity could close it out here against Rogue. We are jumping into Breakout hardpoint. We're going to start off this one with the man, Octane. Let's see what he does here. He is always going to have that MV4 in hand. See what he does. Pushing through scanners, going to get the calls on the players that are pushing towards the hill here. No first blood has been drawn yet. Nobody jumped inside of the hill either, but now kills have been traded.
And when it comes down to this first hard point, definitely a lot of control going to come down to Showers. Being able to lock down that particular angle grants you a great look at that central rooftop. Of course, his first hill going to be pretty sporadic when it comes down to it. A lot of gunfights going down, and at least up to this point, LG having a pretty easy time. Classic granting every second, of course, up to this point. Nelson quick to respond there, of course, continuing to have that RPR Evo out. I got to say, I'm pretty impressed. He's been kind of having that with him throughout the entire map, and when he's seen success with it, he's obviously going to kind of keep it out. Wouldn't mind him maybe pulling on a K-bar here or there, but, I mean, if the RPR Evo works for you, man, I'd keep it out and keep rocking with it.
Nelson has always been one of those players where he says he's a submachine gun player. He's a strict submachine gun player. We saw it back in Black Ops 3 as well, where he pull out the VMP and keep the VMP only. He's not a man who likes to switch to the AR by any means, and I know that was one of the things when ARs reigned supreme in Call of Duty Infinite Warfare to start off the game. He was very mad at it. He wanted the submachine guns in his hand, so now he does have it, and now actually, as we say that, he's going to pull out a K-bar to make us look stupid. But like you said, maybe it's nice to get that little switch there because the RPR is only going to be good in situational times in the hills here. He's going to jump inside. He's going to be able to find one. He finds a second there on Slack as well. So getting things cooking up here on a 2-kill streak. But now he's going to spot Octane from range. He's going to go ahead and dodge, duck, dip, dive inside. He's going to be staying alive here as Octane is continuing to apply the fire from circle.
Much needed time coming in from Rogue right now. Nelson going on a little bit of a spree for the time, leading in kills for the entire lobby, not just his team. GodRx doing a great job as well as they're going to lock down the remaining time inside of cell block. So what seemed to be a very slow start for them for the start of this game. We talk about cell block in some cases kind of being the money hill for this map, and Rogue proving exactly why that is.
So the rotations are going to be coming in. The team fight is going to be going down. It's Slack and Saints leading the charge. Slack is going to be able to draw 1 kill as Saints does as well. But Saints is going to get cleaned up. And then you have the sniper behind you, Octane, with the NV4 looking right over top. He's going to be able to clean up one. So now control is going to the side of Luminosity. I wonder if you saw Pander jumping up there trying to spot check. Don't believe he did, but now that's going to be 2 down for Luminosity, and the flood is now going to start to come in from the side of Rogue.
Saints doing a great job from the back line. You'd like to think the MV4 would be in the back and the K-Bar in the front, but Saints is doing a great job at range. Unfortunately, shuts down his teammate, and now has to be the main front for his roster. Thankfully, doing a lot of that slaying from the back is now going to lead him getting that scarab, trying to zone out some of these Rogue players from entering inside of the hardpoint. Nelson able to pick off Octane, and of course being aware of those spawns. Might even try to engage to pinch out this Graveyard Hill, but has to be aware. His life is very important in this case, and Saints is aware of such. He needs to stay alive as Nelson, and he'll be able to do that. So while the time is going to go over toward the side of Luminosity, the next hill and those spawns, which are going to be very, very important over toward that back helipad, is going to be in control of Rogue.
That was a great heads-up play from Nelson. He took out Octane, who was basically playing as the anchor for Luminosity. As soon as he took him out, Luminosity players started spawning all the way on the other side of the map, but now we have some gunfights going down here at back helipad. Luminosity trying to break the setup that Rogue fought so hard for, and now they are going to lose it. Panda is going to be the last player inside of the hill, flooded by Luminosity players. GodRx going to try to utilize this low wall run. Don't believe he was spotted, so he has a chance to go big here. He finds one. That's on Slack. Still one more inside the hill. Gets a nice turn there on Classic, and now the Luminosity players are going to be flooding in here from ramp. Saints is going to be able to find one, but can he find the second? But more Rogue players keep on flooding inside.
Did it do some weak players as well, trying to enter in. GodRx making some highlight plays. There's actually one play that we're going to highlight as the beginning of Commissary ended up starting off. Granted, Rogue has done a great job at getting some time, but one play that we ended up seeing coming in from Classic was off of that rotation coming in from Cave. Classic ends up finding one who ends up holding the angle, which was Nelson, and also the player toward that back helipad. Those are 2 massively important kills that are probably worth more than just 2. And that's something that we have to highlight about Classic a lot of the time, is that he gets a lot of important kills that don't always show up on the kill feed. So while he ended up going on a 2 spree, that was a huge 2 spree that granted his team quite a bit of seconds and also delayed Rogue from getting quite a few as well. So that's just a few moments to kind of bring up through the match of things that Classic does around the map that doesn't always get highlighted.
Only 13 engagements total for Octane as well. That's something that's very, very odd coming from him. So we'll see if he's going to be able to step it up. Currently sitting at 5 and 8, but they still do have a pretty hefty lead. 115 to 58 is the score. Around 30 seconds left here on the central rooftop, but one player is going to be sliding in. That is going to be Nelson, and he is going to be taken out there. But Johnny's going to find himself a kill as well as Pander, and now they're going to be sitting up top, trying to get things going. They're slowly starting to claw back into this game, but now it's time to start focusing up on that cell block kill. Look for GodRx to maybe come down, try to pick up a kill here and there, but they need to get these rotations in. But Luminosity getting the first 2 big breaks, but Johnny counters right back. He's currently on a 6-kill streak, shutting down anything that Luminosity is throwing at him.
Johnny's feeling good. He's doing a fantastic job at locking down Central Rooftop and granting his team some early time over inside a cell block. Ends up falling near that med base side. But either way, Rogue did a fantastic job at locking down cell block last time. Question is, can they do it again? Nice kills coming in from both Johnny and Nelson. Octane trying to engage in some cases all by himself, and that push gets shut down pretty quickly. Last player going to be here is Saints, as he is going to try and delay for as long as possible, but Johnny yet again shutting him down and not allowing him to do much more. Johnny goes on a 3 spree yet again, quickly shut down right after that, but Rogue not out of this one just yet. They're remaining and holding on to this particular hard point throughout most of the match, and it's definitely been granting them great success as GodRx continues to go on a little bit of a spree potentially as he finds that one as well. Nice plays coming in from Rogue, but a valuable 15 seconds left in this hard point, and GodRx finds that one as well. The birthday boy doing a fantastic job, and this is going to bring Rogue back into this game as rotation will come in here toward Graveyard.
Yeah, it's going to be a split spawn here. You see Slack attacking from that back garage side. He's going to be able to find Johnny. One more player come for support. That That is going to be Classic. And just like that, they break the early rotation from Rogue and are now going to take control of this graveyard. But Rogue got so much valuable time off of that cell block. That was absolutely huge for them to try to claw back into this game. But now they have a hefty task of taking out this Luminosity setup. The smoke grenade is going to come into play from the side of Rogue. Nelson is going to get the entry kill.
And player number 7 and player number 8, I believe it's actually Panda as well as Nelson making their way on the flank. This is a big play, but Panda is not there, and 4 end up dropping. That was a great pinch that could have came in from Rogue, but LG sniffs it out, and they're able to make quick work of what could have been a fantastic Rogue break. So LG using that teamwork to absolute perfection at the moment. We'll see what the side of LG does. Player number 5, Johnny. Let's go to Johnny really quick, see what he's doing at the moment. Okay, he's just kind of holding this angle. Okay, I was just curious. He was kind of sticking back here, but this is a very important angle for him to lock down right now toward that back helipad, and he gets quick work made of him. Classic finding yet again another huge kill. Rogue, they're only going to get 3 seconds inside a graveyard, and now a very important hill for Commissary. They're not even going to have great spawns for that off the start. They're going to be having to start off the back foot and having to make their way forward. This is not going to be easy because LG is getting so much free time, and thankfully, Scarabs are starting to come in their way as well. This is not easy for the set of Rogue to try and push this one out.
No, it definitely isn't. Johnny now going to try to make a solo push into the here. Actually, he's joining under 3 of his teammates from Rogue. Let's see how this one's going to go. Kills are going to be traded. The camo is going to be popped inside. That was a great camo play coming there from Classic. He's going to be able to use that, stay alive inside of the hill, and he's going to be able to pick up a kill there as well. And ultimately, that saved Luminosity from that push from Rogue. And now you have the players 2 attacking from the middle and 1 going to be attacking from the back. That's going to be Johnny. The entry kills are going to be coming in. Classic trying to hit the wall run. He is going to be able to do so, but he is going to be taken out. So the last 12 seconds going to be going to the side of Rogue.
Rogue, this is not going to be easy for you, to say the least. Currently down by quite a few seconds, 202 to 125, as the second set of rotations will reset back toward that central rooftop area. Slack using some nice wall runs off the start, but looks like Octane coming from the flank, an early pinch coming in from the side of LG, and not a whole lot of positives. If you are a Rogue fan at the moment, potentially only 47 seconds left before this entire series is done and over with. As far as the group play is considered, this would be a massive match for Rogue if they can capture this series and potentially get closer to solidifying a top 2 spot after coming from the open bracket. But if LG locks this one down, they should be and have a solidified spot as the nice shot comes in from Panda as he finds 2. But like I said, if LG is able to close this one out, they're nearly guaranteed a spot to move on into the winner's bracket.
Nobody has had an answer for Classic. We talked about they need one for Octane, but I feel like Octane's not even playing bad. It's just Classic and the rest of his team are taking all the kills. Classic inside with the MV4, this is what he does best. Sitting right here, getting a lot of valuable time as Luminosity is nearing closer and closer to the 250-point mark. The Scarab is going to be called in there as well, but Panda is going to be able to shoot that one out of the air. He has the FTL jump ready to go, and the early rotations are in. Also, Nelson sets that Centurion right inside of the hill. So let's see if they're going to be able to get this time. They did an excellent job of holding this last time. Let's see if they can replicate.
Done a great job on sub block so far. Like you said, of course, that Centurion going to act as a permanent jammer grenade in some instances. Nice ranging coming in from Nelson as he's going to find at least 2 to lock down some early time. Rogue cannot afford to give away any more seconds, at least inside of cell block for now. As LG look to try and initiate this setup. Panda doing a great job at shutting down Octane. The MV4 versus MV4 battle happens, and Classic finds another big kill entering into the setup for Rogue. Now they don't have to worry for too much longer as Johnny's going to be there. Got a Rex as well. So nice plays coming in from Rogue as it looks like it is going to be the side of LG who then to go ahead and reset and focus their attention over to here toward Graveyard. Nelson's here. The Scarabs are out. As Painter locks down the last few seconds of scrap points. Rogue ends up falling. The first front ends up dropping just like that. Classic fighting in, and yet again another kill. Gotarex falls and 3 go down. No players are there. And this is going to be LG getting very, very close. And such a scary territory right now if you are a Rogue fan because they are 10 seconds away from locking down this series, Dirk.
Yeah, it looks like it's definitely going to come down to it. Saints uses that reactive armor. He's going to be able to get a kill to show for it as well. But now the 3 players from Rogue do push inside. Nelson's going to be the lone player from Rogue alive. He gets behind Slack. He's going to be able to take him out. Now Panda tries in to come contest. 3 seconds left. And it is going to be Luminosity taking the series over Rogue.
It was a great series to say the least. But when it came down to the overall use of consistency and overall team play, you've got to give it to LG every time. Classic yet again being highlighted when it comes down to the final kill cam, as he was an all-star throughout that entire series, doing quite a bit for his roster in a number of different ways. honestly, I don't care how many kills he had. Some of the kills that he was getting as far as the back helipads for Commissary and doing a number of different jobs of kind of breaking the setup of the side of Rogue. I mean, he had a number of different plays that really kind of broke open the game for me in some cases. He was absolutely the MVP throughout that match for me.
And I've been a very big critic of Classic when it comes down to the camo, but we saw the camo play come into there, so respect to him. I know he's capable of those good ones as well. But that was an excellent play to stay alive inside of the hill and not give it up to Rogue. But what you guys are going to see on your screen right now is how Luminosity got to this point to take the 3-1 win over Rogue. It all started with Throwback Hardpoint, where they won that one 250 to 129. Then we headed to Breakout Search and Destroy, where they won that one in a close, tightly contested match. That was going to be 6-4, and Rogue took that one. And then over to Precinct Uplink. Luminosity was able to come out with the win there, 8-6. Came down right to the final seconds. Excellent teamwork as Luminosity stayed composed in that final minute of the game. And then you just saw the last map being played. Breakout Hardpoint 250 to 187 in favor of Luminosity.
And in that last game, Classic ends up going 32-21, along with 59 seconds, nearly an entire minute of hill time when it came down to that objective. So massive credit to him as well as the guys on LG who will escape with this victory. And not going to let any more open bracket teams make some more damage to them.
One of the biggest things to take away from that, too, is they struggled with cell block a little bit when it came down to Luminosity. But once they got over to Graveyard, they held that every single time. Like, I wish we had the statistics to see, but they hold it so great just because of Octane being on that bulldozer. He's able to get anybody up in the air. But, guys, when we come back, we will have another great match for you. It's going to be FaZe taking on Era. Don't go anywhere. Do you want me to be completely honest with you? Go on a bold prediction. FaZe Clan 3-0. I know they can't hear me out there, but FaZe Clan 3-0. That is what I'm going with.
We need to gear you up, give you a jersey, have you hop in the lobby, and just
free
feed.
stuff.
Just feed for 10 minutes straight. Anyway, guys, we're looking at the pools. You guys can see a breakdown of a lot of the action that has gone on this weekend. However, we are currently in Pool C. That's going to be the most important one here. As you can see, FaZe Clan leading Era Gaming. I thought it was Era Eternity. Must be Era Gaming here, but 1-2 to 0-3.
Era Eternity has been struggling so much. I think if they're either eliminated or they're in still losers and they're still fighting through the losers open.
Right. So here we go. We have FaZe Clan's position right here in the middle. It's not looking like they have any way of surpassing Evil Geniuses in Bittersweet due to head-to-head matchups. But FaZe Clan versus Era Gaming is going to at least maybe cushion them a little bit when it comes to seeding into the playoff bracket. Not entirely sure of how that works, but of course FaZe is going to come out and do their best here. This is probably the worst. This is definitely the worst that FaZe has done in group play in a tournament all year long. They play second behind Evil Geniuses in the Stage 2 playoffs, and that's the only time in a group phase of a tournament that they haven't come in first. So right now we're seeing them being outperformed by both a relegation team and a team that most people would consider them to have outclassed in the past.
And it gets you thinking if maybe all the roster drama that was going on, there was the rumors where, I mean, it wasn't really rumored because it happened, where Clay was playing with eUnited in the last 2K, and they all had their hidden names.
Tugboat.
And nobody knew the names of who any of them were, but that was Claystar playing with them, because there were rumors that Claystar was going to be on his way to eUnited. So you have to think maybe in this game, Clay in his mind's like, do my players want to get rid of me? In a sense like that. So you have to think that might be getting to him. We have to also take into account Zuma recently just coming hot off of wrist surgery as well. Claystar for what it counts as a root canal, which is very, very painful. But anyway, we're jumping straight into this one. Let's see how it will go. FaZe Clan versus Era. We're jumping on board with Stamino.
Stamino turning the corner here on Train. He finds 2 kills at the E-Rad, lining them up pretty easily and quickly here. That should give his team just a few seconds, and you can see he's wasting no time to hop right on the objective. He throws out the grenade. I'm not entirely sure of who he was expecting to connect with, considering they were all on respawn. So that might be a little bit of a waste. We'll have to see if the enemy team can take advantage of that. 3 straight kills. The only one that was able to respond was Holler here. And now that's going to be some hill time for FaZe. This is going to be a very scrappy hill, so you should expect to see Era bounce right back.
Yeah, but you're going to see Enable. He's off to a hot start here, currently sitting at 4-1 on a 3-kill streak. Looks like there was going to be 2 players pushing over towards that bridge side, but he's doing a good job of staying alive, and FaZe is getting some pretty good time off of this Train platform hill. Now the kills are going in FaZe's favor. Make that 3 dead for the side of Era Gaming, but you look at the spawns that they're getting. Now this is where it's going to come down to, how is FaZe Clan going to break this? Claystar gets the opening kill there in Grandma's, and to come to keep in mind throughout the entirety of this match, Claystar is going to be running hardline.
Why did Claystar spell his name like this? Who is he trying to fool here? Anyway, Claystar playing for this anchor position. He's able to take down Stamino. I'm really unsure of how to pronounce his name at this point. Stamino making his name recently in Call of Duty Esports. Don't have all the pronunciations down right just yet, so I apologize to people out there that might know better. Anyways, Era finds himself in a position around Barn. And wow, Stamino finding 2 big kills on Underpass. He's really going to cushion the push that FaZe had mounting up in that direction.
Yep, and score now is 36-36, but Era Gaming has now taken the lead over FaZe Clan here. They've been doing an excellent job of holding down this barn. Now you're going to see Attach pushing in by himself back into this back barn area, currently sitting at 205, so look for him to start to get things going. And just like that, he finds himself on a 2-kill streak, sitting at 3-5 as well as FaZe takes control, but too little too late. The hill's about to rotate over down to the bike path.
So following that play from Stamino, after he was put on respawn, we just saw FaZe very quickly take over the hill, find themselves some scrap time. We're rotating over to bike path, which is the 3rd hill in the rotation on Throwback Hardpoint. Era is already set up there. Claystar is in a very forward position to try and halt it a bit, but Stamino and BZ are able to respond with some kills of their own, despite Attach's aggression here to try and force the issue alongside Zuma and find his team some hill time.
And we said for Attach to turn it around. He's done just that, but it's going to be the NV4 in hand making the difference. 6 kills for him. 1 player jumping up there, as you can see through the X-ray, but Claystar has that lockdown from range. Now you're going to see Attach do what he does best, get right up into the enemy face. He's going to spot one by Diner, 1 coming right out of bowling. Can he get the kill? No, Holler is going to come out on top, and this is my player to watch for Era Gaming. He's going to be that NV4 anchor style player, so look for him to hold down these long lines of sight, as well as dropping a great number of kills.
So that was the end of a 7-kill streak we saw from Attach right there, bringing his KD up to just about even. I expect to see see him go off quite a bit in Hardpoint. He's been a huge factor for FaZe in their Hardpoint game alongside Clayster over these past couple of months, so I expect to see him continue to contribute throughout this map. Now let's see what Era's working with. We have Bound finding the double kill on the bike path, trying to stay alive for the rotation, but Clayster cools him off as the rest of his team tries to rotate over to baseball field.
And Holler can be a very dangerous player, and you're seeing it now. He's hitting up on a 4-kill streak, just 225 off that Trinity rocket, but Era Gaming doing such a great job of holding FaZe over to this blue area. Now, if you're FaZe, what do you do here? You need to have your AR players getting those opening picks, and Clayster does just that. He takes out Holler from the back concession. Still going to be one more playing flying high in the sky. That is going to be Bound. He's another player you need to watch out for if you're going up against Era Gaming. Bound is capable of putting up high slaying numbers. So as this game progresses on, Bound is definitely my player to watch as well.
3 players coming in the direction of Bowling, all onto Attach as the rest of Era spawns around blue. But with the FaZe Clan roster pinching from Barn, they should be able to make short work of Holler. And now the baseball field is left completely vulnerable. Aside from the cover from the hill itself, that should be no problem for Clayster and his teammate to clean up those kills right there. Scrap time goes to FaZe. It's really not a significant amount, but we're right back to middle map where we should be able to see both these teams fight for this hill again.
This game is neck and neck, only separated here by 11 points as we are entering the second set of rotations. A Scarab is going to be called in here by Attach. Nice little bob and weave movement, getting those calls. Now he's going to peek up. Does have that MV4 in hand. K-Bar is the primary. Is he going to be able to take out Holler here? Another 2 players join to try to take out Attach in the power position. He takes out another one. Nice 2-piece there coming from Attach, leveling his skill streak to 4. He's still in this power position. He says, Clayster, move along. This is my MV4, and I'm ready to rock it. And he's doing just that. FaZe Clan getting some very good time here off the Train Plat Hill.
Yeah, Attach has had the NV4 in his hands for quite a bit on this map. I'm pretty sure he's just picking it up off of the ground, but I'm starting to question that a little bit here. Clayster finding a 2-piece of his own. It seems like they were making the 2 NV4 setup working very well, because take a look at your scoreboard. We're starting off this rotation with a 30-second lead mounted by FaZe Clan due to that stellar setup that they had around middle map. It's not very often you see so much time obtained in such a large chunk on that hard point.
We're seeing classic Clayster here performing that anchor role. He's trading shots back and forth for 2 players from the side of Era Gaming. But now he's going to be pushed from back grannies. He's going to be able to find one. Zuma and Enable find ones for themselves as well. And just like that, Enable gets the last kill completely, cleaning up Era Gaming and forcing them to spawn out by baseball.
With that far spawn, you're going to see the team decide to go towards middle map. The rest of FaZe is prepared for that. We have what looks like Zuma sitting top food and trying to put down some long-range shots. He actually gets dove by several different Era players. So now they're going to have to face a front coming from Grandma's and Lime.
Definitely his Clayster's heating up to on a 4-kill streak now. Like we said, he's running hardline, so it's going to be crucial for him to stay alive. But Stamino is going to be in there with that E-Red. He's finally going to be taken out. Now Bound and Holler do push in as well. And things are starting to look up for Era Gaming. They get the break, but only 10 seconds left. Those rotations are already coming inside for FaZe Clan. Look for Attach to pick these players off as they come through that mid-tunnel. The timing does not go into his favor, but he is going to be the first player in the hill for FaZe.
Attach also 1 kill away from that FTL jump, so he could, there we go, he actually gets it for finding the initial time in the hard point. This could be big for these gunfights that are so difficult in these close range engagements and these really short length chokes. 3 kills go in favor of FaZe though, so that does buy them a little bit of time to set up, and hey, maybe he won't have to use that FTL jump because they'll be in such a good position.
You're seeing for this hill the situational switch, or having Enable run the second MV4 alongside Clayster, and it works out. Getting this position like this, hopping over, he's going to be able to take a one. Can he find a second? Enable almost does it there. The player will be immediately traded out, but now FaZe leads just by 30 points, and it is rising. Attach decides to rock that FTL, but Stamino is going to be able to stop that one in place. He earns the FTL of his own with that kill as well. But so far, this has been looking like FaZe Clan this past couple minutes of this match. Era Gaming needs to try to get something going here, but simply they are just being outslayed. It's coming down to the battle with Clayster and Enable, as well as Holler and Bound.
So Dirk, let's take a look at the scoreboard here. There aren't too many standout players in terms of just the KD column, aside from Clayster, who is currently 20-12. He's been doing a lot of damage with that NV4 so far this map. On the side of Era, who kind of stands out to you as someone that's contributing the most to sort of keep them into this game?
It's Holler, 100%. We casted the Era series earlier, and he was doing that exact same thing. He was a guy who we compared him not in skill-wise to Octane, but the role that he does play. He's able to put up big numbers as well and can carry that team. Like we said, he's going to be the that anchor, so he's going to be the guy going toe-to-toe with Clayster in these situations.
Beezy just found a really big triple kill right there that got his team some massively needed hardpoint time as that lead was climbing in favor of FaZe. Enable score streak. The Scarab comes in and he's able to find himself a kill with it. We see Clayster using the camo to try and find this power position with 20 seconds remaining and a camo player on the hill. He still has some work to do. Bound coming through with it. He finds a kill from his camo, traded right back from Clayster, and Stamino comes through with the double kill to award the scrap time to Era.
So now camo going to be burned on both sides for FaZe as well as Era Gaming. We're in our third rotation now back to the train platform. First team inside is going to be Era. It's going to be Holler picking up those initial points. He spots Enable, so he finds one. Now playing this middle map area, can he find the second? Very sticky situation to be in with that NV4 in hand, but his teammates are doing an excellent job of slaying outside of the hill. You can think Beezy and Bound, like you said, these are going to be the two main slayers for this team, and you're seeing it right now. Beezy sitting at 25 and 21, waiting for a player to push up into green, but one player got gifted a spawn. It's going to be attached. He comes from behind. Stamino drops, and just like that, FaZe Clan gets a nice sweep, and now they can hop inside of the hill, and they do have the players from Era Gaming pinned down on this bowling side.
So Dirk, Enable, just got his payload. He's also on the hard point right now, finding some time for his team. I see that we should expect him to use this either in the barn or around bike path, and that should be enough for FaZe to close out the game. It's all going to depend on how Era can respond to that payload usage because of how disruptive the Centurion can be.
Like you said, Enable should put it down here. They have a chance to close out the game, but he's actually going to put it around the back. Getting a little bit, doing their studying of how much Era likes to push around from that side, but they're hitting grannies right now. Stamino and crew jumping in. The FTO jump kill points are going to go down. Make that 3 players down for FaZe Clan, and just like that, another sweep, but there's still one more player to worry about here around the corner. That is going to be Enable, and Era is able to get the break. The Centurion was able to tag up Stamino, but it does stop him. He's going to be able to take this out right here.
Stamino is also 75, now 50 points away from getting some more score streaks. He has access to the Scarab, and he's trying to just play these close quarters engagements with the ERAD and catch a FaZe player by surprise. That's exactly where you want him to be. So with that kill, he did just get himself a Trinity Rocket before being taken down. Keep that in mind, as Era only trails by about 20 seconds, and we're heading to bike path.
It's definitely going to be huge coming into that hill here, but they've been doing an excellent time of just contesting it enough. But you see FaZe Clan is now going to get the last seconds on this one. The rotation is going to be coming in, and you have the AR in that position. Now he just needs to focus on the player back Diner. See if he's going to be able to pick up this kill here. It would be huge. He's able to tag him up, but no kill to show. And Beezy is going to pick up a 2-piece coming from behind. Can he take out Clayster as well? Make that 3 for Beezy. He has the Centurion ready to go down as well. And just like that, Era takes control of the bike path hill.
If you're a FaZe fan, this actually just got very scary. With Era Gaming, having control of this hardpoint, payloads and score streaks raining down onto FaZe on an outdoor hill, they can very easily bring themselves back into this game. I doubt they're going to let it slip enough to have the game end here on bike path, but that puts a lot more pressure onto them in these final 2 hardpoints. Clayster, trapped in this corner here, wants to take down the payload. He does just that, but he still has 4 yellow players flying at him around the corner, and they are wiping his team right now with only Enable making a difference.
And they're still holding a 13-point lead here. The hill currently being contested from both sides. Now it'd be crucial for one FaZe player to try to overextend to get those spawns, but it's going to go right to Era Game, and they're going to get that early rotation. Look where the FaZe players are spawning. They have no streaks to work with. I do not believe. Quickly scroll through all the players. They have no streaks to work with. Nobody close to their payloads as well, so this is going to come down to raw gun skill to see who breaks this hill.
And this is so scary. BZ has completely heated up in the past 2 or so minutes in this game. He's had so many high-impact breaks of multi-kills on the hard point for his team, and that has been the main thing, bringing them back into this game. Take a look. 2 kills on the kill feed from BZ onto FaZe Clan, even though he suicided with it. Actually, that gave FaZe the opportunity to hop on the hill here. 5 seconds left. Another score streak comes in, Dirk. This is coming down to the wire.
Yeah, the Scorchers came in, and now control is going to be going over towards Era. Holler picks up a 2-piece, and BZ finds one for himself. One more player to worry about from FaZe, and they clean it up. This could be the chance for Era Gaming to take out FaZe. 3 seconds until the win. They need to flood inside the hill, and just like that, Era is going to take out FaZe 250 to 246.
It all came down to what BZ was able to do, completely stomping some of these FaZe setups. What looked like by himself at times with these crazy multi-kills, and his teammates, of course, capitalizing on that instantly with no hesitation. I feel like they did a great job of prioritizing the objective from the beginning of the game and on. As soon as Clayster started to slow down a little bit and attach, stop contributing as much as he was in the early stages of the game, that's really where the Era play is heated up, and we're able to close out this map.
Yeah, we brought up about how great of a slayer BZ is going to be, and it's just so many many times today we've seen on Throwback Hardpoint especially, those score streaks are a complete game changer. Look, you see Beezy, he's able to take out 2 with his bombardment. He takes out himself, but right off the respawn uses the Scorchers, opens up the hill once more again. So that's just how crucial it is playing with that. The guy also dropped, I think it was like 36 kills, I think, to end the game around that mark. But it's just an excellent gameplay from BZ and Holler as well. Those are kind of like the dynamic duo, one Slayer, one playing the passive NV4 in the back. My prediction of a 3-0 for FaZe is
already gone. We've only been 10 minutes into this cast. So, I mean, if you still want to rip open that dress shirt you got and show them your FaZe jersey, that's fine. I think we'll probably just see like a bunch of chest hair or something anyway. But anyway, look at our map review here for the matchup here between Era and FaZe Clan. We have Breakout, Search and Destroy coming up for us next. And off of that Throwback Hardpoint, I got to say, FaZe is still looking pretty vulnerable once we get into map 2 here.
Yeah, they definitely are. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out in the Search and Destroy. We talk about it time and time again, teams that come through the open bracket. This is the one game mode that we can really see them taking here. And it's going to be a Breakout, Search and Destroy. So, one, that they might not be experienced with, but now I think both these teams have played this in this event thus far. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see how it does play out. I really can't pick a winner in this for some reason. I said 3-0 right off the start, but after that performance from Era, I know the game came down to just 4 points separating both teams.
Right.
Search and Destroy is a completely different game mode.
Yeah.
I'm still going to go with FaZe.
So, looking at these next 2 maps, though, we have Breakout, Search and Destroy, and Precinct Uplink. Those are the 2 that I want to highlight the most. This is actually the segment of a best-of-5 series where FaZe is the most vulnerable. They can either give up that S&D or they can give up that Uplink, and they'll usually close out their series 3-1, right? The reason this is dangerous if you're a FaZe fan is because they dropped that hardpoint. And they don't usually do that. This is one of the best hardpoint teams in the Call of Duty World League, and they've been that way for some time now. So if we get into map number 2 and they're vulnerable on this map, that's got to be scary. Even though on the Precinct Uplink, that's one of their better Uplink maps, and you probably have to feel pretty confident about them in that.
The thing is, too, Era, just from watching them at Uplink today, it's something they struggle with a lot. So,
right.
I mean, just going into this one, I could easily see the reason why FaZe would take it. But I think it's all going to dictate how this Search and Destroy does go. I feel like if FaZe is able to take this one, the momentum's going to go straight into FaZe's favor. I mean, Era's just been losing a lot today, and they're getting to the point where maybe losing is just going to be too much. So if they start losing maps to FaZe, which a team, in their mind, they might think, hey, we're better than them. We just came into here. I mean, the FaZe isn't doing too hot this event. These guys are beatable, and we can do this. The confidence level can be there, but are they going to be able to perform? They did in that map number 1, but let's see if they can carry it over to map number 2.
Yeah, I want to see what Bees is going to contribute throughout this series. After that hardpoint play, I think that he's someone I'm going to have to keep my eye on. You mentioned Holler, so maybe he'll come online at some point, but Beezy was the real factor in map number 1 right there. Getting into Search and Destroy, though, something we've seen out of FaZe Clan is a lot of sniping from Clayster. Whether or not he finds those kills, he's used as an effective zoning tool for the team. He's able to watch different flanks for them and give them lots of information and just play confidently on whatever lane that they're hitting. And on a map like Breakout, where you might need him to watch, I don't know, either middle map or that long wall run, that could be very useful. So here's our map fly through. You can see all the cover around middle map and why it's so important. It's also directly next to this right here, Site A, where they want to plant the bomb. That's usually where teams favor it. And Site B is a pretty easy site to protect for the most part. You have to come straight through from that cave section of the map, and there's just really not a whole lot to work with.
Yeah, there definitely is. I mean, you talk about Clayster with the sniper. Majority of times when you see snipers on this map, you're going to see him on that defensive end, trying to utilize the wall run to get a peek over towards Cave. But now we are jumping straight into the action. How is FaZe Clan going to bounce back from this one? Attach is going to be your bomb carrier. You're going to see a 4-man hit, it looks like, over towards this A site, following a 2-man hit from the side of Era Gaming. Beezy's drawing first blood, but immediately it's going to be traded out by Zuma.
So this is my first taste of Era Gaming Search and Destroy play. We'll have to see how they follow up from that very close hardpoint where they went toe-to-toe with FaZe. I actually have pretty high expectations as to what they can contribute here because they're going against a very weakened FaZe Clan in this tournament, right? They're definitely licking their wounds from some of the, figuratively and literally, with Zuma having the surgery and Clayster, of course, having that root canal, which technically is also a surgery. But they just look very vulnerable right now. And Era came through in a big way taking map 1, Dirk.
They definitely did, but still a 3 versus 3 going down right now with 40 seconds left on the clock. You see 2 FaZe players sitting over towards that middle map / loading dock side, and Attach is going to join them in the fight. Shots should be going down here momentarily. First shots are going to be put in from the side of Era. Attach throws some back, but he's not going to be able to get a kill here. Pushing into the A site now, they should have this one good to go. Attach is going to prone down, get that bomb down as well. The pinch could be here. You see player number 8, that is going to be Holler. Look for him to try to come on that wall run, but Zuma is going to draw a kill.
All right, so Holler here is actually playing a good angle to give them enough information and maybe make a play of his own, but Zuma comes through with that big double kill that cuts his time in half. He had to run in there immediately if he wanted any hope of making any action. Zuma definitely making a big play for FaZe Clan right here, and they should be able to close out the round from there.
They definitely should, and the ace is going to be going over there towards Zuma, so we'll hop on board with him, see how close he is towards those streaks as well as that payload. He's going to have reactive, which we know how big that's going to be in Search and Destroy, especially with the new update where planting and defusing the bomb is going to get you no points towards that payload as well. So you always want to see those players go off in that kill column because that's really the only way they are going to get it. Zuma close to halfway to reactive armor and just the first round. He's 50 away from that Scarab as well. And if FaZe continues to play like this, or should I say just Zuma continues to play like this, things can start to get scary. But it's going to be Era on the attack, and the bomb is in the hands of Bound.
So Zuma opening up this game with that ace gives him the 4 kills that he needs to get halfway to his reactive armor, as we mentioned. Let's see if he can follow it up through the rest of the round. He takes out Bound, but most of his team fell before that. He's working on his score streaks as well, so I want to see if he can at least find something and stay alive here throughout the rest of the round. Plus 150 because of that clutch kill. If he were able to get one more, that could have been a big difference maker throughout the rest of this S&D.
It looks like he almost got like stuck in the mud right here as soon as he came around the corner. BZ was able to get the first shot, and he's able to clean up the kill there as well, thanks to one hit coming in from Holler. Only took him 3 shots to cap that one off, so now it's 1-1 as we head into round number 3. FaZe is going to be back on the attack. And Zuma, quarter of a way to reactive now, just no big deal, right? Just Zuma things in round number 3. Has that Scarab ready to go as well. And now it looks like it's going to be a B hit. Let's go ahead and pull up the big map here so you can see where these arrows are positioning itself. 1 player is going to be over by B, 1 middle map, and then 2 over by A.
So unless we've missed it here, we haven't seen much sniping from Clayster. He's instead going to be on the front lines with his team, trying to engage head-on onto this site. They do have some utility to work with in the form of this Scarab that you're seeing right now. We're able to use that third-person feature to check those corners, and this is the exact play you want to see FaZe make. But they need to be ready for what looks like the Era Gaming flank coming in. 3 players flooding in through Cave. They might not be prepared for a flank this heavy. As you can see, Clayster gets caught after finding 1 kill, but he's able to give that information to the rest of his team who has the bomb down. Dirk, the clock is working against Era.
And you see right now they're set up here for a pinch, but you have to try to take out a hot Zuma, and they're going to do just that. Stamino is going to be able to pick up that kill there. Now pushing through Cave with the E-Rad. 1 player is going to be inside of Medical Bay. That is going to be Attach. He might get the timing on here, but Attach is going to turn to get the kill, and Enable picks one up as well. BZ now sitting behind the bomb site, trying to clean this one up. 1 versus 1 versus Attach. All Attach needs to do is stay alive, but he's not going to be able to do that. The salute comes into you, my friend, and the defuse is going to be going to BZ.
BZ starting off this game 6-1 with 3 kills in a row. He's now finding himself a hero defuse for his team. And he finished out that hardpoint with nearly 40 kills. He was the main reason why Era was able to close it out in such a close fashion. And now we're seeing him bring some of that over into the Search and Destroy. If you can continue playing this way, FaZe is definitely beatable in this series.
Definitely are. Just, I believe, like an assist away from getting that overdrive as well. 25 off the Trinity Rocky, saying, I'm not using the Scarab this game. I'm going to try to get fully streaked out another way. Bound has that bomb in hand as well. Another B-heavy hit, but the grenades are going to be coming in from the side of FaZe. Going to top on board with Attach. The person leading the charge backs up from Medical Bay. All of his teammates just kind of watching over towards that spiral staircase. Now you see the 4 arrows from the side of Era. Rotating back all the way, going through mid. Some going all the way to that wall run over by A as well. So right now, a little bit of stalemate between both these 2 teams, but some action could be going down mid-map.
Oh, what looked like could have been the first gun engagement right there is completely avoided as the Phantom player in the enemy team for Era just ducks right into showers. He realizes that map positioning is going to be much more important than engaging Attach right there. The bomb almost went down, but instead they pop up for some kills. And now we have the wall run flank coming in from Enable, but he's too far away for any of the action.
Yeah, that was very smart there by Aaron. They flew the flechette, and it's actually going to be Enable. He's running the Striker, so he has the trophy drone straight, and he's actually going to fall off the map, and Holler's going to get the kill for that one. Now, Clayster, we're going to see him with some sniping action, but he's finding himself in a very sticky situation with that EMC in hand. He's going to go ahead and just jump off the map to eliminate getting a diffuser or anything just like that. So 3-1 in favor of Era.
Right, and of course, Clayster diving off the map just to keep them away from that score streak progress, as we see players like BZ have already had no problem building it up on his own, so you definitely don't want to contribute to the main problem that is BZ. 25 points from his first score streak. He's also about to get his payload. Definitely the most dangerous player in the lobby at the moment.
Now, here's something to keep in mind. BZ's running a Blackout Grenade, and Clayster's not running Tack Resist. So if that Blackout hits, we don't even need to talk about it, but if that Blackout Grenade hits Clayster, I don't know if anybody watching has ever been in a pub game with somebody who just bombs Blackout Grenades at you, but it looks like it'll make you think your TV screen just shut off, and you start freaking out for a second. Like, where's my TV? Those Blackout Grenades are very useful. But everybody is running it except Clayster. So in an instance where maybe BZ knows that Clayster's not running Tack Resist, it could work out. But other than that, I mean, as soon as he probably gets the call out that he knows that they're running Tack, he'll probably put the Blackout Grenade away, maybe switch to something like a Flechette. But they get another round win, and that one was all thanks there to Stamino. 4-1 is the score, playing over towards his commentary side.
Stamino has access to that FTL jump. He could use that aggressively here and maybe find a kill onto Showers, or he could get the kill and escape with it. Looks like he's going to hesitate, though, so it's not quite an option just yet. Clayster here finds a spot to peek at one of these players and feed that information to his team. FaZe is in a bit of an odd position here. Maybe they're counting on Era to back off the site. But it looks like there's a lower flank coming in. That's going to be BZ in a very scary spot. One kill away from his payload. If he gets this, that could be big for the closing rounds of the Search and Destroy, peppering the rest of Phase 2. And you see Holler and BZ capitalizing on that play.
That was a smart play. I jumped over towards BZ because I started seeing somebody just going back and forth, and I'm wondering how the FaZe player's not seen him. But he was on that lower wall run that entire time, and it paid off for him. Clayster is now left last alive in a 1 versus 3. Stamino does have his payload ready. That is going to be the FTL jump, and the overdrive is ready for BZ as well. United just spotted Clayster coming around, but this should be an easy cleanup as BZ comes around with the pinch. Era takes a 5-1 lead over FaZe Clan.
This is terrifying if you're a FaZe fan. Era is well on their way to closing out this game 6-1. BZ has the hot hand, access to the active camo that's so hard to respond to even at the professional level. Not to mention the payload progress here is not quite favoring FaZe Clan. They need a couple more rounds if they want to be able to use theirs, and it's not looking like they have that option at the moment.
You're seeing the BZ Russ with the overdrive straight over to loading dock. He's going to spot one sliding across, and I believe he has been called out. And he picks up the nice kill there, and Attach is going to go ahead and shoot the body for a little bit afterwards as well. Zuma and Enable now left last alive and make that just Zuma after the Holler two-piece. Can he clutch up here in a 1 versus 3? We've seen him do it in the past, but can he do it now?
Faced with several players at close quarters here. If he catches him off guard, no! Not able to do so. Era takes 2 maps in a row against FaZe Clan. This team coming from the open bracket are taking down FaZe Clan in not only their strongest game mode of Hardpoint, but also Search and Destroy. And this is looking really bad. FaZe has to be set up for a reverse sweep right now, but Era, obviously, the odds are in their favor as they just need one more map win out of this series.
See, the F that I made was supposed to be an E, but I just don't have a finger, so it's supposed to be for Era, the 3-0. Just throw it out.
Yeah, I make excuses when I'm wrong, too.
But Era played out of their minds there as well. It was a very uncharacteristic game from Enable. Believe he actually went to Olive Garden for dinner, had the breadstick there ready to go. But it was a great all-around game played from Era. You saw FaZe a lot of the time where on defense, they were pushed straight through the mid, but they got over towards Commerce and like, what do we do now? Like, they're all just grouped up, and that's where BZ was just utilizing that lower wall run. He picked up a kill, was able to tag up some as well. And that was the big downfall. It just didn't like FaZe was very practiced on this, which makes sense. Like we said, it's not played very much for teams in the Global Pro League.
Yeah, FaZe did not look very good in that Search and Destroy at all. BZ seemed to be running circles around them, both the Hardpoint and the Search and Destroy. So really, my question here for FaZe is, can they find an answer to BZ? Can one of their players step up and prevent this 3-0 loss? They have to go for the reverse sweep. We'll find out after this commercial break. Hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty World League Anaheim Open. I'm Fox, I'm joined here by Dirk, and we're getting into game number 3 between FaZe Clan and Era. And we're in a situation that I don't think anyone in the venue, other than maybe Era fans, would have predicted. FaZe finds themselves down 0-2 in the face of a possible 3-0 sweep. Judging by how the search and destroy went, Era definitely has the hot hand.
They definitely do, but we know FaZe is a team that can bounce back. That's where the veteran leadership comes in and the experience from all of these players before. They've been down and they've came back. So this is just all about how are they going to bounce back here in this uplink. It's going to be hard, especially with BZ. He's now had 2 great series in a row, so the consistency is showing. Usually see maybe one team just have an amazing game in Hardpoint, Search and Destroy drops off, but BZ had a great Hardpoint game where he almost dropped a 40 bomb, and in the Search and Destroy, he put up great numbers as well.
Yeah, and if you look at the side of FaZe Clan, this is a team that has had a history of reverse sweeping in the past, but a lot of that has been on the back of Clayster, who so far isn't contributing a whole lot in this series. And we can take a look at some of his statistics here. Below a 1.0 KD, just not something you would expect from a Slayer like Clayster and such a storied veteran in the Call of Duty scene. You need to see his team surrounding him and hyping him up and have him find that momentum, because they lost the swing map, or what Clayster considers a swing map in Search and Destroy, and it's really not looking too pretty for them.
It definitely isn't. It's not what you're used to seeing from Clayster, but like we said, in my opinion with FaZe Clan right now, I think the whole chemistry ordeal is a very, very big part. I mean, how would you feel if you found out a player wanted to leave, or the player, like the team was trying to get you out of the team as well? It's not going to make you feel good. I mean, you're not going to be like, lose your motivation. I don't want to play Call of Duty ever again. But the fact that you have to come here and then you have to play as well, you just have to think, if everything fell through, of all the roster mania that would have went on, how would eUnited be with Clayster or something along those lines as well? But I think that is a big part of their struggles. I think chemistry plays a big issue with it.
And the only thing that we saw out of this team in that Search and Destroy was the opening round, the only round that they won, which was where Zuma got an ace. He got more than halfway towards the reactive armor, and really nothing came from that. There was nothing following it up. We didn't see any impressive play calling from FaZe, no great picks that didn't result in trades on the side of Era. It was a very sloppy Search and Destroy from them, and Era with impressive flanks from BZ, a lot of wins in that shower section of the map that FaZe just wasn't able to respond to. So getting into this uplink, it's Precinct though, Dirk, and I gotta say, this is definitely one of FaZe's better uplink maps.
And it's just a game all around that I've seen Era struggle with so far this weekend as well. FaZe, we go back to Black Ops 3, how good they were in uplink in that game. Obviously, it's a different game, but uplink still stays true. It comes down to that teamwork, slaying out the base and then moving up that drone effectively, utilizing the pass features if you absolutely have to as well. So that's just something that we have to keep in mind in this one. I think FaZe will be able to bounce back in this, but I feel like if we go to the next Hardpoint, I 100% feel that Era will take it.
Yeah, and I saw earlier today and sometime last night, Clayster was tweeting about how they're going to be a new FaZe today. They're going to come back and bounce back from some of their small losses they had yesterday, and that's a lot easier said than done. You can say that and try and motivate his team in that direction, but at the end of the day, it comes down to how they play once they load up into that server. So in this uplink, if they can cause this reverse sweep, I feel like that'll be huge for them. That'll be a big statement for this FaZe roster going into the rest of this tournament. Of course, Era, not one of the more difficult teams compared to some of the other matchups FaZe has experienced, but that'll at least make them feel a little bit more comfortable than going out of this group 1 and 3.
Yeah, and we definitely talked about, I said chemistry, I feel like that's a big issue. Uplink is just a chemistry-oriented game mode as well. So it's just going to be a toss-up, but I feel like, just like I said, from what I've seen with Era, I think FaZe will have no problem pulling this one out, but I feel like the next struggle is going to be that Hardpoint that will come up next. I believe that one will actually be on Breakout as well. So we are loading into the game. You guys are getting a nice little fly through here. The statue area is where a lot of engagements are going to go down. Look for your MV4 players to hold supreme there.
Dirk, I gotta say, the last time I was able to see Zuma play on Precinct Uplink, he had the best final minute of Precinct Uplink ever for them to edge out who I believe was Splyce at the time. I could be misremembering that, but it was just excellent, just flawless, very intelligent, cerebral Uplink play out of Zuma. So I want to see what he can do this time around as all of FaZe opens up with kills in their favor. Attach moves the drone down middle map for a dunk, and now they look like they have an opportunity to set up for a spawn trap here as all of Era is trapped in gas station and hallway. The question is, can FaZe keep them there?
This is where Enable's going to be a big nuisance, getting those players off the spawn as they come through gas. Now you're going to see the players from FaZe Clan starting to make another push. A solo one coming in from Clayster, and just like that, within the first minute of the game, I apologize, 4 points already on the boards for FaZe Clan.
Clayster dying for the dunk right there to put another 2 points on was definitely big for the team, who put a lot of their effort towards keeping the enemy team pushed up into gas station. Zuma was able to find 2 kills to do just that. Attach has another opportunity with the drone, and it looks like the play call is to wrap it back. They don't see an easy path to take this drone, so they're going to try and work the map, find some kills, kill a high-flying Era player right there, and the only trouble left is going to be BZ in the hallway. But the thing is, they don't have to take the drone through hallway if they want to score. They take it up the street where they have a barrier between those 2 players. The pass comes in. It doesn't look like the play is complete, though. Era stops it.
Yeah, it was a nice idea to try to get the pass in there, but Clayster did fall to the hands of the Era players, and that's what ultimately stopped that one. But now the drone is going to be tossed forward for yards for the side of Era. BZ trying to get things going here, sitting at 5-5, but you look at his teammates, 2-4, 3-4, and a 1-5 for Holler. And now I know a big part, I said Era is not the best when it comes to uplink, but this is a man who needs to go off to try to get them team in the game. This is going to be his power position set up right here by Ticket.
Drone being passed around again, deciding to wrap back. They don't really have any clear sort of presence on the map other than in their own base, and Era just going to take full advantage of that. Pour into them from this gas station side. Kills going in favor of what looked like FaZe at first, but Holler responded with those 2 kills, and there's just no progress being made from either team in this instance here.
There definitely isn't. Now Stamino grabs that drone. He's wrapping it back through to long hallway. He's actually going to double take and go all the way through orange tarp. Does have a teammate in support there, so let's look for this opening kill. Can Holler get it? He's going to go to find one of the Enable, finds one on Clayster as well, and he's now going to be rocking that hardline bonus, so look for him to get those streaks if he starts to go on one of himself. See what Holler's going to be able to do, jumping around, just waiting for his teammate support. He's going to toss that drone down. It looked like it might have bounced out of the map for a reset there for just a split second, but now the drone is going to be in the hands of Stamino.
And see, FaZe is already set up defensively here. They have 1 player that's just waiting for the interception and 3 kind of swarming in front of it, figuring out where the drone's being taken. They take it right back into the middle building and back towards Sushi. 2 Era players find kills. That's 3, and BZ finds 2 of them. That's huge. Enable trying to respond and stop him, but the point goes in anyway. That was a big play out of BZ right there, and he's had lots of them this series.
That's what you like to see. BZ fighting for everything in this one. They're trying to put FaZe out early, but FaZe Clan holds the early lead by 3. Clayster's going to go and toss that drone forward. Does have the support of Attach, but the pinch is coming in. The 1-point toss is good. No, it goes over the top and is going to bounce out of the map for a reset there. Currently open to everybody, but FaZe could go in there and potentially grab that drone. You see Enable doing what he does best, slaying out inside, and he's joined by Zuma up top as well. But Holler is going to be able to hold true and take out Zuma. And now you can breathe a little bit if you're Era. No push really coming with the drone, but now Attach is on his way forward.
Clay is way out of position here. He faces 2 Era players by himself, and now that's going to stagger FaZe. Unless Attach can do something miraculous here, not much is going to come out of this play. He can't fight those 2 players by himself, and Zuma and Enable are still too far behind.
Definitely is Attached, finding himself in a sticky situation, but the teammate support is there, working with his E-Rad duo. That is going to be Zuma. Now that is going to be 3 dead. Enable has the drone, looking to get this one up quick. Maybe utilize the pass feature. Clayster gets the call to say to do exactly that. He's going to be jumping in for the 2-point play, and another dunk goes on the board for FaZe Clan.
And that was off the back of Attach and Zuma's positioning right there. They were able to stay alive, make the most of their lives. I believe that Zuma was on a 4 streak before dying just now, going double positive at the moment. Seems like some of the players of FaZe are waking up. If we take a look at this scoreboard, we are 30 seconds into the second half, and FaZe leads by 5 points on one of their better uplink maps. I don't see them letting this lead slip.
They're trying to push it through, just like your typical uplink play, going on this statue side, but it's been FaZe Clan coming out on top of all those crucial gunfights to progress that drone forward. And now you see, again, FaZe coming out on top once more. They need to deal with this player, but BZ is standing true. 15 and 12 for BZ. He's putting it all on the line here against FaZe Clan. He's going to get aggressive, pushing the players at elbow. Not going to be able to find anything there, but Enable picks up a big 2-piece.
Raid boss BZ finally taken down by Enable's 2-piece right there. You got to wonder what he's got brewing up for his team on the second half here. When the sides switch and the spawns flip, it's Era Gaming's turn to try and put up some numbers on the board and see if they can finish the 3-0 sweep.
And this is going to be the side where you're going to be able to get that spawn trap going great. So maybe look for BZ trying to hold down that bottom gas or have him pushed all the way under the enemy portal. This is where things can start to look bad for FaZe. You saw how FaZe controlled that entirety of the game by setting Enable by Gas and Zuma on the enemy base. Era can replicate this here. I have no doubt in my mind that they can, but the question is, are they going to be able to execute? They get first touch there on the drone. Stamina is going to push forward, but BZ is going to be able to pick up a kill there. Now he has the drone in hand. Look for the jukes to come in from the side of Era. Maybe try to go for a one-point toss here. It would be smart. He gets it up and over, and it looks like it just falls short.
Yep, just barely does not connect here. Era, though, still has about 5 minutes to score a minimum of 5 points. FaZe, though, is not going to make it easy. They're definitely one of the more well-coordinated Uplink teams, so I definitely think that even though they might be a little demoralized after those first 2 maps, they can put up a good fight and give us a good map number 3 here. BZ finding a right on middle map. He's going to be met by 3 FaZe players. Someone has to be there for it, and all 3 of them are there for the team shot. Bound finds a 2-piece, but it's still not enough to complete the possession. FaZe tosses that drone for some distance.
And that's where if you're BZ, you don't go for that 2-point play. As soon as you see those 2 FaZe players coming from that back alley area, just go for the one and settle for it. You still have so much more game time to go. You saw the players fly over, so I mean, in your mind, you have to think that he knew that, but flying over, trying to go for the 2-point play, getting a little greedy, the one would have done just fine, but moving forward here, FaZe Clan is making some good progression going through China. They're able to find 3. Now BZ is going to be the last player left alive to try to make a defensive stop.
Drone's going to reset towards middle map. FaZe didn't see that one coming, and now they have to go towards mid to pick it up again and try and establish some map positioning here. But BZ catches Zuma off guard, firing into his back, sets Era up with a numbers advantage, and Abel attempts to even it up. But he's getting tagged up from all directions. The back shield is not enough to keep him alive. So we have Enable on middle map still here with his payload. So I'm trying to see what kind of play he can make if he grabs this drone. That could be a really good situation for FaZe if they can kill Holler off statue, but he finds the 2-piece.
2-piece does come in. Now the drone is going to be in control of the side of Era. Still have 3 minutes to work with. Let's go ahead and cycle through the main payloads that are going to make basically the game changing. It's going to be Bound. He's about halfway towards that active camo, maybe a little over him. BZ has that overdrive ready to go. Holler a little past halfway towards that reactive armor as well. But let's see what FaZe is going to be able to do here with the overdrive in the hands of Enable.
Enable opting to call in his Scarab instead. This isn't that bad of a play, but he's calling it in right next to his teammate. That looked like it was a little scary. Still connects and finds the kill. They don't have too much of Era to worry about except for the 2 players. Oh, there we go. Bound actually makes a huge double kill right there to stop the possession. And now Holler is able to find that turnover and get some distance with the drone. He's going to choose to regroup with his team in the middle map, though.
He's got the lead blockers in front. The ball is going to go right over to BZ. He goes in for the 1-point toss there, so now a 4-point game. Now 3 players do drop. The defensive stand does come in after that. Bound is in a position to start slaying out if any enemies do come forward. And just like that, he picks up that kill on Clayson, but his teammates aren't anywhere near the drone. So FaZe now throws it forward for some yards. That's going to be another 3 down, and BZ is going to be left up to try to make a defensive stand.
Ooh, Era has not been able to make great use of their time. You might notice on the first half, FaZe was able to get 4 points in about 30 seconds. Era has spent 3 minutes and only got 1 more on the board. Attach was seconds away from that dunk. Not able to make it happen, so the drone is going to be reset. And we're going to see both teams try and mount up around glass and statue area for another team fight.
That was an absolutely huge stop coming in there from the side of Era. That would have made that one a 6-point game, but they were able to get it. It looked like it was just right about to go in, but they were able to take out the players from FaZe. Let's keep an eye on Zuma right now. Enable, I apologize. He does have that overdrive. And nothing to come from that. 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Era needs to start moving now.
BZ's glowing gold. He has access to that payload. What can he do with this overdrive? The clock is ticking. 70 seconds left. They have the drone, but they're met with 2 FaZe players on middle street. Enable team kills Zuma to make it a little easier, but the rest of his team able to clean up from there. So we have to figure out, like, is FaZe just going to try and waste their time? Because that's what it looks like. They're deciding to wrap back with the drone here, and they're wasting a valuable last 60 seconds of Era's time.
I mean, it's what you need to do with a 4-point lead. I mean, you know, BZ probably hasn't rocked that overdrive yet. It's still possible to at least tie the game up, though. That's the thing. Now, BZ is going to rock that overdrive. He might be able to get around the corner in time. He's going to go for the 1-point toss. Is he going to be able to connect? No, that one does fall short. And now it is going to be FaZe getting that drone back from their base. They should go for the reset here with 30 seconds left. This is all but over, and it's going to be FaZe Clan taking the win.
25 seconds left in this game, just about, and there's really not a whole lot that Era can do. Numbers advantage in favor of FaZe Clan. They're up by 4 seconds. That should be the end of it. And really, the story in this uplink here is that FaZe opened up with those 2 dunk plays, which were huge, but then throughout the rest of the game, they prevented Era from finding any dunks. Whenever they would get close, FaZe was able to wipe them, or Era would have to settle for a 1-point play, of which they missed a few. So I think it was just great base defense from FaZe throughout that uplink.
Like we said, that's one of Era's weaker game modes, and it showed right there with FaZe Clan. They had the utility going, I think, from Beezy ever since the 2-minute mark in that game, but he didn't get to rock it until close to the end, and when he did, he wasn't even able to get a 1-point play off of it either. So FaZe Clan finally gets their first map count on the board.
Yeah, finding their first map win. This is the game mode that I expected them to take in this series for sure. The odds were heavily in their favor for the Hardpoint, but with the way BZ was playing, it's definitely going to be a bit more of a challenge. You can't really have it as a given. So getting into map number 4, it's going to be a tall order for Era to take 2 Hardpoints off of FaZe, but in a situation where FaZe is definitely not at their strongest, they're still a little vulnerable here.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, the last one that we saw went right down to the wire, and you guys are going to see it now how we got to this point. We're going to be heading into map number 4, but let's go ahead and just quickly recap. Map number 1, 250 to 246, went right down to the wire. It is Era Gaming coming out on top, and then we saw the Search and Destroy where things looked very, very ugly for FaZe. They lost that one 6-1. Now moving in to Breakout Uplink. Into Breakout Uplink. Whoa!
Breakout Hardpoint. Try that one more time.
Precinct Uplink is where FaZe was able to win 6-2. We're going to be going into Breakout Hardpoint. How did Dr. disrespect me? Whoa!
Good try there. It was a Precinct Uplink, and we get into a Breakout Hardpoint up next here. And this is definitely one of FaZe's better Hardpoint maps as well. This might favor them just a little bit here. But Era definitely put up a great fight on that first Hardpoint. So it's all going to, like, if you're a FaZe fan at home, you're looking for the reverse sweep. You're hoping for it. FaZe definitely has the talent on the roster to sort of play under that pressure and commit to it. It just depends on how they deal with BZ, man. That guy's been a raid boss from map 1 to 3. We'll have to see if it can continue it on throughout game 4.
It's something to keep in mind, too. Clayster is one of the players for FaZe who went off in that first Hardpoint. He was leading everything. Attach is the player that started slow, but then he started to pick it up as the game went on.
7th streak in Hardpoint, right?
Yeah, he started to pick it up as the game did go on, but he started very slow. And then from the side of Era, it was sort of like the same thing in a sense as well.
Getting into the box score here, you can see FaZe was leading by quite a bit. 6 points in the first half. They didn't need any in the second one. They were taking a lot of time with the drone just to run that clock dry on the side of Era, and it looked like that was their game plan. It worked very well for them. Era could not get any dunks on the board because of that base defense. So let's take a look at our KDs. Again, BZ, 28 kills with the 1.08 KD, did all he could. And he also had all of the points that Era scored in that uplink. So I think that if he puts up this performance in the Hardpoint, we're still looking at a very competitive mode.
Yeah, and you're going to see Clayster there, 16 kills, not the best kill-to-death ratio, but had 4 scores to make up for that one as well. So it was a great all-around performance for FaZe, and you just see how great their defense really was against the side of Era, but how good Era's was on their side on the second half as well. But it was FaZe coming out on top with that one. But like I said, now we move into a Breakout Hardpoint. This is one that FaZe has been particularly good at in the past as well, especially with Clayster and Enable when they decide to run those double MV4s, it works out. But you don't be afraid to see maybe them start off with the double MV4 and then Enable switch over to the K-bar. That's sort of like what they do on this map. And it's going to be a close one. I'm hoping for a Game 5 now. I don't want to change my prediction. It was obviously wrong with the 3-0. I still think FaZe will take this, but I do see this going to a Game 5.
Well, Enable being sort of that main MV4 for FaZe Clan is definitely a big threat that Era will have to keep in mind. I think that he's someone that has the potential to pick up and just hard carry in some moments and find these really highly impactful kills. So I look forward to seeing if he can do that here in Breakout. I think that FaZe has the coordination to set up and break these rotations that Era might have here on Breakout Hardpoint. We've seen some great pinches that they've set up on different hills such as Graveyard on this map before throughout this weekend. I definitely think that they have the right mentality that they can go into with this map to win it. It just turns out, it just shows, it'll just depend on how they show up once we load into the lobby here.
It's going to be Breakout, another one of those maps where MV4s are going to come into play quite a bit. One of the main things that I want to highlight is going to be on that cell block hill.
Right.
MV4 players, that's where you're going to see them get a lot of hill time. Like for Octane on Luminosity Gaming, when that hill comes up, he's going to be the guy collecting majority of that time watching that wall run too. So don't be afraid to see Clayster running with the MV4 or Enable running with the MV4 as well to watch that wall run. It's very common around there. And then my thing is going to be which MV4 player is going to get to that bulldozer over in Graveyard first. If you get that nice little positioning and you can look straight up to see where the players are flying up to spot check, you're going to be able to hold that hill as well. And if you get the setup in Cave, that is the more favorable entrance.
Right, so you see our map fly through, showing you some of the points on this map. There's just going to be 4 or 5 of them. We're going to make sure we keep track of the rotation for you guys throughout the map. On the beginning, it's going to be a fight for middle map. There's a big platform in the middle where you usually see a K-bar player hopping up to sit in the corner and then a supporting cast around the showers area until we get into our second hill. So let's just see what things look like from the side of Era. Holler opening up with that trophy system to try and protect his team from the inevitable grenade spam that we're seeing off the start.
Yeah, definitely. We're on board with the Attach now. He's pushing in through showers. Zuma's going to be able to pick up 2 kills of his own towards that middle map, and BZ and Bound are going to be working together to shut them down. BZ 2-0 to start off this one, pushing straight through with the MV4 through showers, and initial hill control going to be going over to the side of Air. But now you're starting to see the FaZe Clan players come around on that rotation. That is going to be Enable. 30 seconds still left on this hill. They need to be careful that they don't utilize too much into this just complete wrapper on the pinch, because look, now you see Stamina spawn all the way up top, and now FaZe Clan has given up complete spawns for this next hill with only 15 seconds to show for it in this hill.
Yeah, well, FaZe Clan in the opening break right there, Zuma was really the only one able to get kills. In this next engagement, we see, of course, that they're able to take over, find a decent amount of time here to tie it up, but it's all going to depend on how they can break these anchor players, and then Holler, who's sitting near P3 and the back garage. Glacius able to kill him. It just comes down to how you're able to hit this rotation, right? I don't think that it was bad that they took that hill and found the last 20 or so seconds. I think that it just all depends on how they execute on the follow-up here to the second hill. And it looks like it's looking pretty good up until Bound does what he does with the K-bar. A triple kill off the back. That's crazy and very scary for FaZe as they spawn out towards P3 in the face of score streaks.
Yep, and FaZe is going to get the spawn over there by Medical Bay, and they're going to be all 4 wrapping around, so a 4-man hit going to be coming from that backside. Attach is going to be able to find himself a kill. One player directly to the right. Is he going to be able to spot him? And he does just that. A clean break coming in from the side of FaZe Clan, but Stamina is still inside the hill, and Attach picks up that one. He's on a streak of his own. 3-kill streak, 225 away from that Trinity Rocket as well. The rest of the time going to be going towards FaZe Clan. Enable was the first player to rotate, but he will be taken out there by BZ and the crew. So let's see, it's going to be a big gunfight going down here to see who gets control of Graveyard.
Zuma, double positive at the moment. He also has the second most hill time on his team. You want to see Clayster sort of come online here. He's currently 1-4 with no seconds, no time in the hard point. So I think that his value is really going to show here on Graveyard. If they can get a good break on it and have him set up, he can start to contribute, maybe mount up some hardline bonuses towards those score streaks. But right now, the story really is going to be Attach on the 5-kill streak. He looks like he's 25 from the bombardment. If he can get the assist right there, that's huge. You see the hardline bonus kicking in and giving him that progress. And his team, he has the support behind him to keep him alive even longer.
And that's where hardline is going to be such a big factor. Right? Only sitting at 6 and 3 on a 5-kill spree, and he's already got his Trinity Rocket and bombardment as well. And FaZe starting to pull away with this one. Score currently 72 and rising to 39 for Era. Enable's going to be the player soaking up the time inside of the hill. They'll get the remaining time off of this one. But now, Attach does have the streaks to break this if they want to go for that easy break. I'm assuming they might try to just go all guns blazing to clear it first. And if that doesn't work, come off the spawn here. So look for the Trinity Rockets to come in from Attach.
Attach finally taken off of his streak. As you said, we can imagine he'll call in some of these streaks off his spawn, but I think that his intention here might be to just set up a pinch. There we go. Finally calling in the Trinity Rocket. 2 players out in the open. He's going to force him to back off, maybe give his teammate a good wall run onto the hard point. It looks like that's exactly what happened. Zuma is able to just brute force his way through the front, and Enable is able to find 2 crucial kills on the back. Excellent use of the score streaks right there, but somehow Era still found a few seconds on the hill.
Yeah, but Attach is going to be inside, so just keep in mind he does have that bombardment ready to rock. Bound is going to find himself 2 kills. He's heating up on a 3-kill streak. Utilizing that hour wall run, trying to get the nice spray and pray coming in. The pre-fire, not going to get anything to show for that one, though. But the assist is going to come in as well as the point capture. See if Bound can keep this up. The FaZe player is ready to fly in. Zuma is already up inside the action. Secure points going to him as well. He's trying to make his way towards that Trinity Rocket, but he's taken out.
Bound was a huge part of Era's break onto the hard point right there. Just a few seconds remain in the scrap time, and Abel's going to find those 2 kills before being taken down. So the few seconds will go to Era, but as you see, FaZe, a lot of their time coming from that hard point and from the Graveyard hard point, they find themselves with a 60-second lead as we get right back into the beginning of our rotations toward middle map. With Enable opening up with a 2-piece with the MV4, expect him to get in a good position to support his team to maintain this map pressure that they have.
And the FaZe Clan players spawning over on the cell box side. Attach is going to be able to draw the first kill to try to open things up here for FaZe Clan. And Enable is going to be there as well. He's hitting up on a 4-kill streak. We talked about how are Clayster and Enable going to be able to work together in this with a double MV4. And Enable is shining right now. Clayster still starting off very slow, but look for him to turn it around as this game does continue to progress. We are in the second set of rotations, and FaZe has a very, very comfortable lead.
This is reverse sweep form FaZe we're seeing in action right now. Enable going double positive, nearly double positive on a 6th streak at the moment, following Attach's streak earlier on. This is exactly what you expect to see out of FaZe Clan when it comes to Breakout Hardpoint. Bound trying to take cover inside this back garage area just to upset those spawns a little bit, but he's instead going to be spawned out because of that death he had alone there. You see he's spawning up way over towards the commissary, and the rest of his team is still trying to make a push through middle map. But they're doing it outnumbered, and not only that, they're doing it with a poor positioning disadvantage, and now they're just staggered. So a very questionable play to just continue with that push when they're not beating FaZe 3 versus 4. It's just not going to happen.
Enable is also fully streaked out too. The man is running the MV4, has the most hill time as well as the best kill to death ratio on the team on a 6th spree as well. The player slides in, Enable finds one more. You can thank the hardline bonus as we always say. He peeks out, trying to get busy with the E-Rad from range. He's not going to be able to top that one off, but Clayster's going to be right there. So we talked about it's weird seeing the MV4 player inside the hill getting the most time, but on this map, it's made for those MV4 players to get inside and pick off those players from long range of sight, and Clayster and Enable working back-to-back there in that hill as they approach the 200-point mark here in Breakout Hardpoint.
This FaZe Clan lead is climbing. They have a commanding 122nd lead as we get into our next Graveyard Hill. Era Eternity is taking that initial time, but it looks like, oh, actually FaZe losing some of those gunfights on middle map here. They're going to be delayed just a little bit. That push from P3, they definitely are not in a good position to do so until some of these score streaks get called in.
The bombardment, the Trinity Rocket are good to go. The bombardment's actually going to come in. That's going to be there from Attach. See, he's not going to be able to get anything to show for it. The players actually didn't even run off the hill, but now the kills are going to be quickly cleaned up from the side of Era. It's going to be Beezy and crew acting as the pest control. They get the FaZe players outside. Zuma is going to be taken out as well in medical bay. Excellent hold here coming from the side of Era. And if you're an Era fan at home, this is what you want to see. You want to see Bound to start lighting things up as well as Beezy. We're focusing here on Bound. 4-kill spree for him. He's making very good progress towards that camel as well as we are about to rotate through into commissary. One player is going to be there from FaZe. That is going to be Zuma.
Bound and Beezy, baby. Era fans, keep an eye on them. They're your main hope right now for Era to come back in this hard point and prevent the Game 5 finish of this series. But FaZe still has a very commanding lead, even with these score streaks coming in against Era, so they should be able to capitalize on it. It looks like they didn't really do too much with it, and no one was close enough to get a kill off of forcing them off of the hard point here. They're still having that helipad map pressure, though, so that's going to be dangerous for Era to respond to.
Yep, and it's FaZe utilizing a lot into this one. The Trinity Rocket and the bombardment came in, and it looks like nobody's going to fall there. I actually think Enable might have used that bombardment as just a ping, and yes, he did. So now they're pushing into the hill, but the gunfights are going down. Clayster now slides in, trying to get the defense coming in from the players on that wall run. It's going to be Holler coming out on top of that, but now 2 FaZe players inside. Holler finds one, and Zuma is going to be left standing. Can he get the kill here? But no, Stamino comes in and ruins the FaZe party here, trying to do everything they can to claw back into this one.
Stamino finding a big 2 kills right there, but they're still going to need to get helipad. FaZe has been fighting from the best part of the map for this hill since its beginning, and they're still leading by 80 seconds. Era definitely needs to do something to turn this around. Beezy, the player who's been hot for them this entire series, he's not doing poorly, but going marginally negative is not what's been making them win. FaZe is taking full advantage of that because of how Enable and Enable and Zuma have been performing, and it looks like they're in a good position to close out this map.
They definitely are. 208 is the score for FaZe, 124 for the side of Era. Enable's finding himself in a power position here at top laundry. He spots Holler from the side of the map. Zuma is going to be his teammate there to get him that assist. Nobody yet to hop inside this hill here in top central rooftop. But Enable's going to go ahead and hop inside, utilize that hardline bonus as well, and pick up the kills inside. Jumps down to try to pick up one more. Is he going to be able to get that? The turn almost comes in from Bound, and Bound is going to be able to finish that one off.
Yeah, Bound finds him anyway. Doesn't stay alive for too long, though, as the rest of FaZe were working off of that communication from Enable and finish the job. Now, the rest of Era, they're setting up again for this new hill. But we've seen that every single time they've done this, FaZe has been able to break it by wrapping back towards P3, towards Garage. Clay finds the initial gunfight. They're 4 versus 3. They just got to kill this Scarab, and this should be a pretty easy break for them if you take a look at the mini-map.
And Clayster is starting to heat up here. Like you said, they've been just completely exposed on this back anchor spot. And FaZe has been able to abuse that every single time. Clayster finds another one of his own, currently on a 4-kill spree. Now he's positioned up in the back to get into the shots on that wall run. He's able to find one. Can he find the second there? No, BZ comes out on top in that gunfight, but it's looking very, very good for FaZe Clan. The other bombardment does come into play. That is from Enable. Just 7 seconds away from sending this match to a Game 5 is FaZe Clan, but it is going to be contested. Stamino comes inside of the hill. He's staying alive, but Zuma rocks the reactive armor, and just like that, FaZe Clan is going to send this to a Game 5.
You can't hear it, but the FaZe fans in the stadium surrounding them at this Bravo station just started roaring at the comeback from FaZe in this series. They forced a Game 5, and now they have the opportunity to reverse sweep Era. FaZe definitely has a history of being able to do this, even against some of the tougher teams that we have to offer in the Call of Duty World League, and they have to do it here against Era, an open bracket team that opened it up 2-0.
I think when you think of Clayster, he's a man who lives off the hype compared to any other pro. Once that man starts to get going, it's just like a train that keeps on rolling. So you know he just went off there. He started off slow, but at the very end there, I think he ended up on a 5 or 6 kill streak. So he's going to have that momentum heading into that search and destroy as well. So that's where things get a little scary. That's scary Clayster, one that you don't want to mess with. But are Era going to be able to bounce back is the question.
Right. This is a crazy story going on here between Era and FaZe. We're going to have to see how it happens after the commercial break. Stay tuned, and we'll be back with more Call of Duty action. Hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty World League Anaheim Open on Fox. I'm joined here by Dirk in this intense series of FaZe versus Era. What started off as a very disappointing performance from FaZe, where Era started off the series 2-0, has FaZe mounting for the reverse sweep. And as we get into Game 5, they are looking much better than this series started. Dirk, Search and Destroy, I feel that FaZe is a very weak map pool in this game mode, so it's still up for grabs, but they do have that momentum behind them here.
They definitely do. And like we said, a hype clay is a definitely very, very scary clay.
Oh, yeah.
But in the Search and Destroy, you can't count FaZe out as well as you can't count Era out from it either. Like we said, they're one of the stronger teams coming through that upper bracket and Search and Destroy between out of everybody that did come through to the pool play area. So here's going to be the overmap flow. This is going to be Retaliation, Search, and Destroy. So 100%, we're definitely going to see Clayster pull out a sniper. This is one of the maps where him himself, he said he's very confident sniping on this map,
right,
and it can be very beneficial to them as well. It's going to be interesting from the side of Era. I've seen BZ pull out the sniper a couple times too, so look for that battle of the snipers between him and Clay.
FaZe right now needs to complete this reverse sweep if they want any sort of momentum going into the rest of this weekend. It shouldn't even be that way, right? They shouldn't have to be looking for momentum in a series against a team that came from the open bracket, but that's just the fall of FaZe that we've been experiencing over the past month or so. BZ here, able to take down Enable for the first blood. Now, this is what we saw in the Search and Destroy too, is that BZ was able to find first bloods and really just take over on any play that he decided to make. We'll have to see if FaZe can answer to it a bit better this time.
Yeah, and first blood's going to be going in favor of Era. So now the man count is going towards them. Let's see now. Zuma attaching Clayster needs to try to string some together here. That bomb is going to be down on B straight, and just like that, BZ is going to take out attach. So now it's going to be Zuma and Clayster trying to work together to break the entire Era team. Let's see what they're going to do. Clayster picks up the bomb, so that's the first step in a big hill to climb.
Not
Clayster's
again.
coming around from behind, following Holler. He's on the hunt. B-side's completely open, but Zuma is going to be able to draw a kill of his own.
Don't let BZ heat up. Someone's got to shut him down here soon. Zuma in a close range engagement. Holler's just going to dive right around the corner with the NV4 against the ERAD, and he's still going to win the gunfight, followed by the flechette grenade. Clayster, ooh, that was a great shot coming on to Holler right there. He survives, but the push should come in here from the broken window. He still wins it. Clayster staying alive throughout all of this. He definitely put up a great fight, but being outnumbered in the end is going to work out for Era as they find this defuse.
And BZ now is going to have that scarab to go. This has been the MVP of this series for the side of Era. The man has gone off in every single map that we have played, and he's continuing here in Game 5 to start this one off. But the question is Era going to continue this momentum that they have, or is FaZe going to be able to slow it down? Now on the attacking side, it is going to be the boys from Era. Let's see how they go about this one. Bound is going to be your bomb carrier. You see the 4 arrows. Quite not sure where they're going, but 3 are going to hit B, 1 over towards Hotel.
Here comes the push onto scaffolding. They're going to be met by 1 or 2 FaZe players just nearby, 1 in the bedroom window, 1 just around the corner, playing behind that tree. He should have some decent cover from it. It's going to be a little hard to spot, but Clayster decides to move up. Get up close and personal with the MV4. He's been winning all of his gunfights with it so far, so I don't see the problem. Tries to connect with that one, but he's weakened and up against the ERAD. I think many players, even as talented as Clayster, aren't going to win that one. Now, Era decides to cut their losses with that kill, back up, and try and make another play.
That was a great team-coordinated push there by Stamino as well as Holler. They both flew out at the same time, overwhelming Clayster, and they were able to take him out to even that man count up at 3-3. Now let's see how they go about this. 40 seconds to work with. Stamino is still positioned over inside of Bike Shop. The FaZe players are starting to retreat, so that B site is completely open. This is their time to shine. Holler pushes onto the site. That bomb is now going down, and FaZe Clan has no idea, but Enable, he's playing this back market area. He might be able to spot one of the players as he comes around this corner. You see the other players getting positioned over here in Hotel. They're playing Bike Shop heavy for this one.
FaZe playing it slow through bedroom and Hotel. They're going to have 30 seconds to hit this defuse, but all of Era is stacked inside Bike Shop, so those are going to be some tough gunfights to win, as you should be very easily traded coming from one doorway. BZ popping out with the NV4, catches Zuma in his back. Stamina, like I said, playing that cover well. BZ is still alive. Stop this man.
And in that round, we just saw, again, the double hit, overwhelming the players, making sure they're playing for those trades as well. Typical S&D 101 coming from the side of Era, as Stamina is going to be in your final kill cam, doing some excellent work with there. BZ both hitting 2 shots apiece. And now they go back onto the defensive side, and FaZe not looking so hot here. Another sloppy performance so far early in Search and Destroy from Enable, which replicated exactly what we saw in the last Search and Destroy. So look for him to try to turn this one around. Looks like they're going for an A push here. Clayster is going to be the player watching in this back bedroom. No sniper from him yet. Still has the MV4 in hand.
3 players from FaZe going towards bridge. They have 1. That's Clayster, sitting back and watching the flank. That's typically his role when they're playing Search and Destroy, more specifically on this map. It works out well. They're able to catch 3 different players as they cut over to stop the the push towards bridge. And now it leaves VZ in a 1 versus 3. They can finally get a kill onto him here and stop his progression towards these score streaks. This is a very big momentum type moment for FaZe if they can shut him out without him getting anything.
That's going to be one of the biggest things. And if you're BZ, you settle for getting a kill and then possibly even dying. Just take that Trinity Rocket and be happy with it in the 1 versus 3. But he's playing far back here. It looks like FaZe members have planted towards that bridge side, towards Broken. So that is where they're going to be watching it for. You see Enable and Zuma working back to back, as well as Clayster watching that back area. It looks like this should just be a quiet round here towards the end. BZ with 30 seconds left to try to make something happen. I feel like he's just waiting for a FaZe player to come on the hunt to get him.
He knows the value of his life right now. He's working towards these score streaks. He has the hot hand. There's no point in going out and just dying in this 1v3 because the odds are against him and clutching it. He can go into these future rounds and continue his progression towards the bombardment, which on a map like Retaliation, where most of the engagements are outdoors, that could be huge.
Boring to watch, but a very smart play for BZ there. Just decides to sit at 5-0. He'll go ahead and give them the bomb plant points and everything along those lines as well. But he has a bigger thing in mind. He's trying to get those Trinity Rockets. And like you said, that's going to be so important in a map like Retaliation. And Respawn, it's great. In Search and Destroy, it is just as good because it completely opens up a bomb site. So BZ still sitting at 5-0, just still trying to make his way towards those streaks. You know, FaZe is going to be on the hunt for him.
25 points to the Trinity Rocket, and then next up he's going to have the bombardment. We got to keep our eyes on BZ and see what he can do here. He spots a player in bedroom. He wants these 75 points so badly. FaZe isn't giving it to him yet, though.
Bound is now pushing down towards bedroom. He finds himself on B Street. The B side is open, but the flank is going to be overwhelmed there by BZ. He has a nice little spot here to see if anybody's going to cross, but the FaZe players might have had him juked out by going towards that hotel side. But now FaZe does have plat control, which ultimately gives them a complete view of this B side.
So this is the call from Era. They want BZ to play his life and just play greedy for a kill here. That's why you see him kind of sitting off on his own in just a little nerd corner, trying to find a kill on an unsuspecting player. Clayster, though, a huge kill onto BZ as he jumps off of the bridge, shutting down those score streaks. That's going to be big for the future rounds here in Search and Destroy. He was already well on his way to his payload as well. Most of FaZe sitting on this bomb site, but they still have to get some kills before they can defuse it, as Holler and Bound are the difference maker here. Double kill for Bound, triple kill for... No, he actually kills his teammate right there, Holler, and the defuse is going to go to FaZe.
Another round on the board, so it's going to even up at 2-2 as we head into round number 5. Zuma is going to be the player to get that defuse in. Not running a Scarab for this one, so the first streak he's going to be making progress towards is going to be that Trinity Rocket, then the Scorchers, as well as the Bombardment. And he's going to be the player in your final kill cam here, picking up the nice 2 kills. Final victim being Bound. So heading into round number 5. Neck and neck games so far. This could go the miles and go all the way to this round 11. But let's see how FaZe answers here on offense. Bomb is going to be in the hands of Enable. Has 1 kill to his name. We said that he needs to step it up. He's had 2 slow Search and Destroy performances so far in the series. See if this one can continue. Holler gets some nice shots as he flies through the sky.
FaZe might have stopped the terror that BZ was going on, but the game's not over yet. He still built up a few score streaks and some payload progression that could definitely come back to bite them later on. They evened up the score 2-2 here, but the game is not over yet. Era has shown just how strong they can be in Search and Destroy in this matchup, so FaZe still has to work as a team here to try and close it out. As you can see, they're slowly and methodically moving up the bridge site because they know Era's not going to give them anything for free, despite how open this site might look to them.
Yep, Enable draws that first blood as well. but now they're going to even things up here. 3 versus 3. Enable gets some shots down, but he's not going to be able to get that. The cluster grenade comes in from BZ, but now Enable has a chance to try to get a 2-piece here. One player escapes with his life over by Bar on Plat. Enable finds some shots down, but Clayster is going to be able to find one of his own unbound. Now BZ and Stamino working side by side to try to take out these FaZe players. BZ is going to lose that one. The nice bait and switch coming in from FaZe. Now Stamino is left last alive, and just like that, FaZe will take round 5.
Awesome protection around Clayster as he was trying to put that bomb down. You see a lot of attach kind of soaring around him here. Definitely a big moment for him to protect the objective player and close out a round win. And this puts FaZe in the lead. This is already a lot better than what they were doing in the first Search and Destroy, where the only shining moment was Zuma's ace. They now lead by 1 round, and they're looking poised to complete the reverse sweep. Still, though, we can't doubt what BZ and the rest of Era has been able to contribute throughout this series. They have a chance to close it out here.
Yeah, Zuma gets some first shots down. He's going to draw first blood as well. That one's going to be unbound. Shots are being traded back from the side of Era, but nothing is going to show for it. The jammer grenade comes into play. They get the spot check on Zuma. Still just pre-firing from side to side. It is going to be Stamino playing with Zuma there. Both players pushing towards this hotel lobby. What are they going to be able to do? Zuma goes out for the attack, and Attach is going to be able to get that trade now, a 2 versus 2 situation.
Era won that trade opportunity in Hotel so hard right there. BZ able to remain alive following it all. So let's see what he can do here. Another close range engagement. Clayster wins it. He's been winning a lot of those with the NV4 so far this map. And especially around that scaffolding position, you can definitely trust him to win those gunfights. Just keep FaZe around Bike Shop, man. That's just keep him there. Keep Clayster there, excuse me.
And though FaZe were split there in a 1 versus 2 situation, Enable is coming around on a pinch, communicating with Clayster to stay alive, just stay alive. He did exactly that. He wasted enough time for Enable to come around and pick up that kill. And now we see FaZe have the 2-round lead over Era, trying to complete this reverse sweep. Attach has his payload ready to go. That is going to be the FTL jump. And Clayster is so close to that camel as well. So let's see what they decide to go with here. 2 players are going to be splitting over towards Bridge, and then 1 towards Hotel. Clayster going to be sitting happy in his usual spot over here on top Bridge.
FaZe has the tools and the players to close out this map, but Era, their form in this series has made them quite the threat. Stamino here finds a snipe. The first headshot to open things up with the first blood. Almost catches the bomb player in the leg as he runs away, but not able to connect. And now FaZe has to play 3 versus 4 to prevent the retake.
They definitely do. 2 players coming around on the flank, and Zuma and Enable trying to work together. Zuma's going to be able to find that kill. Now it's Stamino and Bound. Stamino trying to give the aerial protection with that sniper in hand. Bound is going to be able to find one, but they have spotted Zuma. They know he has to be coming towards this lower wall, and he hits it now. Can Bound get there in time to take out Zuma? And he does. And just like that, it's going to be Era getting their 3rd round on the board.
Communication there from Era to tell the bomb planter to just, or the bomb diffuser to just stick it. Get that bomb diffused. Let me shoot him in his back, and even if he does kill you, I got it. So that's going to be the end of the round there. You can see both of them just working that communication to close it out. Era finally putting a point on the board after what was 4 straight rounds from FaZe.
And I like the play there from Stamino. He knows that Clayster might have a sniper, but he's so confident. He runs straight into bedroom. As soon as he knows Clayster has an MB4 in his hand, he peeks once more, and he's able to get the kill with the sniper. But now you're going to see him drop it and try to go for that E-Red. So look for some up-in-the-face action here coming from the Era boys to try to tie this one up. It is going to be Bound and crew pushing over from top scaff.
If you're just tuning in, FaZe Clan is trying to complete the reverse sweep. Era took the first Search and Destroy very handily, but we're seeing this one is much closer. BZ, a lot of this series have been off the back of him, and he goes down early in the round. So many kills going in favor of FaZe. The fans surrounding them are roaring. One last player goes down, and that's game point, Dirk.
Trying to get the eyes of Era, but it's hard to. When each player keeps on dropping, you're trying to switch them. It's going to be Zuma in your final kill cam. As you said, you can hear the FaZe fans in the side station start to roar for their team to try to get this reverse sweep. Now just 1 round away from completing it. 5-3 is going to be the count.
That's something that has to be working against Era Eternity right now. Every round that FaZe gets, the fans surrounding them at the station are screaming and supporting their players. Players that work off of the hype. Players that also have the payload advantage right now. 2 payloads are in the hands of Attach and Clayster. 2 players that are usually able to use them effectively, and they're 1 round away from winning this game. Those are essentially 2 free kills or escapes.
Clayster's going to get into the first engagement there, but they're both just going to trade shots with one another. 1 player's going to be positioned over by B, 2 on Plat, and then 1 in back graveyard there. So nice setup, but Attach is going to be able to draw the first blood, but Holler's immediately going to be able to trade it back with a beatdown. Holler finds another, and BZ finds one too. Enable in a 1 versus 3 situation.
Enable finds himself trapped here. Actually, the Era players don't know exactly where he's at. They're fishing. They end up catching him around scaffolding. And now that's going to bring us to round 10. FaZe, they should still be working with that payload advantage, but Era, with those kills that were pretty decently spread out amongst the players, should have a bit more built up. And in these later stages of Search and Destroy, that's where those payloads come to life and can determine a win or a loss. Let's see how it plays out.
One man to watch here is definitely going to be Clayster. He has that active camo and how great it can be. But BZ also has the payload. That is going to be the Centurion. And Stamino is going to have that FTL jump as well. But still jumping into the eyes of Clayster. He needs to know if he's going to use this active camo or not. They know that the 4 hit is going to be on plat. Shots are going to be traded. Clayster's going to toss the flechette as well. All 4 players jumping up high in the sky. Stamino gets tagged up. One more jumps out. The bait and switch fails. BZ's going to be taken out. First blood goes to FaZe.
Oh, I thought he was going to pop the camo right there and try and make the play, but no, he's taken down before he can use it. That means the last 2 players here attached with the FTL jump and Zuma have to close out this round. A 1v1. FaZe has done it. They end the game, completing the reverse sweep. They're not coming dead last in their group, and that has got to relieve so much pressure from this team who started off this tournament so poorly and finally have something to talk about here. They turn it around after what was a very disappointing start from the series, and it shouldn't have even gotten that deep against an open bracket team.
It definitely shouldn't, but all credit to Era, right? They made FaZe pay for their mistakes in every match that they did win, but letting the reverse sweep happen is just completely unacceptable. But FaZe came out on top in that one in just a nail biter, and they complete that reverse sweep. And as you said, they are not finishing last in the group. And the fact that we're even saying FaZe is finishing last in the group or even close to is absolutely ridiculous. But look what you're going to see here. You're going to see Era taking the first maps. Throwback, Hardpoint, 250 to 246. Breakout, Search and Destroy, 6-1. And then from there, it was just the FaZe train kept on rolling. Precinct Uplink was 6-2. Breakout, Hardpoint, 250 to 135, and then 6-4 in retaliation S&D to close that one out.
While FaZe has to be happy that they finally came through this series with a win, they can't be happy with the fact that it took them this long. Now, I'm just looking to see how they can follow it up through the rest of this tournament. Are they really going to turn it around from how they started off the tournament in day 1 and this morning?
Yeah, we're going to quickly jump, though, to a quick check to see what the pools are going to be looking like, updated after this match. You're going to see Pool A up there with Splyce and Enigma 6 and Rise Nation all sitting at 3-1, with Cloud9 and Lethal Gaming sitting at 0-4. And same sort of similar in Pool B as well. Epsilon 3-1 with Luminosity 3-1 as well. Then you got to look at Red Reserve, Rogue, and then Team Envious sitting at the bottom of the group. But the group that you just saw here, Pool C, Bittersweet, the team that came from relegation, sitting at 4-0, 12-3 map count. Evil Geniuses, FaZe Clan with the win there is able to get 3rd place, but then Era and Elevate are going to be on the bottom. And then going over Pool D, Optic Gaming, complete perfect map count thus far.
Dirk, we really got to point out here this weekend, so many of these teams that had so much promise coming into Infinite Warfare, they've accomplished big things in the past, are underperforming so heavily in these group phases. We have Team Envious getting outplaced in their group by Rogue, a team that has never even made it to group play up until this point, and they come out of it with a greater map win percentage. We have FaZe Clan, who come 2-2. They've come first in every group phase except for Stage 1 playoffs, and they just barely came in 3rd place against an open bracket team that they had to reverse sweep to win. So you really just got to wonder, like, what's going on with these teams? Why are they on such a decline over the past month or so? And what's it going to take for them to improve? A lot of the community's talking about roster changes. What do you think?
I think they should go through with it. I think it'll make it a whole lot more interesting, and I know it's still possible to do. And if you guys have just been living under a rock, you'll know that eUnited is playing with Swirly here instead of Gunless. That's because he decided to bench himself. He says he didn't want to play with them, sparking kind of an entire roster mania that might be happening within the near future. But guys, don't go anywhere. When we do come back, we are going to have Epsilon taking on eUnited. It's going to be a good one.
Welcome back, everyone, to the CWL Anaheim Open. On hand is myself, Lando, alongside Fox as we get ready to enter into our winners bracket round 1 matches. Fox, for our first one, we've got Epsilon taking on the boys on eUnited. It should be a good one to set things up.
Winners bracket round 1. This is where all that group play comes into play here, determining their seeding, and we end up with one of the stronger European rosters facing off what should still be a Tier 1 North American team, but they're playing with a substitute this tournament, as I'm sure you've seen throughout the early stages of it.
Yeah, of course, that new addition is Swarley. Swarley has kind of come into this roster, of course, definitely a little bit of a difficult task to try and make up for what Gunless did provide for this roster in the past. But what we're going to do really quickly is take a quick look at the bracket as we get ready to load in here for map number 1, just to get a little bit of an idea as to what to expect throughout the rest of the matches for the night. As you can see, obviously at the top, Enigma 6 taking on Evil Geniuses, OG taking on LG at the top of the bracket. And then obviously on the other side, we've got Bittersweet taking on Splyce, and of course our matchup, Epsilon taking on eUnited. So the winner of this faces off against the winner of Bittersweet and Splyce, which I believe that matchup is going on Alpha right now.
Yes, and after that, as you saw at the top of the screen, you'll see Enigma 6 and Evil Geniuses on this stream. But back on focus here, we have eUnited facing off against Epsilon. Some of the key players in this lobby have been forces for the roster over the past couple of months. 2 players that come to mind instantly: Arcides from eUnited, the second one, Hockey from Epsilon. Such huge threats. I've seen Hockey actually put up great numbers with the NV4 throughout this weekend.
Yeah, I think also another kind of highlight player that we can mention from that side of Epsilon has definitely been Dave as well. To kind of credit him. I mean, he has been going off for the squad, but when you start to see the main guys from Epsilon do work, that's when they start to see success. Question being, can they continue that success throughout the winners bracket? It's time to find out as we load in here toward map number 1. It is Hardpoint on some Throwback.
Yes, I highlighted Hockey, but you cannot ignore Davey and his MVP-like performances that he's had since CWL Birmingham, opening it up with a double kill, essentially. He was able to help Vortex for that first kill and then find the second on the unsuspecting player on Bike Path. And he's still staying alive, continuing this map pressure towards Lemon before he's finally shut down by Pristini.
DD's nice start there coming in from Dave, trying to get things going quick as Swarley and Pristini combine for a few near that train platform. Swarley, the main objective player, of course, now recently coming in onto this eUnited roster. Expecting to see him getting a lot of time in the hill, while both of his teammates, along with Silly as well, get that slaying done around the map.
Hockey, Vortex, 2 big kills for the team. Let's see how they pinch onto this point. They got to take down Swarley, but Swarley and Silly stay alive in that engagement, nearly unscathed. Both players able to maintain lots of hill time here, and they should get the remainder of the scrap time as Epsilon should be coming from blue towards Barn if they want any hope of breaking this.
And a big kill there coming in from Pristini as he finds actually 2 in this engagement, tries to find the third. That's going to guarantee his team some spawns, at least for now. Shutting down Dave in that MV4 gunfight was big to get them the points right now sitting inside of Barn. When it comes down to Throwback, we kind of consider Barn to be a money hill on this map. And obviously, it seems that eUnited is showing why. Swarley, nice combination of kills there. We talked about him being the objective man, but he's getting the slang done right now, Fox, currently on a 5 spree.
The team wipe comes in, and we have Swarley well on his way to score streaks. That was a big, big wave of engagements right there that went in favor of eUnited. That should give them enough momentum to set Swarley up for success here, but he loses the gunfight. Arcides is still there to stay alive, though, with that double kill. So now he's the man with the hot hand, finding a third in a row. He's still alive. That's 4. Arcides finally taken down after evening up his KD in the last 20 seconds.
As Barn does conclude, that's going to be eUnited with a pretty decently sized lead, around 70 to 7 points. As the boys from eUnited have definitely kind of taken over this game and have not looked back. The guys from Epsilon need to get some time desperately as they look to try to make their way here toward that middle plat side. 2 kills go in their favor as Dave enters inside of the hill, but only for a short time. He quickly drops in now. Sport Josh is now left to try and make something happen. He also falls. Now Vortex is in the back, and the rush from eUnited is starting to come forward. Epsilon not having a whole lot of responses at the moment. The slang coming in from eUnited has just been too great, and with guys like Silly and Pristini leading the way, Swarley as well, it's just not going to be easy when you see guys going like this on streaks.
Landon, we are on the 3rd hard point, and Epsilon has yet to contribute and produce a substantial amount of time on the hill. eUnited seems to just be outslaying them pretty heavily here. Dave, trying to be the difference maker with a massive triple kill right there. And just got to see his team capitalize on it and find that scrap time. But Arcides and Swarley are still threats on the top of this hill behind the bus as they are able to take those players right off of the objective.
eUnited just looks focused at the moment. I don't know about you, Fox, but it just seems that every time we get ready to a rotation, eUnited is there after grabbing quite a bit of points when it came down to bike path, and now Swarley is delaying even more. This push from Epsilon is going to have to be delayed for the most part, as Hockey finds 2. Regardless of that, they've already given away at least a few seconds inside a baseball field. They're going to have to make this push happen, and Persini is ready and waiting. A very high aggressive player showing exactly why that is. Currently +6, as he's going to let his teammates finish off those last few kills. A nice job here from eUnited as they're getting ready to cross the 100-point mark.
I was just about to comment with how Epsilon had eUnited spawning out towards blue, that gave a clear path for Dave to push towards back bowling and take control of it. What we saw, Pristini was able to jump right over there, and he's still doing damage. 3 kills in a row, double positive, sitting and milking that hill time. Epsilon's really not in a good position. This is a 90-second deficit.
Is this Epsilon doing something wrong or eUnited doing something right, you think?
This is eUnited doing something right. They're just gunning down Epsilon with very little rebuttal. We're really only seeing Dave contributing anything meaningful when it comes to these team-based engagements. As you can see, he's actually the only one that surpassed 10 kills. A lot of eUnited's players are around halfway towards 20. So that was a really roundabout way of saying 15. But eUnited is just pouring it onto them right now.
They absolutely are. Like you said, you talked about after the first set of rotations, 7 and 16 for Josh, 9 and 13 for Hockey, and 6 and 14 for Vortex. Like you mentioned, Dave, really the only guy who's kind of getting a lot in those engagements and is still -3 at the moment. We'll see how they can obviously try and rebound because they're desperately going to need to do so before this match gets even more out of hand. Silly finds a big kill to the right over on Josh. And Dave is still trying to make somewhat of an impact, doing a great job, at least for the time being. Needs some of his teammates to try and step up as Vortex is going to answer the call for the time, pulling up the ERAD as it looks like they're finally going to get at least a few points when it comes in and train platform. But we'll see how that rotation comes in as we get ready to rotate toward Barn.
Dave was in a great position to keep the pressure off of his team, but he lost the gunfight to RCDs, and the rest of his team died just as he did as well. So this scrap time is going to go to eUnited. And Epsilon, unfortunately for them, find themselves spawning towards baseball field, while eUnited is at mid and rotating over to Barn. They still get lots of kills in their favor, so that's a good sign for Epsilon, and they're rewarded with some hill time. Let's see how eUnited respond.
Yeah, Vortex, the last person alive inside of the hill, isn't able to stay alive for much longer. That pressure coming in from silos, that team fight going in favor of eUnited yet again. They're up by over 100 seconds at the moment. Player number 7 toward the back, Hockey,
Silly
trying to make somewhat of an impact, but it looks like the reactive armor gets used from Silly. Persini drops from the back, and it looks like the side of Epsilon might get at least a few seconds here, but player number 1, Arstice, is still lingering in the back, and unfortunately for him, he will drop in that gunfight. So too little too late for the boys from eUnited, but it looks like they're going to try to push this one yet again. They're not happy with giving away any time. They want to at least maintain a 100-second lead, and Silly trying to do something as 3 do fall. Arstice's not going to be in a position to at least challenge for quite a few more seconds. So with that, the rotation will come in, but eUnited still in prime control.
So keep in mind with this big kill differential between Epsilon and eUnited, ignoring the score differential that we're seeing, which by the way is pretty massive at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty massive.
Silly did pop that reactive armor and still died to Josh. So that's just little by little they can maybe kind of break down these advantages that eUnited built for themselves and come back. But as we're getting into the second or halfway through the second rotation of hills, it's looking very grim if you're an Epsilon fan. This map 1 is very heavily in favor of eUnited.
It definitely is. One positive you can take is that they do have good spawns, at least for the next hardpoint, but there's still quite a bit of time left inside a bike path. We'll see how they try to initiate some of these gunfights to go down. Hockey ends up dropping. Vortex is just to the side. Thankfully, he's able to stay alive for the time, uses the FTL jump to keep himself up for at least a few more seconds, but Persini is there to challenge and might go on a little bit more of a spree. Currently just on 1 for the moment, but we'll see if he can continue that on. But side of eUnited is just absolutely on fire right now. You look at Silly, 24 and 11, 24 and 16 for Pristini as well. Normally we'd be calling Arstice the guy to be watching out for, but that just goes to show how deep this kind of player pool goes for the side of eUnited. When it comes down to it, you've got Silly, you've got Pristini who can definitely go off when you need them to. It looks like the side of eUnited getting closer to that 200-point mark, and Epsilon just now passing the 81.
Yeah, like you said, a lot of depth to this eUnited roster. I do want to highlight Arcides, though. Even though he's not contributing, he has a great supporting cast around him. On the opposite side, I said players to look out for, and you agreed as well. Hockey, Dave. But no one's really standing out at this point, even though Dave, for the beginning stages and the middle stages, were contributing a lot. So it just seems like 3 of the 4 United players are completely destroying anyone in front of them, and Epsilon just can't do anything to respond. The trades aren't going in their favor.
I know we talked about, Arceus a little bit as well, and kind of giving highlights to Silly and Persini, but we also got to give some love to Swirly as well. Minute and 50 inside of the hill. Of course, most time in the entire match, also +4, at least for the moment. I know on day one he had a pretty slow start to run at 0.7 KD, and I'm not sure exactly what his stats are for at least right now, but in matches that I've been able to cast over him for at least day number 2, he has had a fantastic job at giving eUnited some pretty big advantages, and especially right now in this one versus Epsilon, and this is the one really where it matters the most up to this point. So with that, a stream platform does load up yet again, 223 to 89. If you're an EU fan, if you're an Epsilon fan as well, and I mean, this is not going to be easy to make this comeback. Like I said, crazier things have happened in the past, but it's just something that's not likely, and most likely that's not going to happen.
These are two teams that split series in the Global Pro League, right? And there were even instances where I think that Epsilon 100, yes, I definitely know that Epsilon was able to 100-point club the original eUnited roster. Here with their fill-in of Swarly, eUnited has been taking this game from the start, and they're looking like they're less than 30 seconds away from closing out this game. The advantage is heavily in their favor.
Yeah, just kind of time ticking down at the moment. Some potential final gunfights happening as well as the rotation will get ready to come in here toward Barn. Player number 2, Swarly, placing down that Centurion inside of Barn just to kind of act as a permanent jammer grenade, and Josh going to get affected by that one. Swarly cleaning him up just after that ends up going through. Last few kills coming in as Dave actually ends up rocking his payload for the time being, but the Centurion being an absolute nuisance. Arceus rocks the active camo. He will fall. Swarly not going to be in a position to trade at least for a few seconds, waiting for his teammates to try and get this one forward. They realize they've got the game in their control at this point, Fox.
Swarly realizes there are 4 Epsilon players just around the corner, so he can't dive straight into the hill without his team's support. He instead looks for the back engagement, loses it, so now it's up to the eUnited players on the inside of the hill. Josh has something to say about it, finding 4 kills in a row here, staying alive for Epsilon. With 30 seconds left, they're getting a lot of time on this money hill, and that first engagement in the next team fight is big for them because they're working at an advantage of manpower and map control.
See if eUnited can try and break through. Persini is here, finds one, tries to find the second as well. That one will be granted to him, but only for the time. Josh has to rock the reactive armor just to make sure the game can last at least a few more seconds longer, as eUnited still only need a few more seconds. The last player does challenge and is granted at least 2 seconds out of that one. Persini holding over toward Lemon. He'll drop, and now it's only 9 more seconds needed before this map number 1 is in the books.
eUnited here just kind of flooding the hardpoint over and over again, trying to close this out as quickly as possible. I think that's why they're getting so sloppy and letting Epsilon get so much time here in the end. Dave taking advantage of that, though, just gunning them as they dive in alongside Josh. Vortex, though, is acting as the front line. He's the man on your screen with 3 kills in a row, keeping up the pressure with that E-Rad. He spotted that player coming through underpass. He's going to communicate that to the rest of his team. So let's see how Epsilon works with the map control that they had. The team kill's not going to help anything, especially when the rest of the kills are going in favor of eUnited. Landon.
Indeed, it looks like the final few seconds are about to tick down. Can Epsilon even have a chance to get in here is the question. Josh gets dropped. Vortex is still trying to contest as much time as possible, but it's just not looking likely anymore. And just like that, that's going to do it for map number 1. That's going to be eUnited taking this one 250 to 157.
eUnited had that game in the bag from the get-go. Epsilon could not contribute anything in this match up until, what, the 3rd or 4th hill of the first rotation. You cannot let that happen in Throwback Hardpoint. They started to come to life towards the end there, as you saw, but I think that was more just sloppiness of eUnited because they saw they pretty much had this map over with.
Yeah, it was just kind of like patience at the end, I think, from eUnited as well. It's like, we only really need about maybe 10, 20 more seconds before we kind of close this game out. I mean, there was a few moments where Swarly or Presini could have engaged, but he kind of waited for his teammates and whatnot. So in some cases, I think it was guys on Epsilon just getting some good timing and finally getting some confidence in themselves. But in the end, it was just eUnited kind of just waiting and kind of patiently waiting for a potential team fight that could go in their favor.
So let's look at Retaliation, Search, and Destroy for our next map here. This is where we could possibly see some sniping out of the side of eUnited. We've seen some sniping from Epsilon's Hockey as well. So we'll have to see what those two players can contribute and see if there's any sort of a battle in terms of their opening engagements against one another. Now, getting into the Search and Destroy here, I want to highlight that first map is a bit of an outlier. I feel that we could have a much closer and more intense series as this progresses here because these are two very capable rosters. I'm not looking at too weakened of an eUnited, and I'm not looking at an underdog from Europe because it's not what Epsilon is, right? These are teams that have been able to go toe-to-toe with one another in the Pro League itself. So I feel that Epsilon definitely has the leg up in the fact that they're here with their original roster.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that obviously plays a huge factor when it comes down to chemistry. We talk about Search and Destroy. communication, very, very big factor when it comes down to this particular game mode. And I got to hand it to you. I think that's definitely going to be in some cases, a little bit of an outlier. That's definitely going to go to Epsilon, I think.
Yeah, for sure. So getting into the search and destroy, some players you should look out for. I expect Dave to really just step it right up here and throughout this series. Hockey is someone that I look for as well. These are two players that can contribute meaningfully in search and destroy. That's a sniper you want to keep your eyes on as well. On the side of eUnited, Landon, who are you looking for to contribute here?
I was actually going to mention that. I'm definitely going to be looking out for Arcees. I think he's going to be doing a great job with the NV4 at range as well as the sniper rifle play. I've also been pretty impressed with Silly's performances when it comes into search and destroy. I feel like he's kind of been, in some cases, a guy that's kind of doubted at times, but even in past events, even at Dallas, to just kind of bring up one. I mean, there's been a few days where Silly has kind of completely carried this roster when it comes into search and destroy, but also the respawns as well. But really quickly, we're going to take a quick look at our kind of final scorecard here from map number 1 on the Hardpoint. Just to give an idea as to how the stats kind of lined out for that map. Of course, as we can kind of see the stats as far as each Hardpoint went. And Fox, anything that you see here off the start that kind of sticks out to you?
Well, Swirly here is one of our players to highlight because of the hill time that he got, and I think a lot of that was off the back of Prestini, who was slaying all around the map. So many different hills is where he was contributing in a meaningful way to eUnited. On the side of Epsilon, we of course have Dave. He was sitting just outside of the hill constantly with his NV4, finding big kills for the team, but it just didn't seem like it was followed up on unless Josh was there. So, you know, in the end, it's going to end up in an eUnited win just because of how big all of the players on eUnited were going at some point in time. Epsilon just wasn't shooting back.
Yeah, and of course, as we kind of take a look at the hill differentials at some points, you obviously see Train being a pretty big outlier, 52-29, obviously in favor of the side of eUnited, and also Baseball Field as well, 72-20. I noticed over time, and especially as of recently, Baseball Field has kind of acted as a second kind of money hill for a lot of these teams. In some cases, if you don't get a whole lot of time in Barn, that rotation to Baseball Field can definitely grant you a lot of seconds. I think along with Baseball Field as well, we see quite a few payloads rock on that one too. But of course, as we get ready to load in here toward some retaliation, search and destroy, we have to wipe away that map number 1 victory. I'm sure that's exactly what Epsilon is trying to do right now. And actually, as we get ready to load in here, I already see a nice little longbow in Arcee's hands. I'm getting pretty excited, Fox.
It's very possible that this series goes the distance. I don't expect this to be the only search and destroy we see. Two very capable teams are going head-to-head right now. And if you're an eUnited fan, you got to be behind these guys. They're playing with a substitute. Arcees is having a great tournament, and he's definitely contributing and trying to step into the shoes that Gunless left behind. He loses the sniper battle, the sniper engagement that he was looking for in the beginning here, as Vortex is able to take him down, but the trade comes through instantly afterwards.
Indeed, 3 versus 3. Now make it a 3v2 in favor of the side of eUnited. Rushing coming in from Swirly. He'll end up dropping it just like that. Hockey finding 2 kills, and just like that, that's going to be the round. A little bit of an awkward site hit. Of course, not going to see the A bomb site hit quite often, but eUnited going for a little bit of an off strategy, and unfortunately for them, it does not work out as Epsilon capture round number 1 and Dave in the final kill cam.
I mentioned just how dangerous that man Hockey is with the MV4 right there. It looked like they were starting to lose some map pressure on the bridge. He pops right out and takes down 2 players. Excellent, excellent shots from him right there, and that's going to give Epsilon the round lead early on in the search and destroy. Now, it's their turn on offense, and Dave has the bomb.
Indeed, be looking out when it comes down to these B hits to potentially be looking toward plat, but it's not actually what Epsilon is running to do. They're actually going to be rotating here over toward A, so taking a page out of eUnited's book in round number 1.
They actually do favor this site quite a bit on this map when they play Search and Destroy. It's going to work out a little bit for them here as they're in their comfort zone. They got the site that they wanted. They have yet to lose someone. Prestini catches Josh in the ankles, finds another wall run double kill. Excellent shots from Prestini right there.
Vortex from behind, actually coming in from hallways, trying to stay alive for as much as possible. Hockey falls, and now, or excuse me, his teammate falls, Vortex, and now Hockey's left all by himself, and he can't make anything happen either. So despite that, back-to-back offensive A hits and the defensive team winning out both times.
There it is. eUnited, they're going to give this to Arcees. He seems to be the player closest to his score streaks. As you can see, Prestini did die after his double kill. He would have been the most likely candidate had he survived. Instead, they're trying to work Arcees towards his Scarab. Now we're all tied up with both teams succeeding on the defensive side.
Indeed, so as we load in here toward round number 3, it will be the eUnited squad going to be on the offensive, and it looks like we're going to see some pretty standard gameplay when it comes in a search and destroy. Just kind of find that first blood and potentially making that B site hit. Arcees getting pretty up and aggressive, but actually Prestini, his brother, going to find that one off the start, quickly traded there from Vortex. So 3 versus 3 early on, and Swarley making his way with that bomb over here toward Cat.
Swarley here moving over for the bomb plant. He's caught from a great angle that Hockey has here. He plays just like that in a lot of their search and destroy maps. These far away and high elevation sort of spots of the NV4 is where he's most comfortable. And of course, you can see it right there. He knew exactly what was going on and responded accordingly.
Boys from Epsilon resigning here over toward Plat, just trying to stick together. Is this currently a 2 versus 2? Silly. Going to go on this wall run here over toward A, just trying to get a little in the line sight, but players just going to be to his left. He's actually going to spot at least both of them. Vortex will pick him off. Now it's going to be left up to Arcees in a clutching position. 1 versus 2. No bomb in hand. Has to get that one pretty quick. And based on where the Epsilon players were, I thought they actually knew where the bomb is, but it looks like they are going to stick together and maybe try to re-engage this one as a unit. As we'll see how they try to maybe try to retake this one, but bomb not going down yet. And Arcees is actually holding an off angle. This is a nice angle to hold, but both these players could engage. This could be a 1 versus 2 for Arcees. Finds one, and now that player actually is going to escape. So very smart play from Vortex just to get out of there as quick as possible, as that's going to grant his team the round victory.
Arcees definitely could have had that, but he whiffed a couple of shots there on the first engagement and allowed the second player to get away. Rough situation there, but Epsilon plays it well. I was just going to compliment Epsilon. Typically in those situations, they're very good at bait and switching and never giving up that man advantage toward the later ends of the rounds. If you watch their S&D, you can definitely see that tendency right there. The escaping player doesn't even have to bother with it. And it looks like we're going to see a little bit of competition here over towards the B bomb site as Dave is trying to work his way through the bike shop. 2 kills opened up between Hockey and Dave right there. That's big. They blow that site wide open with that man advantage.
Arcees now left in another position to clutch. This time 2 more players added that, make that -1, tries to make it -2 as Hockey nearly gets his head taken clean off. It's not a smart idea to try to challenge Arcees in these very tight head glitching areas, but Arcees still positioned to clutch. 175 points off of that next streak. We'll obviously see what he wins to try and do here. Does have a scare, not the best idea to most likely try to use it.
You think he checks this corner? Does he check this corner, Landon? Does he do it?
No.
Nope. there's the end of his score streak run right there. Arcees taken down. And Epsilon's able to put a point on the board.
And to answer your question, I know we were kind of in the middle of a gunfight there. I really wasn't thinking, I mean, in some cases, when you're in a 1 versus 3, there's about 20 seconds left. I don't really think he had a whole lot of time to kind of check that. I mean, it's a nice idea. I mean, it's a good idea in theory to kind of check every angle where players are usually at, but just in a situation where time started to tick down, he only had about maybe 11 seconds to work with to actually get the defuse off.
His options were limited.
His options were limited.
So, we have eUnited trying to push towards B site here again. A very popular site for lots of North American rosters on this map in Search and Destroy. We have Josh and Dave setting up a crossfire here, holding pretty passively in the hotel. I think that they might be expecting some kind of an eUnited push through mid here, but that is not the case. As you can see, most of the players, except for Prestini, who finds the first blood, are all towards bike paths. That should be a bike plant or a bomb plant. Hockey not in his usual position to jump up and take out the bomb plant there. I guess he assumed that they would have caught on to it by now and stopped him.
Indeed, and Arcees is going to pull up that scarab just to gain some information. Spots Josh actually over near Plat. Pull that one out to his teammates most likely, but player number 5 and player number 7, both Dave and Hockey quickly getting in some of the gunfight. They obviously see where that scarab player is at, and now Arcees yet again left in a position to clutch. Before I can even utter the words, Epsilon will shut him down pretty darn quick, because that's going to be a defuse there for Dave, as it's now going to be Epsilon up 4 rounds to 1. And it looks like streaks getting very closely earned there from Dave. Already has the scarab.
And Hockey and Dave continue to put on a show this weekend. Both of these players having the least amount of deaths on their team in this Search and Destroy, winning some pretty crucial engagements. I'm really looking forward to see what they can contribute through the rest of this series. Like I said, this is going to be a close one. I don't think either team has a huge advantage over the other, aside from Epsilon having their original roster. That's, of course, something you got to consider. But United, with their 4 players, are still very capable of taking down some of these top teams.
The Twins doing their part, but Swarley and Silly continuing to have struggles. Now it's going to be left up to Silly yet again. Immediate 1 versus 4. This is not going to be an easy one, and not one that he's probably going to win either. He's just going to fire some excess shots. Teammates, or excuse me, the opposite team is going to know exactly where he is, and Josh is going to shut him down from bar. 5 rounds to 1. I was curious to see if it comes down to the Search and Destroy, but Epsilon kind of carry that load of that loss actually from that hard point. And ever since that round number 1 victory that they had, they have continued to absolutely destroy the side of eUnited. And like I said, you do talk about the slow performers. 1-5 for Swarley, 2-5 for Silly as well. Of course, you can kind of point out Swarley being the main objective guy, but didn't really seem to affect him too much when it came down to the hard point. The two guys who just kind of not had an opportunity to really go off as of yet.
Hockey, again, playing these long-range engagements, just looking over his team as they push through bridge. Now that they're safe, he's going to avert his attention over towards the B site. And he's going to be there just in time to give his teammates the call that eUnited wants to play this site offensively. Vortex also has a great crossfire set up with him. The question is he going to find a kill out of it with him being so heavily outnumbered? Josh, excellent flank right there, executed onto Prestini and Swarley. Beautifully set up play by Epsilon right there. For anyone that doubts the strategy, put into Call of Duty Esports and Search and Destroy, Epsilon showcased it very well right there.
Hockey's going to have a nice quick little sprint there with the overdrive over toward the bomb, as they are going to most likely let eUnited know. Took a quick pause just to let everyone know exactly what just took place. That's going to be Epsilon taking away map number 2 in dominant fashion in the Search and Destroy as they win this one 6-1.
Great setup right there. Great patience out of the players that were sort of buying time for the remainder of the roster that I want to say was Josh and Dave to come all the way around from bridge, and they're able to close it out right there. Even if they lost that round, I think we can all agree that the odds are very heavily in favor of Epsilon because of that payload progression they had built up. While eUnited had 2 players with just, 1 or 2 kills up until that point, Epsilon had at least 3 of their 4 players getting kills every round.
Yeah, it seems like pretty consistent play overall from the guys on Epsilon. Like we said, we talked about that previous chemistry, kind of having that full roster moving forward. And also you got to talk about with the United as well. Having a new addition when it comes to Search and Destroy isn't always the easiest. Swarley kind of becoming that main objective guy. While he is kind of filling Gunless's role when it comes into Search and Destroy, it's just very difficult when you don't have that consistent Slayer behind you at all times.
Oh, for sure. And looking in the Search and Destroy, we just saw that Epsilon seemed to be outplaying eUnited quite a bit. I mean, there were a few moments where you saw that eUnited had a chance, like when Prestini would open up with First Bloods, but between Hockey's positioning, providing his team with great information, and just Josh finding some great pinches and flanks that just all added up to a victory for Epsilon. So guys, that's going to be the end of that map number 2. We're going to continue on with this series. It's tied up 1-1 after this commercial break, so make sure you stay tuned here, and we'll be back in a moment.
Welcome back, everyone, to the CWL Anaheim Open presented by the PlayStation 4. Myself, Lando, as well as Fox, guiding you guys through the action in the midst of a fantastic series currently going on between Epsilon and eUnited. We're getting ready to head into some Frost Uplink. But before we do that, let's talk about some of the key players to be looking out for in this series. Fox, there's been two kind of guys so far throughout the entire weekend, as well as so far in this series, who have made a difference. I think it's only good that we give them the credit they deserve.
Oh, yeah. We'd be doing a disservice not to mention what these players have contributed this weekend to the team. We have Hockey of Epsilon, and we have Arcides of eUnited. As you can see by their KDs, they contribute quite a ton. 1.22 Uplink KD is the highest one on screen here, and that's coming from Hockey. And the rest of his stats aren't too far off. As you can see, S&D and Hardpoint, 1.19, and they're all higher than Arcides. But still, we can't deny what an NV4 player like Arcides brings to his team. With a devastating shot from mid-range to long-range, Arcides is such a threat.
Oh, absolutely. Arcides is probably one of the best NV4 players that we have in the entire game right now. But you also look at a guy like Hockey. I mean, you can just see those numbers are absolutely consistent.
Yes, and this is our G Fuel key player matchup. You want to keep an eye out for these two players. I'm sure if you've been watching the first two matches of the series, you are well aware of what they're capable of. So that's why they have been highlighted this way. We're going to get into map number 3, and that's going to be an uplink. And I want to get some of your thoughts on what you think here. So we've seen the series is now 1-1, right? The Hardpoint was a brutal stomping coming from eUnited throughout most of the game before we saw Dave and company really wake up and search and destroy heavily on the side of Epsilon because of how well coordinated they were against eUnited. Now, this uplink is another game mode that requires such great coordination as you have essentially a man down, someone that's going to have a drone in their hands instead of a gun. Who do you think this favors in this situation, Landon?
Now, I think this is a good point to bring up because me and you actually casted eUnited on Frost a little bit earlier today. Granted, it wasn't the best of opponents in some cases. Epsilon a little bit more talented in most regards, to say the least. But, I mean, honestly, it's kind of hard to call. And I'm going to be honest, I'll obviously give my prediction, but I'm going to kind of bring this up a little bit. Epsilon, to me, definitely has the upper hand when it comes down to overall chemistry, as well as probably communication as well. We've gone on board with eUnited, even with the old gunless roster, and it's kind of been like a little bit of an awkward communication. Like, I know we've obviously done, I think you have as well, done interviews with Precinct. And he has no issues just kind of calling out his brother, calling out Silly, like, yeah, we should probably drop this guy. As a joke, of course, but still. I mean, when it comes down to it, I'm personally favoring Epsilon. I mean, as far as the previous ERAD usage, I definitely kind of favored them. As far as the different weapon selection at closer quarters, I definitely favor them. And I think, honestly, when it comes down to this map specifically, this was always a map where I thought Gunless had a number of different great performances. And Swirly, while he is going to be the main objective guy, I'm just not sure if he can keep up the same way he did in that Hardpoint.
All right, good breakdown there. We have two strong teams in the Call of Duty World League, tied up 1-1 in this series. If you're just tuning in, Epsilon is off the back of a very one-sided affair in Search and Destroy. Let's see if they can follow it up in this uplink, as most of the kills in the beginning, all of them go in favor of eUnited.
Indeed they do. Arcides making his way right now through Dark. Potential one-point toss in his mitts, and that's exactly what's going to happen within the first 15 seconds. A one-point toss is already on the board, and Silly continuing to be a nuisance right now inside of Robots. And I'm not sure if actually Epsilon knows of his current positioning, because if not, he could definitely be a major nuisance to make sure another scoring opportunity is on its way. Finding one from behind, as that's going to be 3 down. Dave, the last alive, currently over toward that ice side, is going to have to back up as he drops, and just like that, Silly with the drone yet again in his hands. Epsilon struggling early.
Dave really bought his team some time right there, because Silly's flank, if Dave didn't find those 2 kills, was definitely going to result in at least a 1-point play. So again, a huge player for Epsilon there is Dave, as you need to keep an eye on. And on the side of eUnited, we do have Arcides, who's second in place with the most kills, our key player, but Silly still not yet, or has yet to die. He was 6-0 up until that very moment, and it's Josh to put him down.
Indeed it is. Nice defensive play. They're coming in from Epsilon. Despite the very early rush that we ended up seeing from eUnited, they responded pretty well, and Dave, of course, being one of the major players to be looking out for, as well as Hockey when it came down to a number of different performances. We talked about his KD when it came down to that mode as well. Definitely should be someone to watch out for when on the side of Epsilon. Vortex actually finding a few in the kill feed, currently on a 4 spree. Got to show him some love, as he's going to be on a 4 multi-kill, as it seems, looking to try and make somewhat of an impact, being that lead blocker right now for Epsilon. But it looks like it's not going to make the progress much further. Beast Boy Josh is in the back, and granted, that drone is long gone by now. eUnited making a defensive play now on their end.
Even though the other players of Epsilon are, I feel like, much more consistent, have much more of a presence than Vortex, he has so many crazy moments where he just applies such a crucial amount of pressure to the enemy team. And you're seeing it right there with that beautiful multi-kill. Now, a drone attempt is coming in from the side of eUnited. They have control of it, but they don't really have too much map presence, so they can't make a play with it. So let's see how Epsilon takes advantage of that.
CWL 3 do go down. Unfortunately, the drone does reset, but it looks like Vortex is ready and waiting to be there with that one, making that push through blue, having Josh to kind of watch over him, but he's quickly going to fall, and eUnited time after time when it comes down to these close quarter engagements are shutting down these 3- and 4-man pushes, but this one might not be the same case. Dave now with the drone in his hands tries to slide over. Nice slide and score. That one's going to follow through, as that's now going to be Epsilon who responds. Dave showing that he can also do some objective work along with that slaying ability we know him for.
Quick thinking from Dave to just dive right around the corner and throw it in before the armor effect of the drone wears off. We're seeing Arcedes put the drone down in favor of his Erad, and he finds a kill from it. He has the support of Prestini and Silly. Prestini's double kill opens this window wide open. He's actually going to be the one to move the drone up, but he's going to be doing it in the face of Epsilon players because they didn't block spawns. This is going to be such a tough fight to win, and that's why you're going to see Epsilon kill them all and then complete the turnover.
A nice play there from Epsilon, definitely trying to overwhelm that drone. Prestini had no option, no really way to try to fire that drone through the portal. Which is a nice defensive stand there from the guys of Epsi. Dave doing a little bit of tricks on the wall run, finding a nice combination of kills, finds two-player over toward midship. Do not tell me he's going to find that kill. Prestini ends up dropping, and this should be at least a one-play from Vortex, but no, Swarley, while fading back, is actually able to get the block in that case. Beautiful play there from Swarley to delay that push. Both teams having great defensive stops in this first half, Fox.
Swatted out of the sky from Swarley. Now he's moving it up the ice path through blue. He has access to the Erad. Doesn't have a whole lot of team support. They seem to be dropping like flies around him. Epsilon responding and biting back so quickly, clearing them all out. This is a very clear opportunity, and it would be a wasted one if they don't score from it. I know eUnited spawning up in the base, but you would think that with the presence that they had, they could read that, respond quickly. Josh does just that, but the one-point play can't come in. There's the dunk anyway. Vortex follows it up.
A great overall combination of the Epsilon players to kind of jam that toss through. Vortex is there for the rebound, and of course the dunk quickly after, as they're now going to be up by just over a possession, or excuse me, just at a possession. Arcedes now trying to make a potential last-second score. Playing pretty well for his squad as they're going to be rushing this drone right now through ship. Guys in Epsilon starting to stack up, trying to make this push no longer be a viable one. Swarley goes for the one-point toss and is actually able to nail that one through. They'll also find 3 kills in the end, but Dave is there to at least shut down Swarley after that exchange. So with 15 seconds left, Epsilon still leads by 1 point.
All right, good cleanup there by Epsilon after the point comes in. They do have enough time to make a score here, but I don't think eUnited's going to make it very easily with their presence on the middle of the map. Vortex finds a double to open things up with his Scarab. But yeah, the clock's ticking. That fight took way too long and was not clean enough because of that score streak coming from Vortex. So we're going into the second half with a score of 3-2.
I was pretty impressed, Fox, by that defensive plays that we ended up seeing. A number of different, kind of like 3 or 4 downs at times when the drone was pretty up and pretty close up and personal. And both teams' bases at eUnited doing it toward the beginning, Epsilon doing it toward the end. And of course, nice block coming in there from Swarley. Both teams, I think, doing a great job when it comes down to defense. And you know what they say, a good defense is a better offense. And that's exactly what I think we're going to see when it comes to the second half.
So take a look at our scoreboard and see what our G Fuel key players are up to. Currently, Hawkey 10-14. We mentioned how much of an important player he is to this roster and their success and a lot of their game modes, but he actually has the worst KD out of everyone right now. On the other side, we have eUnited's Arcedes, just barely going positive at the moment, but he's still keeping up with the rest of his team in what is a very close game. So it's still anyone's game at this point, and as soon as someone heats up, I definitely think that's what's going to be enough to push any team over the edge.
Swarley picking up that drone, but only just for the time. As eUnited trying to make a 2-man push forward, proceeding with an opportunity to go for the 1-point toss. Dave is here trying to wait for him to actually fly down, and Dave is going to make him pay for that one. He'll be able to find the kill thanks to Vortex's nice assistance there. That stoppage is going to come in. The defensive play potentially now turning into an offensive one. Vortex lighting things up. The Erads from the European guys starting to make an impact yet again. And Vortex is going to stretch up for the nice 2-point play. That's now going to be the side of Epsilon with a 5-2 advantage with just under 4 minutes remaining in the second half.
I don't want to stop watching Vortex till he dies. The man is positive 10, 3 kills in a row, has so much pressure to offer his team, and he's gunning down Silly at mid-range with an Erad. The drone, though, is being carried away from him, so now his value has decreased. Let's see what the rest of his teammates can do around blue. Player 1, that's Dave, is actually taken down by Prestini, and there's not a whole lot of action going on from the side of Epsilon as Arcedes is able to wipe them out. And this looks like we have a 1-point play opportunity. Josh is not able to get the interception because Silly takes him out.
What a beautiful play there from Arcedes. Actually gets the nice beat down along with the 1-point toss. Josh not able to get that defensive play in, and you can obviously see there at the top, Vortex ending out on a 7 spree, currently sitting at 27-14. definitely being that slayer to be watching out for on the side of Epsilon, and definitely granting his team the one possession advantage that they currently do have in their control. Dave, nice wall run, has to try to throw that drone off, but just for the time, that one's going to be left inside the middle as we continue to battle this one out.
Uh-oh, eUnited's in a good spot right now, 4 versus 2. The drone has moved up pretty far towards the Epsilon base, but they do have to face the fact that Epsilon's going to be spawning right in front of them on the portal because they didn't influence the spawns. So Epsilon, knowing the 2 doorways that eUnited could be coming from, are going to pounce on that opportunity and take the drone right back. Coming into the final 3 minutes of our uplink here, Landon, we're taking a look at our payload progression, and some players are glowing gold, some are about to be glowing gold.
Arshties does have the active camo proceeding with the FTL jump. Basically, all players from eUnited very close to theirs. Guys in Epsilon are as well. As soon as we see what happens with this the scoring opportunity, I'm going to switch on board with the eUnited guys, but just like that, the scoring opportunity comes in. Swarley is there for the rebound as well as the dunk, as we're now going to be level at 5 apiece. Vortex actually does have a bombardment potentially to try and use. Hockey does have that overdrive. Josh getting close to this, ensuring an active camo nearly earned from Dave. So definitely, Fox, toward the end of this stretch, we're going to be seeing a lot of payloads be used. But Vortex getting very close. He doesn't even need to use the payload in this case. He's able to fire that one through. Vortex doing things on both ends, not just on the slang, but as well on the objective.
Great play out of them right there to make this still a 1-possession game at the moment. 2 minutes remain. Score streaks are coming in. The bombardment causing so much damage and disruption towards middle map, and it amounts to a kill on Arcides. So really, Epsilon should not. I don't think they're going to be able to make too much of that play, only because eUnited's so close off of their spawn. And Josh here, he doesn't have an escort, but he's facing an ERAD just around the corner. So that should be the end of that play.
Indeed, it will be just over a minute remaining in this second half of Frost Uplink. Archie is going to go on a little bit of a wall run. He does have player number 8, Persini, his brother, watching over his back. And here comes the active camo play. Tries to get at least around the corner. Wants the 2-point play. Player's just right in front of him. And Dave is just narrowly going to shut him down. Josh gets the rebound. So in some cases, the active camo kind of gets wasted in that case, and if you're eUnited, you can't afford to have that be lost.
Landon, that is a massive shutdown. We saw the Twins bringing it in. The camo was popped, and they weren't able to get a score from it. Now it's Epsilon's turn. The camo comes in, the dunk is completed, they're leading by 4 points. eUnited has 40 seconds to make something happen, and they're already short on a few payloads.
The armor indeed, and Silly is just nearly close to that reactive armor. It's just not looking good at the moment. If you are an eUnited fan, they've got to get the drone in Swarley's hands, but he's currently going to be at our respawn screen for the moment. Arshty's coming from the back, trying to make something happen toward the end. Finds one, actually has some help there for the second as well, but not a whole lot of time. 2 possessions down. They only have 15 seconds left, and Vortex is trying to shut down this push from happening. The FTL jump, the overdrive gets rocked, and it looks like the Epsilon boys are going to walk away with this game number 3.
With just 10 seconds remaining, there's no way eUnited can put 4 points on the board. And in what was a well-fought battle on both sides, with I feel like some highlight-worthy plays coming from both teams, we're still going to see Epsilon walk away with this victory.
Indeed they will, and you see there Vortex finishing off 36 and 24. Absolutely went off with that ERAD throughout most of the game and was constantly being a nuisance there for eUnited. But we saw some really good defensive plays there toward the end. A pretty close game in some cases, but the active camo play just couldn't work out for the eUnited guys. In some cases, you'd like to see Arshties maybe try to save that for a better play. I mean, granted, it was a good opportunity, but it was kind of a 2 versus 3 permanent play that just didn't work out for them.
And we saw throughout that map, the contributions from Vortex were very easily what put Epsilon over the edge. I did mention they just needed someone to come online and just take a sweeping performance to close out that map. And guess what? Vortex was that guy. While Hockey was sleeping, Vortex was eating. And now we see 2 maps taken from Epsilon, or by Epsilon here against eUnited. So next up, we're going to see Retaliation Hardpoint. And this is a best-of-5 series, ladies and gentlemen. So if Epsilon takes it, that's a 3-1 series win against eUnited.
And you know the Epsilon guys are definitely kind of wearing that European flag with some pride. Of course, this besides Splyce, I mean, this is the only European team that we have currently in that winners bracket. Of course, saw some unfortunate plays from a lot of the European teams as well. Millennium not really having the tournament that they would like, as long as some other European teams as well. But still, they're trying to fight for the Team EU fans at home and definitely trying to make the Epsilon fans proud. As like we said, only one more map for them to close it out. But of course, we do now focus our attention when it comes down to Retaliation Hardpoint. I want you to talk about us in some cases, what to expect when it comes down to this map, how it kind of plays, and what players that we need to be looking out for heading into this long-range map in some cases.
Retaliation Hardpoint, I think we got to keep an eye on Arcides. That was our G Fuel key player. He wasn't so impactful when it comes to that uplink until the later stages of the second half, but I do feel like once we get into Hardpoint, he's going to be just fine. So what we could actually do is take a look at what these players were just able to do in the previous map. We can look at the box score and see exactly what went down. As you can see, Epsilon scoring more than eUnited on both halves. Vortex, I mentioned, that was my player to watch towards the second half where he came online. 36 kills. That ERAD pressure is so valuable to a team on Frost.
And that's what I was talking about, man, kind of coming into this match. And like I said, the European guys have kind of made the ERAD their weapon of choice and have kind of made the NA side kind of pick up that gun and realize how valuable it can be. And when it comes then to Frost, it's not at all abnormal at any point anymore to see at least 7 or 8 ERADs on the map at one time. And Vortex has definitely become a master when it comes down to that weapon.
So guys, this is a double elimination tournament. So if we see Epsilon take out eUnited, that's going to push them down to the losers bracket where they can only lose one more series before being eliminated from the tournament. You want to see these players on Epsilon close it out if you're an EU fan, but if you're an eUnited fan, you want to see them bounce back and see if they can bring it to a Game 5.
And believe it or not, eUnited isn't actually a European
That
team,
is a North American roster.
Just going to kind of bring that up just in case you're a new fan watching at home. But of course, like we said, this is on the brink of a potential losers bracket, matchup that can kind of go down there. So eUnited definitely not wanting to be pushed down there by any means. So of course, as we get reload into Retaliation Hardpoint, I want to get your prediction, right? I know it's kind of come down to this.
It's so tough.
Do you think Epsilon closes that? Well, of course, we can kind of talk about it a little bit more as the map gets ready to load in. But in your opinion, when it comes down to this matchup, do you think eUnited forces the Game 5, or does Epsilon close it out here?
This is so tough to call because I feel like both of these teams are perfectly capable of taking down one another on Hardpoint given the day. But Epsilon is coming off of 2 map wins in a row. Vortex is hot. Dave has been hot. Hockey could definitely contribute quite a bit here in this map. He was our key matchup player, our key player for this series. So I'm more in the corner of Epsilon here. We got the full EU roster here. They look like they're firing in all cylinders after that failure of a Hardpoint. So I think they're going to bounce back and close the series out here.
I can definitely respect it. Well, they're doing a great job here at the start of on Bridge. Swarley finding some nice shots here off the start as eUnited are quick to respond and trying to get some control over Bridge. And what I've noticed, actually, a lot of the hard points that we've witnessed, a lot of the money hills that we're going to be looking at on this map are going to be Broken Building as well as that rotation over toward Graveyard as well. And it seems that in a lot of the matchups that I've seen from teams like eUnited and even like FaZe, kind of Optic Gaming as well, they've done a great job at not always just kind of getting those major points on those money hills, but doing a great job at kind of getting a lot of time on those entry hills, those ones that are pretty hectic. Once they get a lot of time on those, a lot of time you actually see them get the victory.
That they do, and we're seeing some long-range engagements going down. Lots of NV4 kills in the kill feed as you're seeing up until Swarley gets a little aggressive with the K-bar. Take a look at what some of these open engagements are looking like. Arcides, 5-1. That was our G Fuel key player here, and he's starting off pretty hot for his team. But it doesn't exactly reflect that in the scoreboard. It's a very evenly matched game at 25-25 with Epsilon taking the initial time on the new hill. Oh, Dave!
Dave is starting to light it up. Unfortunately, lights up his own teammate. That's rather unfortunate, but either way, he'll probably take the kills. That's a pretty worthy exchange in some cases, as long as they've got hill control for the moment, 42-25, and Dave is starting to light it up just a little bit more, but Josh is able to at least help out his squad, his teammate for the moment. Nice kill there for Josh. He's currently going to be on that 3 spree, guaranteeing that lower street hardpoint a little bit more in the favor of the eUnited side. Now, if you are eUnited, you're probably going to try and maybe back this one up a little bit, trying to maybe delay that process of the side of Epsilon from advancing forward. But Josh does a great kill at shutting down shutting down Swarley. That's 2 down. That's 3 down now. Arcides has got to make sure he's holding on to these spawns in some cases because now Epsilon are getting the scrap points and they're also now advancing forward.
That's a pretty big swing of momentum for Epsilon here. Not only did they get a lot of hill time on Lower Street, they have the first setup for Cathedral, one of the better money hills on this map. And eUnited has a 3-1 push coming in from Bridge and Lower Street. Let's see how they work it.
Will
not very well.
Yeah, not exactly the best in some cases, but player number 7 along with Prestini as well. So Silly and Prestini trying to make their way forward, waiting for their teammates actually to provide some support, but Silly drops. Prestini coming from behind. He'll reveal his position. Current 1 versus 2 gunfight. Thankfully, he'll have his teammates to try and support him in some cases. Vortex is here yet again. The hot player from the Uplink will also drop, and just like that, it looks like it's going to come down to a 2 versus 1 gunfight. It should be eUnited's win, but no. Dave is actually able to stay alive, and he answers the call yet again. Dave continuing to go off on a 4 spree, 9-5, now make it 10-5.
Oh no!
Dave is absolutely exploding to give his team even more momentum as Cathedral will end, and that's going to be the side of Epsilon, who at least get a number of different seconds on Cathedral.
Dave, please, sir, just leave him alone. Let him be. He's not doing it. Fully streaked out. That's a good situation for Epsilon to be in when they're already up by about 80 seconds, if my math is right in this situation. Now we rotate over to Broken. Again, Epsilon finds himself with the early setup on a money hill. Let's see how eUnited can answer back.
Dave, be still, my beating heart, my word, he is absolutely exploding every time we see him. He is just going on 2 and 3 sprees, constantly being in the face of the eUnited players. They have not had a response as of yet. Over a 100-second advantage right now for the side of Epsilon. They've controlled quite a bit of time in the last 3 hard points and have also nailed down every single rotation. The guys on eUnited have completely been caught off guard, and I'm not sure if they're going to be able to rebound from this.
This is a stomping. EU fans at home, you got to be so happy to see what's going on with Epsilon right now. Dave, currently double positive, being a huge threat and a huge force for the side of Epsilon. Vortex is sitting pretty inside of the hill on a 3-kill streak. He's working his way up those score streaks, and Hawkeye finds a double kill out in nowhere land, and it's just looking slower and slower for eUnited the longer this game goes on. They really need to be able to put something up here. With Pristini going triple negative, that's not going to do it. That's actually going to work against you quite a bit here in this situation.
Yeah, definitely. Pristini, I know we've talked about him in the past ever since, of course, the recent news of Gunless leaving the roster. He's definitely had to step it up quite a bit along with his brother, Arcides, and right now currently sitting at 5 and 13. That's not at all what you want from him. He's talked about how we can't wait to get back to his Black Ops 3 form, and in some cases it's just so hard to kind of do that at the moment. But you got to highlight Dave. This man is absolutely going off right now. It's hilarious at this point because
what is he
the
doing?
kills that he is doing makes this game look easy.
Why is
Dave
he
is
doing
19 and 8 on a 4 spree, and he is single-handedly stopping eUnited from advancing into the hard point. Dave has been the MVP of this entire tournament. It's fair to say 20 and 9, double positive, as now it's going to be Epsilon closer to that 200-point mark, and eUnited have just crossed the 40-point mark.
Epsilon's not even doing anything like crazy strategically here. They're just outgunning eUnited at every opportunity, and a lot of it's coming from Dave. They're just not killing Epsilon out of power positions, and Epsilon's just going to take that advantage every single time and win these gunfights. Look at that. Arcides can't take down Dave. He still has these streaks that he hasn't had to use because he's just as dangerous as they are right now.
Oh my
Another
God,
gunfight
Dave.
win. It's nothing. Davey brushes it off. Dave brushes it off, and it looks like the clock is ticking and working against eUnited here as they are about 40 seconds away from the Epsilon clock from being knocked to that loser's bracket.
I hate to call things early, and by no means am I, but Dave is absolutely making a case why Epsilon deserves to be at this tournament, to walk away with this series. Just as I say that, eUnited start to finally rush onto the hill, getting some much-needed time on bridge, time that they can no longer give away. Player number 8, Pristini, already making that rotation here, finally shuts down Dave. Thank the Lord that he is off the map for right now, because eUnited at least can stay alive for a few more seconds as the rotation will come in. Pristini single-handedly currently holding this one down for his squad, but most likely for not much longer as the boys from Epsilon look to rush here yet again.
Yeah, Hawkeye only needs one engagement to take the hard point away from eUnited here. There's no trade coming in. The rest of eUnited will be coming in from market side. They do have sort of the high ground here, a little bit of cover to work with. I'm trying to think of something that they could do here, but with Dave shooting like that, like what kind of advantage is that going to amount to here?
I'm just going to sit down the controller toward the end of this map and just let Dave do what he does, because he is absolutely destroying right now. 26 and 11, only 10 more seconds needed. They're going to completely embarrass the side of eUnited, not even allowing them to get toward that 70-point mark. And Dave is continuing to show off why he is one of the best players in the game. And just like that, in commanding fashion, Epsilon will take map number 4 and close out this series 250 to just 64 points.
Disgusting. And the worst part about that is it's not the first time it's happened. Of course, this time we're seeing eUnited with a sub, but Epsilon's just showing their strength time and time again, and they're closing out this series 3-1. Such a strong performance out of Dave.
Oh, man.
If you want to know how to shoot an MV4, that's the player to watch. And I mean, this VOD, if you go back and watch it, most of the gameplay has to be from his POV, so you can learn a little something from him.
I'd find Dave on Twitter and ask him for some MV4 lessons, because, I mean, what he was doing was just absolutely incredible. But let's go and take a quick look at our, obviously, series recap, exactly what happened in this series, Fox. It looks like map number 1, of course, ended up going eUnited's way, won that one 250 to 157. And ever since that search and destroy, that first search and destroy round 1, Epsilon have completely battered the side of eUnited as they took that search and destroy 6 rounds to 1. Of course, winning that last uplink over on Frost 9-5, and what we just witnessed in this last hardpoint, 250 to 64. Absolute destruction coming in from the guys of FC.
So, what a roller coaster of a series we just had, guys, right? That hardpoint, it might look a little bit closer than what we saw in this retaliation hardpoint,
it was
but
not at all.
Throwback hardpoint was a complete, like, one-sided affair, and eUnited just got kind of sloppy towards the end and gave them some free time, right? They got a lot of Barnhill time, whatever. But it was very one-sided from the get-go. We get into the search and destroy. Epsilon stomps eUnited with very little of a response throughout that game. Then the uplink, super close until the closing moments, and we saw Vortex throughout that entire map destroying eUnited, but still resulted in a competitive match.
Absolutely, yeah.
Now we get into the hardpoint, and Epsilon just crushes them. Just ends the series by blowing them out.
Yeah, and just some stats. I mean, 27-11 for Dave. Vortex goes 16-8, along with 2 minutes and 10 seconds inside of the hill. I mean, Epsilon just completely. I mean, what we thought was going to be a potential map 5, like eUnited, maybe they can do it. Of course, like coming into that, we're like, this is such a hard map to call. And Epsilon's like, nope, not at all. Dave's like, nah, I'm closing this one out. That first hard point was pretty much a fluke, and he made it seem like it, man. That was just such an impressive map for Epsilon. And I think at Anaheim, we've definitely seen some outliers, some guys who've definitely kind of risen to the occasion. And Dave is making his case for being not just one of the best players in Europe, but one of the best players in the world right now.
That's a bold statement to make about Dave. He's definitely been getting there over the past month or so. His performance,
he's making his case. I'm not saying he is, but he's definitely making a case to kind of maybe even add him into that conversation at
He's
times.
building that story just a little bit here. Dave is definitely contributing quite a bit to Epsilon.
Absolutely. Well, guys, I believe we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we return, I believe our final match from day number 2 at CWL Anaheim. We'll be right back.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the last match here at MLG Anaheim for this day 2. It's going to be me and Landon bringing you guys the action. It's going to be the last stream here on Bravo until tomorrow. But we do have a great game coming for you guys. It is going to be Enigma 6 taking on Evil Geniuses.
Indeed, it should be a very, very interesting match. Of course, we'll get ready to take a look at the maps for what should be a very, very interesting best of 5, as this should be a very interesting match. I mean, kind of coming between both of these squads. Evil Geniuses making a roster change just now, getting the likes of Parasite, of course, in place of Study, and also Enigma 6 getting the likes of Royalty in place of, obviously, Ruiz as well. So this is kind of a new teams for either side, and of course, both these teams have had a very successful run so far here at Anaheim. Evil Geniuses finishing second in their Pool C, and as well as Enigma 6 actually finishing first in Pool A.
Yeah, but on your guys' screen right now, you're going to see the maps for this best of 5. Map number 1, that is going to be Throwback in the game mode. As always, is going to be Hardpoint. Second map is going to be Retaliation. That is going to be a Search and Destroy. And then map number 3 is going to be Frost, the game mode being Uplink. And if we have to go to distance for game 4 and 5, it'll be Retaliation, Hardpoint, then a Breakout, Search and Destroy.
Should be a very interesting setup for at least the first map as we get ready to load into that one. Throwback, Hardpoint. And when it comes down to Throwback, Hardpoint, there are a few different hardpoints that we definitely need to be taking a look at. One of them being Baseball Field, the other one going to be inside of Barn. When it comes down to those particular hills, expect to see a lot of close-range gameplay with things like E-Reds as well as K-Bars. One player that I'm definitely going to be looking at least from the side of Enigma 6, is going to be Royalty. The man has definitely gone off this tournament. Heard about him going on a 19 streak a little bit earlier on today, which is absolutely incredible. Would love to see a VOD of that, if that's actually going to be available. But still, it should be a very interesting match. And that E-Red from Royalty, as well as that K-Bar, is definitely one to be watching out for, as EG and the side of Enigma 6 get ready to kick off right now.
And to keep in mind as well, the team that does lose this will be put down into that loser's bracket as well. We are finally in bracket play here, and these are the 2 teams that made it through. But our eyes are going to be on the new ones, Parasite and Royalty, for both sides. So we're going to keep an eye on them to see how this one does progress. But the first initial seconds of this game are going over towards the boys on Evil Geniuses.
Indeed they are. And Enigma 6 is, of course, getting ready to take that hill right back, and they need to be aware of those spawns. They're getting ready to be affected toward that back fruit side, over toward that barn area, and Proto being aware of such. Currently with that E-Rad in hand, making his way through the flank. So does Evil Geniuses realize that one player has made it behind enemy lines? It looks like they just do now, and Proto gonna make Nagafan pay for that one. Royalty as well. The double E-Rads coming into play as Havoc, the last player alive. Thankfully, they're gonna hold on to those spawns in some cases, but Havoc getting ready to be in a pretty big gun engagement. Coming from field, might not actually be able to win this gunfight. I don't know how that one went on for so long, but Nameless is going to be able to stop that player from making any more advancement.
Yep, and the Enigma 6 push looks like it's ready to go. It's going to be Proto sitting in front Barn, but now he has Cade right by his side to push Nameless here inside of Barn, and just like that, they're going to get the break. But Havoc is the lone player left inside for Evil Geniuses. Shaky shots coming in from him, and Proto is going to be able to clean that one up. So we see a nice clean sweep from the side of Enigma 6, forcing Evil Geniuses players to spawn out. Now, it looks like they're trying to go for a pinch here. Players 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 are trying to attack from both sides, but an excellent hold so far coming from Enigma 6.
Indeed, what we've seen in these last 2 hills when Enigma 6 is retaken is just them watching both of their cross angles. The E-Rad players for E6, both Royalty as well as Proto, doing a fantastic job at making sure to watch each other's back and kind of picking up kills in quick succession. That's exactly what E6 has done in the last few hard points. That's kind of guaranteed them the slim lead that they're actually about to lose right now. EG officially taking the lead, coming from that rotation from Barn. We focus our attention now toward that lower bike street. It seems it is going to be the side of Enigma 6, who's here early. Proto, the guy who's going to be in the objective quite a bit, already grabbing some early seconds.
Definitely slaying pretty much even between everybody thus far. The score right neck and neck, 44-42. Contention is going to be going down. Havoc is inside of the hill for Evil Genius. He's going to be able to pick up a 2-piece right there. That earns him the Scarab, and now it's just 300 off of that Trinity Rock. He's joined inside of the hill by Nameless. The Scarab does come out, and Havoc finds himself one more. So now both him and Nameless currently on a 4-kill streak, and Nameless is continuing his tear, currently sitting at 5.
Nameless over time, and especially throughout Infinite Warfare, has definitely stepped up his game. Coming from Black Ops 3, was kind of looked as a weak link on a number of different rosters, one of those being actually Complexity, until he made his advancement over to Luminosity Gaming. That, of course, ended up ending toward the beginning of Infinite Warfare, but he has proven himself to be a top player in this game and a great vocal leader as well. Nameless has been playing competitively Call of Duty since around Call of Duty 2, so this guy definitely has a number of different matches, a lot of experience under his belt, and definitely is a great leader for this kind of, in some cases, younger EG squad, along with Parasite, who's been playing for quite a bit of time as well. Recently adding him to the team, these guys have been kind of teaming together for quite a while now, and it's kind of a nice mixture between young guns in some cases as well as veterans.
It definitely is Parasite, that lead shot caller now for Evil Geniuses. They got rid of Study because that's the one thing that they needed. And with Parasite, that's what you get. You get the confidence and you get the vocal leadership. That is exactly why they brought him in. And Evil Genius is starting to look very good in this one. They have Parasite set up, a classic Parasite from Black Ops 2 in that anchoring position here in the back concession stand. See if Parasite's going to be able to find another. He spots Royalty, gets him tagged up just a little bit, but now the bait and switch is coming in from the side of Evil Genius. That is going to be General working alongside Royalty. Can they take him out? Royalty is still up inside of Bowling, and he picks up the nice QBs to get the break there, but still, you see Nagafin. He's the player inside of the hill, still holding strong.
Nagafin holding true right now. Evil Genius is trying to set up for as long as possible, trying to hold and set up camp. And Havoc has just realized that Proto has completely destroyed his entire team. But can Havoc respond is the question. Big 1v1 engagement going down. That's going to be Cade who wins that, guaranteeing his team the last few scrap seconds of the first set of rotations. As we're going to focus our attention back toward train platform, it's going to be a little bit of a lead right now for the side of Evil Geniuses. Parasite with that MV4 holding over toward that Bike Street side. Royalty for the side of E6 making advance through the middle map. He will drop pretty quick, and Evil Genius is doing a pretty good job up to this point. You see some outliers after that first side. Havoc 16-9, Nameless 15-8, and both Nagafin and Parasite sitting around that even point mark.
Yeah, Havoc got off to a very slow start here in this Hardpoint as well, but now he has completely picked it up, and he is on a tear. That is something that we have to keep in mind. This when Havoc has those abilities to go off, and when he has those games where he shines, that is where Evil Geniuses are going to be at their best. But it also helps out when you have your main MV4 playing Parasite and Nameless both going off as well. So there's great all-around team performance. You see the score just continuing to rise for the side of Evil Geniuses, currently sitting at 134 and counting, and it's just going to be at slow 60 for Enigma 6.
And E6 trying to make this push, actually coming in from field. The pinch tries to come in for EG, but it doesn't actually work out for them. Player number 8 and player number 7, Proto, now the last alive from this push as his teammate falls, and EG hold on strong, at least for the time being. General, all the boys from E6 making 1v1 engagements, but it's not really working out for them. Royalty just trying to make somewhat of an impact into this EG push, and it looks like that is going to end up for the time. But since Royalty was at least able to find a few, that saves his team at least somewhat of a push. But Nameless is here, and he's going to clean that one up. A beautiful play here from the side of Evil Geniuses as constantly E6 have tried to force their way in, but EG have been there for the response every single time as they're now getting closer to being up by over 100 seconds.
You're not really seeing too many team pushes right now from Enigma 6, and that is what's scary. That's why Evil Genius has been able to hold Barnes so great. We talk about General, he's at his best when he's outside slaying and getting right up in the enemy face. This is how you know he's not doing the greatest right now, or how he just, that confidence level seems to dip a little bit. He's not up in the enemy face. He's not slaying outside that base. It seems like he's getting frustrated. He's the lone man going straight into the base. Now he's pulling at the MV4 in this hill, so let's see if he's going to be able to turn it around. He was able to find one, but quickly he's going to be cleaned up by Nameless, and Nameless is starting to work his way towards that Trinity rocket. Does have that active camo ready to go as well.
A nice 5-3 for Nameless. Unfortunately, that one will end just after that. But as we make our rotation here toward Bike Path, E6 getting some contested time as that one will finally end. But here come a few of the score streaks. See if those make a little bit of an impact. They're coming in from Nameless. I'll finally shut down one. Parasite with a combination of the other two. And now it's going to be EG gaining more and more time. E6 constantly have been on the back foot throughout this entire match, and Nameless is continuing to light things up. Finds 3 as he's now going to be on a 4 streak. 27-10 for Nameless as he's going to advance his positioning right now, trying to catch the side of E6 off of this next hard point. He's already thinking of future plays, realizes that his team fouls just to his left, and he's going to rock the active camo to consider what would be the next hard point as he's going to continue to go off. Nameless on a 6 spree, 29-10, absolutely going off for his team right now as they have just passed that 200-point mark.
Nameless is living up to his PSN tag, which falls under Name Zeus, the god right now on a 7-kill streak as it continues to rise. 30-10 for Nameless. The Trinity Rocket is going to come into play as well. He's just going to hover this one, force those Enigma 6 players to go inside of Bowling, and this is all Enigma 6. 8-kill streak, looking to make it 9. He gets that, actually gets a team kill there, but gets the assist as well. Just staying alive inside of the hill. His name is, he finds another one, make that 9-kill streak. Has the bombardment ready as well. Nameless is going off. Who can stop this man?
Nameless is absolutely going on a tear. Of course, you see the podcaster saying 7. I believe a few of the assists as well, kind of leading toward that. But either way, Nameless is absolutely exploding. Thank you, General, for finally shutting that one down. My voice was starting to get lost, but either way, EG have come to play in this first hardpoint. I hate to say a game's over before it even starts, but at this point, EG looking so incredibly strong in this first hardpoint. Looking to a 100-point club, the side of E6. That's all been to the great plays of guys like Nameless roaming throughout the map. Thankfully, General is starting to heat up a little bit at times, but like we said, he has really slowed down. Still sitting at -10, was actually double negative at the middle of this game, and at this point, it's too little too late. You're not going to get enough slang done to bring this one back all the way, but EG, this is just absolute stellar play from these guys. And like we said, major highlight to Nameless, 33-10. Plus, he's got over 2 minutes of hill time.
He's just doing everything right now for the side of Enigma 6, but he has a great supporting cast around him. Havoc, Parasite, and Nagafin all holding their own in the slaying department as well. Now just 10 seconds away from taping Mach 1 from Enigma 6. And something that's weird, I have never seen General bring out the MV4 before. He's usually strictly K-Bar, but he's been rocking the MV4 a majority of this map, and you can see in the stat line how much it's hurting him. 20 and 31 is General.
Indeed, as he's going to try to set up here for Barn. We'll see, obviously, that plays out. This is going to need to be a miracle in some cases, kind of like a marathon in some ways for the side of E6. They're going to have to hold true. Only 10 more seconds needed for the side of EG. Here comes the team push. Nameless ends up dropping. Likes of Parasite and Havoc both have their payloads. Havoc actually rocking his at this current time. Nagafin coming from the back, and it looks like the kills are going to be in their way. Proto rocks the active camera to try and at least contest for as long as possible. He will drop. Nameless is now back in the fight. Royalty trying to make some pushes here toward field, but he has to get in here as soon as possible. Can he reach it in time is the question. Yes, he will, and he will win that gunfight versus Havoc. So they are going to stay alive for just a little bit longer, but there are only 2 more seconds left needed for EG to close this one out.
You have Nameless sitting in front of Red Silo right now. He's getting ready to make that push. They're just fighting for all this little time. They just need 2 seconds to win this one. Nameless is going to be able to get the entry frag there on Royalty as Nagafin joins him in the fight, but Proto and Cade are going to be able to shut that one down, but the rotations are going to be coming in through, and they have to make sure they can't leave the scrap time, because look, player number 4 was getting ready to just hop in the hard point right there. The final 2 seconds, this might put him over, but now they literally probably just need 0.5 seconds to take this one. The reactive armor is going to come in. The hill currently being contested. Royalty doing everything he can to try to stay alive. And just like that, Enigma 6 takes map number 1 off of... No, Evil Geniuses takes map number 1 off of Enigma 6.
And in quotations there next to EG, you've got to put Nameless. The man absolutely had an incredible performance throughout this map number 1. Unreal stuff there from him. Did stuff in the objective as well in the slaying category, but still, off the start of that hard point, I mean, it was all EG. We had some good moments from E6 coming at different moments, but still, massive credit to the guys on EG. They made that hard point look pretty dominant.
I make myself get a little lightheaded there. That's why I said the wrong team.
No worries,
all that yelling that you have to do takes a
They
toll
both start
on the
with
mind.
an E.
They both do. But anyway, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket here, and we'll give you guys the quick rundown of how everything has gone so far. So what you're going to be seeing right now is Enigma 6 going up against Evil Geniuses. Obviously, the map, the series that we're casting here, Evil Genius is going to be up 1-0. Optic Gaming Luminosity, that's going on the main stage over on the Alpha stream there. This should be a good one. A great rematch as well. And then Bittersweet versus Splyce. You saw that. A quick 3-0.
Yeah, it was a pretty fast matchup to say the least. And I actually ended up finishing off casting that last match between Epsilon and eUnited, which ended up going at Epsilon's way. Won a pretty close series in that case with having players like Dave going off. I feel like in every match that I've casted, we've started to see players throughout Anaheim start to really make a major impact in a lot of their maps. And I feel like for Epsilon, it's been Dave. And honestly, for EG right now, it seems that that's going to be Nameless. So with that in mind, definitely have some highlight players to be looking out for. But of course, we do talk about this match, how it is going to advance. And the winner of this game actually is going to play up against the winner of Optic Gaming and Luminosity. And I was just told by our producer that Optic Gaming actually took map number 1.
Luminosity took map number 1.
Okay, I was lied to. I apologize. Come on now.
Luminosity took map number 1 in that one, and we know that taking any map from Optic Gaming is a hard task as well. But I mean, you're looking at Enigma 6 and Evil Geniuses. You're kind of worried because you know if you win this game, you're going to either be playing Optic Gaming or Luminosity, and that's a little bit scary.
It is indeed. So as we get ready to focus our attention now toward this next search and destroy, that's actually going to be on retaliation. And you have to kind of get a little bit of an idea as to what the strategy should be when it comes down to the guys from Enigma 6. Now, some guys to be looking out for when it comes down to the search and destroy, I feel like for the guys on E6 is going to be guys like Proto when it comes down to the offensive plays, especially with being the bomb carrier when it comes into this team. Also need to see some strong performances from General, I feel like, as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, General needs to step it up in that Hardpoint. Like we said, Enigma 6 is running and gunning every single time General starts to get that confidence going. But let's go ahead and take a look at that box score from that Hardpoint and just get a quick recap going on here. You're going to see the times from both of the teams here, and the one thing that always sticks out to us is that Barn Hill and Enigma's Evil Geniuses. I keep getting them mixed up for some reason. It's like the new Elevate meme for me. 81 for Barn for Evil Geniuses on that one, which is something that's just a big highlight as well. Enigma 6 was able to get some pretty good time, but we look at the key players. Name Zeus, 36 kills, 1.89 KD with 122 seconds of hill time as well. Then you look at Proto from the side of Enigma 6, 29 kills, and Eva 1.0 KD with 71 seconds on the hill. But Nameless was absolutely doing everything, but also Havoc stepped it up big in the slaying department as well.
Oh, for sure. And of course, we also take a look at that baseball field as well when it comes down to that part point. In my opinion, that's kind of acted as if a second money hill when it comes down to throwback. You can obviously see the major slaying differential. I mean, every hard point, obviously, EG had the advantage, but in that one specifically, 65 to 12, it obviously does play factor. So, also one thing that I want to talk about coming into this next match is that, at least in the past, EG has not been a very talented slaying team when it comes into hard point. Search and Destroy has been their bread and butter. We know what Havoc, we know what Nagavan can do, we know what Parasite has done in the past when it comes into Search and Destroy. I'm not exactly thrilled if I'm E6 when it comes to this next Search and Destroy. This isn't like a game mode where it's like, okay, now we can kind of relax a little bit. This is our game mode to take. This is most likely EG's best game mode, at least in the past.
Yeah, it definitely is. And you take a look at the map, it is going to be retaliation. It's not going to be one of those maps where playing super aggressive like the style that Enigma 6 knows and loves. It's not going to really work out from this one. Kind of forces you to slow up your strategy just a little bit. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. But like you said, Evil Geniuses 100% has the advantage in Search and Destroy. And you highlight the key players. Havoc, the guy who's always grinding singles tournaments at home, as well as Nagavan with all the S&D terms. But all these guys are very well experienced Search and Destroy players. But map number 2 is underway here. We're going to be starting this one off with a bomb carrier for Evil Geniuses. That is going to be Parasite.
Indeed it will, making a little bit of an offside hit. This is not normally going to be a regular strategy that you see happen, especially when it comes down to North American teams, with EG trying to obviously put that one to the wayside. Parasite receiving some shots. Nice overall reaction to that play happening. Both Parasite and Nameless receiving some shots and backing up and looking to try and re-engage yet again. General holding that car chest high cover and staying up for the time.
And now you're going to see the rotations coming in from Evil Geniuses. It's going to be Havoc leading the way, while Parasite is just falling right behind. No first blood has been drawn yet. But you see the read coming from Evil Geniuses going down straight in that hotel hallway. It's going to be Havoc, I believe, actually Nagavan, positioned inside with that sniper. We know what he's capable of when that's in his hand. But look, Parasite slipped right behind all the Enigma 6 players here. Let's see if he's going to be able to get this bomb down. Should be able to, but first blood goes in favor of Enigma 6.
I like this play from EG. I want to break it down. Of course, once this round does conclude, player number 8, that's going to be Cade, entering into a potential gunfight shortly. Actually just get some cases, whether you want to call it good or bad timing in that case, but either way is able to stay alive for the time being. Not a whole lot of time left on that bomb. Wouldn't be a bad idea to maybe even hop on that one, but when Nagavan's in the back with a sniper rifle, it's not going to be an easy task by any means. Player getting all up close and aggressive in his face. Proto finds 2. Player last alive is going to be Nameless. 1 versus 3. Shuts down the bomb planter, or excuse me, the bomb diffuser, and tries to find another one, but it's not going to be there. We're going to see Cade escape with that defuse, but in some cases, that was a beautifully played offensive round from the side of Evil Geniuses. They make an A hit. Parasite starts to receive some shots. They start to obviously make the rotation back toward B. Royalty spots inside a bedroom, says, you know what, we're not going to actually allow you guys to know exactly what we're doing. We're going to rotate all the way back toward A yet again. And of course, that was just obviously a great play when it comes to offense for EG, but an even better defense when it came down to the side of E6.
It was a bit of an odd round as well. Rarely do you see teams like, okay, let's wrap to B. Oh, wait, no, let's backtrack to A. But the timing worked out in Parasite's favor. He was able to get that bomb down. Nagavan is going to go ahead and decide to put away that sniper. We're going to go on board with the offensive team. This one is going to be Enigma 6. Top on board with Proto. Off to a hot start in this one after one round, going 2-0. Let's see if he can continue this play as his teammates are pushing over towards Bridge here. So one player's hitting the wall to try to spot check, and now that bomb is going down. And Royalty draws first blood, and then General follows up with the kill of his own.
And you see with that advancement of his team, they realize they have complete control, so they're actually going to plant for the opposite side to try and make their way here for a time over toward Cathedral, but that's quickly foiled, and then just like that, they're going to be cleaned up quick. Nice shots coming at range from that MV4. E6 making light of these first 2 rounds. You see Proto can do damage, but not just the K-bar, but the MV4 as well. Kills being cleaned up. And Proto, the main objective man for this squad, also getting involved when it comes down to the kills.
Now up 2-0 is Enigma 6. Let's look at Proto. He does have that Scarab ready to go. We know important streaks are going to be on a map like Retaliation, whether it's for respawn or search and destroy as well. So he's 200 off that Trinity Rockets. 2 kills will acquire that. So let's see here. Namus is pushing inside of Hotel. Kills immediately going to be traded. K takes out Parasite. So now a 3 versus 3 situation. Nameless spots one down low. It's going to be General, but the bait and switch does come in. And Proto's going to continue his streak. He finds another and turns on Nagafin as well. Now Havoc is going to be left alive in a 1 versus 2. He's able to find one. Now it's a 1v1 versus Proto.
Havoc versus Proto. 1 versus 1. A much needed round if you are Evil Geniuses. Proto advancing toward the back, of course, does have some streaks to use if he wants to. Havoc hanging over toward that catwalk side. Of course, we do talk about Havoc when it comes down to search and destroy tournaments. I feel like every time his stream's on, he's at least playing something. When it comes into search and destroy, that is his specialty. So with that, he's actually going to advance right behind Proto player, just around the corner. Needs to find the shot, and just like that, great intuition there from Havoc. And that's now going to be a much-needed round on the board for the side of Evil Geniuses, as they're now going to only be down by 1 round. However, E6 still advancing 2-1.
Yes, perfect play call there by Havoc, too, to not jump up towards that bridge. Decide to utilize the underpass and come up all the way around. That could be coming in from the 1v1 tournaments that he does play, the experience of where players kind of sit on a map like this one as well. But who knows? Just all around great play call from Havoc. And now they get their first round on the board as well. So let's see how Enigma 6 does bounce back. They have the Trinity Rocket, they have the Scarab ready to go, and it's so close to that active armor as well.
Curious, does Nagafin actually have the sniper rifle out right now? No, he does not. So he actually has the K-bar. So, well, in this case, he's going to have to call it to his teammates. It's going to be very difficult to win a gunfight at this range. But speaking of gunfights, Nameless has already found one. That's Cade dropped early. And E6 making an offside hit. They've currently got 1 player down when they're on offense. This is not looking good, at least from the outside perspective. We'll see how they try to advance. Nameless sitting on plat, taking some shots from afar as EG looks to try and rush forward here.
General and crew are going to be pushing over towards Scaff. It's going to be Proto going up all the way towards Plat there. A site is completely wide open. You see the 4 arrows from Evil Genius starting to wrap all the way around.
And E6 shouldn't actually notice this. Royalty was actually in a spot, and now Proto actually might realize, because he actually hears the players coming from afar, so Royalty was actually in a spot where he could have saw those players coming, but actually gets some unfortunate timing, and so he's not actually able to call out the flank that was coming from EG, so now it's going to be a 1 versus 4. Not looking good for Royalty.
It definitely isn't. 20 seconds to work with. That bomb is going to be down on Plat, but now they get the call of where he is going to be. So look for the Evil Geniuses players to collapse up on top. And just like that, Evil Geniuses are going to get their second round on the board. And now they tie up this search and destroy match with Enigma 6.
And Nameless is currently sitting at 6-3 right now, continuing to go off when it comes down to at least these first 2 maps in this series. But like we said, Royalty just getting some unfortunate timing, and due to that, he was actually the guy watching the flank. It's kind of unfortunate as well because all 4 players from EG were able to kind of escape around, and due to Royalty not seeing those players, he couldn't call out the flank was coming in, and EG made quick work of the side of Enigma 6. So with that, EG responding in back-to-back rounds. How do they play this offensive one? This time, bomb in the hands of Nameless, but actually a team kill comes in. Havoc says, actually, I want that bomb out. Probably didn't actually say that, but you know, whatever.
Unfortunate team kill coming in there for the side of Evil Geniuses. Now Havoc is going to be left alive with Nagafin as soon as Proto takes out Parasite. They're able to get 1 kill there, but still need 1 more to even up the man count. Havoc sitting inside of Bike Shop right now as Nagafin is pushed all the way over towards Market. Look for Nagafin to try to come in on the flank here through Bedroom. It's going to be 1 player who's getting a nice read on that. I'm wondering if Royalty spotted him on the cross. I don't believe he did. So Nagafin can completely open up the search and destroy round, and just like that, he takes out Royalty, and now that evens up the man count. You have General and Cade going up against Havoc and Nagafin.
Another moment where Royalty doesn't actually spot a player happening, and this time it actually ends in his own demise. Havoc finding General 2 versus 2 that can now work out in their favor, and just like that, 3 rounds in a row, EG have won, and in the last 2, it's been Royalty who hasn't been able to spot the offensive players actually coming at him. And with that, the 2 versus 2, great engagement coming in there from Nagafin in the end, as he will be in the round-ending kill cam there. So as we get ready to reset, question is, how does E6 start to respond now, as they're now going to be on the offensive? Proto, the only player with his payload, but probably one of the most important payloads to rock. He also has some streaks. We'll see if he can maybe be a little bit of a difference maker, as he's been absolutely stellar so far. Currently leading the lobby at 7 kills.
Yeah, they're going straight a 4-man rush directly up that hotel hallway, and Royalty is going to draw the first blood there on Parasite. Nagafin gets a kill of his own with the AMC in hand, so now it's a 3 versus 3. I believe Proto did spot one jumping off a scaff. So going to be 2 of them. You can see through the X-ray where the players are jumping at. Nameless is going to pick up a nice 2-piece there. And finally, he is going to be taken out there by Proto. Now some decision-making to do, but he's not going to be able to react in time. You see through X-ray, the 2 players from Evil Genius ready to collapse on top of them. But now Evil Geniuses lead this one 4-2.
It's almost like the communication from the side of E6 is just not existent. I mean, they make a great rush actually through middle. They're actually able to flank all the way around through bedroom. They actually catch a player off guard. But once they do that, Nameless ends up finding a few, and then they just kind of break down the play from there. Proto's the last alive, and I don't know. Plays from E6 are just not making sense at this point. They've got to get things going quick, or they're going to be down 2-0 versus an Evil Geniuses team who has no issue with closing out games. They've been a very consistent team throughout most of the year. Not a team that you can by any means sleep on. So with that, 4 rounds to 2, EG do lead. Nagafin watching over that bomb planter with that longbow in hand, actually receiving some shots from the side as General will find him for the first blood.
And he does take out Nagafin, so now it's a 4 versus 3. That bomb is down, so time is working against Enigma 6. 30 seconds left to try to make something happen here. General's going to find one more. Parasite's going to be able to find a kill of his own, but now he's going to be left alone. He takes out Proto as well. One more play coming from behind, trying to challenge Royalty. He's not going to be able to pick up that kill there, and this bomb defuse is going to be going to General. That's going to put him 150 off of getting that scarab, but just a great all-around play there, and it all started with that first blood there that General got on Nagafin.
Yeah, much needed first blood and a great play there from General to kind of make the plays happen for his squad. Of course, we do talk about him being the captain of this lineup and kind of taking matters into his own hands. So a much needed round as far as momentum is considered for the side of Enigma 6. Nagafin, as we load in here toward round number 8, is going to then switch off of that sniper rifle over to a K-bar. Question being, where does E6 try and hit? As Nagafin's going to actually get a spot Royalty toward the backside of that bridge, but is he going to take the bait is the question, but E6 playing pretty passively, trying to find that first blood before they make an immediate site choice.
Rightfully so. The streaks are going to come into play
Oh,
now.
Havoc.
That's going to be Havoc getting a nice 2-piece there with that Trinity rocket. Now 2 players are going to be up. That's going to be General and Cade. Teammates who have been together for quite some time. Cade is going to be able to draw the first kill there, so now lowering the man count down to 3 for the side of Evil Geniuses. There's one more to spot. He gets Nagafin down to 1 shot. The bait and switch trying to come in for Evil Geniuses, but it's not going to work out there. But Nagafin is going to be able to have the last word and take him out. But now Evil Genius is just 1 round away from going up 2-0.
That was such a great play from the side of Evil Genius. Is the reason why Nagafin switches actually off of that sniper rifle to a K-bar. So he actually realizes that Havoc has the streak, so he calls it to Royalty. Hey, they're playing pretty passively. Do you guys see him over at A? We don't see him over at A either, so let's call in the streaks. Let's make him pay for playing so passively. And that's exactly what happens. Evil Genius is now going to be on map point when it comes down to this search and destroy. Currently up 5 rounds to 3. You only need 6 to win, and EG look to try and do that now, as actually Nameless has left the game, so it looks like potentially some technical difficulties here. So we'll see how this obviously plays out. We can kind of obviously talk about the game a little bit, as Nagafin's currently left in a 1 versus 3, and we'll see if he actually jumps off the map. So Host ends up ending the game, so we'll see how that obviously plays out. We'll get word as to the ruling when it comes down to that. Okay, let's go and talk about this a little bit, Dirk. So as far as how the search and destroy has gone up to this point, we've obviously seen the hot start that EG has gotten off to, at least as of yet. The streaks come in till the end of that round. We'll get word, of course, to see if something was affected prior to that. But EG has come out to play, man. Nameless was absolutely going off, of course, before he ended up leaving the game, but was playing very, very well. And I'm just not sure at this point if E6 can make a rebound to even bring this one back.
See, that's one of the biggest things when a game does end like that. It's 5-3 in favor of Evil Geniuses. They had the momentum going in full swing. But now everybody's going to be at the same level, right? The break is going to be there. So this is the time where Enigma 6 can try to make that comeback. Now, that is if we start the game at 5-3. I mean, which it would make sense if the player did drop out at around that time as well. So Evil Geniuses would just need 1 round. But we're going to make sure we get that official ruling to you guys to see what the situation is going to be. We said just some technical difficulties going on there with Nameless. But so far, they have been looking stellar in the search and destroy.
And of course, we get word if we need to take a commercial break or see what's kind of been going on with the overall issues regarding that matchup. But still, we can kind of talk about what kind of is to expect when it comes into future rounds, when it comes into the search and destroy. And honestly, while I do talk about it and say E6 has been down, the thing that I like about E6 so much, and I've talked about, I think, throughout some of the matches that we've even personally casted over them so far, is that no matter the deficit, E6 still plays the way that they do, and they don't really care what the deficit is. They could be down 0-2, and in the uplink, I think they're still going to fire back, but still, their search and destroy is still not out of their midst just yet. We'll obviously see how that does play out, but I'm still not going to count on E6. It's just EG is looking to be on fire, and I feel like we have to put in quotations nameless. He has been going off throughout these first 2 maps.
Yeah, I mean, he's the reason that they're winning. I mean, he was the reason that they were winning in the hardpoint, and now he's translating that into the search and destroy as well. And it's looking so damn good, if we want to quote the little Dr. Disrespect there. But he's just been absolutely...
Shout to the doc, baby.
He's been going off right there throughout the entire game. It sucks that it had to come to a halt like that, but it wasn't his fault. It just was a technical issue that did happen as well. But for some reason, I just don't picture Nameless slowing down. I feel like, if anything, he's going to get a little more mad at the technical issue, and it's going to make him fire back. I mean, that's the sort of guy he is. Once he gets mad or once he starts losing, he gets this weird rush of confidence going through his body. I don't know why. It's just Nameless things. He gets mad, and all of a sudden, let's go. Let's get more hype than ever. I'm pissed. I'm going to punch my screen.
Oh, my.
Something like that.
I think I need to, like, hop off the screen. I think you do this one to yourself right now. I don't know.
That's typical Nameless right there.
No,
So that's how he's going to be with that. He's going to want to bounce back. I mean, that's how his teammates kind of are, too. You look at Nagafin, you look at Havoc at sometimes being a little quiet here and there, but once they get into game mode, those guys, they say some stuff.
Yeah, and we also talk about search and destroy. I mean, this is EG's game mode, man. I mean, this is a game mode where they absolutely thrive. So, not that I wasn't expecting to see a strong performance from the side of Evil Geniuses, but I just thought that maybe we would see a little bit of a stronger performance coming out from the side of Enigma 6. Like we said, we still haven't heard word as to what exactly the technical issue was as of yet. We'll obviously see what exactly the issue was, trying to get solved as soon as possible. But let's say that EG was able to take this map, right? Let's just say it's typically this position that they're in right now. I believe they're up around 4-3, 5-3. They should be able to take this one most likely, right? So with that, coming into the next uplink, do you realistically think that we could see, E6 start to make a little bit of a comeback?
I think, if anything, the map that they will be able to take is that uplink. I think just from going back and watching Evil Geniuses stream, Frost uplink has been something that they haven't really been able to figure out. In a sense, that just from watching that, I mean, a lot of people, like we said, have started to go to that 4 ERAD meta. You look at the side of Evil Geniuses, you have maybe 2 players who are really comfortable with that ERAD. Parasite can pull it out here and there as well. But you look at the aggressiveness on Enigma 6, where I think Frost really favors those players who are right up in your face. Right. So I feel like that's the advantage that Enigma 6 has in that one. But now talking about going into that next hardpoint, if we get the same performance that we saw from Nameless in that first one, it should be series over. So I do feel like Enigma 6, we don't even know if they're going to lose the search and destroy. We did get the ruling. It is going to be set at 5-3. So Enigma, Evil Genius is just going to, it's the ease, man. I sit there, they just mess with my mind. Yeah. But they're just going to need one more round to take that search and destroy, and that would make them go up 2-0 in this series. And it'd come down to that uplink. But it's going to be interesting to call. But I mean, we just need to get past the search and destroy first.
Yeah, and I think when we kind of talk about comebacks, which is exactly what E6 is going to have to do, we also have to talk about the influence of royalty makes. So we talked about it at different times during the match where Nagafin had a potential sniper rifle play where he was going to try to find the first blood, watching him for his bomb planter and whatnot, and he was able to kind of make plays happen. So I'm curious to see, as the map does kind of continue on, as far as comebacks are for E6, not just in the search and destroy, but as far as future maps, if E6 can start to maybe over time make things happen, I feel like that's also going to be due to the facts of the play calling as well as the overall slang coming in from General. We also talked about him not really being much of a factor in that game, number one. I think that was a major reason as to why we didn't see E6 really show up.
Yeah, definitely. You guys are going to another look at the winners bracket that just now started. You're going to see Optic Gaming and Luminosity, the game going on main stage, tied up 1-1. Then the current match that we are casting, Enigma 6 and Evil Geniuses. Currently, the 1-0 series lead is going to Evil Geniuses, but if they just win one more round in this search and destroy, they will be up 2-0. And you look at the lower half of the winners bracket, you see Bittersweet and Splyce. That is already done and over with, a quick 3-0 sweep for them. And now Epsilon beat eUnited as well 3-1. So we have a battle of the EU, arguably the top, obviously Splyce the top EU team, but Epsilon that close second. People try to argue, whoever it is, but the top 2 EU teams are going to be going head-to-head in winners bracket.
Should definitely be a very interesting match set for tomorrow. Of course, finishing up our final 2 for today, Optic Gaming and Luminosity on Alpha, and we've got EG going up against Enigma 6 here on Bravo. Keep in mind, guys, it is currently set at 5-3 in advantage of Evil Geniuses. So one more round needed for EG to close this one out. We'll see how things do start off here, Dirk.
Parasite's going to be in this hotel bar. He's going to be with two of his teammates, I apologize, there as well. Havoc and Nameless. Pushing on to the B site is them. Proto is going to be the only player to try to contest from Market. He's going to get the spot check on 3 Evil Geniuses players. One getting very, very aggressive. That is going to be Nagafin. Trying to play back just a little bit. He is going to spot Proto once more, but now in a sticky situation, the Flechette should clear him up, but no, they're not going to. Regen just enough health in time to make sure he did not die there from those Flechettes, but you see the play starting to unfold. Enigma 6 coming around there on the flank as well, trying to get into that pinch, but you see the overextension coming in from Nagafin and Parasite.
Yeah, Parasite needing to reload, kind of holding this back area. Looks like Havoc finding a kill. General spawning with 1 as well. Kills can start continuing to happen as it looks like one more player dropping from Enigma 6. Royalty and General, the last 2 alive, trying to keep this push alive here in this search and destroy. Push coming in. Royalty advances forward, but he also drops on General, the last alive. Royalty forcing his way on 3 players. The pinch doesn't go through, and just like that, that's going to be Enigma 6 who ends up losing this matchup, as it looked like it was a potential one that they could win. But EG comes out, Nagafin, and your round-ending kill cam will solidify this game, as this one will end 6 rounds to 3.
Yeah, Evil Genius has got off to a slow start in that search and destroy. Obviously, the technical issue that we just had restarted, like, what phased them a little bit. That was an excellent drawn-up play there. You saw the aggressiveness from Nagafin. Somehow was able to stay alive as Proto was just laying down shots and throwing flechettes at him as well. But it was an excellent play call to push all the way through Market. They had Havoc, I believe, come through Bedroom as well. And it's just at that point, bait and switch. Like we brought up so many times this weekend, it's just S&D 101. That really is. They're just taking you to school.
They really are, man. EG, they are very talented when it comes down to search and destroy, and they also were when it came down to that first respawn. Question being, I know we've kind of talked about it during a little bit of a break that we ended up having, was how does E6 respond? And also, how does EG kind of continue on their slaying paralysis when it comes down to the respawns? I'm really curious to see how that one kind of plays out.
Is Evil Genius is going to close it out here in the uplink, or is it going to be Enigma 6 trying to pull off the magical reverse sweep? We'll find out that after this quick commercial break. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here live from day 2 of CWL Anaheim 2017, presented by PS4. I'm Dirk, joined alongside Landon. We have map number 3 coming up between Evil Geniuses and Enigma 6. Just one map away is Evil Geniuses from advancing forward to face either Luminosity or Optic Gaming. Not the faces they really want to see in that one, but it should be a great one nonetheless. We're going to be playing Frost. Uplink is going to be the match. But before we do jump into this, we're going to have a great G Fuel key player matchup coming for you guys, and Landon, run us through it.
Yeah, it's going to be obviously Proto from the side of Enigma 6 and Nameless from the side of EG. Now, of course, overall, kiddies to be looking at 1.13 there from Proto as far as Hardpoint, Search and Destroy 0.93, and Uplink 1.00 overall. And the reason why you're going to be taking a look at Proto, having a little bit of issues when it comes down to Search and Destroy and both Uplink as well, is that he's the main objective guy for this team. That's something to be kind of pointing out as this match does go on. These guys are definitely key players for a number of different reasons. Nameless as far as the slaying and then obviously the chemistry and the overall communication that he brings. Proto's a different guy. He kind of brings that objective play when he needs to. You can obviously see how that does shine at times, but obviously from the side of Nameless as well, 0.97 in Hardpoint S&D, he has really shined at a 1.1, and an Uplink as well, a 1.09. So when it comes down to these two players, obviously stars for different reasons and obviously key players for their squads in their own regard. But when it comes down to the Uplink, these two players have obviously had a stellar performance up to this point, but Nameless, got to be looking at him, man. 1.09 when it comes in Uplink so far throughout this weekend. He's been an absolute dawn when it came down to our first two maps, and I fully expect to see the same thing in this third map.
That was a great G Fuel key player matchup. Like we said, it was Proto and Nameless, two players that we're going to have to keep an eye on in this one. Now, jumping straight into the Uplink landing, we have to just wonder, is Nameless going to be able to replicate that Hardpoint performance? That's the biggest thing on my eyes. Also, too, for the side of Enigma 6, is General going to be able to step it up in the slaying department?
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up. And like we said, there were different moments throughout that Hardpoint Search and Destroy where General was starting to have struggles, especially at the beginning of the Hardpoint. I think he was running double negative at times as well. Just really couldn't get things going. In that Search and Destroy, we started to see some, at times, sparks of brilliance where he would kind of by himself make plays happen for his squad. Thing is that you have to have your whole team to take down this squad of Evil Geniuses. You can't do everything by yourself. And I don't know, man. I just don't know if E6 can do it.
It's going to be tough, but if there is a map where they can bounce back, it's going to be Frost Uplink. Like we said, this is one of the maps that caters to those super, super aggressive players like E6 as a team as a whole, but General just highlighting him specifically. But we're going to look at the maps right here, how Evil Geniuses got to this point. Throwback Hardpoint was 250 to 128 in favor of Evil Geniuses, and then Retaliation Search and Destroy was 6-3. And now we head into the Frost Uplink where Evil Geniuses are looking to close it out and send Enigma 6 down to that loser's bracket. But you know, Enigma 6, they're trying to pull off that reverse sweep.
And I'm not going to lie, to be honest with you, I'm really looking at E6 pretty heavily when it comes down to this match. I don't think that they're out of this one by any means. Like I said, if there was ever a team to kind of erase that scoreboard in some cases and not even worry about it and just kind of focus on their overall gameplay, it would be Enigma 6. So if you are an E6 fan, if you're kind of curious about this matchup, don't necessarily be worried about E6. I mean, obviously they are down and they have to win this map to advance themselves in the winner's bracket. But like I said, if there was a team to kind of keep that composure and not even worry about the scoreboard, it would be this roster. Yeah,
it definitely would. It's going to be a great one nonetheless. Like we said, this is the map where we said a couple games ago, where we said it feels like it could be Enigma 6. This is the map that they could take just because, like we said, Frost caters that aggressive play style. Now the question is, what setups are we going to see? We've seen all weekend, we've seen some teams run that ERAD for all 4 players, but we've also seen the K-Bar come into play as well as the ERAD. So that's going to be one of my biggest things. I feel like the team that's going to run those 4 ERADs is going to be the team that's going to come out on top of this. It's going to be, you think in a map like that where it's sort of medium range at some points in it, the only real spot that you're going to get a lot of damage going with that K-Bar is going to be sitting on top of Sub and then sitting on top of the Bulldozer there at middle map as well. But we are hopping right into this game. We're going to get this one started. It's going to be with Proto. He has the drone in hand, looking to make an attack.
And it looks like all 4 players from EG dropped pretty quick, so exactly what you want to see if you're an E6 fan, them already starting to make some noise. As it looks like that push coming in from Proto. Drone in hand, like I said, the main objective guy for this team just can't get that toss off. Still, team fight's going down to try and hold on to that one. Cade ends up losing a big fight, and Nameless is going to come away with that drone, tossing that one over toward Parasite as the defensive stand will come in for now. A good response there from the side of Evil Geniuses.
Nagafin leading the charge with Parasite right behind him with that drone in hand. It's going to be a protect game right now. Cade is coming up from behind. He's able to find one, but Nameless gets a quick snap onto him. He's able to take him out, and now they should be in a position to try to get a one here, but they need to worry about General. He's right on the other side of the door. They take him out. Worrying about one more player in loading bay. That is going to be Royalty, and he falls as well. So Nameless getting himself cooking already here in the respawn. Currently on a 3-kill spree. Gets 4, gets 5. Can he get the rest? No, he's not going to be able to, but Parasite makes good progress with that drone, but it is going to be shut down by Enigma 6, and it should be set out of the map for a reset, and it doesn't do that. The map actually stays in play. The drone is still there, but Havoc is trying to
jump. Havoc, jump, my friend. It's right there. You just can't reach it. That's such an unfortunate play because Nameless completely set up that play so well for the side of Evil Geniuses. A 1v1 engagement just doesn't go their way, and E6, a sweat off the brow type of situation for them is due to just a little bit of a misplay in some cases, just some luckiness in some cases toward their way. EG just not able to get that early scoring opportunity off.
It was very unfortunate the way it took the bounce. They almost made Royalty pay there. Now Royalty is going to be the last player up, and now you see General coming off the spawn with his teammates as well. They should be able to get a 1-point toss off here, and Parasite making the smart play. They do get that one in as well. Slow start for him, sitting at 2-6, but he has the score to sort of make up for that one. But now look for the middle map control. Nameless is going to be in position. He finds one, some shaky shots coming in, but the assist is going to be there now. A 4-man sweep of the players from Evil Geniuses. Proto should be able to get a 1-point toss off here, and the Havoc almost intercepted that, but it's a 1-point play nonetheless.
Early aggression coming from both of these squads, and a nice play there coming in from Proto. Granted, he's -2, but he's done a great job at getting that objective forward as quick as possible. General finds that drone, immediately dies, and tosses that one just off to the wayside, where Nagafin will be there for the recovery.
Can we just talk about Nagafin's engagements compared to everybody else in the game? Currently sitting at 19, 13-6. There's always been questions about Nagafin's career. Can he slay? Is he going to be able to put up these numbers? And he is shutting those haters down this game alone. 13-6 is what he's sitting at, currently on a 3 streak, but he finally does get shut down there in the robot bay. Havoc is going to be the player to get that drone off the reset, pushing it through over to sub, but Cade is going to get a nice 2-piece to halt that one. Havoc going to do a smart thing just to throw it over to Snowside, but he is going to die. It's not going to get off the map. Now General and crew can try to attack forward.
And one thing that I noticed while we were obviously having a little bit of a discussion there about Nagafin as well, Royalty actually had the Karma out. I know we talked about this a little bit earlier, that he's been kind of rocking with some different weapon selection. The Karma, a great weapon actually in Infinite Warfare Beta, but we haven't really seen it be used too much as far as the regular season is considered. But this guy, he does just about anything with the SMG, and we'll see what he can try to provide when it comes down to this map right here. E6 trying to hold the line. The great shots coming in from Nameless. Potentially, as that drone is ready and waiting inside a dark for someone to pick it up, and it looks like the defensive stand for E6 will hold on for now. Due to that drone not being grabbed for anyone, it will reset back toward the
we're going to see the Karma be put away there from Royalty. It's a good gun, don't get me wrong. It's super accurate, but the time to kill takes a lot longer than towards an ERAD. It's just putting you at a disadvantage when you don't have that ERAD out. But Havoc is going in control of the drone. I don't know why I keep on saying it like I'm foreign. Havoc has control of that drone. He tosses it forward over towards Proto, and now they're going to start to attack over here from this red side. Parasite is in a mood to try to intercept, but he is not going to be able to get that one. Royalty is going to get the clean up there. Now look for them to try to go for a 1-point play. 40 seconds left here in the first half. Is he going to get this kill? Royalty being the man that you love to see, that lead blocker. Can they go in for the 2-point play? Proto goes up, but he's not going to be able to get it. Royalty finishes out for 1 kill, but Nameless is going to be there. So kills being traded back and forth, and just like that, an excellent defensive stop from Evil Geniuses.
That looked like a perfect scoring opportunity from the side of Enigma 6, but they just can't get it off in time. Both teams getting incredibly close to getting more scoring opportunities off, but the defensive plays have definitely rang true. Proto absolutely destroying Nameless's face as he's going to continue to have that drone in his hands. Royalty yet again trying to be the lead blocker, but he just can't get the toss off, and EG will hold on toward the end of this first half. And heading into the second one, we are level at 1-1.
That's one of the negatives about pushing on this cliff side. Going straight through blue is going to cause the enemy team to spawn there right on the goal. So trying to get the 2-point toss, even the one here, trying to get the 1-point play off there is so hard to do. If anything, you have to try to utilize that wall run and hit the tricky, the wall run shot. But pushing through blue and trying to get anything from that is going to be very, very hard, especially with the defensive stance that Evil Geniuses have had thus far. Nagafin has that payload ready to go, sitting at 19 and 12 for the side of Evil Geniuses, as well as we're in the second half, tied up 1-1. He's going to find himself in the game to start this one off. The FTL is going to come into play, but that kill is immediately going to be traded.
And along with Nagafin as well, Nameless currently sitting at 21-10, continuing to have an utterly incredible game. Of course, one of the players in our G Fuel key player matchup, definitely showing as to why he deserves to be in that spot. has absolutely gone off, and not just this series, but this entire tournament as well. One of the All-Stars as well so far throughout Anaheim. And oh my goodness, Nagafin just completely turns on Proto there. Nice shots with the E-Red. Switches over to the K-Bar and is trying to delay this offensive push coming from E6, but it looks like it is going to go through. Cade finding the nice one-point play. Has been the first 45 seconds. E6 have already doubled their score.
Yeah, it looks like they're in a position to relay here. Looked like one player was going to try to get in the way of that. That was Havoc. Now the pushing through robot should be able to get the pass off here, but player one, that's going to be Royalty. We talked about it being the lead blocker so much here in this game thus far, and they're able to get the 2-point play off there thanks to Proto. But now look at General. We said he's starting to get in his groove, sitting at 17 and 18. And now when you see him start to get under that enemy portal and start to slay out, that's when you know he's starting to get into that little groove that General does have. He picks up a kill there inside of blue. Can he find the second there as well? He's able to get the nice kill there on Nagafin, and now 3 go down for the side of Enigma 6, but Royalty doing everything he can to stay alive.
Indeed, Royalty has done a fantastic job. Of course, you see how many engagements that he's gotten into, 19 and 16, but a lot of those kills he's gotten has been in that lead blocking role, like you said, Dirk. I mean, basically kind of setting up every scoring opportunity for his team, and the reason why E6 has the lead that they do currently. Nagafin trying to, of course, slim that lead down just a hair as he'll fire in that 1-point toss. And that's now going to be only a 1-possession advantage, but still in favor of Enigma 6.
And Nameless does have the active camo ready to go as well. We know how effective these payloads can be, and 3 players are going to be down for the side of Enigma 6 once more. Let's see what Nameless and crew is going to be able to do. Let's see if he utilizes that active camo. He does go ahead to pop that, utilizing the high wall run. The body blocks are trying to come in, but the dunk is going to go in for Nameless. He finds one kill. Woo! He finds a second there as well. 4 players down for Enigma 6 once more as they are starting to come off the respawn, attacking through blue and on that cliff side.
Nameless is absolutely going on a tear yet again. Perfect use of the active camo. And thankfully for E6, if you're an E6 fan, you're just happy to see him off the map for a few seconds because he has been the bane of the existence. The reason why E6 is struggling so much has been because of this man right there. Nameless. Nagafin now making his way with the drone after some great offensive plays from his teammates, getting the slaying done. But General not out of this one yet. Just as we start to talk about Nameless and his impact on the game, General trying to make just the same on the other side. Royalty, the drone in his hands. He's been a lead blocker, but can he do something with the objective is the question. 1-point toss potentially, but no, he wants the 2-point play. And that's exactly what he's going to get. Just like that, E6 respond with a dunk, and just under 2 minutes remaining in this second half.
Yep. As you said, under 2 minutes remaining, Nameless is going to push all the way up to ice to try to get those kills to open things up. Now it's going to be 3 players dead. Parasite has that overdrive ready to go, but Proto is going to be flying high in the sky, and he's going to be able to take out Parasite. Now make that 2 players left alive for Evil Geniuses. Cade has the overdrive as well, pushing towards this black plat area. See what he's going to be able to do here. Is he going to rock it? He goes for the 1-point toss, and he is going to make it now a 3-point game in favor of Enigma 6.
I like that play there from Cade. Actually ends up using the overdrive in the end. Interesting play there from Cade. I was actually getting ready to say a nice play from him, actually just to stay alive, but just as I started to give credit to the side of E6, they both waste the active camo and the overdrive. I'm just going to give credit to Cade for not using the overdrive of that particular play. That was a good strategy, but in the end, he actually used it to try and win a gunfight. That doesn't happen. The active camo gets burned, so EG now down by 3 points. The active camo, the overdrive, it's off the map right now. You have to worry about that. And Parasite might go for the 1-point toss. Is that one through? Yes, it is. EG, now only 2 points separate them. They have the payloads to work with, but do they have the gun skill? Can they advance the drone forward and close this one out in a 3-0 fashion, or can E6 hold on?
You're 100% looking to get that drone into Parasite's hand. He still has that overdrive. It's crucial that he stays alive here. You can't waste any time of him trying to come off that respawn. He finds one there on Royalty, but middle map control is still in favor of Enigma 6. You see player 4 and 3. That's going to be Proto and Cade working side by side, but General gets a huge troop. In the middle of the map, but Parasite finds one. No, he gets the assist. Nameless picks up 2, but now they have 20 seconds to get a dunk in to send this game to overtime. Nagafin going to be utilizing that high wall run, going to go ahead and dip back, but they need these lead blockers. They need to slay desperately. 2 players now down for Enigma 6 with 10 seconds left. Can Nagafin and Evil Geniuses do it? Pushing forward, Proto gets the stop. The reset should be coming in off the map, and just like that, Enigma 6 is trying to make that reverse sweep happen, and it's a good start by taking map number 3.
That's exactly what I said, man. Coming into this map was that it doesn't matter the deficit. EG completely has walked away with the first 2 maps in pretty easy fashion, despite it being a very close game, and due to Nameless's performances, it doesn't matter for E6. They don't care about the scoreboard. They don't care about the deficit, and they bring this one back. They look like a totally different team, and massive credit to them for kind of remaining and kind of holding on to that composure, because at times, man, it looked scary. Parasite had the overdrive. They had the active chemical to work with. And honestly, if you're EG, it's like, how do we have not used those earlier?
That's what I'm wondering, if there's maybe a miscommunication at last play. Nagafin was staying alive and trying to move around, but Parasite is the player that you need to get that drone to. He has that overdrive. He could have been the complete game changer for that side. So that's just one thing you have to sit in your head. You have a player who has the overdrive, but he doesn't use it. That's the only thing I can think of off the top of my head, is there has to be some sort of miscommunication. Try to get that drone over to Parasite, have Nagafin slay out. That's what he was doing a majority of that game, and it was working out for the side of Evil Geniuses.
It did indeed. So as now we now kind of take a look here as far as the maps are considered so far. Of course, we just talked about that first hardpoint as we get ready to head to our second hardpoint on Retaliation, but to kind of recap in some cases. That number one went Evil Geniuses' way. They took that one at 250 to 128. Pretty dominant victory, to say the least. They also took that next Search and Destroy on Retaliation at 6 rounds to 3. Like we just mentioned, E6 able to respond exactly when they need to, as they're going to walk away with that one by 1 possession advantage. They win that one to 7 points to EG's 5. Now, as we focus our attention toward this Retaliation hardpoint, this is where it gets scary, if I'm the Evil Geniuses side, because this is a map where I feel like, we've talked about it, General, he gets angry. He gets angry, and whenever he has that MV4, that K-bar in his hands, he could definitely do some damage. And not that I'm not the biggest fan of EG when it comes into their ARs, because Nameless has been absolutely stellar up to this point. When it comes down to it, man, General, I think he could definitely be the reason why we see a potential Game 5.
Before we head into this game number 4, let's go ahead and recap the Uplink box. We're having it on your guys' screen right now. You see both sides scoring 1 in that first half. Of the second half is things starting to get a little bit saucy here at CWL Anaheim.
I like that word.
Enigma 6 scored 6, and the Evil Genius got the 4, but like we said, it just came down to the Parasite overdrive. That could have been such a game changer, the fact that they didn't use that. But the 2 players we're highlighting here is from Enigma 6. Of course, it's going to be General. This is the map where I said it's going to very much favor him with how aggressive playstyle he does have. 32 kills, 1.14 KD. Best KD there on Enigma 6. And then Nameless going off in the respawn game type
again.
Once more. 38 kills, a 1.52 KD. This guy wants it so much, and you can just tell by his play.
The guy has gone off, and I think it's fair to say that we start to give Nameless the credit that he definitely deserves, because he has not gone off just in this particular series, but this entire tournament. And I don't know if it's going to be enough when it comes down to this next hard point, but we can't doubt him. We cannot doubt his overall play, but we'll see if the entire team kind of, in some ways, kind of result around him and see what they can potentially try and do. But of course, as we get ready to load in here, it will be Retaliation hardpoint. Retaliation, when we talk about this map, we talk about how this one kind of works out. No lead is safe on Retaliation. And we also... no worries there, but of course, we do talk about Retaliation hardpoint. No lead is safe when it comes down to this. You got 2 major hard points to be looking out for. You got 1 in Cathedral and 1 over inside of Destroyed Building. You can lock down a number of different seconds. And EG, they're pretty familiar with this map, because this is actually the map that they took in order to qualify for Stage 1. So some nice and good memories if you are the guys on Evil Geniuses. And Nagafin doing actually a similar strategy I saw from Assault, I believe, earlier on. Actually, no, it was Mox, actually, excuse me, from the side of Bittersweet, rocking the DMR.
Yeah, he's doing that right off there off the respawn. We know Nagafin is used to throwing these weird stuff. You think back to Advanced Warfare. Had the crazy weapons with the thermal sight on there. Was able to make some crazy things happen as well.
It looks kind of like a World War II weapon, so I think Nagafin and I think Mox as well are both kind of ready for Call of Duty World War II. I don't know about you, but maybe just trying to get a little bit of practice in at times.
As you see, the game is underway now. 9-5 is the score, and it's going to be Enigma 6 in control here. We talked about the MV4 play, something we bring up on Retaliation a lot of the time. And now this is where picking up Parasite is going to be huge. This is where he has a chance to prove himself here in the winner's bracket. You're looking for Parasite to go off in this one with that MV4 in hand. You see him inside the hill right now, working side by side with Nameless and Nagafin. The final 7 seconds are going to be going to them, but the first arm of the rotation is going to be General. Also another man that we need to keep track of. We failed. He didn't do as well in that first hard point, but now we'll see if he can try to pick it up in this one.
Yeah, definitely the ball is in his court to try and bring this one back. Nice shots there found onto Havoc, who is kind of stinging his way over on Catwalk, as that's now going to be the rotation 1 from the side of E6 in general, starting to heat up a little bit. Currently sitting at even 3-3, but on a nice little 2 spree along with Proto. These 2 guys have definitely shown their slaying ability so far throughout this entire tournament. Of course, finishing first in their group for a reason. We're currently holding down some control on Lower Street. We'll see what EG tries to provide as Parasite really at this point just kind of hold on to the spawns, of course, and just trying to call out to his teammates exactly where these players are coming from. And Nagafin and Havoc are both there to respond, as it looks like they're now going to take control over Lower Street. Question is that EG needs to make sure they do not give away these spawns for this next money hill.
Yeah, they definitely can. I mean, it was a nice executed play there. Parasite was sort of like the bait in a sense while Havoc came in. They do get the final seconds on this, but like you said, this is going to be one of the money hills here at Graveyard. And you look at the setup that Enigma 6 has, a complete four-man spread across the map. It's looking good for them. Look for the two-man hit to come out here. Havoc is the first player to go out. He takes out Proto. Now, this is good. The spawn should be blocked right now, so the players from Enigma 6 should spawn out on the other side of the map, and that is exactly what's going to happen. You see Proto, you see General spawning all the way over on that bridge side, but Cade is still holding strong inside of the hill. They were able to get that cleanup. No break coming in from Evil Geniuses just yet.
Great job from the guys on Enigma 6 to try and stay alive for as long as possible. You see them holding kind of awkward angles and kind of interesting corners as well. That's been the reason why they've been able to kind of hold on for as long as they did. But just as I say that word in past tense form, that's because Evil Geniuses has taken this one back over. Nagafin as well as Nameless starting to go on some sprees, excuse me. Nagafin still currently locking this one down right now inside a Cathedral. Shot starting to come in as he'll be taken out, and just as that happens, the last 14 seconds will be awarded toward the side of E6. And look at the side of EG, getting ready to set up here over toward Destroyed Building. There's quite a few E6 players already here. This could spell bad news if you're the side of Evil Geniuses if E6 play this correctly.
They definitely did. The reason he pushed that last second on that hill was to kill the players to spawn in Bike Shop. They had the players already set up in position, and that's where the communication is key. Go ahead, kill this guy. We know that we're going to get the spawns, and just like that, they completely take over this hill. Now it's just a matter of time. Someone needs to get inside, and it's going to be the Cade, first player in. And now you look at the slang on the side of Enigma 6. 2 kill streak for Cade, 3 for Proto, and 3 for General. Now these guys are starting to heat up, and this is where things can get scary. They are going back-to-back on the money hills, holding a majority of that time. Nobody in any sort of position to contest. But as I say, that Parasite's able to get on a little streak of his own. He's going to be pushing in here for Thrump Broken. Is he going to be able to find the kill? No. Cade is going to be able to find 2 before finally being shut down by the hands of Nameless.
Trades going back and forth, but it's not equaling out to any time for the side of Evil Geniuses. Havoc desperately trying to get into this hard point because he's got 10 seconds left. Nagafin's holding down the angle for the time. General getting ready to engage on him, and he should be made slight work of potentially. And just like that, he will fall. So not a whole lot of time in these last 2 hard points granted for the side of Evil Geniuses. And it looks like we are going to be rotating here back toward Hotel Hallway. So the last 2 hard points kind of being money hills. And when it comes into Hotel Hallway, we're going to see pretty much a contest fest. A lot of gunfights going down, pretty sporadic gameplay. But EG currently locking this one down at the moment.
Yeah, Parasite is going to be the lone player inside the hill. He's going to decide to slide out to try to challenge that gunfight. But now it's going to be up to Havoc and Nameless to try to get this point back. Finds one there on General who's trying to jump inside. Enigma 6 now does have control, but he takes out Cade as well. So you see the front hit coming from the players of Evil Geniuses. Royalty's going to be the lone player inside of the hill, but Nagafin's going to be able to clean that one up. An excellent plays coming in from the side of Evil Geniuses. They're able to slay out everybody on Enigma 6 to cause them to spawn out. But you see Parasite, he got a little bit of a fluky spawn there going to that back broken area, but he's been able to find a kill coming off of that top bridge. Finds one on General there as well.
Last 10 seconds of our first set of rotations, and it will be E6 with a little bit of a lead. EG did struggle quite a bit when it came down to those money hills. That's the reason why E6 had the lead that they do, and Royalty filling up the kill feed, unfortunately, fills it up with one of his own teammates, but I'm sure the transaction is a worthy one due to the fact of finding 2 kills in exchange for 1. So with that, Bridge is where we will set our eyes to now. Current Scarab actually out for the side of E6, trying to gain some information as Proto, Parasite, currently fighting over toward that Cathedral side, and Royalty will be there for the cleanup. Nice communication coming out of the side of E6, and right now E6 holding down quite a bit of time when it comes down to Bridge, locking down every angle, and EG has yet to respond right now. They got to get in here soon before this one starts to get out of hand.
Yeah, and Proto is starting to heat up as well on a kill streak, but they've just been doing so good of slaying outside of the hill that Evil Geniuses hasn't really been in any position to even step close to inside, and they are starting to pull away with this game. Score is 160 and rising for Enigma 6 to 98 for Evil Geniuses. The rotations need to be coming in now. First player going to be there for Evil Geniuses is going to be Parasite, currently sitting at 16 of 14. But then you look at Havoc as well, sitting at 9 and 15. A guy who we said has these fluky games, ones where he does really bad and ones where he can start to go off. So look for Havoc to start to pick it up as this game does go on, as we start to head into that crunch time as well.
Parasite going to have to be the objective man right now when it comes down to this particular hill right now on Lower Street. Player just to his left. Question is he checking in time? But no, a fantastic shot from Cade is actually going to halt the progress of Evil Geniuses of being on the hill. Proto shuts down Nameless thanks to a nice card bomb. A little bit of an explosion that's going to take place. It looks like it is going to be the side of E6 yet again, who now has some control. Royalty finds one over on Bar. And just like that, Evil Geniuses continue to have struggles when it comes down to the objective. Rotation now is on their minds. When it comes down to this, you can see Royalty sensitivity. He's feeling good. He's currently sitting at 22 and 12, positive 10, thankfully, to my basic arithmetic skills. But see how quickly he is whipping around. My goodness, Royalty, he's making me feel kind of sick right now.
The Scarab is going to come into play there from Royalty. You saw how easily they were able to break that early rotation from Evil Geniuses. Now they are set up on the money hill. A good thing to think of, too. Royalty is going to die here to the player. No, he is not. Parasite walks right by him. Parasite needs to pick up this kill to try to shut this one down, but Nottingham gets that. But now Royalty should use that bombardment right off the break once his teammates get into position, and you're going to see it come into play now. This is going to force all the Evil Geniuses players to try to contest these gunfights. He is going to be able to find one kill there on Havoc and one as well on Parasite.
Big play. They're coming in. As actually some more streaks. Actually, a little bit of a Codcaster glitch there. Apologies for that. But either way, beautiful streak usage there from Royalty. Man, currently sitting at 25 and 14. We said at least one E6 player needs to step up. We thought it might be General. Well, it is Royalty as E6 passing that 200-point margin. A big gunfight won there from Nagafin on Proto is going to grant his team at least the last few seconds when it comes down to the Cathedral. But you see General holding a big power position when it comes down to this next hill. But Nameless has actually made it behind enemy lines here. This could be a huge play for his team, calling it out. I think Royalty might have actually spotted him. Due to General not back. Yep, you wouldn't think that'd be the case, but General not spotting it. Nameless behind enemy lines, and he quickly gets foiled. So a nice play that could have worked out for EG ends up in their own demise in E6, making it look like it's going to be too much to handle, as they're now only going to be less than 30 seconds away from forcing us to a Game 5.
And definitely score is rising for Enigma 6 as they try to complete the reverse sweep. It's going to come down to a Game 5 by the looks of it if it continues to go how it is right now. But Nameless is going to get inside of the hill. He is going to be holding the time for Evil Geniuses. Comebacks are possible. This is something that we see all the time. I mean, 20 more points is all Enigma 6 needs, but Evil Geniuses is capable of trying to make that comeback as well. So are they going to be able to win off this hill? That is going to be the question. I feel like if they hold every single second of this hill, they will be able to win it. But the contest is now going to come in, so it's all going to come down to this lobby hill and how well the side of Enigma 6 decides to hold.
And Nagvan has to back up to try and make sure that the last few seconds don't go toward the side of Evil Geniuses. Let's rotate here over toward Hotel Hallway. Who's here? How are the gun engagements already going down? Havoc finding one, General finding Havoc in response, and like we said, only a few more seconds left needed for the side of E6. EG have to play perfect if they want to at least close this one out here, or at least try to make it go as long as possible. It's just not looking likely anymore. It seems that we will find ourselves in a Game 5 scenario as Enigma 6 will walk away with map number 4, Retaliation Hardpoint 250 to 165.
This is what you just love to see, right? Winners bracket. It makes things interesting early going to a Game 5. Now the question is, how is Evil Genius' mindset? You'd have to think with the veteran leadership of Nameless and the veteran leadership of Parasite as well, they're getting these guys feeling good and trying to make them not be too hard on themselves for that hardpoint loss there. Search and Destroy, like we said, is one of their strong types, so it's going to be interesting to see how this one does go. But guys, don't go anywhere. Game number 5 between Evil Geniuses and Enigma 6 is going to be coming up. Is the reverse sweep going to happen, or is Evil Geniuses going to keep their cool and close this one out? Find out after this quick commercial break. It all comes down to this. Game 5. Winner goes on to take the Juggernaut in Luminosity or Optic Gaming. That one's also in Game 5 as well. But, you know, it's just typical Anaheim tradition, right? Everything goes right down to the wire, and the intense matches happen here. I'm Dirk. I'm joined alongside Landon. You can see right here. That is his name. That is my name down below. But Enigma 6 trying to pull off the reverse sweep on Evil Geniuses. But they're trying to have none of it, especially in a search and destroy here. But this one is going to be a toss-up. It's going to be on Breakout.
Yeah, this would be a heartbreaker, especially if E6 is able to complete the reverse sweep like we've been mentioning so far throughout the entire series. EG came out with the fire. Nameless especially was having a fantastic series, but like I said, in the uplink, you can never count out a roster like Enigma 6. Question is now, when it comes down to it, can they complete the reverse sweep? Can E6 remain in the winner's bracket? Or will the side of EG close out those hopes and have Nameless reign true when it comes down to at least winners round 2? That is the question to be asking. So as we load in here toward round number 1, Dirk, who are we looking to the eyes of?
We're going to go with Cade. He's going to have the KBS longbow in his hand and the EMC in his back pocket. Has that cold-blooded on just in case Nagafin does decide to run that thermal sight. Cade is going to spot one in top laundry. Is he going to get the initial pick, though? Parasite going with him, but Cade's going to be able to draw the first blood there on Parasite.
Nice shot there coming in from Cade, as that's now going to be the offensive team with a 2-player advantage. Havoc and Nameless now with an all to do 2 versus 4. How do they play this one? You need to pick these players off guard. Havoc finding General. Nameless there for the response. Good overall communication there, as that's going to be 1 player down. Proto, of course, the main objective player for this E6 team, getting that bomb down. It's going to 2 versus 4 come into play. Havoc getting ready to round the corner.
It's going to be hard for Nameless to try to play this one. He has the ERAD in handy. His only real option is pushing Spiral Stairs. Havoc's going to be able to take out Royalty, and just like that, the player backs up, and Nameless is going to be able to take him out. Now it's going to be left up to a 1 versus 1. Havoc taking on Cade.
Havoc on the bomb right now. Question is he trying to go for the defuse? And looks like he's not going to bend to do that. Playing pretty passively, waiting for Cade to try and initiate this one already. Cade getting ready to round the corner. Does he realize that Havoc's on the bomb? And yes, he's going to win it. So a near 2 versus 4 coming in from the side of Evil Geniuses, but not enough. Cade winning the 1v1 engagement. Havoc tried to test him. He thought that he might try to be a little bit over-aggressive, but Cade responding exactly when he needs to. Solidifies that round number 1 over toward E6.
And maybe if I'm in Evil Geniuses right now and I'm looking at this, you're starting to see everybody starting to run cold-blooded, and Nagafin's not even sniping, and now he is. He has that cold-blooded on as well, but he doesn't have a thermal sight on this sniper. Maybe start to throw some jammers and start to bomb it, counteract those people not using that tac position, but you see him flying high in the sky. Sniper battle going down between him and Cade, but the gunfight's going down in middle map. First blood's going to go towards Enigma 6, as well as the second kill, and just like that, a quick 30-second round, and it's going to be Enigma 6 taking a 2-0 lead.
I want to see this final kill cam. It's just going to be a number of different E6 players just running at EG. Royalty round in the corner, the sniper kill coming in from Cade, as it's a beautiful round there coming in from Enigma 6. EG, you cannot let the side of E6 get going like this, especially with the amount of momentum that they probably have gained up to this point. Cade is currently sitting at 4-0 after 2 rounds and has had the sniper rifle in his hands for most of it. You cannot allow that to happen, and he's going to continue to have that sniper rifle out. Still looking to try and find that first blood. He's making sure he doesn't shoot Royalty in the back of the head. That'd be bad. Still playing and watching over toward Cade. Actually nearly misses that shot. Nearly finds that shot, excuse me. Actually misses that one over toward Parasite, as General's going to find that first blood yet again. E6 doing some big things, and Royalty and General combining for 2. Another 2 versus 4 now for EG.
Parasite finds himself in a position here on loading dock. It's going to be 1 player over towards his left. Trying to get the slide in. That bomb is now going to be planted, but Proto is going to be able to get that kill. Nagafin comes around the corner. He finds one. Now hitting that lower wall run. See if they try to get the read here on this. Scarab is going to come into play too. I believe that was actually coming from the player middle map. That's going to be Cade. He's going to be able to get Nagafin 1 shot. Now let's see if the team decides to push him, and they do just that. Excellent team coordination coming from Enigma 6, and it all started with that Scarab play coming from Cade.
And honestly, like, the side of Evil Geniuses, they're not playing bad. It's just they keep dying so early. They keep getting first and second bloods, and it's just been an issue. EG can't stay alive right now. So if they want to try to get at least a round on the board, they need to make sure that they find that first blood. Maybe you take the sniper rifle out of Nagafin's hands. You don't allow him to try to be more aggressive rather than passive, because it has not worked in these first 3, and they can't afford to give away too much more. E6 already halfway to taking this map number 5 and completing the reverse sweep.
Enigma 6 knows how to play this. You see them hugging towards that middle of the map, and that is the key to winning Breakout Search and Destroy. They've been doing that time in and time out on offense as well as defense. And the bomb is going to be going down for Nameless, but they need to worry about the spiral stairs. It's going to be Proto right there to try to challenge one player position over inside Medical Bay. That is going to be Parasite. Shots are going to be traded between both players. Looks like the collapse of Enigma 6 is starting to come in here on Evil Geniuses. Nameless picks up 2, and just like that, Evil Geniuses are going to get a round on the board.
EG finds first blood. They win the round. They get the bomb down. They do exactly what they need to. EG, you just need to make sure you do not die early. And they also get the bomb down as well. Of course, going to add toward that payload as well as that overall score streak progression. So with that, EG getting a much-needed round on the board. And one where they seem to finally respond. Parasite currently sitting at 0 and 4. Nagafin at 1 and 4. Expect Nagafin to have a better performance when it comes down to the search and destroys. I think once he's put that sniper rifle down, this is when he can start to progress. But EG needs to keep playing consistent. Instead of Enigma 6 on the offensive, have made their way through showers and now all the way over toward A.
A site completely wide open. So look for Proto to try to get this bomb down here, using that cover behind the bomb to his advantage. The grenade does come in towards that A site, but they're able to get out with their life. Not even going to get weak by it, but now you see the 4 Evil Geniuses players positioned over by middle. This is where Cade can try to be a nuisance. You know he has a sniper laying here in the back, but all the Evil Geniuses players doing a great job of avoiding it. Now shots are going to be going down in the middle of the map. Proto is the bomb carrier. He spots Havoc up in top laundry there as well, but still no kills have come down yet in this round 5.
E6 engaging yet again when it comes down to this site. Like I said, no kills going down as of yet. EG playing pretty passively. Just as I say that, Havoc from the side. Cade able to respond with the nice shots coming in from the EMC. Cade trying to get that plant down as quick as possible. 2 versus 3. EG looking to try and retake. One player actually going to be on that wall run. Royalty shuts down Nagafin, but Parasite's here, finding the first kill of this round, but he's going to need 2 more. 35 seconds left on that bomb kill. Parasite clutches one out. FTL jump gets rocked, but he's able to find that one as well. Parasite in a position to clutch and here 1 versus 3, needing to find this last player, but actually going to be going for the defuse. Royalty's in not a position to actually find this. Let's go on board with Parasite really quickly to see if he's actually going to get the defuse or not. And yes, he is going to get the ninja defuse. The 1 versus 3 will happen somehow. Royalty not going to check the bomb, and that's just a veteran play there from Parasite, completely reading exactly what Royalty would do, as that's now going to put them back in a position to be in this game yet again here for EG.
Great clutch there coming from Parasite, doing everything that he needed, utilizing that lower wall arm that can be so deadly here on Breakout. Now momentum is in full swing in their favor. They're starting to play the middle of the map as well, but now you're going to see these gunfights come down with Enigma 6. This is where it comes down to that raw talent, that raw gun skill. General going to be the player positioned inside of mid-hut right now, but you see the blue arrows on the minimap. They're starting to rotate all the way around to try to go over to A to get this bomb down, and it's going to be Nameless leading the charge.
Nameless has led the charge throughout this entire series. He's been the captain of this roster. He's going to lead this team right now with that bomb in hand, the objective for the rosters. They've won the last 2 rounds in a row. Player number 4, Cade, watching inside of Garage with that sniper rifle. Excuse me, not Garage, that's actually going to be top 2. Not seeing anyone as of yet, but EG has made the complete wraparound. Going to catch Royalty off guard. Bomb going to go down here from Nameless. Question is, does EG try, or excuse me, E6 try to engage now, or do they wait? 2 versus 4. EG doing a great job on offense here. How does General Proto Vend to play this one? Well, it looks like not together, and that's the answer to that question. Proto now last alive, and just like that, EG will respond yet again. 3 rounds to E6, and now 3 rounds to the side of Evil Geniuses. As you're going to see Havoc finding 2 in the final kill cam, doing a great job at finding that last player. As EG are now back in this one, Dirk.
Havoc picks up the final 3 kills in there, but the first kill on that one was the biggest one. That completely shut down the pinch. I believe he shut down Proto, who was coming around that backside, and that's really what set Evil Geniuses up to take that round. Obviously, having the bomb down helps as well, but it was just a great setup. So now it is tied 3-3. See how Enigma 6 is going to be able to bounce back in this one. Rob Borger, Proto, the bomb carrier once more, currently sitting at 4 and 4. It's going to be 3 players over in showers. Parasite is going to be able to draw first blood, just getting a nice little peek in there. He's going to toss the cluster grenade, but the flechette is going to come right back at his face. Now a 3 versus 2 situation in favor of Evil Geniuses.
And Nagafin finding General also spots that last player as well, so nice job there coming in from EG. And in some ways, kind of forcing only 3 players over toward that A site, so they are able to kind of hold on to that defensive play in a position where they only had a 3 versus 4 overall. So nice consistent play there from EG, letting E6 make the mistakes and capitalizing on them as they've now won the last 4 rounds in a row. Havoc performing when it comes down to search and destroy. Earning that reactive armor, actually has that scarab and getting close to some streaks as well, as they're going to grant him the bomb, obviously, for those streaks. We'll see how he does progress. Currently leading not just in kills for his team, but in the entire lobby. Nades being tossed out as EG on offense look to make another A-side hit. And E6 at the very top of the map, following each other, trying to play together as a roster. As this bomb is getting ready to go down, they'll receive that icon, that notification. We'll see how they do try to retake.
General is going to be leading the charge here for Enigma 6. Trying to tie this one up is what their plan is. Havoc is going to go ahead and rock that reactive armor. He's going to be able to find one. Nameless finds another, as well as Parasite. Cade is going to be able to pick up a kill before he does drop. Now Royalty is left last alive in a 1 versus 3, and the A site is so hard to retake. But can he do it? He finds Havoc. He gets a nice snap, but he's not going to be able to get that. You see the sensitivity going crazy. The slide over is going to come from Showers, and now he is going to be pinched. And just like that, Evil Geniuses is just 1 round away from closing this series out.
5 rounds in a row for EG. Just when you start to think that E6 can make the reverse sweep, EG are there to decline that. Only 1 more round needed. Is it done here, or can E6 try and stay alive? As far as the payloads, looks like we're not going to have a whole lot really going if you are E6. Nameless getting close toward his payload. Havoc obviously using the reactive in that last round. Of course, we do see the streaks earned. Does Havoc Vin to use it here? Does he wait for future rounds? It wouldn't be a bad idea to try to maybe use it now, but we'll see what happens. Player number 5, Nagafin, going to give that communication forward. As soon as he receives the call out, here comes the streaks down. Obviously going to fire General after being 1 shot for the nice shots coming in from Nagafin. 3 versus 3. Havoc advancing forward. Not a whole lot of team support. Just as that happens, Nameless will join him off to the side. Bomb plant actually gets ready to go down, but not going to be home. Havoc finds one, and now it's going to be left up to a 2 versus 2. Now 1 versus 2. Parasite not involved in those gun engagements, but still in a position to clutch. 1 versus 2. Bomb going down right now from Cade. He's going to receive that. Finds one. 1 versus 1. Royalty versus Parasite. Who's going to win it? Can Parasite do it? But no, it's not going to be home. And Royalty will clutch the 1 versus 1 as E6 stay alive for at least 1 more round.
And the positive to take away from that for Evil Geniuses, Parasite now has that Trinity rocket to go as well. We saw the one coming from Havoc, and it was sort of rushed. He didn't float it in the air like you usually see. He wanted to take out General in the back of the map because you know how much of a threat he can be if he tries to come around on that pinch. But now, Parasite has one ready to rock as well. So look for them to go over towards B. Pop that Trinity rocket. The players are going to be forced to either run to medical bay where they'll get into an engagement or go into that back garage. It can completely open up the B site. You see the 4-man hit coming in from Enigma 6. Let's see if Parasite opts to use this Trinity rocket. He's going to go ahead and throw a cluster grenade into that bat cave area. The Trinity rocket going to come in now. He's just laying down prone. One player utilizing that wall run in the middle of the map. That is going to be Cade. But now the Trinity rocket is going to come in. He's getting the calls for his team. He finds Cade. Can he find Royalty? He has the call out on him, but now he's just going to float this Trinity rocket. But Royalty finds another kill. But Parasite takes out Nameless. Now a 1 versus 3 situation, and he gets taken out. Royalty going huge for Enigma 6.
What is that? That is a round that shouldn't be going to EG, but Royalty, I believe, finding at least a hat trick in that round of 3 players. Parasite shutting down his own teammate with those streaks. It comes down to this final round. Round 11. Does the reverse sweep come into play for E6? Or does EG hold on after taking the first 2 maps? Winner will face off against Luminosity. Loser advances down to the losers bracket. We'll see how this round plays out. It will be E6 starting off on the offensive. Proto, with that bomb in hand, looking over toward Showers at the moment.
Nobody really making any moves yet. General has crossed the 50-yard line, sitting over here by Bulldozer, but Nagafin's getting the nice peeks up, trying to get those call-outs. 1 minute left for somebody to try to make a move here from Enigma 6. Proto is going to rally back. He does have that Scarab ready to go, and he's going to go ahead and call that one in. Bomb carrier calling in the Scarab, not the smartest place that you can do it, because if it comes down to crunch time, they're going to have to kind of just get out of that. But he's just using it to try to spot check right now. He's going to pick up intel there on Havoc. So now they know the positioning of one Evil Geniuses player. It looks like they're going to go over towards the A site, and now you're going to see Royalty. He's going to rock that Scarab as well. What he's going to be able to do, but now everything's going down in the middle of the map. First blood is going to go towards Nagafin. Second fight is going to go towards Parasite there as well. Now a 2 versus 2 situation. Parasite going to be left last alive. Parasite fights one on Royalty, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Is Royalty going to come out top? No! Parasite is able to win it for Evil Geniuses, and they will be facing Luminosity in the next round.
What a play there from Parasite. Rocks the overdrive in an engagement like that. Why would you rock the overdrive? But Parasite, the gun skill, the addition of him added to this team obviously will pay off. As you can see what it means to them. Havoc getting pretty hyped after that. Had to watch his teammate Parasite clutch it up, but a Game 5, Round 11, 1v1. It doesn't get better than that. But EG will come on top. The reverse sweep, not going to happen this time. Wow, what was that, man?
Colt Havoc steps up when Evil Geniuses needs him most, dropping double digits in that Search and Destroy, and Royalty from the side of Enigma 6
also
stepped
dropping
up those
double digits,
past
yeah.
2 maps, and he was able to save them to 2 rounds to get them to that round 11 there, but couldn't come up when they needed him most in that 1v1 with Parasite. It was such a close gunfight. I honestly didn't know who died there towards the end. I thought, honestly, it was Enigma 6 that was going to come out on top, but Evil Geniuses advances on to face Luminosity Gaming in round 2.
Massive credit to the guys on EG. Let's obviously take a look now at the bracket. Of course, you can kind of see how things are lining up. Of course, that's going to do it for matches today, but we can kind of see these matches heading into tomorrow. Evil Geniuses walked away with this victory versus Enigma 6 in a Game 5 scenario. Just below them, Optic Gaming, Luminosity, they just finished obviously on Alpha as well. Luminosity coming out with a Game 5 victory. Some pretty close matchups at the top of the bracket, but it will be LG versus EG. Tomorrow, of course, at the bottom of the bracket as well, Splyce having a pretty easy victory versus Bittersweet, and Epsilon versus eUnited, as we'll see Splyce and Epsilon in the European battle at the bottom of the bracket as well. It should be a fantastic championship Sunday lined up for tomorrow, Dirk.
The weekend has gone by quick, and Saturday is now over. But tomorrow, we are going to be back at 10 a.m. We're going to have Losers Round 4 coming up for you guys. We appreciate you guys sticking around with us in the stream. As always, this is going to do it for myself, Dirk, and as well as Landon. We'll see you guys tomorrow.